Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, The Night of the Clan's Annihilation. Land of Fire, Konoha. Night had fallen. Within the Uchiha clan compound, a lone figure stood atop a tall utility pole, gazing down at his clan's domain with a cold, emotionless expression. It's time. Time to end this cursed clan. The words seemed to be spoken to himself, or perhaps to the empty air. After speaking, the dark figure vanished instantly. Shortly after he departed, ripples disturbed the air, and a man wearing a single-eyed mask emerged from the void. Then let it begin. White Zetsu, you take care of the small fry. Pale, humanoid figures slowly rose from the earth, their mouths splitting into grins filled with sharp teeth as they rasped, understood. Uchiha Nagi leaped swiftly across the rooftops, arriving at the clan head's residence in no time. Uchiha Fugaku sat alone in the courtyard, quietly sipping sake under the moonlight. Nagi landed softly, standing before Fugaku. Fugaku didn't turn, his gaze fixed on the moon. Uchiha Nagi. What brings you here? Clan head Sama, you should know why I'm here. Your son, the one you were so proud of, has already begun. He's slaughtering our clansmen right now. Fugaku remained silent, merely pouring himself another cup of sake, and then another. I told you about this half a month ago. It seems you've decided to abandon the clan. Nagi said, his tone laced with sarcasm. As a transmigrator, Nagi had known this outcome years ago, ever since the night of the Nine-Tails attack. The giant Sharingan visible in the Kyuubi's eyes, that blame was impossible for the Uchiha to shake off. First, they were forced to relocate the clan compound. Then, step by step, the Uchiha clan was pushed to the brink, until the clansmen could bear it no longer and prepared to revolt. Shirsue's death became the final straw that broke the camel's back. Uchiha Nagi was an orphan. His parents had died in a shinobi world war, and he grew up alone. To avoid becoming cannon fodder on the battlefield, Nagi had desperately studied medical ninjutsu, becoming a highly skilled medical nin. Ultimately, he had achieved his goal of avoiding a meaningless death and survived. But reality was harsh. Only Shirsue and Itachi were true prodigies. Even Obito, before Rin's death, had been fairly unremarkable as a shinobi. Nagi, too, was just an ordinary member of the Uchiha clan. After years of arduous training, his abilities had reached their limit, and his spiritual energy was exceptionally strong. Yet, he still couldn't break through the final barrier to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. Nagi himself knew why. He hadn't witnessed the death of someone with whom he shared profound bonds, his spirit hadn't received the necessary shock to overcome that final hurdle. And because of the third Hokage and Danzo, everyone in Konoha avoided the Uchiha like the plague. Nagi, for his part, had no desire to suck up to others just to form the kind of bonds that might lead to such an awakening. Reality was cruel. He wasn't a child of prophecy, nor did he possess some heaven-defying, golden finger. Uchiha Nagi could only rely on his own relentless, day-after-day training and study to become a jonin. How many Kakashis were there in all of Konoha? As for Guy, the current Guy was still a genin. Nagi, a man with the accumulated experience of 2 lifetimes totaling over 50 years, naturally wouldn't stoop to flattering others. Over time, he had only formed ordinary friendships with many of the main characters. In the end, he too was influenced, carrying the inherent pride of the Uchiha clan. Sigh. In that case, may I make a request, clan head Sama? Nagi had anticipated this. He knew that even when faced with Itachi's planned betrayal of the clan, Fugaku had clung to a final, desperate sliver of hope that it wasn't true. There is no greater sorrow than a heart that has died. With Itachi already on his murderous rampage, Fugaku's heart had completely withered. A dead man cares for nothing, not even his own kin. Speak, Fugaku said, setting down his sake cup. I want to take the Uchiha clan's ninjutsu scrolls. You have a way to escape. Yes. Then go to my study and take them. They're on the second bookshelf. The clan's exclusive ninjutsu are there as well. Take them all, as long as you can get out. Thank you, clan head Sama. Fugaku nodded, poured himself another full cup, and drank it down. He had always admired this hard-working younger clansman. Time was short. Nagi quickly went to Fugaku's study. He located the second bookshelf, it was entirely filled with tomes on ninjutsu. He took out a storage scroll and swiftly packed all the books into it. What's this? Nagi noticed a sword placed inside a box. After quickly securing the items, he closed his eyes and focused his senses. To avoid running into Obito and Itachi, Nagi had deployed several shadow clones to stake out different locations beforehand. There was a clone in each distinct spot, each disguised with the transformation jutsu. This way, if Obito or Itachi eliminated any of the clones, the transferred memories would instantly reveal their positions to Nagi. "They're here. One in the east, one in the west," Nagi murmured, eyes still closed as he processed the information flooding in from his clones. "The two of them are moving from east and west, slaughtering the Uchiha Jonin. And there are white Zetsu surrounding the area, killing the old, the weak, and the children. In that case, I'll escape from the south." Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the Uchiha compound, a large contingent of masked individuals surrounded sigils drawn on the ground. A transparent barrier had materialized in the air. It was Root. Occasionally, an Uchiha Jonin managed to send out a distress signal, but all were intercepted by the barrier. Even if someone tried to escape, they would find it impossible to break through. And even if they did manage to breach it, they would immediately face the deadly assault of Root shinobi. If the barrier Nin weren't eliminated, they could instantly restore the barrier. "Watch carefully. Don't let a single one escape, or I'll hold you personally responsible." Danzo stared at the Uchiha compound, his face a mask of cold indifference. "Hi, Danzo-sama." Just then, a dark figure hidden among the trees let out a sarcastic laugh. It was one of Nagi's shadow clones. Stepping out from behind a large tree engraved with hidden sealing formulas and barrier inscriptions, the Nagi clone directly unfurled a storage scroll. Swoosh. Pang. Boom. Colorful distress signals and various emergency flares erupted into the night sky. The last time such a sight had illuminated Konoha was during the Night of the Nine Tails. Instantly, the entire village of Konoha was thrown into an uproar. Emergency distress signals were originating from the Uchiha compound. What's going on? Someone's signaling for help. Chapter 2, Battle with Obito. What's going on? Someone's calling for help. Yash. Kakashi, let's have a match. Let's see who reaches the rescue site first. Guy, clad in his green jumpsuit, immediately challenged Kakashi upon seeing the signal. Kakashi ignored Guy, his characteristic dead fish eyes fixed on the location of the distress signal. That place, it's the Uchiha compound. What could be happening there? Just then, a figure wearing a beast-style umbu mask appeared before them. By order of the Hokage-sama, all shinobi are to remain in the village and await further instructions. With a body flicker, the figure vanished. Clan head Sama, that signal. In the Hyuga clan compound, a clansman hurried towards Hyuga Hayashi. I am aware. The Hokage has issued an order, all Hyuga clan members are forbidden from leaving Konoha. But at this time, it wasn't just the Hyuga, other smaller clans like the Yamanaka, Nara, and Akimichi, the Ino-Shikacho alliance, had also received similar orders. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage was furiously railing at Danzo. That Danzo, what the hell is he doing? How could he let them send out distress signals? Now I have to clean up his mess. Boom. Another distress signal flared up from the Uchiha compound. Uchiha Nagi smirked. He had prepared plenty of these fireworks in advance. He knew no one would actually come to rescue the Uchiha clan, but irritating the third Hokage like this was rather satisfying. The will of fire. Let everyone see your hypocritical face, Sandaime. And by muddying the waters, he'd have a better chance to escape. What's going on? Didn't you say the barrier was already in place? Why are there so many distress signals? Danzo roared, furious. Lord Danzo, those signals, they're being launched from outside the barrier. A subordinate reported. Danzo. He nearly coughed up blood from sheer anger. One after another, the loud booms of the distress signal flares echoed. Basically, anyone in Konoha who wasn't blind or deaf had seen them by now. Looking at the barrier before him, Uchiha Nagi smiled faintly. This was Root's handiwork. Back when he was still a medical nin, he had often secretly used genjutsu to hypnotize injured shinobi and extract information about sealing jutsu and barriers from their minds. Just knowing a portion of the details was enough. The larger a barrier, the easier it was to find a loophole. For instance, Itachi and Kisame had strolled into Konoha as easily as if it were their own home. Boar, ram, monkey, boar, horse, ox, hare, tiger, release. Nagi performed the hand seals. Watching a gap appear in the barrier, the corners of his mouth lifted in a slight smile. Once outside this barrier, no one would be able to find him. He had prepared his escape route long ago. He had prepared for this day for a very long time, even going to great lengths and considerable cost to obtain the face-erasing appearance technique, an exceedingly cruel ninjutsu that Orochimaru would use in the future. Furthermore, he possessed another trump card, the kind of rigged exploding tags that could destroy half of Konoha, planted by a certain carpenter. Suddenly, Nagi's heart lurched violently. Sensing something was wrong, he executed several quick tumbles, moving away from his original spot. Uchiha Obito. My, you actually dodged that. Such sharp intuition, Obito said with an odd, almost playful smile, a long chain sickle in his hand. To think the records still list you as a mere chunin. Uchiha Nagi calmly observed his opponent. Obito didn't know Nagi's true capabilities, while Nagi knew Obito's inside and out. But he would likely only get one chance. Nagi drew a kunai and dashed towards Obito. Beneath his mask, Obito gave a disdainful smirk and activated his phasing ability. Swish. Nagi threw two kunai, one after the other, then drew his short sword and charged in, keeping his gaze fixed below Obito's neck the entire time. Even if Obito wasn't a genjutsu specialist, Nagi knew his own three-tomo Sharingan might not be enough to resist Obito's Mangekyo eye power. So, he adopted Guy's method, don't look at the opponent's eyes. Watching the kunai fly towards him, the first one passed right through his mask. For some reason, Obito was reminded of his battle with the fourth Hokage. He then gave a self-mocking smile. How could there possibly be a second person in this world who understood the Flying Thunder God technique? Quickly, the first kunai passed through Obito's head. As the second kunai was still phasing through Obito's body, Nagi's attack arrived. Foolish. I can solidify and grab you the instant your kunai leaves my body, Obito thought with a sneer. With the heightened dynamic vision of his Mangekyo Sharingan, Nagi's every move was crystal clear to him. Wait. What is that? Obito saw it clearly now, a thin, black wire, long and connected to the kunai. Clink. With a crisp clang of metal on metal, the two kunai collided in midair. One of them sharply changed direction, now flying towards Obito from behind. So that's it. Exploiting my single-eyes blind spot, using the first kunai as a feint, and then employing Itachi's specialty, the shuriken manipulation technique. Indeed, the human eye has a natural blind spot. When looking forward with a single eye, if you move a finger from side to side, you'll find a point where you can no longer see it. And Obito, aside from the time he transplanted a spare three-tomo Sharingan to use as an Aji, had effectively been relying on only one eye for all these years. However, my reactions are faster than you imagine, Obito thought, unfazed. The kunai that had looped back phased harmlessly through Obito's body once more, dealing no damage. Nagi's attack naturally missed as well, passing straight through Obito. But the next second, after passing through Obito's intangible form, Nagi suddenly found he couldn't move. Because he had been in a forward lunging leap, Obito had solidified just as Nagi was about to clear him, turned, and grabbed his leg. Whoosh! Ripples began to spread through the air as a mysterious vortex swirled to life in Obito's eye. Nagi had no way to resist, he didn't know any space-time ninjutsu and couldn't break free from the powerful suction. Just as Nagi's body was halfway sucked into the vortex, a strange, almost cunning smile flickered across his lips. He raised his hand towards his temple. Something's wrong. Obito's sixth sense screamed a warning. It's a trap. His Mangekyo vision caught something unusual, tiny sparks. Under Nagi's clothes, there were sparks, it was an exploding tag. Obito was forced to immediately abort the Kamui suction. If it was just an exploding tag, he could still deal with it if he reacted quickly. Solar flare. An intense white light erupted from Uchiha Nagi's body. This was a jutsu he had invented himself, nothing more than a pure, blinding flashbang effect. Nagi knew better than anyone, the Uchiha clan's strength lay in their eyes, but their eyes were also their greatest vulnerability. That was why he had developed this jutsu targeting vision. He recalled that, in the future, Yakushi Kabuto would develop something similar. He called it Solar Flare in homage to a favorite anime from his previous life. Arg. Obito had never encountered such a tactic before. His vision was momentarily, painfully, blinded. And just at that instant, thwack! A kunai fell from above. With a puff of smoke, it transformed directly into Uchiha Nagi, who swung his short sword in a deadly arc at Obito's head. This was his real body. It turned out that while planning his escape, Nagi had recalled a tactic Naruto would use in the future, using the transformation jutsu to turn himself into a weapon. One of the kunai he'd thrown at Obito had been himself in disguise. Then, after the two, apparent, kunai passed through Obito's body and collided, one was pulled back with chakra threads to strike at Obito's head from behind, while the other, the transformed Nagi, had been launched upwards, waiting for this very moment. Arg. A white, severed hand flew into the sky. Chapter 3, Battle with Uchiha Itachi. Arg. A white, severed hand flew into the sky. Obito cried out in pain. At the critical moment, instinct had made him throw up his arm to block, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. Uchiha Nagi's eyes narrowed. He pressed his advantage. The instant his feet hit the ground, he pushed off powerfully, intending to cut Obito down before his vision could recover. Boom. The exploding tag Nagi had concealed on himself detonated. Obito used the force of the blast to propel himself backward in a powerful leap. Having his Kamui interrupted at close range, being momentarily blinded by Nagi's solar flare the instant he solidified, and then losing a hand, it all seemed to take a while, but in reality, it had transpired in less than a second. Such was the speed of shinobi. The fourth Hokage could snatch the clothes off a young Naruto and teleport away in the very instant an exploding tag detonated. Obito wasn't as fast as the fourth, but his reactions were by no means slow. Swish. Uchiha Nagi's short sword swept across Obito's neck, but it was too late. Obito had already phased, and the blade passed through his neck without any sensation of contact. Though his eyes were temporarily blinded, it didn't mean he couldn't use Kamui. I underestimated you. Where did you get your information on me? After a few seconds, Obito slowly removed his remaining hand from his eyes, his vision clearing. Uchiha Nagi didn't answer. Obito having one less hand didn't mean Nagi could defeat him. Kamui's ridiculously overpowered ability essentially rendered Obito invincible in most confrontations, while Nagi, for all his skill, was merely a jonin. This was where the profound importance of intelligence in the shinobi world truly showed. By formulating a plan targeting an opponent's weaknesses, even a jonin had a chance to defeat a Kage-level powerhouse. I'll remember you, Uchiha Nagi, was it? Make sure you don't die. I look forward to our next meeting. Obito said ominously, then activated Kamui, his form twisting into a vortex before vanishing completely. Phew, he's finally gone. Uchiha Nagi wiped the sweat from his forehead. The slightest misstep, and he would have been dead. He quickly ran over, picked up Obito's severed white arm, and sealed it into a storage scroll. This thing would be very useful. Uchiha Nagi successfully exited the Uchiha compound. Since the Uchiha clan had been forcibly relocated outside Konoha's main walls, escaping Root's encircling barrier meant he was halfway to safety. Face erasing appearance technique. 3 days later, a caravan of merchants from the Land of Wind was slowly making its way through the lush forests surrounding Konoha. Konoha's geographical location was unique, with ancient trees, tens of meters tall, growing everywhere. They were on their way back to their own village, their carts laden with grain and various trade goods. Swish, swish, swish. 2 squads of masked Konoha shinobi swiftly surrounded the caravan. Kill them. Leave no one alive, the masked captain leading them ordered coldly. Wait, you must have made a mistake. We're merchants from the Land of Wind, not spies. Our identities have already been verified with the authorities, ARG. Before the merchant leader could finish speaking, a kunai, thrown with deadly precision, pierced his throat. As a volley of kunai rained down on the terrified merchants, a dark figure suddenly leaped out from their midst and bolted into the dense foliage. That's the target. 1 squad, clean up this refuse. The rest, with me, the captain with the dog-like umbu mask commanded, immediately leading his team in pursuit. Deep in the forest, Uchiha Nagi was fuming with frustration. He shouldn't have been in such a hurry to leave Konoha's immediate vicinity. He still couldn't figure out how he'd been exposed. The face-erasing appearance technique should have been flawless, he hadn't overlooked even the minute details of altering his scent and fabricating plausible memories. Fire style, great fireball technique. Several massive fireballs erupted from the trees, flying towards Nagi and brutally cutting off his path of escape. It's you. Nagi's eyes widened in disbelief. Uchiha Obito stood nonchalantly on a large tree branch, a sinister smile playing on his lips, his severed arm still conspicuously missing. Hee, enjoy the little gift I've prepared for you. And remember, Nagi, don't die, Obito said with a chuckle, then activated Kamui and slowly vanished as if he were never there. Delayed by Obito's malicious intervention, the Root pursuit squad had already caught up. Nagi understood now. Obito had leaked his whereabouts. He was using White Zetsu to monitor him. Son of a bitch. Damn you to hell, Obito. I'll get you for this. Nagi's lungs practically vibrated with rage. There was no time. Nagi immediately created several shadow clones, sending them scattering in different directions. Any delay he could buy, however small, was crucial. Faced with multiple targets, the pursuit squad had no choice but to split up again and give chase. There's still a chance, Nagi thought, his mind racing. My stealth skills are also top-notch. If I can just put some distance between us, they won't be able to track me. Just then, a dozen shuriken came flying at Nagi from behind. He managed to dodge most of them, but a few were unavoidable. With a series of sharp clangs, he expertly deflected them with his short sword. Swish. After deflecting them, however, Nagi heard a few faint but distinct clinks from behind him. He glanced back and, sure enough, the shuriken that had initially flown past him had collided with each other in midair and were now ricocheting back towards him with deadly accuracy. Earth-style wall. Nagi formed hand seals with a single hand. A defensive wall of earth instantly rose to block the incoming shuriken, because he'd spotted them just in time, small, sinister exploding tags hidden among the blades. Uchiha Itachi. That traitor. He stood on a tree branch above, his three-tomo Sharingan fixed squarely, and coldly, on Nagi. Nagi narrowed his eyes, consciously trying to keep his gaze focused below Itachi's neck. Even without activating his Mangekyo Sharingan, Itachi was a genjutsu master who had brought the art to a level of consummate perfection. One careless glance, one moment of direct eye contact, and Nagi could fall prey to his illusions. I didn't expect one to be missed, Itachi said slowly, his voice devoid of emotion. All factors within the clan had been considered, Itachi was likely thinking, his mind a fortress of cold logic. The only oversight was an unknown jonin who, for all these years, had been listed in the official records as a mere chunin. And I didn't expect you to be capable of laying hands on your own kin, Nagi retorted, his voice tight with contempt. Further words were useless. Both of them knew the grim reality, only one could walk away from this encounter alive. Itachi's presence here was undoubtedly at Danzo's behest, to cut the grass and dig up the roots, to eliminate any escaped Uchiha and leave no loose ends. As a transmigrator, Nagi had been confident in his meticulous planning, in his foresight. Yet, he hadn't anticipated that Itachi, that damn turncoat, would still be helping Danzo hunt him down even after defecting and bearing the weight of his clan's blood. However, the corners of Uchiha Nagi's mouth curved upwards into a cryptic, almost desperate smile. Don't move, Uchiha Itachi. If you make a single move, I'll destroy Konoha. You wouldn't want to see the village you preserved by slaughtering your own clan obliterated, now would you? As he spoke, he held up a scroll covered in intricate jutsu formulas, the remote detonator for the network of exploding tags he had prepared. Destroy Konoha. Itachi's expression remained impassive, yet his eyes, now swirling with the distinct pattern of the Mangekyo Sharingan which he had activated at some unseen point, betrayed a flicker of doubt. Even so, he didn't make a move. It was in his nature to carefully consider, to analyze, before acting. The entire village of Konoha is rigged with exploding tags, every last sector, including the Hokage monument itself. If I detonate them, the whole place will go up in smoke, reduced to rubble in an instant. Everyone will die, including your precious little brother. Believe it or not, that's up to you, Nagi stated, his voice surprisingly steady, not a trace of panic to be found. How can you prove it? Itachi asked, his Mangekyo gaze unwavering. I can't prove it. You can take your chances. But don't even think about trying to control me with Jinjutsu. As Nagi finished speaking, he decisively plunged a kunai into his own shoulder, deliberately avoiding vital points but ensuring a jolt of agonizing pain shot through his system. He doesn't look like he's lying, Itachi thought, his Mangekyo eyes narrowing almost imperceptibly. Chapter 4, Awakening the Mangekyo, I survived. As a transmigrator, Uchiha Nagi cherished his second chance at life more than anyone. Therefore, unless absolutely forced, he would never recklessly challenge a superior opponent with only his jonin-level strength. That was simply courting death. Having experienced death once before, he knew it wasn't a beautiful affair. He doesn't look like he's lying. Itachi frowned, just for a fleeting moment. An Uchiha jonin could be dealt with later. He couldn't gamble with Konoha's fate, not now. After the night of the massacre, the village was already seething with undercurrents of turmoil. He recognized this clansman. The man was exceptionally low-key, practically invisible aside from his work as a medical nin at the hospital. Yet, he had hidden his jonin-level strength so well that no one knew. Such deep cunning, what he said could very well be true. Uchiha Nagi smirked. He had won the gamble. Facing Itachi, he slowly backed away. Only after reaching a safe distance did he turn and begin his leaping escape. Neither of them said anything as foolish as demanding the detonation scroll be left behind, both knew it was impossible. Swish. Uchiha Nagi moved rapidly through the Konoha forest, the wound on his shoulder already superficially healed by his medical ninjutsu. Just as he was about to leap to the next tree, his pupils suddenly dilated. A dark shadow was rapidly circling around from behind the tree trunk. It was the Nara clan's shadow imitation technique, that insidious jutsu that ambushed opponents unseen. The timing was perfect. As long as Uchiha Nagi couldn't fly, he would inevitably have to land on a tree trunk, and then, he'd be done for. Fire style, Great Dragon Fire Technique. Uchiha Nagi immediately formed hand seals and unleashed the ninjutsu. This served two purposes: 1, to burn away the trees and obstruct the shadow; 2, any forward projection of flames would generate kinetic energy, and the resulting recoil would be enough to alter his trajectory. However, as he landed, the situation took another unexpected turn. Mind Transfer Jutsu. A voice called out, and Uchiha Nagi found himself unable to move. He had been caught. So, this was the real killing blow. One trap after another. This was how shinobi fought. As long as you weren't at a Superkage level, with proper intelligence and coordination, even powerhouses like Inoki or the Raikage could be taken down through cunning tactics. SHK. While he was immobilized, the shadow imitation technique reappeared, binding him tightly. Heiji, the target is under my control. You can release your technique. A masked root ninja slowly emerged from the forest. Uchiha Nagi's eyes felt like they were about to split with rage as he stared at them, and at Uchiha Itachi, who was slowly approaching from behind. Why? I just want to live, that's all. Just to live. Splurt. The hand Uchiha Nagi used to hold the detonation scroll was severed by the Nara root ninja using the shadow imitation technique, who then snatched the scroll and brought it before himself. I don't want to die. The excruciating pain from his severed hand, the imminent crisis of death, Uchiha Nagi's three-tomo Sharingan began to spin with frantic speed. His spiritual energy had long since reached its peak, all that was missing was this final push. In this life-or-death crisis, in this moment of utter despair, the chakra within Uchiha Nagi's body began to change wildly. A trace of sinister, cold energy started to mutate and surge towards his eyes. Not good. He's about to break free. Kill him, quickly. The root ninja's expression changed drastically. He pressed his hands together, desperately trying to maintain control of his shadow imitation technique. He, who could normally control several jonin with ease, suddenly found it incredibly difficult. The target's spiritual energy was rapidly increasing. Understood. The root ninja called Heiji swiftly threw several kunai aimed at Uchiha Nagi's vital points. I broke free. Uchiha Nagi was overjoyed. His spiritual energy, which had surged in the face of death, allowed him to break free just as the kunai were about to pierce him. With his medical ninjutsu, it didn't matter if he couldn't dodge all the kunai, as long as he avoided fatal hits. Amaterasu. A torrent of black flames rushed towards him. Itachi's eyesight hadn't deteriorated to nearsightedness yet. The moment he saw Nagi's three-tomo Sharingan begin to spin rapidly from a distance, he knew something was terribly wrong. This was the sign of an Uchiha about to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. Thus, he chose to eliminate this Uchiha straggler with his strongest and fastest ninjutsu. Am I going to die like this? Uchiha Nagi's three-tomo Sharingan tracked the black flames with unprecedented speed, as if in slow motion. He couldn't dodge. His eyes could keep up, but his body couldn't. At this moment, he didn't realize that the reason he could see the Amaterasu flames so clearly was because his three-tomo had already merged. The next second, just 0.01 seconds before the black flames were about to touch Uchiha Nagi, he vanished. Only a voice lingered in the air. Uchiha Itachi, you just wait. Arriving at the scene, Uchiha Itachi looked around in confusion. Flying Thunder God technique? Impossible. Apart from the fourth Hokage, no one has successfully mastered it to this day. And he couldn't possibly have had the chance to learn it from the Scroll of Seals. Ha 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 ha. I survived. To hell with Konoha, to hell with the Uchiha. Let them all eat shit. I've got the tenacity of a damn cockroach. You're all sick in the head. Madmen. A village that destroys its own strength, a turncoat who slaughters his own kin, you're all goddamn lunatics. You want to kill me? Come on. Bring it on. Uchiha Nagi clutched his severed arm, his hair disheveled, laughing hysterically at the sky. He knew. The Mangekyo Sharingan he had yearned for, the eye that reflects the heart's desires, had awakened. Uchiha Itachi, you just wait. Once my injuries heal, the first thing I'll do when I go back is kill that little brat Sasuke. I'll let you taste true pain. Uchiha Nagi gritted his teeth, his hatred for that Uchiha turncoat bone deep. Fine, be a damn double agent if you want, but why did you have to pursue even a small fry like me who was just trying to escape? The people passing by on the street stared at him as if he were a madman or a murderer, fearfully shrinking away. A murderer. Quick, notify the police. This person is bleeding so much. The surroundings were a clamor of voices. Looking around, Uchiha Nagi frowned. From the feel of it, this didn't seem to be the land of fire, much less the shinobi world. He had just seen a car. The ability awakened in his left eye was something like teleportation, a power born from his desperate longing to return to the modern world, his heart's reflection of the desire to escape and survive in that life-or-death moment. And his right eye. Uchiha Nagi wasn't sure yet. It had all happened too quickly. He estimated he'd figure out his right eye's ability within the next 2 or 3 days. Hey, are you all right? Do you need me to take you to a doctor? There's a doctor nearby who's very skilled, a young girl suddenly approached, asking with concern. Although Uchiha Nagi was covered in blood and his arm was severed, who could deny he was handsome? Good looks had always been a valuable asset, and the Uchiha were consistently blessed in that department. After seeing Uchiha Nagi's face, the girl's eyes lit up. She immediately dismissed any suspicion that he might be a bad person and began to show genuine concern. No need, Uchiha Nagi managed. It's all right. Dr. Tamayo is a very good doctor. Even if you don't have money, she'll treat you for free. And her medical skills are excellent. Tamayo. Uchiha Nagi frowned. Tamayo. Could it be the world of Demon Slayer? Uchiha Nagi was about to say something more when his vision suddenly went black, and he fainted. Chakra exhaustion. Chapter 5, The World of Demon Slayer. You seem quite drawn to my blood, don't you? Uchiha Nagi observed the kimono-clad beauty currently bandaging his wounds. She possessed an air of gentle grace and virtue, combined with the unique, reassuring presence of a skilled physician. A woman of striking beauty, yet her aura was even more captivating than her looks. Beside them, a young boy was constantly swallowing, his eyes betraying an unconcealed craving for Nagi's blood. The beautiful woman before him, however, though her throat might occasionally work as if to swallow, maintained an unwavering calmness in her gaze from start to finish. Uchiha Nagi's face was a little pale. The combination of excessive blood loss, the awakening of his Mangekyo Sharingan, and using Mind Teleporter to traverse space and time had utterly depleted his chakra. Mind Teleporter was a technique similar to the Supreme Kai's instantaneous movement in Dragon Ball, allowing him to teleport to any desired location. For short distances, it resembled a simple body flicker technique, but crossing dimensions consumed an immense amount of dojutsu power and chakra. Nagi estimated that his left eye spacetime teleportation ability would be unusable for at least a year. Still, ever since arriving in this world, he'd felt an inexplicable sense of peace, something he hadn't experienced in Konoha. Uchiha Nagi had learned to trust his instincts. Yes, the kimono-clad beauty, Tamayo, said with a gentle smile. Your blood is of a rare type, highly attractive to demons. In fact, you seem to possess the most exquisite quality of rare blood, even more precious than usual. Are you perhaps a new Hashira? I sense that you are incredibly strong. So beautiful, Lady Tamayo is so beautiful, the boy beside her instantly turned to stone, staring blankly at Tamayo, drool nearly escaping the corner of his mouth. He was the very picture of an utter simp. Hashira. Demon Slayer Core. Nagi paused. My apologies, I'm not. I'm merely a wanderer with no place to call home. He was certain now, this was the world of Demon Slayer. Sigh. It was all his fault. In his previous life, he'd yearned too strongly to go to an anime world, and now, after his Sharingan had awakened, he'd ended up in Demon Slayer instead of the modern era. But no matter. He had Obito's white Zetsu arm in his storage scroll, and he conveniently just lost an arm. Could this be fate? This time, it was Tamayo's turn to be surprised. She asked, incredulous, "You're not a Hashira?" That's astonishing. The impression I get from you is that you're as powerful as a Hashira. No, wait. Your breathing is like that of an ordinary person. You're definitely not a Hashira. The Hashira use their breathing styles constantly. Uchiha Nagi smiled faintly. Indeed, I am not a Hashira. This is my first time in this country. As for demons, I've only heard tales of them, I've never encountered one, let alone a female demon as beautiful as yourself. Tamayo. Was that a compliment on her beauty? Tamayo was a little speechless. She had initially assumed he was a new Hashira and had let her guard down. Now that it turned out he wasn't, the situation was a bit awkward. Fortunately, he didn't seem to be a member of the Demon Slayer Corps either, or a conflict might have erupted. The Demon Slayers were individuals who, upon encountering a demon, would want to kill it immediately. Only the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps, Abuyashiki Kagaya, and the high-ranking Hashira knew of her existence. Tamayo was the only demon in 1,000 years to have broken free from the control of the Demon King, Kibutsuji Musen. She was also the only demon who could control her urge to consume humans. No, there was one other, the simp at her side, Yashiro. Yashiro had originally been a child suffering from an incurable illness. He was the only demon Tamayo had successfully converted using her own blood over many years. Tamayo's goal was to research a way to turn demons back into humans and then to eliminate Kibutsuji Musen, the demon king who plagued the human world. Tamayo smiled faintly. Thank you for your compliment. Might I ask your name, sir? Uchiha Nagi. Uchiha Nagi. That's an uncommon surname, I've scarcely heard it before. I wonder, would you have any interest in joining the Demon Slayer Corps? I could recommend you. Tamayo was confident in her assessment. The killing intent, the scent of blood, and the unconsciously emitted aura emanating from him all told her that his strength was at least on par with a Hashira. For such a powerful individual not to be part of the Demon Slayer Corps, but an outsider. Tamayo was intensely curious about Uchiha Nagi's origins, but she didn't forget her mission. If such a strong person could be introduced to Abuyashiki Kagaya and join the Demon Slayer Corps, humanity's strength would be further bolstered. Dr. Tamayo, Uchiha Nagi said, could you tell me about the Demon Slayer Corps and the Hashira? I come from a different land and am not familiar with matters here. He had watched some anime in his previous life, but he knew better than to rely on that information as a definitive guide in this real world. Doing so could lead to a gruesome end, a lesson Uchiha Nagi had learned from his experiences in the Great Ninja War. Besides, how did a Hashira's strength compare to the ranks in the Naruto world? Jonin. Tokubetsu Jonin. Or perhaps even Kage level. Of course, Tamayo replied. I will give you a detailed explanation, and then you can decide whether or not you wish to join the Demon Slayer Corps. Kimetsu no Yaiba, that was the name Uchiha Nagi knew from before he crossed over. But here, it was a real world. In this world, at some unknown point in time, creatures called demons had appeared. They were incredibly difficult to kill, possessing tenacious life force and seemingly no weaknesses. As long as they consumed humans, they could grow infinitely stronger. And all demons in the world originated from one individual, the Demon King, Kibutsuji Musen. After many years, breathing styles emerged, a training method that involved honing one's body through specific breathing techniques to gain the strength needed to combat demons. People began to discover ways to deal with them. First, demons could not appear in daylight, as they feared the sun. Second, decapitating them with a Nichiren blade could kill them. Nichiren blades were forged from a special ore found only on high mountains closest to the sun. When a demon's neck was severed by a Nichiren blade, it could not regenerate or recover. Otherwise, even if their necks were cut by ordinary swords, they could continue to fight as if unharmed. The final method was poison. Demons detested wisteria flowers. Different types of wisteria flowers acted as varying potent poisons to them. While the poison might not kill them outright, it could immobilize them until daylight, when the sun's rays would finish them off. Interesting, Uchiha Nagi said, glancing at his severed arm. I agree to join the Demon Slayer Corps. However, I'll need some time to heal. I need to reattach my arm. Reattach your arm? Are you also a physician? Tamayo was astonished, even more so by his claim of reattaching a severed limb. Such medical techniques clearly didn't exist in this world yet. Indeed. While my medical skills may not be the absolute best, reattaching an arm isn't a problem for me. Tamayo hesitated, a slight blush coloring her cheeks. Excuse me, she said shyly, but on the day you plan to reattach your arm, would you permit me to observe? If I could learn such a medical art, I could save many more people in the future. Uchiha Nagi readily agreed. No problem at all. If you're willing, I can teach you everything I know. However, I have a condition, an equivalent exchange. I hope to learn the medical arts you've mastered. Tamayo was a physician who had lived for over 1,000 years. Uchiha Nagi didn't believe her medical skills would be inferior to Tsunade's. Even though this world lacked chakra, time could lead to profound expertise. Certain specialized knowledge she possessed was precisely what he needed. This was because Uchiha Nagi planned to transplant the white Zetsu arm he had taken from Obito. To do so rashly, without various tests and experimental data, would be like buying a lottery ticket. After all, Hashirama's cells were even more terrifying than cancer cells. Really? That's wonderful. Arigato. Tamayo stood up joyfully and gave Uchiha Nagi a deep, 90-degree bow. So beautiful. Lady Tamayo's smile is so beautiful. Once again, the boy Yashiro transformed into a complete simp, his eyes glazed over as he gazed at his boss. Just then, a young, energetic girl poked her head in curiously. Excuse me, is he all healed? Chapter 6, Sword of Tatsuka. Just then, a young, energetic girl poked her head in curiously. Excuse me, is he all healed? It was her, the girl who had been the first to rush forward and support Uchiha Nagi on the street earlier. She was also the one who had brought the unconscious Nagi to Tamayo for treatment. In his state of excessive blood loss, chakra depletion from awakening his Mangekyo Sharingan for the first time and traversing dimensions, and subsequent collapse, anyone could have easily taken Uchiha Nagi's life. If she hadn't brought him to Tamayo, Nagi would likely have died from blood loss after fainting. Fortunately, not only had he encountered a kind girl, but also a demon who didn't consume humans. This is Kagome. You fainted on the street, and she brought you here, Tamayo explained. The girl, Kagome, appeared rather carefree, but upon seeing Uchiha Nagi, her cheeks couldn't help but flush, clearly admiring something about him. Has Dr. Tamayo treated you? Dr. Tamayo, how much is the medical fee? I might not have brought enough. Kagome said, scratching her head in embarrassment. There's no need. Uchiha Nagi was about to say he had money when a thought struck him. The corner of his mouth twitched, his money was from the Naruto world and certainly wouldn't be usable here. Hee, it's not necessary, Tamayo said. I merely stopped this gentleman's bleeding. There's no charge. Besides, I'll be learning medical knowledge from Mr. Uchiha later on. By the way, Mr. Uchiha Nagi, Tamayo continued, due to some particular reasons, it's not very convenient for me here. During the time you're recovering, perhaps you could stay at Kagome's place. Kagome happens to live alone. Because she and Yashiro were demons, they used a blood demon art to conceal their house to avoid their own kind. If the scent of an unfamiliar human lingered in the house, it could easily attract trouble. Oh my, really? Is that okay? That would be wonderful, Kagome exclaimed happily. Uchiha Nagi. Seriously, is this safe? Bringing a strange man home. And so, after leaving Tamayo's house, Uchiha Nagi followed Kagome to her home. Night fell, and the bustling streets teemed with people coming and going. There were vendors hawking their wares, beggars pleading along the roadside, and even gaudily dressed courtesans waving handkerchiefs from second-story balconies, soliciting customers. Hey there, little brother, care to come up for a cup of tea? My, what a handsome young man. Sisters, quick, look. Kagome's expression darkened, and she huffily pulled Uchiha Nagi away from the scene. Uchiha Nagi looked around, a little dazed. No ninja, no war. This was a peaceful world, somewhat reminiscent of the steam age, with electric lights, automobiles, and internal combustion engines. There were also buildings made of reinforced concrete, and police officers patrolled with batons, only carrying guns in emergencies. If only this world didn't have creatures like demons. It felt as if Uchiha Nagi had returned to the modern era, everything was so familiar. If history followed its normal course, the internet would probably appear in the near future. That night, in Kagome's home, Uchiha Nagi sat on a cushion, gazing at the starry sky. He held a musical instrument in one hand and was playing a melody. Kagome watched Uchiha Nagi, her eyes misty. She had never heard such a beautiful tune. It was as if she were transported into the music itself, a scene involuntarily appearing in her mind, a man playing an instrument in a meadow in her hometown. When the piece ended, Kagome came back to her senses, her face slightly flushed. Nagi-kun, she said shyly, that song is so beautiful. What's its name? Could you teach it to me sometime? All right. Uchiha Nagi nodded. It's called Scenery of the Hometown. If you like it, I can teach you. Really? Thank you so much, Nagi-kun. Hometown, such a distant word. The Naruto world wasn't his home, and this world still wasn't. After Kagome had gone to rest, Uchiha Nagi took out the scroll he had obtained from Fugaku's home. Susanoo, Izanami, Izanagi, these were all dojutsu born from the Uchiha clan's millennia of developing the Sharingan to its utmost limits. Uchiha Nagi wouldn't use the latter too, their side effects were too severe, sacrificing an eye with each use. So, only Susanoo remained. Susanoo was the technique with the lightest cost, requiring only dojutsu power. However, before the Mangekyo Sharingan evolved into an eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, excessive or frequent use would lead to blindness. Unless... Uchiha Nagi glanced at his missing left hand. The Mangekyo's dojutsu power wasn't irrecoverable, it just recovered extremely slowly. Otherwise, Madara wouldn't have been able to fight the first Hokage for so long. But if one transplanted the first Hokage's cells, this recovery speed would increase 100-fold. And the first Hokage's cells were something even more terrifying than cancer cells. Fortunately, White Zetsu was made of second-generation, diluted cells, which were relatively milder. Still, transplanting a White Zetsu arm required some experiments to be safe, and luckily, he knew medical ninjutsu. Uchiha Nagi touched his right eye. Because his chakra had been drained, his body's strength had been concentrated on supplying his left eye. Although his right eye had awakened, it was still dormant. Once his body returned to its normal state in a couple of days, he would be able to find out what its ability was. Jack of all trades, master of none, was an accurate description of Uchiha Nagi. Due to his greed, and more so because he lacked a Kage-level mentor, he had learned a bit of everything but mastered nothing. Like Itachi, who was most proficient in Genjutsu, the White Fang, in swordsmanship, Guy, in Taijutsu, the fourth Hokage, in the Flying Thunder God technique. Looking at all the main characters, they all had one thing in common, good teachers, some even more than one. This was also why Uchiha Nagi had agreed to join the Demon Slayer Corps. In the Naruto world, he had no good teacher and couldn't learn the top-tier ninjutsu. His wide but shallow skill set was more a result of helplessness. However, when Fugaku had lost all hope, he had allowed Nagi to pack up some of the clan's ninjutsu. That would be enough. Uchiha Nagi picked up a sword, one that was entirely black and unsharp-beamed. It looked more like a decorative sword for ceremonial rituals. Under the resonance of his Mangekyo Sharingan, Uchiha Nagi sensed a peculiar energy within the blade. But Uchiha Nagi knew that anything kept in Fugaku's study was definitely not simple. After much thought, he felt the most likely possibility was that this was the legendary sword Itachi had used to defeat Orochimaru. The Sword of Totsuka. A sword exclusively for Uchiha, specifically for Susanoo users, passed down through generations. Itachi had left Konoha after the night of the massacre. The sword of Totsuka was either given to him by Fugaku before the massacre, or on the night of the massacre itself. Clearly, Fugaku didn't know Itachi had the Mangekyo Sharingan before the massacre, so he couldn't have passed it to him then. That meant it was given to him at the moment of Fugaku's death. And now, Uchiha Nagi had intercepted it. Chapter 7, The Right Eye's Ability. Nagi-kun, dinner is ready. A pleasant female voice called from the living room. To be honest, Uchiha Nagi was particularly unaccustomed to this kind of situation, a beautiful young girl staring at him all day with love-struck eyes. Was he supposed to act like a beast, or worse than a beast? Even more awkwardly, the paper money from the Naruto world he had prepared was now useless paper in this world, not even comfortable enough to wipe his rear with. And to reduce the weight and space of his storage scroll, Uchiha Nagi hadn't exchanged any gold for storage when he fled. Apart from the books he carried, all he had were explosive tags, soldier pills, and kunai. However, considering that if he joined the Demon Slayer Corps, he wouldn't have to worry about his livelihood, Uchiha Nagi remembered that although this world did its best to conceal the existence of demons, it didn't prohibit the development of the Demon Slayer Corps. Clearly, the human higher-ups were aware. Moreover, even ordinary members of the Demon Slayer Corps received a monthly salary of 200,000, and Hashira-level members were given as much as they needed. Not to mention the vast logistical support staff. It was evident that the government was secretly providing financial backing. How much funding would such a complete system require? The Ubuyashiki family's ancestral wealth was clearly not enough. Every generation of Ubuyashiki lived no longer than 30 years, and after 18, they were sickly, lacking the energy to manage businesses. Furthermore, newspapers never reported on Demon Slayer Corps matters, something only achievable with help from the human higher-ups. And then there were the numerous deaths each year from the Demon Slayer Corps' seed selection process, drawing candidates from all over the country. But those were distant concerns. What Uchiha Nagi wanted to do now was to quickly complete the data comparison for transplanting the white Zetsu arm, then enhance his own strength. Additionally, he wanted to learn this world's breathing styles. If Uchiha Nagi wasn't mistaken, the breathing styles of this world should be similar to Sage Jutsu, that is, natural energy. Nagi-kun, try this. Kagome placed a carefully cooked piece of meat into Uchiha Nagi's bowl. Thank you, Kagome. Uchiha Nagi wasn't one for pretense, he picked it up and ate. Almost 80% of the meal ended up in his stomach. Significant blood loss and chakra recovery both required food intake for nourishment. Nagi-kun eats even more than I do. When I was little, my nickname was Rice Bucket. When I grew up, they called me Sister Bucket. If you don't mind, Nagi-kun, you can just call me Bucket. Kagome said, blinking her eyes. After he had eaten and drunk his fill, Uchiha Nagi looked at Kagome. Is there anything you want? I've always believed in equivalent exchange. You saved my life once, so you can ask for anything you desire. The girl blinked, her face suddenly blushing for some unknown reason. She quickly shook her head. No, there's nothing I want. Nagi-kun, you should focus on getting better first. I'll go get medicine from Dr. Tamayo. There's no need. How can that be? Don't worry, I have money. Before Uchiha Nagi could finish, the girl rushed off like a whirlwind, her face red to the tips of her ears. Who knew what kind of harmonious thoughts were running through her mind? Uchiha Nagi sighed helplessly. Sigh, what I meant to say was, I've recovered some of my chakra and can treat my external injuries myself. With that, Uchiha Nagi raised his right hand, which emitted the green glow of medical ninjutsu, and began to treat his left arm. However, while he could heal it, he couldn't regenerate a severed limb, because medical ninjutsu essentially just stimulated the body cells to divide again. Finding a mirror, Uchiha Nagi slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the 3 tomo of his Sharingan appeared, then spun rapidly, eventually accelerating and merging together. A Mangekyo Sharingan pattern emerged. Why does it look a bit like a plum blossom? The Mangekyo pattern resembled a plum blossom, with a round center and surrounding petals. Although his left eye couldn't use Mind Teleporter for the time being, just using it for visual observation without activating dojutsu wouldn't consume much of its power. His right eye, he would try it in a couple of days, when his body's chakra recovered to 90%, to see what its ability was. Uchiha Nagi had a hunch that the ability wouldn't be weak. But besides escape, what else had he desired in his heart's reflection at that moment? Earth style, temporary underground base jutsu. Then, before Kagome returned, Uchiha Nagi used earth style to create a small underground room, a technique similar to Yamato's wood-style houses. The difference was that an earth-style temporary basement wasn't stable and needed to be reinforced with ninjutsu daily. Uchiha Nagi took out some medical equipment from his storage scroll, along with a section of a white Zetsu arm. Although this world was safe, it was only during the day. Knights were not 100% safe. Whether it was for future revenge in the Naruto world or for surviving safely here, improving his strength was an urgent matter. One hand is indeed inconvenient. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Uchiha Nagi performed a one-handed seal and created 2 clones. Hand seals were merely for stabilizing chakra output and jutsu formation. They could be done with 1 or 2 hands. With strong enough control, one might not even need seals. Thus, Uchiha Nagi began to extract white Zetsu cells in the basement and conduct clinical trials with his own blood. Although his past life's memories told him that white Zetsu cells weren't as domineering as the first Hokage's, perfect fusion wouldn't be that easy. Nagi-kun, where did you go? Nagi-kun. Hearing Kagome calling for him outside, Uchiha Nagi stopped his experiment, stored everything back into the storage scroll, and walked out of the temporary Earth-style basement. I'm here, Uchiha Nagi responded as he emerged. Huh? Nagi-kun, you're here. When did my garden get a basement? Kagome asked, looking puzzled. I just made it. I needed to do some experiments, and it wasn't convenient in the house. Oh. The lively and cheerful girl immediately put the matter out of her mind. Nagi-kun, I brought the medicine. Come inside, and I'll change your dressing for you. No need, I can do it, mice. No way, it's inconvenient for you with one hand. I'll do it. And so, Uchiha Nagi took off his shirt and sat in the room while the girl bandaged and changed his dressings. Besides the injury on his arm, he also had kunai wounds on his body, though those were minor and not in vital areas. While Kagome was changing the dressings, her face was constantly red, and she would occasionally touch his muscles, lost in some thought. Seeing as she wasn't an old lady or a man, Uchiha Nagi endured it. That night, after Kagome had helped Uchiha Nagi make his bed, she seemed to think of something, stared blankly for a moment, and then, after being snapped out of it by Nagi, she covered her face, shrieked, and ran out. Uchiha Nagi. I didn't do anything. Chapter 8, Yaiba and Susumaru. I didn't do anything. He had originally thought that the little girls in Konoha were a special case. He hadn't expected the girls in the world of Demon Slayer to be even more intense, if not more so. On the bustling street, a boy with a scar on his forehead was screaming hysterically in the direction of a man in a western suit and brimmed hat. Kibutsuji Musen, I will never forgive you. No matter where you go, I'll chase you to the ends of hell to take your head. I will absolutely never forgive you. However, even as he shouted, his body didn't pursue. He was desperately holding down another man. This man had just scratched his own wife. The reason was that Kibutsuji Musen, while passing by, had grazed the man's neck, allowing a bit of his Demon King blood to seep in. Immediately, the man's eyes had turned bloodshot, and he writhed on the ground in agony, contorted in pain. Then, in the process of transforming into a demon, he had tried to eat his own wife. To prevent casualties among the crowd, the kind-hearted boy had no choice but to give up chasing Kibutsuji Musen, even though Musen was the murderer of his entire family. Hey. Let go of that man, or we won't be so polite. The police, who had arrived upon hearing the commotion, knew nothing about demons. They only saw the man's wife lying in a pool of blood. Seeing the boy struggling with another ferocious-looking man, they brandished their batons, about to step in and restrain them. I'm sorry, I can't let him go. No one else can control him. More people will get hurt otherwise, the boy cried out, flustered. How could he explain? No one here but me can stop him. Please don't come closer. Get away quickly. Just when the boy was at his wit's end, a gentle, pleasant voice came from the crowd. Blood demon art, bewitching blood, scent of illusory blood. The people on the street suddenly saw scenes of flowers dancing everywhere, everyone had fallen into an illusion. Ah, what is this? Nanny, what's happening? Why are there flowers everywhere? The boy stared intently in one direction, because a woman in a kimono and a boyish attendant were slowly approaching. Their scent, it was that of demons. Allow me to help you, the woman in the kimono said gently. This scent, you're a demon, the boy with the scar on his head exclaimed in surprise. That's right. I am a demon, and also a doctor. My name is Tamayo. Her scent is very pure, she isn't lying. An hour later, in Tamayo's house, the wife who had been scratched by the demonized man lay sleeping on a sickbed. I'm sorry, that lady, is she? The scarred boy asked. Tamayo said with regret, she will be fine. However, her husband. Although we feel terrible about it, her husband has been tied up and locked in the cellar. Tamayo stood up and said to the boy, let me introduce myself. I am Tamayo, and this is Yashiro. We are both demons. Because of my profession as a doctor, we only need a very small amount of blood to survive, so we don't need to eat humans. Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Kamado Tanjiro. This is my sister, Nezuko. She's also a demon. The boy, Tanjiro, stood up and introduced his sister, letting her out of the wooden box he carried. I believe you are not demons who kill indiscriminately, because you have a clear scent, free of lies. By the way, Miss Tamayo, do you know a way to turn a demon back into a human? My sister Nezuko is also a demon, but she has never eaten a human. I'm searching everywhere for a way to turn her back. This was his special ability, an incredible sense of smell that could not only detect various odors but also the scent of emotions. Tamayo pondered for a moment and said, for many years, I too have been searching for a way to turn demons back into humans. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to collect enough demon blood. Otherwise, I might have been able to develop a cure. Yashiro is the only child I've managed to convert into a demon in 200 years. Young Tanjiro was astounded. 200 years. Excuse me, how old are you? Yashiro, at the side, immediately flew into a rage and punched Tanjiro in the stomach. You bastard. Don't ask a lady her age. Nezuko looked blankly from her brother to them, then, bored, lay on the floor and started rolling around. While they were talking in the clinic, two demons were tracking the scarred boy, Tanjiro, through the streets. This was an order from their master, Kibutsuji Muzan. The pair consisted of a male and a female. The male had eyes on the palms of his hands, and the female had several arms, each holding a temari ball. Ah, the medicine has run out. Nagi-kun, I'm going to Dr. Tamayo's to get some more. Kagome called out towards the basement before skipping cheerfully out the door. Uchiha Nagi, who was conducting an experiment, acknowledged her. But for some reason, after she left, he felt increasingly restless and uneasy, even knocking over a few test tubes during his work. What's going on? Why do I feel so unsettled, yet there's no sense of danger? Uchiha Nagi paused, the test tube in his hand, and frowned. He took a deep breath, calmed himself, and continued the experiment, but the strong feeling of agitation persisted. Uchiha Nagi put down the test tube and went out of the basement for some fresh air. Night had fallen, and the lights of countless homes were already lit. The human settlements with electricity looked dazzling, as if he had returned to the modern era. It's already night, huh? Autumn and winter days pass so quickly. Uchiha Nagi looked at the sky, it was already dark. Wait. He suddenly remembered where his unease was coming from. This peaceful world had no ninja, but it did have creatures that could only come out at night, demons. After awakening his Mangekyo Sharingan, Uchiha Nagi's spiritual energy was exceptionally strong. He was certain his agitation wasn't without reason. That could only mean one thing, danger. Kagome was in danger. At this thought, Uchiha Nagi's eyes snapped open, the three Tomo appearing within them. Swoosh, the next second, he leaped onto a rooftop and vanished. Seventh form, drop ripple thrust, curve. The protagonist of the Demon Slayer world, Tanjiro, was using water breathing to fight two demons who had followed his scent to Tamayo's house. It was a male and a female, subordinates sent by Kibutsuji Muzan to hunt him. It's an honor for you to be killed by me, one of the 12 Kazuki. Come on, let's play together until dawn, ha ha ha. The woman with 6 arms laughed excitedly. Hey, Susamaru, that kid's head, the one with the Hanafuda-like earrings, remember not to smash it. We need to take it back to report. TCH tastes awful. The other, a male demon, was holding a pale arm, his mouth, split to his ears, biting into it. Why do the balls curve? Tanjiro wondered aloud, perplexed. The temari balls thrown by the female demon in front of him were incredibly powerful, but what he couldn't understand was how they could curve to attack them. This made them immensely powerful and like guided missiles. Tanjiro was overwhelmed, just dodging was a struggle, let alone trying to cut off her neck. You even killed someone. Tanjiro roared in anger. The hand the male demon held was still dripping with blood, clearly a fresh kill. This? Hee, I just ran into her on the way. Seemed like she was looking for that traitor Tamayo. She looked young, so I ate her on a whim. Didn't expect the meat to be so tough, the male demon with eyes on his hands, Yaiba, cursed. Tanjiro was enraged, about to use, 6th form, twisting whirlpool, flowing, to deal with them, when an emotionless voice suddenly interjected. This male won. I'll take care of him. Under the dim starlight. Remnants of torn clothing were scattered on the ground. Besides pools of blood, only a severed head remained. There was also a basket on the ground, meant for carrying medicine from Tamayo's, now lying forlornly to the side. Uchiha Nagi's hand trembled as he reached for the head. He brushed aside the hair covering the face. It was Kagome. This girl he had known for only a few days now lay here, eternally asleep. A cheerful smile still graced her lips. This was perhaps the only good news, as she might have died without feeling any physical pain. Uchiha Nagi's hands wouldn't stop trembling, nor would his shoulders, his legs. It wasn't fear, but anger. Anger so intense his body trembled uncontrollably. Suddenly, he lifted his head. The three tomo in his eyes had already transformed into the plum blossom pattern of his Mangekyo Sharingan. The Mangekyo spun ceaselessly, immense dojutsu power surging forth, emitting a sinister and powerful aura. Chapter 9, See through and analyze the operational principles of all things. This male won. I'll take care of him. Tanjiro, Tamayo, and the others looked up. Standing on a large tree was a man with a severed arm, his shoulder-length hair tied back, his eyes glowing with an eerie red light. In Uchiha Nagi's hand, he held a head. It was Kagome's. Her eyes were wide open, a brilliant smile still gracing her face even in death. What unsettled Tanjiro was the scent emanating from the man. It was incredibly sinister, carrying a chill like the dead of winter, yet he wasn't a demon. You're human? Tanjiro asked, bewildered. That's Mr. Uchiha, Lady Tamayo's patient from a couple of days ago, Yashiro called out from the house behind them. Human? Uchiha Nagi leaped down from the tree. After gently placing Kagome's head down, he wiped the bloodstains from her face. This girl he had known for merely a few days. Then, he stood up, his expression impassive, and slowly walked towards the male demon, Yaiba. You shouldn't have hurt her. She was innocent. As he spoke these words, Uchiha Nagi's icy eyes were as cold as a winter's night, yet a towering inferno of rage was hidden in their depths. Looking at the red-eyed man before him, the male demon Yaiba, far from being afraid, was overjoyed. Rare blood. And the absolute finest quality of rare blood. Haha, you're mine. Hey, Yaiba, don't even think about hogging him all to yourself. We split him 50-50, the female demon, Susumaru, immediately interjected from the side. I know, Yaiba hadn't even finished speaking when Uchiha Nagi before him launched his attack. Fire style, great fireball technique. 7 or 8 fireballs, each 2 meters wide, flew towards Yaiba. The demon was shocked. Didn't the demon slayers only use breathing styles and sword techniques? Since when could they use skills similar to blood demon arts? Yaiba agilely dodged several fireballs and used his blood demon art to dispel a few others. However, when he leaped onto a tree, he found several shuriken already flying towards him. Seeing the shuriken missing him, he sneered disdainfully, can't even hit a person, and still. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, in the next second, the shuriken, along with nearly invisible wires, entangled him and the tree together. This is black steel wire. Yaiba was aghast. Using the darkness as cover, the shuriken had exploited his visual blind spot, colliding with each other to bind him securely. But if it was just this. Fire style, dragon fire technique. A long stream of flame, following the steel wires of the shuriken, rapidly extended and struck Yaiba before he could break free. The massive blaze illuminated the night sky, its intense heat capable of melting even steel. Killed just like that. Tanjiro watched blankly. No, he suddenly realized and shouted towards Uchiha Nagi. Watch out. He's not dead yet. Demons can't be killed unless their necks are cut by a Nichiren blade. Be careful. Instantly, a figure burst out from the flames. With a wave of both hands towards Uchiha Nagi, an invisible telekinetic force shot towards him. Damn it. Tanjiro swung his Nichiren blade, intending to rush over and sever the unseen red arrows, but the female demon, Susumaru, blocked his path. Haha, you should worry about yourself first, little boy. Susumaru then threw several incredibly powerful Temari balls at Tanjiro. Damn it. Be careful. Tanjiro had to break off his rescue attempt and engage Susumaru directly. Unexpectedly, just as the unseen red telekinetic force was about to hit Uchiha Nagi, he easily dodged it. What? He can see it. How is that possible? How can a mere human see it and dodge it? Yaiba roared in disbelief. However, in Uchiha Nagi's eyes, the opponent's telekinetic-like ability was clearly visible to his Sharingan. Although it wasn't chakra, its energy-based composition was perfectly clear to him. Not only that, due to Kagome's death, a cold and sinister chakra had begun to mutate and surge into his right eye. Uchiha Nagi now also knew the ability of his right Mangekyo. Shadow Clone Jutsu, Uchiha Nagi performed a one-handed seal, and 5 identical clones appeared, immediately rushing towards Yaiba. What is this? A blood demon art. How are there 5 of him? Yaiba was once again dumbfounded. He knew there was an upper-rank demon who could make clones, but he'd never heard of a human who couldn't use blood demon arts being able to do so. Yaiba waved his hands rapidly. 2 of the clones were caught by his Kokushibo-like arrows, swiftly lifted into the sky, and then slammed violently downwards. Poof. Poof. The 2 clones vanished in puffs of smoke. Yaiba then looked at the remaining 3, who were rapidly closing in on him. However, he wasn't flustered. A human without a Nichiren blade couldn't kill a demon. Ha ha ha, without a Nichiren blade, you think you can burn me to death? Demons can't be burned to death. Only you fragile humans can. Uchiha Nagi, expressionless, raised a hand to the side of his head. You're too confident. Solar flare. An intensely blinding light erupted in the darkness, as bright as day, momentarily blinding even Tanjiro and Susumaru, who were fighting nearby, forcing them to pause their battle. Besides, who said fire can't burn you to death? Amaterasu. Uchiha Nagi opened his right eye, blood trickling from its corner. A jet-black flame instantly struck Yaiba. Arg, my eyes. Fire again. I told you, fire can't kill me. Wait, what is this flame, what's happening? Yaiba's recovery ability was clearly superior to a human's. Where a human would need 10 seconds to recover their vision, he recovered in 3 or 4. But upon regaining his sight, Yaiba found himself covered in black flames. Even more terrifying, these flames couldn't be extinguished, no matter how he tried to put them out, they kept burning. Uchiha Nagi watched impassively. I'm very curious if your regeneration truly has no energy limit. Enjoy it. Damn you arg. Yaiba spread his hands, but the intense burning of the black flames, along with a strange energy within them, interfered with his blood demon art. Skin, flesh, bones, every moment, they were being burned to ash by the black flames, yet the demon's constitution forced him to regenerate rapidly. This agony was like being sliced by 1,000 cuts, a pain worse than death. Being an immortal demon didn't mean he couldn't feel pain. Amaterasu will not extinguish until its target is reduced to ashes, unless its master wills it so. You're next. Uchiha Nagi's appearance was terrifying. The 3 tomo in his eyes had merged, forming the plum blossom Mangekyo pattern, and his right eye was still bleeding. Damn it, to defeat a demon without even using a Nichiren blade. Are you even human? Susumaru was stunned by him, even forgetting to attack Tanjiro. Amaterasu was Itachi's technique, yet Uchiha Nagi had just used it. This was because the Mangekyo ability of Uchiha Nagi's right eye was copy. At that moment of Kagome's death, his intense desire for power had given birth to this ability. To be precise, the ability was, see through and analyze the operational principles of all things. Any ninjutsu, as long as he saw it once, he could analyze and see through it. Whether he could copy it depended on a combination of factors. For example, Kekkei Genkai techniques like Kimimaro Shikatsumiyaku or the first Hokages would release, he could copy their principles, but he couldn't use them unless he possessed the same genetic makeup. And this demon before him, his blood demon art, that invisible telekinetic force, Uchiha Nagi had also seen through and copied its workings. But without a demon's genetic makeup, he couldn't use it either, unless he could modify it into a technique that didn't require demonic genes. However, this was enough. In the Naruto world, how many powerful jutsu were there? Raiznan, Chidori, Flying Thunder God, Edo Tensei. There was also the Raikage lightning release armor and the Tsuchikage dust release. And here, there were breathing styles of various attributes, passed down for millennia. Chapter 10, this melody is so beautiful. And here, in this world, there were breathing styles of various attributes, passed down for millennia. In other words, his right eye's ability was like an enhanced version of the Mangekyo Sharingan's copy replication. Weak if used poorly, yet overwhelmingly powerful when mastered. When he had first awakened it, he had glanced at Itachi's Amaterasu, and his right eye had recorded it. But with the mind teleporter draining his body of chakra, his right eye had naturally fallen dormant, much like Kakashi's had when he first awakened his Mangekyo. However, being of Uchiha blood, once his chakra recovered and supplied his right eye, its dojutsu power was also restored. Damn it. You can't kill us without a Nichiren blade. Die. The female demon, Susumaru, leaped back a distance, roared ferociously, and threw her temari balls. In her hands, these balls possessed the impact force of cannonballs. If a human body were struck, even a glancing blow would obliterate flesh and blood. This was her unique blood demon art, and the balls were made from her blood. She could create as many as she wanted. They were sturdy and resilient. When she cooperated with Yaiba, she was practically a human mobile turret. Yaiba's invisible telekinetic arrows could control many balls, while she could create and launch them. In this way, countless balls, like cannonballs, would fly around chaotically, being reused repeatedly. As long as they maintained distance, even a Hashira would be defeated on the spot. Susumaru knew her opponent was formidable and immediately went all out. Her 6 hands instantly produced 6 balls, launching them like artillery shells, then immediately conjured another 6 and threw them again. Boom. 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 The scene was like an attack from a 19th century artillery squad. Countless immensely powerful temari balls, comparable to iron cannonballs, shot directly towards Tanjiro and Uchiha Nagi. The brick and stone houses shattered like they were made of paper. A human artillery turret, Uchiha Nagi thought to himself. Such destructive power was comparable to an A-rank ninjutsu. A single human cannon could be compared to little Naruto's Rasengan, and now this Susumaru was firing in barrages like a turret. One could imagine a scene with hundreds of Narutos throwing Rasenans, and her speed was more than 10 times faster than Naruto's. Beside him, Tanjiro's pupils constricted. He hurriedly used his breathing style sword technique, water breathing, fourth form, striking tide, disorderly. His water breathing style, like a whirlpool, guided his Nichiren blade, swiftly striking the countless incoming Temari cannonballs. This won't do. I have to get close to her. Otherwise, if this continues, my stamina will run out, and I'll eventually get hit. Breathing styles weren't invincible, they constantly consumed a person's physical strength. Tanjiro could only defend against her heavy balls while trying to close the distance. Trying to cut my neck? Ha 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 ha, dream on. Susumaru shrieked, using her blood demon art while simultaneously leaping a large distance backward. You can't escape. Just obediently let me kill you, ha ha ha. Uchiha Nagi easily dodged. His 3-tomo Sharingan was sufficient to evade her attacks, let alone his Mangekyo, which possessed dynamic vision capable of keeping up with the Flying Thunder God technique. He didn't need to dodge her projectiles, he just needed to avoid the direction her hands were aiming before she threw, much like how dodging a bullet is difficult, but dodging a person's hand is relatively simple. Indeed, a Sharingan with 2-tomo or more already possessed the ability to predict an enemy's movements. During Naruto and Sasuke's first battle at the Valley of the End, Sasuke had used his 2-tomo Sharingan to predict all of Naruto's attacks. Uchiha Nagi dodged while rapidly closing the distance. Just as he was about to get near, a red glint flashed in his crimson dojutsu pupils, and he executed Tanjiro's technique, water breathing, fourth form, striking tide, disorderly. After their two figures crossed, Uchiha Nagi sheathed his sword. Susumaru, behind him, had a dazed look in her eyes, muttering some kind of crazed laughter. Only when her head fell to the ground did clarity return to her eyes. Aya, what happened? Didn't I kill you? How was my head cut off? What's going on? Susumaru discovered in terror that her head was separated from her body. Not only separated, but her body had also been dismembered. All 6 arms and both legs had been severed by him. Tanjiro, in the distance, froze for a moment, then quickly reacted and shouted, "Be careful. She can't die yet. Demons can't be killed if their necks are cut with an ordinary sword. It doesn't matter." Uchiha Nagi calmly walked to one side and forcefully kicked Susumaru's head away. Even if she can't die, as long as she's dismembered, she poses no threat. As for her regeneration, I'll just cut her down again. He then used the Great Fireball technique, which never seemed to actually kill anyone, to burn all of Susumaru's severed limbs. Aya. How is this possible? I clearly killed you. How did I end up being the one decapitated? I don't believe it. I don't believe it, Susumaru's head shrieked in confusion as it rapidly began to regenerate. I used Jinjutsu. A Mangekyo's Jinjutsu is not something a weakling like you can resist, Uchiha Nagi calmly walked up to her and explained. The moment he had gotten close to her, the instant their eyes met, she had fallen under his Mangekyo's illusion. The Mangekyo Sharingan inherently possessed Jinjutsu capabilities. Even Obito, who wasn't a Jinjutsu specialist, could use it to control the 9 tails, let alone Uchiha Nagi, who had studied Jinjutsu for some time. Jinjutsu. What's that? I know. It's like lower rank 1 stream ability. My loss wasn't unjust. Susumaru muttered to herself. Tanjiro quickly ran over and struck Susumaru's neck, where 2 legs were about to sprout, with his Nichiren blade. As if inherently countered, after her neck was severed by the Nichiren blade, her head stopped regenerating. Instead, the wound began to burn, turning to charcoal, then to ash. This was the power of a Nichiren blade. On the verge of death, Susumaru seemed to awaken memories from her time as a human. A profound sorrow filled her heart. Tanjiro, sensing it, felt a pang of sadness for her. She's a demon, yet why does she feel so sad? Please, kill me, please. A weak voice drifted over. It was Yaiba. He was still being burned by Amaterasu. His body's energy was likely depleted. Now, burned down to a mere skeleton, he was immobile but could still speak faintly. Tanjiro couldn't bear it and was about to walk over and give him a quick end with his Nichiren blade when he suddenly heard a sorrowful melody. Uchiha Nagi, at some unknown point, had walked over to where Kagome lay, picked up a bamboo flute, and began to play that Snowy Land bamboo flute song Kagome had wanted to learn, a melody reminiscent of a Naruto BGM. Tanjiro, drawn in by the gentle sorrow of the music, stopped. Yaiba, struggling in agony, also gradually calmed down. The melody was mournful and captivating, as if guiding a long-lost soul back to their hometown. When the song ended, the sky was gradually brightening. Yaiba smiled, tears slowly trickling from the corners of his eyes. He remembered his hometown, remembered his home, remembered himself as a human. Then, he stopped struggling and, under the first rays of the morning sun, slowly turned to ash. Kagome's soul seemed to stand in the sunlight too, smiling. This melody is so beautiful. Chapter 11, Resentment and Hatred Meet, Love and Separation, Unattainable Desires. The Buddha said, life has three great sufferings, resentment and hatred meet, love and separation, and unattainable desires. Mr. Uchiha Nagi, only by seeing through and letting go can one find liberation. I believe Miss Kagome's spirit in heaven would not wish for you to grieve excessively for her. In the basement, Tamayo was bandaging everyone's wounds. Looking at Uchiha Nagi, who remained as cold as ice, she couldn't help but offer some words of comfort. Uchiha Nagi calmly replied, I am not overly grieved. I only knew her for a few days. Tanjiro, at the side, thought to himself, such a sorrowful melody, and he says he's not grieved. Besides, I clearly smelled it. He can fool others, but he can't fool me. This was Tanjiro's special ability, a sense of smell that could detect body odors and even emotions. He could perceive a person's 7 emotions and 6 desires, their joys, angers, sorrows, and happiness, all through his sense of smell. Mr. Uchiha Nagi, how do you know water breathing? Are you also a member of the Demon Slayer Corps? He couldn't help but be curious, because in the final blow that defeated Susumaru, Uchiha Nagi had used his water breathing. Tamayo and her attendant, Yashiro, were also curious. As for Nezuko, she had wandered around for a bit, felt bored, and had already fallen asleep. I am not a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. As for why I know water breathing, I learned it from you. Learned it from me? Tanjiro was completely bewildered. You learned it just by watching once. The breathing style I painstakingly mastered over 2 years, you bloody learned it by watching once. Ignoring the petrified Tanjiro, Uchiha Nagi turned to Tamayo. Dr. Tamayo, I'd like to begin the surgery as soon as possible. Do you have anything scheduled for today? If not, how about we rest this morning and start this afternoon? Oh, are you ready on your end? I'm available anytime. A demon's stamina and recovery are very strong, and I barely participated in last night's battle. You, on the other hand, went through such an intense fight. Do you need to rest for a day before we proceed? Tamayo asked. Then let's do it this afternoon. A morning's rest will be sufficient. Uchiha Nagi nodded at Tamayo. I'll also have to trouble you to prepare a room for me. I'll rest for a few hours, and we'll begin the surgery this afternoon. Very well. Yashiro, please take Mr. Uchiha Nagi to rest. Yes, Lady Tamayo. Yashiro, with an infatuated look, immediately stood up. He didn't want to delay a single moment, eager to escort Nagi to his room and return to Tamayo's side at once. After thanking them, Uchiha Nagi followed Yashiro down the corridor. The reason he was in such a hurry was because he felt a sense of crisis again. According to Tamayo, those 2 demons were not among the 12 Kazuki. But in Uchiha Nagi's view, even unranked cannon fodder possessed Jonin-level strength. Wouldn't the 12 Kazuki be even stronger? Based on his combat experience from last night, the demons in the Demon Slayer world, with their immortal bodies, were each comparable to a Chunin in strength. Without a Nichiren blade, no Chunin could win against them one-on-one. This referred to ordinary Chunin, not the Konoha 12. Then, the 2 demons from last night, Yaiba and Susumaru, already had Jonin-level strength. Without a Nichiren blade and lacking intelligence on them, even a Jonin would be helpless against them. For no other reason than their immortal bodies being too overpowered. As long as one is human, combat leads to fatigue, muscles will ache, and chakra will be depleted. The more intense the battle, the faster strength is lost. But demons don't. This meant that even if one was significantly stronger than a demon, if drawn into a prolonged battle, they would eventually be defeated due to exhaustion. Only by overwhelmingly crushing them and severing their necks with a Nichiren blade in one go, preventing recovery, could victory be achieved. Fortunately, according to Tamayo, the fact that they were the strongest 12 Kazuki also implied their numbers were extremely scarce. However, Uchiha Nagi wouldn't entrust his life to the chance that his enemies wouldn't discover him. Last night, he learned that in the eyes of demons, he was the so-called finest quality of rare blood, like the flesh of Tang Sanzang. This wasn't surprising, Uchiha blood. Therefore, Uchiha Nagi decided to expedite the process. The experimental data from the past few days already indicated that there should be no rejection reaction after transplanting the white Zetsu arm. Uchiha Nagi guessed that this arm, because Obito had already assimilated it for a long time, had long since resolved any rejection issues. Transplanting this white Zetsu arm that Obito had used should pose no problem. After the transplant, he wouldn't have to worry about his Mangekyo Stojitsu power being overused and causing blindness. This way, he could improve his strength without any scruples. Unlike the Uchiha brothers Itachi and Sasuke, or Obito, Uchiha Nagi's Mangekyo abilities were not geared towards direct combat, both were auxiliary types. However, they were auxiliary abilities of a heaven-defying level. Just let him see a breathing style once. Thinking of this, Uchiha Nagi's heart burned with excitement. What would happen if he copied all the breathing styles in this world? Quantity over quality. Uchiha Nagi knew many ninjutsu, but he was akin to a certain Professor Hokage, a jack of all trades, master of none. This was his greatest frustration. Because he didn't have a strong expert as a teacher, reality was different from novels. Even the most genius protagonists had teachers guiding them. And having a suitable teacher's guidance was worth several times one's own efforts. For example, Kakashi, as Naruto and Sasuke's teacher, didn't contribute that much to their strength improvement. Later, when Naruto found Jiraiya and Sasuke found Orochimaru, their strengths began to skyrocket. This showed how much a suitable teacher could help a person. Soon, after half a day's rest, Uchiha Nagi recovered his stamina. His chakra had also been replenished earlier after taking a soldier pill. He arrived at Tamayo's operating room and nodded at her. Preparations were quickly completed, and the two of them entered a clean room. Uchiha Nagi opened his storage scroll, and a white arm materialized before them. Dr. Tamayo, performing surgery on myself with one hand is very inconvenient. So, I'll have to trouble you. Uchiha Nagi then created a shadow clone. This shadow clone was to be his primary surgeon, and with Tamayo, a doctor who had lived for several hundred years, assisting from the side, there would surely be no problem. I understand. I am also very familiar with human anatomy. Please rest assured, Tamayo said with a smile and a nod. Subsequently, Uchiha Nagi, with one hand, activated the mystical palm technique. A green chakra scalpel lit up, and he began to cut open the already healed wound. Throughout the entire process, Uchiha Nagi didn't use any anesthesia, merely biting down on a towel. Tamayo, throughout the procedure, followed Uchiha Nagi's instructions, helping to connect nerves and blood vessels, then aligning the bones on both sides. Because Uchiha Nagi firmly believed in the efficacy of the first Hokage's cells, no steel pins were used to fix the connected bones. Instead, surgical catgut sutures were used to stitch and secure them. Finally, after all the muscles and blood vessels were connected, the shadow clone began to use the mystical palm technique's chakra to repair the cellular tissue. Before long, the white arm and Uchiha Nagi's severed limb were mostly healed. Not a single wound was visible on the surface, only a scar remained. Afterward, Tamayo took a splint for immobilization and helped Uchiha Nagi secure his arm to prevent the bones from colliding and fracturing. Truly incredible. This medical technique you call the mystical palm technique can actually allow muscles and skin to heal in such a short time, Tamayo marveled. It seems I was hardly any help to you at all. I'm quite ashamed. Chapter 12, The White Zetsu Arm. You've already helped me immensely by sewing the blood vessels and muscles of my arm back together. Uchiha Nagi was soaked to the skin, looking as though he'd just climbed out of a river. Even with multiple shadow clones, each could only operate with one hand, which wasn't nearly as efficient as having two hands working in concert. Besides, Tamayo's surgical skill was remarkably adept. Uchiha Nagi flexed his fingers. Though the surgery had just concluded, he could already control them. The heaven-defying properties of the white Zetsu cells were truly something to marvel at. He could even feel an intense itching at the site of the bone, in the muscles, and along the blood vessels and nerves, a clear indication that the cells were regenerating at an astonishing rate. His blood was already circulating vigorously through the white Zetsu arm, flowing back and forth. The white Zetsu arm absorbed nutrients and chakra from his bloodstream, its cells proliferating wildly to mend the severed limb. Nagi was confident that the bone at the point of reattachment would heal in less than a day, and within 3 or 4 days, he'd have perfect, normal use of his arm again. More importantly, there seemed to be an inexplicable substance within the white Zetsu cells, slowly circulating through his body with his blood. His Mangekyo Sharingan, which had been heavily strained from using its dojutsu, felt noticeably less fatigued. A cooling sensation began to flood his eyes, even his severely taxed left eye was slowly starting to recover. He believed he wouldn't have to wait an entire year to use it again. I've received a reply, Tamayo said, her voice calm as ever. Mr. Ubuyashiki Kagaya is very pleased to welcome you and extends an invitation for you to visit the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Please rest for a few days. Once your injuries have healed, you can set off with Tanjiro. Thank you very much, Nagi replied. It's a matter of quid pro quo, Nagi thought. He wanted to learn this world's breathing styles, so joining the Demon Slayer Corps and lending his aid was perfectly justifiable. Besides, compared to the ninja world, where one could be ambushed by a squad of shinobi with diverse abilities at any given moment, demons in this world were far fewer in number. Most of the time, it was the Demon Slayer Corps who held the numerical advantage, turning the tables on the demons. And as long as he was under the sun, he could completely relax, with no need to worry about sneak attacks. In the ninja world, whether you were eating a meal, sleeping, or even just playing a game of cards with a woman, you constantly had to be wary of poisoning or ambushes. Especially in Konoha, Nagi could never truly feel at ease, not with a certain notorious figure always scheming to get his hands on Sharingan. As per their agreement, Uchiha Nagi then began to exchange medical knowledge with Tamayo, explaining the principles of the mystical palm technique. Chakra. Tamayo mused. Is that the fundamental energy required for your wondrous techniques? How fascinating. This is the first time I've heard of humans possessing something called chakra, aside from breathing styles. She continued thoughtfully, according to your explanation, it's extracted from human cells, which bears some resemblance to our blood demon arts. However, ever since our bodies were transformed from human to demon, we likely lost the ability to extract this energy you speak of. We can only utilize blood demon arts. Uchiha Nagi elaborated, blood demon arts seem to be techniques derived from your individual genetic makeup and inherent nature, correct? Each demon cannot replicate another's blood demon art. Chakra, however, can be used to perform techniques common to all humans who can wield it. But the specifics of how it might apply here still need to be gradually verified. Since no one in this world currently possessed chakra, it was uncertain if they could even learn to use it. It was a matter requiring further research. As for breathing styles, however, Uchiha Nagi was certain he could use them. Copying Tanjiro's water breathing had posed no problem at all. His own elemental affinities were strongest in fire, moderate in water, lightning, and wind, and relatively weak in earth. Thus, replicating Tanjiro's water breathing wasn't difficult. Furthermore, chakra affinities could be strengthened through dedicated development. So, couldn't different elemental breathing styles also be developed in a similar fashion? Kakashi had constantly developed his various affinities, eventually earning the moniker Copy Ninja. Even if one had a congenitally weak affinity for a certain element, it could be significantly enhanced through diligent training. But he was digressing. After conversing with Tamayo for a while longer, Uchiha Nagi made his way above ground. Tamayo and Yashiro couldn't venture out during the daylight hours, but Tanjiro could. Tanjiro was in the dilapidated courtyard, tirelessly practicing his breathing style, coordinating it with his sword techniques to execute a series of dazzling moves. After observing for a moment, Uchiha Nagi called out, "Tanjiro, there's something I'd like to discuss with you." Tanjiro turned, sheathed his Nichiren blade, and walked over. "Nagi-san, is your surgery finished?" He then looked at Nagi's arm, his eyes wide with amazement. "It's incredible. You actually possess such an ability. You can even reattach a severed hand." Nagi offered a faint smile. "Hey, if you want to learn, I can teach you. By the way, could I properly observe your water breathing technique? As an equivalent exchange, I can teach you something else." With that said, Uchiha Nagi formed a hand seal with a single hand, and a shadow clone flickered into existence beside him. Then, the original Nagi and his clone performed a complex series of hand seals in unison. A moment later, a water-style jutsu materialized before Tanjiro's astonished eyes. Water-style, Water Dragon Jutsu. A colossal dragon, composed entirely of swirling water, soared into the sky before crashing down through the nearby trees, felling a large swath of them with its immense power. The sheer scale of the technique was, in a single word, awesome. "Hiss, sugoi." Tanjiro gasped, his breath catching in his throat. "That's amazing, Nagi-san. Your breathing style is incredible. And you can make clones. Are you really willing to teach me?" "Oh, no, I mean, you can learn my water breathing anytime. It's okay if you don't teach me your style." Uchiha Nagi chuckled. "I'm only a few years older than you. Just call me Nagi and I. Constantly calling me Nagi-san makes me feel old." He continued, "What I use is called ninjutsu, not a breathing style. It requires refining a type of energy from the human body called chakra to use. This clone is called the Shadow Clone Jutsu, and it's a solid, physical clone. However, I can't guarantee you'll be able to learn it unless you can successfully refine chakra." Tanjiro stared at Uchiha Nagi's shadow clone, his eyes practically burning with fervent excitement. Such an amazing ninjutsu, who wouldn't want to learn it? If he could create a dozen clones every time he fought a demon, each wielding a Nichiren blade, then... Slurp, lost in thought, Tanjiro nearly started drooling at the prospect. And that ninjutsu that could manipulate water, it looked so incredible too. Even though his own water breathing had water in its name, in actual combat, there wasn't any tangible water swirling around his body, it was simply a breathing method combined with sword techniques. Nagi explained, chakra is an energy created by perfectly blending the physical and spiritual energies that every human body possesses and controls. It's the power source for ninjutsu, genjutsu, and taijutsu. This physical energy is drawn from every single one of the body's roughly 130 trillion cells. Spiritual energy, on the other hand, is honed through extensive training and accumulated experience. Uchiha Nagi mentally added the final, crucial piece of information, and if one cultivates senjutsu, a portion of that energy is natural energy. Senjutsu had always been something he yearned to master. Unfortunately, without a proper teacher to guide him through the fundamentals, it was incredibly difficult to grasp through self-study alone. Even geniuses like Uchiha Madara and the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, had been unable to master Senjutsu. They were both close relatives of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, who certainly wouldn't have withheld such knowledge from them. Their inability to learn it only underscored how incredibly high the threshold for mastering Senjutsu truly was. As for Naruto and Jiraiya, who came later, their Senjutsu was somewhat incomplete, a half-baked version compared to true mastery. Chapter 13, Uchiha's White Fang. Tanjiro spent half the day learning from Uchiha Nagi. He managed to grasp the basics, but unfortunately, when he tried to practice, not even a shadow of chakra manifested. Considering the different systems of their respective worlds, however, Uchiha Nagi hadn't expected Tanjiro to master chakra refining in a single attempt. After all, even in the Ninja Academy, child prodigies who could refine chakra on their first day were few and far between. "Don't worry, failing the first time is completely normal," Uchiha Nagi said reassuringly. "It took me a whole month to refine my first wisp of chakra back then." Really? Then I have to keep trying harder," Tanjiro said, scratching his head. He then remembered the scene from the previous night when Uchiha Nagi had learned a breathing style after seeing it just once. "Oh, right, Nagi and let me demonstrate the breathing style for you first." "All right, thank you for the trouble," Uchiha Nagi nodded. "First form, water surface slash," Tanjiro shouted, beginning to execute the breathing style sword techniques. "Second form, water wheel. Third form, flowing dance. Fourth form, striking tide. Fifth form, blessed rain after the drought. Sixth form, twisting whirlpool. Seventh form, drop ripple thrust. Eighth form, waterfall basin. Ninth form, splashing water flow. 10th form, constant flux." By the time Tanjiro had demonstrated the entire set of techniques, he was drenched in sweat. "This is the complete set of the basic 10 forms, Tanjiro said, wiping his brow. "However, each form can be combined with others under different circumstances, so its variations are endless. For example, he himself had once used the second form, water wheel in conjunction with other movements to create the second form, improved water wheel. Also, the sixth form, twisting whirlpool, when combined with other techniques, had become the sixth form, twisting whirlpool, flowing. And the seventh form, drop ripple thrust had been modified into the seventh form, drop ripple thrust, curve. The latter two looked similar, but their differences were actually significant. The original seventh form was the fastest thrusting technique among the water-breathing forms, but it wasn't well suited for decapitating demons. The curve variation, however, was an applied technique that followed a curved trajectory, ideal for intercepting airborne attacks. In other words, breathing styles weren't just limited to the superficial 10 forms. It was more like 10 to the power of 10, and if one possessed exceptional talent, they could fuse and refuse these 10 forms almost infinitely. The 10 forms were merely the foundation. Whether one could integrate other movements to execute them depended on individual talent. After all, the more powerful the technique executed, the greater the demand on the user's own cultivation, and composite techniques required even more. True masters were those who could apply them flexibly, adapting different forms to different combat scenarios. An improved version wasn't always the most suitable. Uchiha Nagi knew that the current water Hashira, Jitomioka, seemed to be a person of immense talent, having developed an 11th form, dead calm, based on the original water breathing. Wasn't this exactly what he yearned for? Konoha's White Fang, Tsukumo Hatake, though a ninja, was a master of swordsmanship. With a single short tanto, he had struck fear into the hearts of countless shinobi, leading to the saying that one could abandon a mission without penalty if they encountered the White Fang. The Mangekyo Sharingan was a powerful tool, but Uchiha Nagi was an orphan. Obtaining an eternal Mangekyo Sharingan was impossible for him. Without an eternal Mangekyo, he couldn't awaken the Rinnegan. Rather than chase that, it was better to specialize in breathing styles to strengthen himself. Seeing Uchiha Nagi fall into deep thought after listening to his explanation, Tanjiro asked cautiously, "Nagi and did you understand all of that? My explanation might not have been very detailed. If only Mr. Urokodaki Sakanji were here, he could definitely explain it much more thoroughly than I can." I generally understood," Uchiha Nagi nodded. He took out his short sword and walked to the center of the clearing. "I'll demonstrate it once." Following the method Tanjiro had just shown, Nagi took a deep breath and began to perform the water-breathing forms he had just copied, from 1 to 10, all without error. However, this was merely mimicking the form. To truly make it his own, he would need continuous practice and refinement later on. "Sugoi. Nagi and you're too amazing. You learned it just by watching once." That's too strong," Tanjiro exclaimed excitedly. "This is just the form. I'm still far behind you," Uchiha Nagi shook his head. Oh, but I also feel like something's missing, Tanjiro mused. Right, could it be because you need to practice underwater? When I was learning water breathing, I often practiced near water. That's probably it, Uchiha Nagi nodded and stopped. After all, he currently only had one functional arm, which was inconvenient. Once his white Zetsu arm fully recovered in a couple of days, he could begin his training in earnest. Uchiha Nagi flexed the white arm. The finger joints were already remarkably agile. It was hard to believe that just half a day ago, it hadn't even been his own. He could feel that the bones within had seemingly healed completely, but Nagi knew that was just superficial. It would take a few more days for it to feel perfectly like an extension of his own body. Unexpectedly, the fusion between his Mangekyo Sharingan and the white Zetsu cells was remarkably perfect, like milk blending with water. In just this short while, the fatigue in his right eye from overusing its dojutsu last night had already recovered by more than half. No wonder Obito could use his Mangekyo without restraint. The next morning, before dawn, Tanjiro, carrying Nezuko curled up inside a bamboo basket on his back, was bidding farewell to Tamayo and Yashiro. Uchiha Nagi was accompanying him. He was heading to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters to meet their leader, Obuyashiki Kagaya, and formally join the Corps. He wondered if, with his current strength, he would even need to participate in any selection process. Since he was heading in the same direction as Tanjiro, they decided to travel together. Take care, both of you, Tamayo said with a gentle smile. Take care. We'll meet again, Uchiha Nagi replied. Hey, you with the scar on your head, don't you dare die. Yashiro chimed in from the side. Please take care as well. I'll do my best to collect blood from all the demons I encounter, Tanjiro said, waving at them before setting off with Uchiha Nagi. Uchiha Nagi was also filled with anticipation for this journey. He had already learned one of this world's cultivation systems, water breathing. As for sun breathing, the primordial breathing style from which all others were derived, and then awakening a mark, Uchiha Nagi felt that all things eventually returned to their origin. That might very well be an alternative form of sage mode. The so-called marks were similar to the markings that appeared on the faces of the first Hokage and Naruto when they entered sage mode. Because the complete sage mode placed too high a demand on the human body, various different elemental breathing styles had gradually evolved later on. It was like how Orochimaru, in his pursuit of senjutsu, had created the cursed seals, simplifying sage mode so that even those with insufficient physical constitution could use a form of it. In Uchiha Nagi's view, the people who had created the simplified breathing styles in this world were truly geniuses. They had made it possible for ordinary people to cultivate power. In the Naruto world, however, no one had ever really tried to improve sage mode, resulting in very few individuals being able to use it. In the end, it was Orochimaru who invented the cursed seals. The two cultivation methods were different, but both involved the utilization of energy. Moreover, breathing styles clearly tempered the human body. Over years of practice, they could strengthen a person's physique to an extreme degree, similar to the body-tempering secret techniques of the Raikage clan. Chapter 14, Kasugai Crow. The Raikage lineage, they used the lightning release chakra mode to continuously temper their bodies, making their physical forms, even without the use of ninjutsu, arguably the strongest in the ninja world. The third Raikage, when later revived by Edo Tensei, could withstand Naruto's wind style, Rasen Shuriken without using ninjutsu. His physical body was practically invincible. Although an Edo Tensei body could regenerate, he had, in fact, blocked the Rasen Shuriken with his raw physique without relying on ninjutsu. As Uchiha Nagi walked, he pondered. Based on the fragmented memories from his past life, breathing styles weren't without their weaknesses. It seemed they absolutely had to be coordinated with one's breath during use. Later on, during the fight against Upper Rank 2, the Demon's Blood demon art could introduce substances into the air, perfectly countering breathing styles. However, it wasn't a major issue. Just like senjutsu, every technique had its flaws. But any weakness could be overcome through training. The first Hokage had a perfect sage mode, allowing him to absorb natural energy while fighting. And Madara Uchiha was even more incredible. Upon his revival, without Sharingan or Rinnegan, he utterly dominated everyone. Then, when sealed by Shikaku within a pyramid, he simply activated Susanoo to break free. Activating Susanoo without a Mangekyo Sharingan. Was that something a human could even do? Uchiha Nagi wondered, could breathing styles be manifested in a way similar to Sage Mode? Sage Mode, after all, was the strongest combat mode, created by balancing natural energy, one's own energy, and spiritual energy. Breathing styles, on the other hand, seem to be an application combining natural energy and one's own energy, and not even a complete version at that. Therefore, the Hashira of this world possessed physical bodies that surpassed human limits, enabling them to battle immortal demons with their flesh and blood, and to use various breathing styles combined with sword techniques to contend with blood demon arts. If it seems I can give it a try, Uchiha Nagi resolved. Once his body was back to 100%, he would begin his attempts. He would try to combine his physical energy, spiritual energy, and breathing styles, a trinity, to create his own unique sage mode. When breathing styles reached their peak, a mark would appear. Senjutsu users developed facial markings. Wasn't the similarity too coincidental? He had no lineage to draw upon, no access to the three great sage regions, and thus no way to learn how to cultivate natural energy. Besides, he didn't want to learn it that way. Hadn't he seen how high the mortality rate was? For a human body to forcibly learn the sage arts of summoning animals, it would be strange if the death rate wasn't high. Only an idiot would gamble on those kinds of odds. But the breathing styles of the Demon Slayer world were created by humans, and thus were the sage arts most suited for humans themselves. Thinking of the strongest breathing style, sun breathing, Uchiha Nagi's gaze on Tanjiro, who was walking beside him, grew intense, leaving the younger boy utterly bewildered. South-southeast. South-southeast. An annoying crow circled relentlessly above Tanjiro's head before finally landing on his shoulder, still cawing incessantly. I know. Stop shouting already. Ugh, my ears are going to die from your noise, Tanjiro grumbled, rubbing his ears. He turned to Uchiha Nagi and explained, this is a Kasugai crow. They're companions for demon slayers. Everyone is paired with one for communication. Understood, Uchiha Nagi nodded. Because this world doesn't have cell phones. Suddenly, a loud cry pierced the air, please, marry me. I'm going to die soon. A young man with yellow hair, wearing a yellow haori, was kneeling before a girl, begging her to marry him. Please, I beg you. I'm going to die soon. Please marry me before I die. Tears and snot streamed down the yellow-haired boy's face as he sobbed uncontrollably, as if he were about to be sent to a battlefield the very next moment. He's here. The thunder-breathing user, Agetsuma Zenitsu. Uchiha Nagi quietly observed the boy. He was the same age as Tanjiro, a demon slayer who used thunder breathing. Currently at the lowest rank, yet he possessed the potential of a Hashira. The demon slayer corps was divided into 10 ranks: Kino, Kanoto, Hino, Hinoto, Tsukino, Tsukinoto, Kano, Kanoto, Mizuno, and Mizunoto. New recruits all started at the lowest rank. Above Kino were the Hashira, humanity's current highest combat power. Uchiha Nagi didn't intervene, watching as the two innocent youths had their comically awkward first encounter. In the future, they would become comrades who would face life and death together. After helping the unfamiliar girl escape Zenitsu's desperate pleas, Zenitsu latched onto Tanjiro, looking utterly terrified of dying. It was impossible to imagine that once asleep, this very person would transform into a powerful master of thunder breathing. Eek! I'm not going. I'm not going no matter what you say, I'm not going. Zenitsu wailed, clinging desperately to Tanjiro's leg. Zenitsu, you're not going. Why are you so shameless? Think about why you became a demon slayer in the first place. Tanjiro said, exasperated. I never wanted to become a demon slayer in the first place. I was tricked by a woman and ended up in debt. The old man who paid it off for me was a cultivator, and then it was just hellish training, and more training every single day. Zenitsu clutched his head. I'm definitely going to be eaten by a demon. My brains will be sucked out through my ears before I even die. I don't want to. Save me, he shrieked while crying. Beside him, his own Kasugai crow, a distinctive sparrow, perched on Tanjiro's shoulder, chirping complainingly. Watching Tanjiro nod and respond, Uchiha Nagi could roughly guess the content of the sparrow's complaints. Its master was a coward, terrified of demons, and wouldn't go when one appeared. Uchiha Nagi was quite envious of Tanjiro's ability to communicate with animals. His own crow could speak, but this sparrow certainly couldn't. Apparently, Zenitsu, like Tanjiro, possessed some peculiar ability to communicate with animals. Oh, right, this guy also had incredibly sharp hearing. To the southeast, in a house, the target has appeared. Members of the Demon Slayer Corps have already rushed over. Let's hurry. Tanjiro announced. And so, Tanjiro dragged the still wailing Zenitsu along, with Uchiha Nagi accompanying them. After some time to cool down, Zenitsu still followed them with an expression that screamed he'd rather be dead. After walking for several hours, the three of them arrived outside a house. Tanjiro spotted 2 children in the woods and ran over to ask them what was wrong. Just then, a body was flung out of the house. Uchiha Nagi rushed over. The man who had been thrown out was on the verge of death. He barely managed to utter a few words before he stopped breathing. With such injuries, not even medical ninjutsu could have saved him. If only we had arrived sooner. Damn it, we couldn't save him, Tanjiro said, bringing the 2 children over. He explained to Uchiha Nagi that they were the ones involved. Their older brother had already been dragged into the house by a demon. Drawing his Nichiren blade, Tanjiro was about to charge in but was stopped by Uchiha Nagi. A wooden house. We could try burning it down. They're afraid of sunlight, Uchiha Nagi said, his hands beginning to form seals. After 2 days, his white Zetsu arm had healed perfectly. He could move it now, though the bone connection wasn't quite at full strength yet. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. Uchiha Nagi unleashed his signature fire ninjutsu, intending to burn the house and force the demon inside out. Having spent so long in the ninja world, he subconsciously felt that entering an enemy-occupied house was walking into a trap. Chapter 15, The Drum Demon, Kyogai. Did you guys hear a strange drumming sound? Zenitsu, trembling nearby, seemed to have heard something. The great fire licked at the wooden house, instantly igniting into a blaze. However, it died down just as quickly. It was as if a peculiar power coated the wooden structure, preventing the flames from spreading and catching properly. This is troublesome. Do I have to compete with it in terms of chakra? Uchiha Nagi frowned. This house was strange, fire wouldn't burn it. Did he need to use an exceptionally large-scale ninjutsu to destroy it? Competing in terms of raw power was clearly unwise. Demons possessed regenerative abilities far exceeding humans, and Nagi couldn't be sure if there was an underground passage. What if he destroyed the house only for the demon to escape through a tunnel? Before Uchiha Nagi could finish his thoughts, Tanjiro set down the wooden box, asking the 2 children to look after his sister, and then dashed inside. Ah, Tanjiro, wait for me. I'm so scared, Zenitsu, tears streaming down his face, quickly followed. Uchiha Nagi shook his head. Such a reckless approach. If he weren't the protagonist, he would have died countless times over. If this were the ninja world, Tanjiro might have shared the same fate as Nawaki, possessing the destiny of a protagonist, but not the luck. To avoid losing access to sun breathing, Uchiha Nagi also followed. Upon entering the house, he frowned. Tanjiro, who had just entered, had already vanished. An interdimensional space. A house that shifts dimensions. In the past, he would never have entered such a place under any circumstances. But now, with his Mangekyo Sharingan and Susanoo providing absolute defense, Uchiha Nagi was naturally fearless. Nevertheless, he cautiously created several shadow clones to scout ahead. There was no harm in being careful. He cautiously entered a room, only to find that the direction of gravity was bizarrely reversed. The ground seemed to be on the ceiling. With a light jump, Uchiha Nagi adjusted to the gravity and landed steadily on the ceiling, or rather, what was now the floor for him. The demon in this house could alter directions and even change the rooms themselves. But no matter how it changed, it was useless against Uchiha Nagi, as he could use chakra to firmly adhere to any surface. Just as Uchiha Nagi was about to search for Tanjiro, a sinister voice echoed from the side. What good luck. To think there's another one with rare blood, ha 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 ha. An ugly figure walked in, a demon with eyes on its stomach and its head covered in mouths. Ha ha ha, you're mine. It opened its blood-red maw and lunged at Uchiha Nagi to bite him. Nagi frowned, the opponent seemed to rely solely on brute force. Boom. After several explosions, the muscular demon's body was blown into several pieces, while Uchiha Nagi stood calmly on the other side. It turned out Uchiha Nagi had used his Sharingan to cast a genjutsu on it, then tossed a few kunai with explosive tags attached. The demon, under the illusion, had gleefully swallowed them as if they were flesh. The explosive tags then detonated from within, blasting it apart. No wonder Itachi liked using genjutsu. Sometimes, dealing with someone is truly simple. No matter how strong the opponent is, as long as genjutsu is their weak point. Uchiha Nagi muttered to himself, a certain pitiful individual named Deidara coming to mind. He possessed the power to level any village, yet he was utterly crippled by genjutsu. What happened? I clearly killed you. My head, how did my body shatter? The demon asked in disbelief. The dead don't need to ask so many questions, Uchiha Nagi said coolly, walking up to it. He swung his short sword, severing its head from its mangled body. Ha ha ha, it's useless. Without a Nichiren blade, you can't kill me. The remaining head laughed maniacally, looking at Uchiha Nagi with scorn. Uchiha Nagi grinned, revealing 2 rows of pearly white teeth. It doesn't matter. You can regenerate, right? I'm also very curious if you truly have no limits. He then swung his short sword again, dicing the still writhing flesh into several more pieces. Bastard! The male demon's face contorted with rage. Flesh began to sprout from its neck, but in the next second, Uchiha Nagi swung his blade, slicing off every newly grown part. After the second round of cutting, perhaps due to the lack of a head to command it, the demon's body stopped moving. The head, however, still struggled in Uchiha Nagi's grasp. Have you heard of the ship of Theseus? I'm quite curious. If your neck is severed by an ordinary blade, will your body grow a new head, or will a new body grow from the head? Uchiha Nagi held up the head with interest, looking into its eyes. And then, would both of them be you? Would you fight yourself? Uchiha Nagi then pieced the demon's body parts together and was surprised to find that the limbs could actually reattach themselves. Such potent life force. Are you a devil? Dong. 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 At that moment, in another room, Tanjiro was being tormented by a demon with several drums embedded in its body, pushed to the brink of life and death. Along with him, another demon slayer wearing a boar's head mask was also suffering. Every time the demon struck a drum, the room would rotate. Tanjiro, unable to use chakra to cling to surfaces, could only fall repeatedly with the shifting gravity. Meanwhile, the demon, while rotating the room by beating its drums, also attacked him with invisible, sharp claws. Damn it, my leg, the fracture hasn't healed yet. Tanjiro gritted his teeth, the pain affecting his performance. Water can take any shape. Suddenly, the words of his water-breathing teacher, Urokadaki Sakanji, surfaced in Tanjiro's mind. That's right. The 10 forms of water breathing can adapt to any environment, even with a fractured leg. Tanjiro had a sudden epiphany, a surge of understanding flowing through him. With a burst of fighting spirit, Tanjiro was no longer so disoriented. He continuously used water breathing to twist and adjust his body, even managing to parry the demon's invisible claws with his sword techniques from time to time. The drum demon, Kyogai, frowned. I need to devour that rare blood quickly. Damn insects, damn insects. Kyogai's eyes snapped open in fury. Deep within his pupils, the character's 4 lower 6 were visible, though they were scarred with a large X. He was the former lower rank 6, now demoted. Blood demon art, rapid drumming. Kyogai's face twisted in a snarl as he began to beat the drums on his body frantically. The room started to spin wildly, and countless sharp claws followed his attacks. Chapter 16, Pig Assault. Pig Assault. The room began to rotate rapidly, a full 360 degrees. Even an astronaut would likely be spun into nauseous vomiting, let alone dealing with invisible, sharp claw attacks while the room was spinning. Those deep, gouging claws, a single hit meant being torn into 3 pieces. The deadliest part was that this was the blood demon art of the drum demon, Kyogai, formless, shapeless, and completely invisible to the naked eye. It could only be avoided by instinct. No, that boarhead can sense them too. Tanjiro glanced at the boar-headed person. He seemed to possess animal-like instincts, always managing to narrowly avoid Kyogai's attacks at every critical moment. This is bad, Tanjiro suddenly panicked. Kyogai had attacked a little girl. The 2 siblings they had met outside the house had followed them in. They had come looking for their older brother, the one with the rare blood who had been captured. Tanjiro had told them to wait outside, but the sounds Nezuko made from inside the box had frightened them, and they had followed. Now, the little girl had suddenly appeared at the doorway of the room, completely disrupting Tanjiro's rhythm. For her safety, Tanjiro had no choice but to jump over and shield her, which in turn increased the strain of using his breathing style. Die, insect, Kyogai didn't let this golden opportunity slip. He sent Tanjiro spinning 360 degrees, making him dizzy and disoriented. Then, several blasts of his blood demon art were about to make Tanjiro meet his bitter end right there. As for the boar-headed person nearby, his breathing style wasn't as fluid as water breathing, unable to adapt to different environments. He was forced onto the defensive, unable to even think about counterattacking. Once I deal with this kid, I'll slaughter that boarhead. Water style, water formation wall. At the critical moment, a voice called out, and a water-based ninjutsu materialized out of thin air within the room, helping Tanjiro block the killing blow. Although the demon's blood demon art still broke through the ninjutsu, the momentary obstruction provided by the water formation wall was enough. Tanjiro executed a water-breathing technique. 6th form, twisting whirlpool, flowing. He directly guided the demon's invisible claws into his own twisting whirlpool, then with a spin, redirected them elsewhere. This was the strength of the versatile water breathing. After the attack ended, Kyogai's attention was no longer on Tanjiro. It shifted to the person who had just entered. Rare blood. Ah, the finest quality of rare blood. Ha ha ha, fate is on my side. I'm destined to ascend to the 12 Kazuki. Let me eat you. Kyogai looked at Uchiha Nagi, his face ecstatic, the earlier unpleasantness completely forgotten. Uchiha Nagi dropped 2 heads that were still cursing at him. These were 2 experiments he had encountered in the house. He had killed their bodies several times until they stopped moving, leaving only the heads. He eventually discovered that after severing them multiple times, the heads would no longer regenerate. It seemed to be related to the energy within their bodies. The heads stored less energy than the bodies, so once separated, a few more kills were sufficient. What remained were heads that would occasionally try to escape, sprouting tentacles or legs if he wasn't careful. So, Uchiha Nagi had been carrying them around, periodically slicing off bits of flesh, a rather gruesome scene. Tanjiro, just protect the child. Leave this drum fellow to me, Uchiha Nagi said, assessing the demon. This one didn't seem particularly capable. Dong. 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 Kyogai began to beat the small drums on his body excitedly, intending to kill his opponent the instant they lost their balance from the rotation. However, after several rotations, he found that his opponent stood as steadily as he did, rooted to the ground, completely ignoring gravity. Kyogai was dumbfounded. You. Why can you ignore my blood demon art? Uchiha Nagi glanced at him. If this is all you've got, then you're going to die here today. Kyogai roared in anger, with just you. And that short sword that isn't even a Nichiren blade. Dong. Dong. Kyogai struck his drums again, this time unleashing his invisible claw blood demon art. Faced with these extremely sharp, invisible blades, Uchiha Nagi frowned and had to jump to dodge. This was the moment Kyogai was waiting for. He rapidly beat the drums to rotate the room. Uchiha Nagi, airborne and unable to dodge due to gravity before his feet could find purchase, was the target. Kyogai unleashed his invisible claws, intending to kill him. Humph, you underestimate me, Uchiha Nagi's lips curved upwards. Never mind a ninja's basic 3 techniques, which included using a substitution log to evade. He also had his ultimate defense, Susanoo, as a backup. What was there to fear about being airborne? Uchiha Nagi said in a low voice, 6th form, twisting whirlpool, flowing, he used his short sword to execute water breathing. Water is both yielding and unyielding, it does not contend with the myriad things, yet there is nothing it cannot overcome. It acts without acting, yet achieves all. Uchiha Nagi used the 6th form to guide the demon's claw-like blood demon art into a whirlpool, then accelerated towards him, whispering, 9th form, splashing water flow. Splashing water flow minimized landing time and surface area during movement, enabling versatile maneuverability. It was suitable for combat in places with poor footing. Watching Uchiha Nagi rapidly approach, Kyogai frantically beat his drums in a panic. However, the 3-tomo Sharingan had already seen through all his movements. A flash of white light from a blade, and Kyogai's head tumbled to the floor. Uchiha Nagi stood firm, sheathing his sword. Ha 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 ha, human, you're really not bad, managing to cut off my head. A pity your blade isn't a Nichiren blade, otherwise, you would have succeeded. Seeing the drum demon pick up its own head, intending to reattach it, Uchiha Nagi turned and called out to the boar-headed men in the corner. Hey, boar boy, lend me one of your swords. Boar boy. The boar-headed man looked around, then pointed at himself. Are you talking to me, bastard? I'm not lending you anything. I'm going to cut off his head myself. Pig assault, the boar-headed man rushed forward quickly before the demon could use its room-rotating blood demon art again. Beast breathing, first fang, pierce. After a flash of white light, the head Kyogai had just placed back on his neck fell to the ground again. It wasn't that he didn't want to dodge, this beast-like man was simply too fast. Ha 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 ha. Pig assault. Pig assault. Did you see that? I killed him. The boar-headed man looked at Uchiha Nagi, his eyes blazing with excitement. Hey, it's your turn. Let's duel. With that, he raised his swords and charged at Uchiha Nagi. Clang, a screech of metal on metal, sparks flying. Tanjiro blocked him, glaring. You bastard. Aren't you a member of the Demon Slayer Corps? How can you attack your own ally? There are still many demons in this house. Uchiha Nagi looked at the boar-headed man, wondering how such a brainless creature had managed to survive for so long. Chapter 17, The Peerless Beauty, Inosuke. Bastard, who cares about some Demon Slayer Corps, the boar-headed man roared, raising his swords to attack. Members aren't supposed to fight each other, don't you know that? Our top priority is to eliminate the demons in this house. Tanjiro shouted while parrying. Uchiha Nagi looked at the two speechlessly, then called out to Tanjiro, let me handle this. Hey, boar boy, got the guts to have a contest with me? Whoever clears out the demons in this house first, and kills more, wins. How about it? I don't care about any of that. Bring it on. I want to fight you, you're stronger. Hey, you're not scared, are you? If you're scared, then forget it. Screw you. Who's scared? A contest it is. Also, my name is Hashibara Inosuke, not Boar Boy. Don't go around giving people stupid nicknames. With that, the boar-masked man, no, it should be Hashibara Inosuke, jumped up excitedly, pointed his sword in one direction, and roared, Aya. There's a demon over here. Kill it. Pig assault. Hey, here's something for you. Uchiha Nagi tossed him a soldier pill. Although people in this world didn't have chakra, the fundamental purpose of a soldier pill wouldn't change, it was to restore various nutrients and energy to the human body. This can restore your stamina. You probably haven't eaten in 3 days, have you? Hashibara Inosuke took the soldier pill, sniffed it, and then swallowed it in one gulp. Ooh, good stuff. My strength is surging. Aya. Pig assault. With that, like a ferocious beast, he smashed through a wall and charged out, as if he were on a massive adrenaline high. Uchiha Nagi slowly turned his head to Tanjiro. See. To deal with this kind of one-track-minded guy, this is the way to do it. Tanjiro. Without the drum demon manipulating it, the house gradually returned to normal. The rooms no longer shifted, and gravity didn't randomly change direction, making fights much easier. The remaining demons weren't 12 Kazuki, so cleaning them up wouldn't be difficult. Tanjiro walked over to the decapitated drum demon and was comforting him. No matter how many evil deeds one committed, before death, memories of their time as a human would always resurface. Most of them were originally ordinary people, turned into demons for various reasons. As humans, many were inherently good-natured, but gradually, amidst the desire to devour humans and the increase in power, they forgot their human memories and lost sight of their true nature. Pitiful. Once he fell, he was no longer worthy of anyone's pity, Uchiha Nagi said. I know. No one will forgive him, and the wrongs he committed don't deserve forgiveness. I just feel sorrow for him, Tanjiro sighed. Uchiha Nagi looked at Tanjiro. To be honest, he didn't particularly like such pure and simple-hearted people. But thinking back to the Naruto world, the Uchiha clan of neurotics, and the deceitful Konoha, it was more relaxing to be around straightforward people. The so-called Will of Fire was just a slogan. In reality, it was all about naked self-interest. Even the Hyuga clan leader's younger brother could be casually handed over to die. But here, apart from protecting ordinary people and killing demons, there seemed to be no other backstabbing or scheming. Life was simple and comfortable. Ha 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 ha, found you. Pig assault. From inside the house, the boar-headed man's shouts could be faintly heard. One-track-minded people were easy to trick. Let him handle the remaining small fry. Without a Nichiren blade, Uchiha Nagi couldn't be bothered to clean them up either. After all, those undying things were too troublesome to deal with. Not long after, Tanjiro and Zenitsu began to clear the house, carrying the bodies of the deceased ordinary people outside to be buried. The 3 rescued ordinary people helped them. Just as Tanjiro and another person were carrying out another body, he witnessed a horrifying scene. That boar-headed man, Inosuke, raised his Nichiren blades and charged towards the wooden box where his sister Nezuko was hidden, intending to kill her. Stop, Tanjiro yelled. Tanjiro was too late. At that moment, Uchiha Nagi used a body flicker technique, appearing in front of the wooden box, and activated his Sharingan. Hey, boar boy, look at me. The boar-headed man, Inosuke, inadvertently glanced at Uchiha Nagi's red 3-tomo Sharingan and instantly fell under a genjutsu. Ha ha ha, pig assault. Pig assault, I'll chop you to bits. Watching the boar-headed man, Inosuke, foolishly swinging his blades at the air until he couldn't anymore, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground, asleep. Everyone else looked completely bewildered. Zenitsu cautiously walked over and nudged him with his foot. This guy seems to have fainted. Is he sick or something? Why was he randomly swinging his swords at the air? Driven by curiosity, Zenitsu removed the boar head mask that the other had been constantly wearing. Hey girl. Ah. Zenitsu shrieked as if petrified. Under such a muscular body, there's actually a girl's face. What a monster. A short while later, when everyone had dug the graves and was preparing to place the victims' bodies inside for burial, boar boy Inosuke woke up again. Arg, Inosuke roared, leaping to his feet. Let's settle this. Ah. Woke up to find a demon. Whoa. Pig assault. With that, he grabbed his swords and charged towards Nezuko, determined to cut her down with his Nichiren blades. Tanjiro hurriedly blocked his path. Stop it. That's my sister. She's not a bad person, she hasn't hurt anyone. Who cares about that? If you don't want me to kill her, then come and settle things with me. Boar boy Inosuke roared. Suddenly, Inosuke felt a cool sensation on his face. He touched it and realized his mask was gone. Bastard. Who took my mask? Zenitsu, standing nearby, said with a grin, you're as pretty as a girl. Why wear a boar head mask? You got a problem with my face. With that, his expression darkened, and he charged at Zenitsu, raising his swords to fight. Aya. Help me, Zenitsu immediately ran behind Uchiha Nagi. Nagi's mouth twitched incessantly. Such a cowardly dual personality, truly one of a kind. Hey, boar boy, look at me. Boar boy Inosuke, just as he charged in front of Uchiha Nagi, fell under genjutsu once more. He yelled and screamed at the air, then fell asleep again. That was amazing, Nagi-san. How did you do that? You defeated him just by looking at him. Zenitsu asked, his face full of admiration. This is genjutsu. You want to learn? I can teach you. Equivalent exchange, you can teach me thunder breathing. Chapter 18, The Wisteria Flower House. Quick, follow me rest. Quick, follow me rest. In the sky, Tanjiro's crow flew about, calling out. Uchiha Nagi was rather envious of these intelligent auxiliary birds that could not only communicate but also serve as reconnaissance. Large summoning animals could serve as significant combat power, but when it came to smaller summons, those capable of flight were undoubtedly the top choice. Once he joined the Demon Slayer Corps, he too would have such an animal partner. As for large summoning animals, Uchiha Nagi frowned. The three Great Sage regions were clearly out of the question. Wild ones were too weak for his consideration. There were some in the original story, but he had no idea where they were located in the Naruto world. What made him even more uncertain was how much chakra would be required to summon a beast to the Demon Slayer world. If it was several times the usual amount, then the moment one was summoned, he'd be exhausted and in no condition to fight. Thump. 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 Hey, boar boy, what are you doing now? Uchiha Nagi asked, looking perplexed at Inosuke, who was repeatedly running headfirst into a wall. This guy's brain didn't seem to work too well. Bastard. My name is Inosuke, not boar boy. Inosuke roared in anger. Then can you write it out? Tanjiro shouted. It's written on my loincloth. Probably feeling a bit embarrassed, Inosuke once again shouted, pig assault. He then charged forward again, crashing into a large tree, and this time knocked himself unconscious. Nagi and I don't mind him, Zenitsu piped up. While you were gone just now, he challenged Tanjiro and got knocked out by Tanjiro's headbutt. Then, this guy, refusing to admit defeat, started vigorously training his head. This guy, his brain really has problems, the other three thought in unison. Uchiha Nagi covered his face. Three problem youths, one incredibly timid, with a dual personality, who could only fight effectively when asleep. One incomparably brave, yet wore a boar head mask to hide his overly beautiful face, and was utterly one-track minded. And one protagonist. The protagonist, Tanjiro, was relatively the most normal of the lot, aside from being a bit naive. South-southeast, to the Wisteria Flower House. South-southeast, to the Wisteria Flower House. Tanjiro's crow kept cawing from the sky. Tanjiro could only wave his hand and say, I know, stop shouting. The crow then flew down and landed on Tanjiro's shoulder, still squawking loudly, Wisteria Flower House. Rest. Treatment. A hand suddenly shot out and grabbed Tanjiro's crow. This bird can talk. Can it be eaten? Boar boy Inosuke had woken up again. He rubbed his stomach. I'm hungry. Let's roast it and eat it. The crow was terrified, it could understand human speech. Tanjiro, help me. Tanjiro, help me. Who's Tanjiro? Inosuke turned his head, curious. That's me. Didn't I tell you before? My name is Kamado Tanjiro. Tanjiro pointed at himself and shouted. Nonsense. You clearly said your name was Kamaboko Gampakiro. Inosuke raged. Baka. Are you a pig or something? I'm not a pig. I'm Inosuke. Uchiha Nagi covered his ears. All right, stop arguing. The Wisteria Flower House is just ahead. It's probably a logistics base for the Demon Slayer Corps, a place where we can rest and eat. He pointed to a manor not far away, on whose gate a wisteria flower pattern was carved. There were no other houses in the vicinity, but many different varieties of wisteria flowers were planted all around. To demons, these flowers were poison, repellent like filth. So, even if they knew people were inside, they generally wouldn't approach such a place. When they arrived in front of the Wisteria Flower House, an elderly woman was already waiting respectfully for them. Ah, monster, Zenitsu shrieked in terror and immediately hid behind Tanjiro. You're being too rude, Zenitsu, Tanjiro said with displeasure. You must all be members of the Demon Slayer Corps. Welcome to the Wisteria Flower House. Please follow me, everything has been prepared for you, the old woman said with a gentle smile, bowing before leading the way. Prepared what? Tanjiro asked. Naturally, food, clothes, and a doctor to treat injuries, correct? Uchiha Nagi inquired. Yes, this young gentleman is very clever. This is a logistics station for the Demon Slayer Corps, a place for you all to lodge and rest. The old woman, still smiling, led the group to a room where several sets of clean, fresh clothes were already laid out. Please come to the dining hall for your meal after you've washed up. Food has already been prepared for everyone there. I hope you will find it to your satisfaction. The moment she finished speaking, the old woman suddenly vanished. Aya. A monster. She disappeared in an instant. I told you she was a monster, didn't I, Tanjiro? Zenitsu, terrified, once again hid behind Tanjiro. It was a breathing style. She's likely a retired former member of the Demon Slayer Corps, Uchiha Nagi stated calmly. Someone who could vanish before Tanjiro and the others' eyes was definitely no ordinary person. The answer, of course, was a retired former member of the Demon Slayer Corps. Kino, Kinoto, Hino, Hinoto, Tsukino, Tsukinoto, Kano, Kanoto, Mizuno, and Mizunoto, 10 ranks. Tanjiro and the others were merely members who had just attained the lowest rank. The human body, after the age of 30, tends to decline year by year. By 40, it's mostly a matter of regression with little further progress. Demons in this world, however, remain perpetually in their peak state. Thus, it wasn't surprising that the Corps relied on younger members. If stamina couldn't keep up, breathing styles naturally couldn't be maintained for long. Breathing styles weren't omnipotent, they required physical strength to execute. This old woman was clearly in her 50s or 60s, undoubtedly a former member retired due to her age. Delicious, delicious. At dinner, Zenitsu, Tanjiro, and Boy Inosuke were feasting heartily. It had to be said, young people warmed up to each other quickly. Individuals who were at each other's throats an hour ago were now sharing a meal. He. Inosuke stared sinisterly at Uchiha Nagi and Tanjiro. Suddenly, his hands shot out like lightning, snatching the meat from in front of both of them. He then opened his mouth wide and stuffed it all in. He. Oof, cough, cough. One moment he was eyeing Uchiha Nagi and Tanjiro provocatively, the next he was choking from eating too quickly, repeatedly thumping his chest. Uchiha Nagi speechlessly handed over his sake. Inosuke gulped it down in a few noisy swallows, managing to get the food down and narrowly avoiding choking to death. Here, if that's not enough, I have more, Tanjiro said. Faced with Inosuke snatching his food, Tanjiro, far from getting angry, generously offered some more of his own. Boy Inosuke was stunned. This was completely different from what he had expected. Aya, Inosuke grabbed his own hair, looking like he was about to lose his mind. Chapter 19, The Versatile Breathing Style. As night fell, a doctor came to examine the group and prescribe medication. However, Uchiha Nagi gestured that it wasn't necessary, as he himself was a doctor. He activated the mystical palm technique, and a vibrant green chakra instantly sealed a wound. Tanjiro and the others stared, dumbfounded. Tanjiro, never one to keep his thoughts to himself, asked directly, Nagi and I, if you can heal, why didn't you treat us on the mountain earlier? Uchiha Nagi shook his head. The mystical palm technique uses chakra to accelerate human cell growth. However, the number of times human cells can divide in a lifetime is limited. Rapidly forcing them to divide isn't actually ideal. If there's no life-threatening danger, it's best to let the body's injuries heal naturally. That's the optimal way. He added, moreover, you're all still in your adolescent growth phase. Overusing the mystical palm technique would consume your cell's regenerative power, which is tantamount to depleting your potential. Tanjiro, who could sense a person's emotions and desires, knew Uchiha Nagi wasn't lying and nodded in understanding. I see, I understand now. By the way, Nagi and I, about that chakra you mentioned, I've been trying to refine it for days but can't seem to get the hang of it. Could you explain it to me again? All right, Uchiha Nagi nodded. What's chakra? Zenitsu asked from the side, with Boy Inosuke also looking on with a curious expression. Hey, Uchiha Nagi chuckled lightly. Coming to this world, which was close to modern times, and getting along with these younger fellows was quite pleasant. A part of his own heart, frozen for so long, was slowly beginning to thaw. So, he didn't mind teaching them a few things. Chakra is this. Watch closely. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Poof. After a puff of smoke, several Uchiha Nagis appeared together in the living room, each a solid shadow clone. Sugoi, Zenitsu was the first to rush over, touching Uchiha Nagi's shadow clones, examining each one carefully, and finally confirming it wasn't an illusion. Several MES. Haha, I win. Boy Inosuke, also looking curious, touched the shadow clones. Then, for reasons unknown, he suddenly put his hands on his hips and burst into wild laughter. Want to learn? I'll teach you, Uchiha Nagi said with a smile. MHM, we want to learn, chorused all three. The three of them sat before Uchiha Nagi like obedient children. Nagi glanced at Boy Inosuke. This fellow didn't seem too difficult to get along with either. He had probably never interacted much with others, having grown up alone in the deep mountains. So, a little kindness was all it took to become his friend. Then I'll begin. Chakra is an energy produced by the perfect fusion of various component energies controlled by the human body. It's the energy source for performing ninjutsu, genjutsu, taijutsu, or for forming it into threads to bind opponents or sever substances, also composed of chakra. This energy is composed of 1. Physical energy drawn from each of the body's approximately 130 trillion cells, and 2. Spiritual energy, which is cultivated through extensive training and accumulated experience. What are cells? What's spiritual energy? Inosuke even started counting on his fingers. How much is 130 trillion? I only know how to count from 1 to 10. Uchiha Nagi. It seemed he had a long road ahead of him. Faced with these three, who were less knowledgeable than even Ninja Academy kindergartners, Uchiha Nagi felt a headache coming on at the thought of teaching them to extract chakra. However, the three were clearly very interested in a ninjutsu like the Shadow Clone Jutsu, which created solid clones. Even if they didn't understand, they still sat attentively and listened. The scene was only interrupted when Tanjiro's sister, Nezuko, emerged from the wooden box. Even Uchiha Nagi was momentarily struck by Nezuko's beauty, a perfect blend of purity and loveliness, especially her dazed, innocent eyes, which seemed as pure as if she hadn't been touched by the mortal world, inspiring an instinctive desire to protect her. However, it was just a fleeting moment of admiration. Uchiha Nagi wasn't someone who hadn't seen the world. As a transmigrator, he had seen countless beauties on the internet and quite a few in the Naruto world as well. In contrast, Zenitsu, timid as a mouse, transformed into some kind of Tengu, wagging his tail as he chased after Nezuko, scaring her in the process. Boy Inosuke nearby was also clearly a bit awestruck by Nezuko, though he didn't seem to know how to express it. The group spent a harmonious, albeit noisy, evening together. Uchiha Nagi also felt incredibly at ease, even unintentionally falling into a deep sleep. The next morning, when Tanjiro and the others opened their eyes, Uchiha Nagi was already in the courtyard, practicing the breathing styles he had just learned. Beast breathing, first Fang, pierce. Water breathing, first form, water surface slash. Two shadow clones, wielding swords, sparred with each other. Inosuke, who had just come out, watched in utter shock. You. Why do you know my beast breathing? Smack. Zenitsu slapped Inosuke on the head. Idiot. Call him Nagi and I. Oh, right, Tanjiro. Tanjiro nodded. Nagi and I can learn a breathing style just by seeing it once. He must have seen you use it in the demon house earlier, so he learned it. So amazing. Boy Inosuke was completely petrified, frozen in place. How are your injuries? If they're better, you can join my shadow clones for morning practice. Don't worry about hurting me. If a clone is injured, it will just disappear. The main body will be fine, Uchiha Nagi said. Ooh, no problem. Then here I come, Nagi and I. Let's settle this. Pig assault, boy Inosuke roared, grabbing his two serrated Nichiren blades and charging forward. Uchiha Nagi, intending to learn more of this world's breathing styles, had one shadow clone practice with him. Tanjiro and Zenitsu also joined the morning training. They didn't go all out, as it was just daily practice, so the intensity wasn't too high, and they weren't worried about straining their bodies. Uchiha Nagi intentionally went easy on the three to train them. Their combat styles were too one-dimensional. Letting them experience the Naruto world's way of fighting would more easily improve their strength. The three youngsters, in terms of overall strength, might only be at the level of genin in the Naruto world. They didn't know ninjutsu, the three basic academy techniques, or genjutsu, let alone strategies involving poisons or complex tactics. However, in terms of raw combat power alone, they might possess taijutsu skills comparable to Niji during his fight against the spider demon, Kidomaru, or even surpass it. Who could have guessed that breathing styles were such a jack-of-all-trades existence? In the long-term fight against demons, the Demon Slayer Corps continuously used breathing styles to counter unknown blood demon arts, constantly improving them. With all sorts of bizarre blood demon arts out there, breathing styles had gradually evolved to become adaptable enough to deal with them. It could be said that, without considering genjutsu and secret techniques, breathing styles could versatilely contend with the ninjutsu and taijutsu of the ninja world. Chapter 20, Natagumo Mountain. However, the shinobi of the ninja world clearly didn't fight with honor. There was the Nara clan's shadow imitation technique. Once your shadow was caught, you couldn't move. Then there was the Yamanaka clan's mind transfer jutsu. And the Aburame clan's poisonous insects, all sorts of bizarre abilities. But considering their enemies in this world were a special kind of creature, Nagi naturally let it go. The strange and deadly techniques of the ninja world were all aimed at humans and were mostly useless against the demons of this world. So, it wasn't surprising that, aside from breathing styles, there wasn't much else here. Of course, it wasn't absolute. There were still ninja in this world, like the Sound Hashira, who came from a ninja family, just without chakra. Everyone, breakfast is ready in the dining hall. The old woman appeared in the courtyard with a gentle smile. All right, thank you, Grandma. Let's call it a morning then, Uchiha Nagi said, wiping away his sweat. It wasn't from sparring with them that he was tired, but from the heat generated by practicing breathing styles himself. Alongside him, the three youngsters were also wiping off sweat, having never encountered such peculiar fighting methods. A sword strike would hit a substitution log, or the opponent would simply vanish. Then there was the regular clone jutsu, those were intangible shadows that dispersed on contact, and the shadow clone jutsu, which created solid, physical clones. Mixed together, the real and fake made it incredibly difficult for them to get a bead on things. Soon enough, however, the regular clone jutsu became useless against them, as all three possessed their own special talents. Tanjiro's sense of smell could detect emotions and scents, allowing him to instantly differentiate between intangible clones and solid shadow clones. Zenitsu had his supersensitive hearing, and Inosuke possessed an animal-like intuition. These three were truly gifted. Delicious, delicious, boy Inosuke didn't snatch food from the other two this time. The old woman in charge of logistics had specially prepared an extra portion for him, which was more than enough. Oh, right, Inosuke, by the way, how did you join the Demon Slayer Corps? Tanjiro asked curiously. Oh, I used to live alone in the mountains. One day, I ran into a few people, beat them up, and took their swords. Then they said they were demon slayers. Inosuke thumped his chest and gulped down a cup of water. Ah, full. Anyway, I learned from them about the Demon Slayer Corps selection, so I went to the mountain to participate in the battles. And just like that, I became an official member. Then I met you guys later. Tanjiro. Zenitsu said pitifully, those people whose Nichiren blades you stole, they're really unlucky. So, boy Inosuke had become a member of the Demon Slayer Corps in a completely muddled way. When Tanjiro asked where he learned his breathing style, he said he had lived in the mountains since he was a child and was raised by wild boars. Later, when he was little, he once snuck into an old man's house in the mountains to steal food and got caught. Later, that old man raised me for several years before he died. He even made me call him grandpa and taught me how to speak. I created my breathing style by imitating him. Oh, right, Inosuke asked with a curious look, what's up grandpa? Can you eat it? Sugoi, Zenitsu looked utterly stunned. Creating his own breathing style. This guy is a genius among geniuses. Inosuke is amazing. To think you created your own breathing style, Tanjiro exclaimed in admiration. Uchiha Nagi was thoughtful. It seemed breathing styles were just a general framework, similar to how the original progenitor of chakra was the old sage of six paths. As for how others used chakra after it was dispersed and passed down, there were countless variations. Breathing styles were the same. The most primitive was sun breathing, which then continuously evolved and simplified, eventually forming various different schools of breathing. This meant he too could absorb their essence and then deduce a breathing style most suitable for himself. As for sun breathing, Uchiha Nagi glanced at Tanjiro. Sometimes, the strongest breathing style wasn't necessarily the most suitable, because everyone's constitution was different. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, boy Inosuke proposed to challenge Uchiha Nagi's genjutsu once more. Alright, bring it on, Uchiha Nagi smiled, activating his three-tomo Sharingan. Whoa. Pig assault, Inosuke roared, charging at Uchiha Nagi. And then, he inadvertently looked into those red eyes again. Next, Tanjiro and Zenitsu witnessed a familiar scene, Inosuke yelling and flailing at the air, then falling asleep once more. I didn't even get to bet on how long he'd last before he lost. Zenitsu said with a regretful expression. However, Tanjiro's face was grave. After careful observation, he said directly, no, Inosuke hasn't lost yet. Hearing this, Uchiha Nagi stopped and turned to look at boy Inosuke. He saw him sleeping with his eyes narrowed, then suddenly lock onto Nagi, grab his two Nichiren blades, and charge over. This works too. Uchiha Nagi looked at him in surprise. His brain was asleep, but his body was still fighting based on instinct. What in the world was this? The sleeping Inosuke's swordsmanship was still incredibly sharp, and he could subconsciously use his breathing style, beast breathing. Such astonishing talent. Uchiha Nagi was genuinely shocked by this kid. However, being asleep still wasn't as agile as being awake. In the end, Uchiha Nagi used a water prison technique to decisively end the battle. MMPH. Glug, glug. After waking up, Inosuke found himself trapped in a sphere of water, only able to make gurgling sounds for help. He couldn't use his breathing style in the water and couldn't get out. Uchiha Nagi released the water prison technique, letting him out. This is a weakness you all need to overcome. You rely too much on your breathing styles. You haven't considered how you would fight if you were trapped in a place with no air one day, Uchiha Nagi said seriously to the three youngsters. Although demons with water-based blood demon arts are rare, if you encounter one, you'll be in trouble. A breathing style without air. Tanjiro scratched his head, completely unable to figure out how to solve this problem. Zenitsu and Inosuke also looked utterly clueless. It's alright. You just need to remember one thing. And that is, every technique has a weakness. Those were Itachi's words, but also the truest reality. There was no such thing as a perfect technique in the world. If there were, it would be divine. Just then, Tanjiro's crow delivered another message, circling in the sky and cawing loudly. Northeast north. Natagumo Mountain. Northeast north. Natagumo Mountain. Ah, another mission. This time it's Natagumo Mountain. I don't know why, but I have a bad feeling about this, Zenitsu said, clinging tightly to Tanjiro's arm in fear. Tanjiro. Chapter 21, Departure, A New Journey. Alright then, this old woman wishes you all a safe and peaceful journey. Early in the morning, at the entrance of the wisteria flower house, the old woman saw the group off with a benevolent expression. She then took out a flint and struck it towards them, sending sparks flying. Damn it, you old hag, are you looking to die? The short-tempered boar boy, Inosuke, thought she was provoking him and nearly kicked her, but Tanjiro and Zenitsu managed to hold him back. Baka. You idiot, this is accustomed to ward off evil spirits and bless us on our way, Tanjiro scolded angrily. Uchiha Nagi. Tanjiro's garrulous Kasugai crow was circling in the sky again, repeating impatiently over and over, Ka northeast north. Natagumo Mountain. Ka northeast north. Natagumo Mountain. The group walked along the road, heading towards Natagumo Mountain. Uchiha Nagi didn't know the way, so Tanjiro and the others led. Hey, don't run so fast. You need to conserve some stamina to fight when we reach our destination, so it's best to maintain a steady pace, Uchiha Nagi called out to the three youngsters ahead. The three of them whispered something to each other, then started arguing again, and soon began competing in speed, each one running faster than the last. Uchiha Nagi watched them, feeling a bit speechless. They're truly children who've never experienced a real battlefield, so innocent it's almost enviable. Uchiha Nagi sighed. There was a time when he, too, had deeply envied such pure, uncomplicated friendships. Alas, it was something he could never obtain. Uchiha Nagi was a little younger than Kakashi and a little older than Shisui, so he hadn't been in the same class as any of the canon characters. And when he grew up and went to the battlefield, he would always be as cowardly as possible, lying low whenever he could, keeping an unbelievably low profile. As a result, he had no friends at all, no guy to pester him for matches, and certainly no Obito or Rin as teammates. In his memory, not long after he first went to the battlefield, there was a shortage of medical personnel, and he was transferred to the rear. A few days later, he heard that his squad leader and two teammates from his original Genin team had all been taken out on a mission together. After that, he managed to lay low until the end of the Shinobi World War. He trained hard and became a Jonin, only to hear something even more depressing. Shisui, who was younger than him, was making a huge name for himself. Shisui had earned the title Shisui of the Body Flicker, and Uchiha Nagi knew that Shisui had also secretly awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan. As a transmigrator without any system or golden finger, he could only pathetically continue to lie low. This was reality. Uchiha Nagi didn't care about such empty fame. He had decided he absolutely wouldn't stand out unless he reached Kage level or higher. The tree that stands tallest in the forest is the first to be blown down by the wind, and sure enough, Shisui, even at Kage level, was taken out. The ninja world was full of people with psychological problems, yet there were no therapists. This was a serious issue, and the Uchiha clan's psychological problems were particularly severe. So, after coming to this world, Uchiha Nagi felt like he was slowly returning to being a normal person, reverting to the modern person he had been in his previous life. He had to thank that lively girl, Kagome, for helping him rediscover some of his human emotions. Uchiha Nagi picked up a bowl-sized musical instrument and began to play a melody, Beloved. The three youngsters, who had been bickering and fooling around, gradually quieted down upon hearing Uchiha Nagi's music. Inosuke, especially, having never heard music before, widened his eyes, a dazed and adorable look on his face. He even took off his boar mask. The faint sorrow in the melody was captivating, heart-wrenching, and filled with a sense of worldly vicissitude, as if a person who had lost something precious was finally able to express their feelings only after understanding its true value. That was beautiful. It's so beautiful, Nagi and I. This song is amazing, please, you absolutely have to teach me, Zenitsu exclaimed, excitedly hugging Uchiha Nagi's leg. It's truly beautiful, Nagi and I. Could you teach all of us? We all want to learn, right, Inosuke? Tanjiro said, his face also reflecting his enchantment. Inosuke scratched his head. Well, okay, let's learn it then. But it doesn't seem like it'll be useful in a fight. MMPHH. You want to learn? Sure, I can teach you, Uchiha Nagi smiled. Looking at the three youngsters, he felt like he was looking at his own younger brothers. Their personalities, like lotuses blooming unsullied from the mud, were truly delightful to be around after spending time with them. So, at noon, the four of them sat under a large tree to enjoy their lunch, which they had brought from the wisteria flower house. Uchiha Nagi said to the three, "Wait for me here, I'll go hunt a few rabbits to add to our meal." Ooh, I'll go too. Hunting is my specialty. I grew up in the forest," Inosuke declared. "Then I'll go gather some firewood. My family has been charcoal makers for generations, so I'm best at this," Tanjiro volunteered eagerly. "Huh? Then what do I do?" Zenitsu asked, looking puzzled. "Then I'll just be in charge of eating." "Hey, ow." Inosuke punched him on the head. "You idiot, go help Tanjiro." In less than half an hour, Uchiha Nagi and Inosuke returned with 2 rabbits and several fish. Seeing that Tanjiro and Zenitsu hadn't come back yet, Uchiha Nagi started preparing the game. Under Inosuke's curious gaze, he used earth release to create a small pit, then water release, and a small pool of water appeared. Next, he gutted and skinned the animals, then took out a storage scroll and produced a pot and seasonings. Tanjiro, returning with firewood, looked on with envy. "Sugoi Nagi and I, your scroll can hold so many things. I'm so jealous." Uchiha Nagi smiled. "If you can learn to mold chakra, I'll give you a scroll. This storage scroll requires chakra to open and store things." Zenitsu was overjoyed. "Really? Nagi and I want one too." Inosuke flared up. "Damn it, I saw it first. I want it first." Tanjiro shouted at the two, "You're both being so rude." Watching the three of them bickering, Uchiha Nagi smiled faintly, reminded of school outings with his classmates in his past life. He placed the prepared rabbit and fish on a grill, and also simmered a pot of fish soup. He kept sprinkling seasonings and turning the meat from time to time. Before long, the aroma of roasted meat and fish soup wafted through the air. Grumble Boy Inosuke was practically drooling. "It's ready," Uchiha Nagi said, handing them the cooked fish and rabbit meat. Inosuke was the first to snatch 2 roasted fish, gobbling them down without caring if they were hot. "MMPH, so hot, delicious. This is so good. Nagi and I, how did you get so good at cooking?" Tanjiro asked. "I've lived alone since I was little, so I cooked for myself. My cooking skills gradually improved over time," Uchiha Nagi replied. "Huh? But I've lived alone too, so why is the food I make just cooked and nothing more?" Inosuke asked, confused. This question instantly left everyone present at a loss for words. I'm so full, so full. It feels great to be full. Are we leaving now? Or should we rest for a bit?" Zenitsu asked. "Let's set off. The sooner we reach Nadagumo Mountain, the fewer civilian casualties there might be," Tanjiro said, preparing to pick up his wooden box. However, the three of them silently looked towards Uchiha Nagi, waiting for him to speak. Unconsciously, whether due to his age or his strength, he had taken on the role of their leader in their hearts. Chapter 22, The 12 Kazuki. Uchiha Nagi glanced at the sky. It was noon, the sun still hanging high. "No, Tanjiro. We'll take a nap and set out at dusk." "Why?" Tanjiro asked, puzzled. "Because they only appear at night. Even if we rush to Nadagumo Mountain now, we won't see them. So, it's best to rest well now and use the remaining 2 or 3 hours this afternoon to reach the mountain." Uchiha Nagi looked at the map the old woman had given him. "By the time we get to Nadagumo Mountain, the sun will have completely set, and they should start appearing. Facing the battle with optimal stamina and in peak condition is the most rational approach. Ooh. Rest now, fight at night, hee. Inosuke finished speaking, chugged down the rest of the soup, wiped his mouth, and promptly leaped into the shade of a tree to lie down. "Gahahaha, this spot is mine." Tanjiro rolled his eyes. "No one's fighting you for it. Inosuke, #. The midday sun was exceptionally dazzling, but Uchiha Nagi's group napped under the shade of the trees. The cicadas chirped incessantly, and the lush trees blocked the scorching sunlight. A cool breeze rustled through, bringing waves of refreshment. The forest was remarkably tranquil, such peace was only possible during the daytime. After a 3-hour nap, Uchiha Nagi lazily got up and led the trio towards Nadagumo Mountain. Tanjiro's crow had been cawing non-stop, but Uchiha Nagi had silenced it by stuffing a rabbit leg in its beak. Moving at a moderate pace, they walked for 3 hours and arrived at the foot of Nadagumo Mountain just as the sky began to darken. "Tanjiro, these are soldier pills. Take them when your stamina is severely depleted, they can supplement some nutrients in place of food. Each of you keep one on hand as a precaution." Tanjiro and Zenitsu took the soldier pills, but then heard a munch from beside them. They turned to look. Inosuke had taken the pill and immediately tossed it into his mouth. Tanjiro. Zenitsu. Uchiha Nagi. You idiot. Those aren't snacks. They're for critical situations. Less yapping. The fight's about to start, so of course I'd eat it now. Oh whoa, I'll take the vanguard. Pig assault. With that, he donned his boar mask and charged forward. Wait a minute, Zenitsu suddenly said. Hold on, can't you guys feel how terrifying that mountain is? It's too scary in there. Tanjiro rolled his eyes, knowing Zenitsu's cowardly nature was acting up again. The mountain looks pretty normal to me. Wait, there's someone ahead. Uchiha Nagi activated his Sharingan. While its long-range reconnaissance wasn't as good as the Byakugan, it was still far superior to an ordinary person's vision. The group hurried over. Under the dim light of dusk, they saw a person in a black uniform with the character, Mizunoto, printed on the back, clutching a Nichiren blade, lying on the ground covered in blood and groaning. It's a demon slayer. Tanjiro was the first to run over, intending to help the person up. Help me, save me. Before he could finish his sentence, a powerful force yanked the demon slayer member, pulling him flying towards the forest. I'm being pulled too. Help. Help me. While Tanjiro and the others were still bewildered, unsure of what was happening, Uchiha Nagi made his move. Fire style, Phoenix Sage fire technique. Several fireballs instantly shot towards the area behind the demon slayer. Although it was a C-rank ninjutsu, the trajectory of its fireballs could be controlled with chakra. Moreover, Uchiha Nagi had embedded several shuriken within the fireballs to ensure they would sever the nearly invisible threads attached to the men. Bang! A cloud of dust rose. The man, who had been on the brink of death, was finally saved. What happened? Why did he suddenly fly towards the forest, and then, Nagi and after your fireballs, he just fell down? Zenitsu was completely confused, as their eyesight wasn't good enough to see a few fine threads in the dark. It was spider silk, Uchiha Nagi explained. There were several strands of spider silk connected to his back. They're so fine that it's almost impossible for the naked eye to see them clearly at night. The only reason Nagi could see them was thanks to the energy being channeled through the silk. Evidently, the enemy was using a blood demon art to control the threads, but the energy conducted along them made them clearly visible to his Sharingan. When we enter the forest, be careful of the spider silk. Don't let it touch you. They control people through these threads, Uchiha Nagi warned. Tanjiro then questioned the surviving demon slayer, and his answers were just as Uchiha Nagi had predicted. Their group, a demon slayer team of about 10 members, should have had no problem entering the mountain to deal with 1 or 2 ordinary demons by ganging up on them. However, inexplicably, they were wiped out without even seeing a shadow of their enemy. Teammates began to kill each other. Only later did they realize that anyone who touched the spider silk in the forest had their bodies controlled. Though their minds were clear, their limbs wouldn't obey their commands, and they could only watch helplessly as their own comrades slaughtered each other. Meanwhile, at the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, a man with blind eyes and a face covered in what looked like disfiguring blue veins, Ubuyashiki Kagaya, the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps, was sitting in the courtyard, listening to a crow's report. Is that so? The children were all wiped out, sacrificed. They were all good children. It seems there must be one of the 12 Kazuki there. Ubuyashiki Kagaya sighed, a faint sadness on his face, but he quickly suppressed the emotion. Countless Demon Slayer members died in battle every year. Ubuyashiki Kagaya spoke into the darkness, giving an order, since there's a 12 Kazuki there, we must dispatch 2 or more Hashira. Ju, Shinobu, I'll have to trouble you to make a trip. Yes, master, yes, master. From the darkened room, 2 figures slowly emerged. One was the current water Hashira, Tomioka Ju, his expression as cold as ice, seemingly unchanging for an eternity. The other was the insect Hashira, Kocho Shinobu, a beautiful woman with a gentle demeanor, a pleasant voice, and a tender smile. One was handsome, the other beautiful, both young. But anyone who could become a Hashira had fought their way through countless battles, their strength was beyond doubt. After bowing to Ubuyashiki Kagaya, they both activated their breathing styles and then dashed towards Nadagumo Mountain with the speed of wind. Also, see if any other Hashira are nearby and have them head over for support. If it's an upper-rank Kazuki, 2 Hashira might not be safe, Ubuyashiki Kagaya said with concern. The 12 Kazuki were divided into 6 upper ranks and 6 lower ranks. For many years, it had been an unchanging fact that a single upper-rank Kazuki could not be defeated by anyone less than 2 Hashira. The 6 upper-rank Kazuki hadn't changed in hundreds of years. Chapter 23, The Battle on Nadagumo Mountain. Tanjiro. Outside Nadagumo Mountain, Zenitsu wailed Tanjiro's name, his face a mask of woe. Everyone else had ventured into the mountain, leaving him behind, too cowardly to follow, stuck guarding the rescued demon slayer. Do they hate me or something? Zenitsu mumbled, sitting dejectedly by the roadside. If we're really comrades, how could they just abandon me like this? Truth is, if just two people had tried to coax me, I would have gone with them, no matter how terrified I was. Chirp, chirp. A little sparrow was persistently chirping something into Zenitsu's ear. This sparrow, Chuntaro, was Zenitsu's companion. While most demon slayers were assigned Kasugai crows, for some unknown reason, he'd gotten a sparrow. Ha, easy for you to say, Zenitsu sighed. You don't understand a thing about human feelings, do you? Chuntaro, looking utterly dismayed, QAQ, could only manage a. Then, it flew up and started pecking furiously at Zenitsu's hand. Aya. Ow, ow, ow. You little brat. You're not cute at all. Nezuko-chan is so adorable, and then there's you. Wait a minute, Nezuko-chan. Zenitsu shot to his feet and sprinted towards the mountain, completely forgetting the injured, unconscious demon slayer he'd just dumped on the ground. Aya. Nezuko-chan went into the mountain. Nezuko-chan, wait for me. Uchiha Nagi, Tanjiro, and Inosuke had already ventured deep into the forest. True to his usual methods, Nagi had sent a shadow clone ahead to scout the path. Inosuke, ever impulsive, tried to charge forward but was held back by Nagi. Look around, Nagi said, gesturing towards the darkened woods. The air is thick with spider silk. It's hard to spot with the naked eye in this gloom, but it's everywhere, on the ground, in the grass, draped between the trees. No matter where we step, we're bound to brush against these threads. And see these little spiders. Nagi casually picked one up from a nearby branch. The forest is teeming with them. They're constantly scuttling about, spinning more and more silk. He then crushed the spider under his heel. Then we just gotta kill all these damn spiders, right, Nagi? Inosuke brandished his Nichiren blades, already jabbing furiously at the spiders skittering across the forest floor. Suddenly, Tanjiro's keen nose picked up something. Hold on, he said, pointing deeper into the woods. I smell someone over there. A human. They rushed to the spot and found a lone demon slayer, clearly a survivor of an earlier attack. Tanjiro gently patted his shoulder, which made the men jump violently. It's okay, don't be afraid, Tanjiro said reassuringly. We're here as reinforcements. I'm Kamado Tanjiro, Mizunoto rank. The man flinched at the touch, whipping his head around. Relief washed over his face when he saw they were human, but it was quickly replaced by a profound disappointment. Mizunoto, he choked out. Why send Mizunoto rank slayers? If it's not a Hashira, it doesn't matter how many of any other rank you send. They'll all just end up dead. His voice cracked with despair. He buried his face in his hands, sinking to the ground and sobbing. Thwack. You damn coward. Inosuke landed a solid punch on the man's head, showing no mercy. Stop your blubbering and tell us what the hell is going on. The terrified slayer then began to recount his ordeal. His name was Yamada, and he was part of a demon slayer squad dispatched to Natagumo Mountain. Unlike his comrades, he'd had an incredible stroke of luck and had somehow managed to escape the initial horror. While the others were being gruesomely forced to turn on each other, seemingly controlled by an unseen force, he alone had been overlooked. It's similar to a puppet technique, Nagi mused internally, but this one controls living humans. Suddenly, Nagi's senses flared. A powerful presence had just materialized nearby. Tanjiro, Inosuke, Nagi said, his gaze fixed on the pale moon hanging in the sky, his voice calm. Take this man and go find the others who are being controlled. There might still be time to save them. What is it, Nagi and I? Tanjiro asked, sensing the shift in Nagi's demeanor. A major player just showed up, Nagi stated, drawing a Nichiren blade. It was the one he'd casually picked up from the injured slayer they'd left outside the mountain. After all, dealing with demons that couldn't be permanently dispatched without one was just a hassle. You two aren't a match for this one. Huh. Tanjiro and Inosuke snapped their gazes skyward. Bathed in the ethereal glow of the full moon, a pale figure of a boy hovered in midair, no, not hovering. He was standing delicately upon almost invisible threads of spider silk. The aura emanating from this new demon was on an entirely different level from any they had faced before. So that's what it was, the demon boy mused, his voice soft yet chilling. I sense something enticing on this mountain, a Marechi, it seems. Gulp. He couldn't help but swallow, his predatory instincts flaring. In his eyes, Uchiha Nagi was an exquisite delicacy. And what made it even more irresistible was that this human wasn't just any Marechi, but a prime specimen, the rarest of the rare. Consuming him would undoubtedly allow him to grow significantly stronger. Go. Get the others to safety. I can handle this one alone. Nagi barked at Tanjiro and Inosuke, his voice sharp with urgency. Yamada was already cowering behind them. All right. Tanjiro stammered, then turned to Inosuke. Inosuke, use your beast breathing to locate them. You got it. Inosuke squeezed his eyes shut, his senses expanding. Beast breathing, 7th Fang, spatial awareness, he muttered. A moment later, his eyes snapped open. Found M. This way. He leaped to his feet, pointed towards a section of the dense woods, and charged headlong into the trees. Arg. Pig assault. Once Tanjiro, Inosuke, and Yamada had disappeared into the undergrowth, Nagi turned his calm gaze back to the boy suspended on the threads. So this is one of them, he thought, one of the upper echelon of this world's fighters, a 12 Kazuki. My name is Rue, the demon boy said, his crimson eyes fixed on Nagi. You feel different. Special. Though I can't quite pinpoint why. Lower rank 5, Rue. Nagi read the characters engraved in the demon's eyes. He often wondered about the leader of these demons, Kibutsuji Musen, and his penchant for branding his 12 most powerful subordinates by carving numerals directly into their eyeballs. Well, if we're going to do this, Nagi said with a slight, almost playful smirk, might as well start with a proper warm-up, don't you think? And with that, he decided to go big. Fire style, great fire annihilation. An immense, roaring inferno erupted from Nagi, engulfing the surrounding section of the forest in an instant. Whether it would trigger a full-blown forest fire was the least of his concerns. This was Rue's domain, after all. The grass, the bushes, the towering trees, everything was infested with those tiny spiders and their pervasive silk. It would be all too easy to get entangled, and it was obvious Rue's blood demon art utilized these threads to manipulate his victims. The last thing Nagi wanted was to find his limbs suddenly under the demon's control mid-battle. Even if he could break free, that momentary vulnerability could be fatal. So, a wide-scale, field-clearing attack was the logical first step. Besides, ever since awakening his Mangekyo Sharingan, Nagi's chakra reserves, which had stagnated for a long while, had begun to surge dramatically. That was the ridiculously overpowered nature of the Uchiha. Awaken these eyes, and not only did your combat prowess skyrocket, but your chakra levels often followed suit. And compared to the standard 3-Tomo Sharingan, the Mangekyo's dojutsu capabilities were vastly more potent, granting access to incredibly powerful innate genjutsu. Even a seasoned and wary shinobi like Danzo could be ensnared if caught off guard. Adding to that potent mix, Uchiha Nagi's body also harbored white zetsu cells. What the? Inosuke, already some distance away, skidded to a halt as he saw the colossal pillar of fire erupt behind them, painting the night sky orange. His battle lust flared instantly, and he whirled around, ready to charge back into the fray. But Tanjiro grabbed his arm. Inosuke, wait. We need to rescue the captured demon slayers first and deal with any other demons we find. Then we can go back and help Nagi and I. The hell with that. Who cares about those damn weaklings, Inosuke snarled. Inosuke, don't you have any idea how strong Nagi and I is? Tanjiro yelled, his voice firm. If it were you or Zenitsu who'd been captured, he'd do the same for us. And I would choose to save you first too. For a beat, Inosuke just stared, momentarily stunned by Tanjiro's words. Fine. He grumbled, the fight draining out of him slightly. We save the others first. Whatever. He scratched the side of his boar mask, a strange, unfamiliar warmth spreading through his chest. What the heck is this weird, fuzzy feeling anyway? Chapter 24, Blood Demon Art, Cutting Thread Rotation. A peculiar technique, to unleash flames over such a wide area. It's somewhat like our blood demon arts, but utterly useless against us. Didn't you know? After the inferno subsided, lower rank 5, Rue, stood unscathed in the same spot. He was on the ground now only because Uchiha Nagi's great fire had incinerated all the surrounding threads. It wasn't that he was truly unharmed, rather, his regenerative speed was astonishing, even faster than Heiden's. The fire damage had healed almost instantly, making it seem as if he hadn't been attacked at all. This is just the beginning, Uchiha Nagi stated coolly. Is that so? For mere food to even think of resisting. I've killed Hashira before, let alone ordinary demon slayers. Rue, his expression blank, raised a hand. Blood demon art, cutting thread cage. Lower rank 5, Rue, flicked his left hand. Instantly, dozens of blood-red spider threads shot out, weaving together as they flew towards Uchiha Nagi. Fire style, great fireball technique. Facing the imminent web of threads, Nagi unleashed the Uchiha clan's signature fire jutsu. However, in the next second, his eyes widened in shock. The massive fireball had absolutely no effect on the crimson threads. The threads even sliced through the fireball, scattering it into smaller pockets of flame that dissipated on the ground. The tensile strength of these blood-red threads was beyond imagination. The cutting thread cage enveloped Uchiha Nagi completely, then constricted, seemingly dicing him into several pieces. Rue frowned slightly. The Uchiha Nagi, killed by his blood demon art, dissolved into a puff of smoke the next instant, and several wooden logs clattered to the ground. Substitution jutsu. a ninja's bread and butter. As long as there was enough time to form the hand seals, it could be used to evade an attack. A fascinating technique. To escape my cutting thread cage at the very moment of impact, how did you manage that? Demon slayers aren't capable of such feats. Rue slowly turned, his gaze shifting to another direction. From there, a figure emerged. It was Uchiha Nagi. Nagi was somewhat curious. Could Chidori, with its focused lightning, sever these incredibly fine yet unbelievably strong threads? Unfortunately, he didn't know Chidori. Without guidance, developing a new ninjutsu from scratch was exceedingly difficult. To kill the demon before him, many of the tools and techniques from the ninja world were proving ineffective. Or rather, he could defeat him, but not kill him. A troublesome enemy. Each of these demons was like Haiden, but a Haiden who also possessed abilities akin to ninjutsu. And their regenerative capabilities far surpassed Haiden's. Thunder breathing, first form, thunderclap and flash. Uchiha Nagi exhaled sharply, his body flickering with arcs of electricity. This was Zenitsu's thunder breathing. At this point, Zenitsu, still struggling with his crippling fear, had only mastered the first form. Of course, he had honed that single strike to perfection, making it more powerful than any of the other forms would have been in his hands. Crack! With a burst of lightning, Uchiha Nagi transformed into a thunderbolt, instantly appearing before Rue and slashing at his neck. However, in the next moment, Rue manipulated a dense barrage of blood-red threads to converge on Nagi, aiming to shred him to pieces. Not enough time. The threads are too dense all around. Substitution jutsu won't get me out of this range. Well then, Uchiha Nagi's eyes narrowed. Water breathing, second form, improved, lateral water wheel. He channeled the water breathing technique. As his Nichiren blade danced, his entire body spun like a water wheel, relentlessly rotating. Finally, he managed to sever the surrounding cage of threads, creating an opening to escape. After breaking free from the demon's blood demon art, Nagi performed several backflips to create distance. Only then did he notice a nearly invisible thread wrapped tightly around Rue's neck, hidden beneath his shoulder-length white hair. I see, Uchiha Nagi remarked, a note of admiration in his voice. The moment my blade was about to connect, you used your own thread to sever your neck first, then immediately reattached it. Impressive combat awareness. Compared to a certain someone like Haiden, who became completely immobilized once his head was lopped off, this Rue was on another level of formidable. Such astonishing speed, Rue said, his face devoid of emotion. You almost had me there. But you only get one chance. From now on, you won't have any. Has anyone ever told you that you're genuinely terrifying with that look? You could play Sadako, Uchiha Nagi sighed. Rue, naturally, had no idea who Sadako was, nor did he feel anything. Since becoming a demon, he had gradually lost his human emotions. To fill the gnawing emptiness within, he had gathered many weaker demons to play the roles of his family, parents, siblings. But these bonds were a fragile facade, built solely upon the terror his superior strength inspired. Rue spread his arms wide, his expression contorting into a fearsome snarl. Blood demon art, cutting thread rotation. Meanwhile, Tanjiro and Inosuke had finally located the culprit controlling the demon slayers, a woman, also clad in white, much like Rue. After a fierce struggle, they managed to defeat her. But before they could even celebrate, they were confronted by another powerful demon, a towering male figure, accompanied by a white-clad, white-haired girl. Mother was defeated by them, the girl said, her voice cold. Father, I'll leave them to you. Avenge mother. The male demon, with multiple rows of countless eyes covering his head and a mouth that opened to reveal rows of sharp fangs, was one of the demons Rue had forced into playing the role of his father. Despite being a subordinate, his strength was considerable. Tanjiro and Inosuke's power was clearly outmatched. The demon's physical body, in particular, was unexpectedly tough, their blades struggling to cut through its hide. Finally, during a brief opening in the battle, Tanjiro seized a momentary weakness in his opponent's stance and unleashed a breathing form. Water breathing, second form, water wheel. With a sharp sound, a section of the demon's arm was successfully severed, flying into the air. Inosuke roared in delight. Ha ha. We won. Because the hulking spider demon, now missing an arm, had actually turned and fled, scrambling away in a panic. Such a sight was rare. You damn coward. Running away scared, huh? Let's chase him down. Inosuke yelled excitedly, pig assault, and immediately tore after the retreating demon. Wait, Inosuke. Be careful, it could be a trap. Wait for me. Tanjiro shouted, hurrying to catch up. The two pursued the 2.5-meter-tall spider demon deep into the forest, but they soon lost sight of him. Damn it. You can't hide from me. Beast breathing, seventh fong, spatial awareness. Oh, Inosuke squeezed his eyes shut for a moment, then snapped them open, pointing excitedly at a large tree. Ha ha. Found you. You're over there. Wait, Inosuke. Something's not right with it, Tanjiro called out, a sense of unease creeping into his voice. Ayarg. Aya. The massive spider demon was clinging to the tree, writhing and struggling in apparent agony. A few moments later, a hand burst out from its original body. Then another. Followed by a head, and then a torso. What the heck is it doing? Inosuke asked, scratching his boar mask in confusion. It's molting. Tanjiro gasped, his eyes wide with horror. This is bad. Its aura, it's getting stronger. Such terrifying power. Grower. Chapter 25, so, you want to dance too? Growl. The spider demon fully emerged from its shed skin. Its body, originally around 2.5 meters tall, now towered at 3.5. Not only had its height increased dramatically, but its power had also surged. Inosuke could even feel his own body trembling slightly. So strong. This is the strongest demon I've ever faced, Tanjiro struggled to steady his breathing. He was scared, but not terrified, not cowardly. Water breathing, 10th form, constant flux, Tanjiro roared, launching the first attack. The 10th form was the final and most powerful technique of water breathing, not counting Jitomioka's self-created 11th form. However, even such a powerful strike, which sent flesh and blood flying and shattered the demon's arm into several pieces, found its blade stuck fast in the demon's neck, unable to penetrate further. St. Stuck. Tanjiro was horrified. Roar. The giant spider roared, snapping Tanjiro's blade with a swipe and kicking him away. Tanjiro tumbled end over end through the air, crashing through a large tree. He coughed up a large amount of blood, several ribs broken. Oh, pig assault. The little boar, Inosuke, bellowed, grabbing his 2 serrated Nichiren blades and rushing in to help. However, from fighting the mother spider demon earlier, his body was already covered in cuts, and his stamina was far from what it had been. In the end, Inosuke, using his beast breathing, found his Nichiren blades firmly blocked. Then, the giant spider grabbed his head, squeezing it with terrifying force. Bast, Ard. Beast breathing, first Fang, pierce. With his last ounce of strength, he unleashed his beast breathing, plunging his short blade into the demon's neck. However, it only pierced the flesh, failing to sever the neck. It was completely useless. As the demon tightened its grip, Inosuke's head began to bleed. He was on the verge of having his skull crushed. At the critical moment, Tanjiro, gripping the short remnant of his Nichiren blade, endured the excruciating pain and used his water breathing to rush forward and save his comrade. An image flashed through Tanjiro's mind, his frail father, dressed in thin clothes, dancing in the snow and ice for hours on end. Father is so weak, how can he dance for so long? I feel like my lungs are going to freeze. Tanjiro, there's a way to breathe. A way that allows you to move indefinitely without tiring, as long as you breathe correctly. Breathing. That's right. If you breathe correctly, Tanjiro, you too can dance like your father, and the cold will be nothing. Tanjiro, this Kagura dance and these earrings, you must ensure they are passed down. Ensure it is never broken. Suddenly, subconsciously, Tanjiro switched from water breathing to his family's Kagura dance. Unbeknownst to him, the long-lost sun breathing had reappeared in the world. Huhi no Kami Kagura, dance. Flame-like patterns began to trace the path of his broken Nichiren blade. As Tanjiro swung it continuously, he sliced through the giant spider's defending arms and then, as if slicing through tofu, severed its neck. After the flame-like figure swept past, the giant spider crashed to the ground with a thud. Its severed head rolled a few times across the ground before the wound erupted in flames. So strong. When did Ganpakiro get this powerful? Inosuke muttered to himself. Struggling to his feet, the little boar Inosuke yelled at Tanjiro, bastard. If you can do it, I can do it too. Don't underestimate me, Ganpakiro. I know. But can you get my name right? It's not Ganpakiro, it's Tanjiro. Hiss, that hurts. Tanjiro clutched his body and collapsed. Tanjiro's entire body was racked with excruciating pain, accompanied by a ringing in his ears. The Kagura dance was more than 10 times stronger than the water breathing he usually used, but the side effects were also. I don't want to. Tanjiro, save me. Zenitsu clung to a large tree, sobbing. He had wandered here alone and had been bitten by a small spider, succumbing to a potent poison. Then, the culprit, another spider demon, appeared, excitedly waiting for Zenitsu to die from the poison, a toxin that would transform the poisoned human into a spider. One look at the large spiders on the ground confirmed it. They were the size of wash basins, each with a human head perched in the middle. The scene was utterly terrifying. Seeing these human-headed spiders, Zenitsu was petrified, hugging the tree and refusing to come down. Ha, you're such a coward. Are you really a demon slayer? The spider demon roared with laughter, having never seen such a timid member of the Demon Slayer Corps. Ah! Zenitsu, too deeply poisoned, fainted and fell from the tree. Falling from this height, won't he just die from the fall? The spider demon's eyes widened. A demon slayer dying from a fall? That was almost unheard of. However, as he fainted, a thunderous breathing pattern began to emanate from Zenitsu. Thunder breathing, awakened. Blood demon art, cutting thread cage, Rue growled, and a massive web of spider silk flew towards Uchiha Nagi. It was so enormous, it was impossible to dodge. The threads, originally white, had been dyed blood red by Rue, their tensile strength immense. A single thread, almost invisible to the naked eye, was harder than steel and could easily slice through it. Can you imagine? Earth-style wall, Uchiha Nagi quickly formed hand seals. However, things didn't go as planned. The earth-style wall was instantly shredded by the fine threads, crumbling to dust. Water-breathing, sixth form, twisting whirlpool. The earth-style wall bought him a precious moment, and Uchiha Nagi used twisting whirlpool. The rapid rotation finally managed to break Rue's cutting thread cage, avoiding the fate of being diced into mincemeat. Before this, he had already used many water-breathing techniques. Still struggling so desperately. Dicing you up will make you a bother to eat, but seeing as you're trying so hard, I suppose I can grant your wish, Rue said with casual cruelty. Struggling desperately. You don't really think I can't beat you, do you? A slight smile played on Uchiha Nagi's lips. Foolish. I was just using you for sword practice. Although his Mangekyo ultimate copy was powerful, it didn't mean that he could use copied abilities as proficiently as their original owners. For example, if he copied Might Guy's 8 inner gates and they both opened, say, the 7th gate to fight, did he truly believe they'd be on equal footing? The 8 inner gates became stronger when a strong person opened them. It wasn't just about opening more gates. Disparities in physical conditioning and taijutsu proficiency meant that even if Uchiha Nagi perfectly copied Guy's 8 inner gates and they fought with the same number of gates open, Nagi would still lose miserably. Breathing styles were the same. Tanjiro had painstakingly practiced water breathing for 2 years. Although Uchiha Nagi had perfectly copied it, in actual combat, he was nowhere near as fluid or instinctively skilled with it as Tanjiro. So, from the beginning, Uchiha Nagi had intended to use Rue, this 12th Kazuki member, as a sparring partner to further strengthen his water breathing and catch up to Tanjiro. To put it bluntly, his right eye's ability to see through and analyze the principles of all things only copied techniques. It couldn't replicate the opponent's combat experience or physical strength. If it could, Uchiha Nagi would basically be invincible. Even a resurrected Kaguya would be mere fodder. Being looked down upon by Uchiha Nagi like this, Rue became furious. It had been a long time since he had felt such anger. Having slain even Hashira, he paid no mind to this apparently low-ranking demon slayer. Because Uchiha Nagi's clothes weren't the Hashira-exclusive uniform, Rue subconsciously assumed he wasn't a Hashira. Blood demon art, cutting thread rotation. Rue formed hand seals, and a deadly attack composed of several layers of red thread webs appeared in the air. Such a large-scale and wide-ranging blood demon art was impossible to dodge, and it was layered. If it were Tanjiro, he'd be dead for sure without a healthy dose of protagonist plot armor. But Uchiha Nagi simply said, "So, you want to dance too?" The light of a firefly dares to contend with the bright moon. Chapter 26, The light of a firefly dares to contend with the bright moon. The light of a firefly dares to contend with the bright moon. Boom. A colossal figure formed of fiery chakra materialized, enveloping Uchiha Nagi's body. It was the Susanoo. At first, it was just a ribcage. Rue's blood demon art struck the Susanoo, penetrating only a few inches before being stopped dead by the bone. How is this possible? Rue was astounded. What was this thing? He had never heard of a Hashira possessing a skill like this, one that resembled a blood demon art. Then, the skeletal Susanoo swung a flaming longsword, the sword of Tatsuka. With a single strike, it severed all the threads of Rue's blood demon art, the cutting thread rotation. The Susanoo then began to evolve rapidly, flesh, then an outer garment, finally transforming into a giant the size of a small mountain. What is this thing? Rue muttered to himself. What's that? Jutomioka stared curiously at the giant that had suddenly appeared in the distant forest. Such a towering figure was visible to anyone who wasn't blind. Arriving at the battlefield, he saw a spider demon woman in a white kimono about to attack the severely injured Tanjiro and Inosuke, who were no longer able to fight. Tanjiro was immobilized by the aftereffects of using the Hinokami Kagura, while the little boar, Inosuke, was also incapacitated due to excessive blood loss and having nearly had his head crushed by the giant spider. Then, Nezuko, who had been hiding in her wooden box, leaped out to protect her brother, engaging the spider demon. The water Hashira, Jutomioka, seeing this, dispatched the demon with a single, swift strike. Afterwards, the reckless little boar, Inosuke, witnessing Ju's strength, shouted out a challenge. Ju promptly tied him up and hung him from a tree. Just as he was about to say a few words to Tanjiro, he saw the energy giant, the Susanoo, appear in the distance. Of course, none of them knew what it was. They even suspected it might be a technique of one of the 12 Kazuki, since Hashira were only known to use breathing styles. That's where Uchiha Nagi and II is. Tanjiro struggled to get up. We have to go support Nagi and II. No, you just wait here for backup and treatment. Leave it to us. As soon as he finished speaking, the water Hashira, Jutomioka, vanished, rushing towards the giant with the fastest speed his water breathing could afford. On another side of the battlefield, a woman with a butterfly ornament in her hair also saw it. She was currently tending to Zenitsu. That unlucky fellow, Zenitsu, had encountered another spider demon and had been secretly bitten by a small spider, nearly dying from the poison. Fortunately, after he fainted, his subconscious persona had awakened and instantly obliterated the spider demon with a single technique. Then, just as he was weeping in despair over his impending death, his little sparrow, Chuntaro, fluttered its wings and found Shinobu Kocho. Moshi, you should be all right now. I need to hurry over there to help. That giant looks like it won't be easy to deal with. I wonder which rank of the 12 Kazuki it is, Shinobu Kocho said with a smile, patting Zenitsu's head before leaping away. Like a butterfly, she utilized her breathing style, soaring swiftly towards the yellow giant. It's still several times smaller than Madara-sama's, Uchiha Nagi mused, looking at his own Susanoo. Although it was tens of meters tall, approaching 100, it was like comparing a child to an adult when measured against Madara's mountain-sized Susanoo. He hadn't activated the Susanoo just to show off. Any ninjutsu would have minimal effect on Rue. The demon's physical regeneration was incredibly fast, and its skin was unbelievably tough, comparable to the third Raikage's. And every one of the 12 Kazuki was like this, extremely troublesome. Amaterasu might be useful, but given Rue's regenerative capabilities, he would probably just use his threads to immediately sever any part of his body that was set ablaze, just like the Raikage would. Even more troublesome was Rue's ranged attack, ubiquitous, incredibly hard, and razor-sharp threads. If Uchiha Nagi were cut by them, he'd be torn limb from limb. It was better not to use such tactics and conserve energy. Activating the Susanoo's ultimate form was the best option, absolute defense. Clearly, Uchiha Nagi had chosen correctly. Rue's blood demon art couldn't break through the Susanoo at all, it could only cut through the outermost layer. As Nagi expanded the Susanoo to its full body form, the demon's attacks became completely useless. How is this possible? What kind of technique is this? Rue, refusing to believe it, unleashed his ultimate attack again. Blood demon art, cutting thread rotation. This time, the blood demon art Rue used was even larger, covering the sky and shattering the few remaining trees in the vicinity into splinters with its invisible threads. This is bad, the water Hashira, Jutomioka, rushing from a distance, witnessed Rue unleashing his blood demon art. The insect Hashira, Shinobu Kocho, following closely behind him, also sighed inwardly. It was clear that neither of them would make it in time. Uchiha Nagi, however, laughed wildly. Humph, you think you can dance too? Uchiha Nagi controlled the Susanoo, raising its exclusive divine weapon, the sword of Tatsuka, and brought it down with force. Although the sword of Tatsuka was a ceremonial blade with little power in its physical state, its might in its spiritual form was immense. Wielded by the Susanoo, it slashed through Rue's blood demon art, scattering the threads. Then, in the instant Rue, terrified, tried to flee, the sword cleaved him in two. Those pierced by the sword of Tatsuka will have their souls sealed within a world of drunken dreams. Go in peace, Uchiha Nagi stated calmly. Subsequently, Rue's body began to regenerate, but his eyes were vacant and lifeless. His soul had already been sealed. When the morning sun rose, his body would turn to ash, and he would truly die. Moshi, this young man doesn't seem to be one of us from the Demon Slayer Corps, does he? It looks like he just killed a lower moon. Shinobu Kocho, light as a feather, slowly descended, though she didn't let down her guard. For instance, if that mountain-sized Susanoo were to step on them, they'd be turned into meat paste. Humans didn't possess the demon's immortality. As long as he's not a demon. The water Hashira, Jutomioka, said, his expression unreadable. Uchiha Nagi, of course, saw them. Arriving with them were Tanjiro and the little boar, Inosuke, both heavily injured but still pushing on to provide support. Sugoi. Uchiha Nagi and II is truly too strong, Tanjiro said, supported by his sister. He and Inosuke had seen the giant even before they got close. Bastard. How come so many people are suddenly stronger than me? This is so frustrating. Inosuke fumed. He had wanted to surpass Uchiha Nagi, and now there were two more. Seeing Uchiha Nagi standing on the Susanoo's forehead, looking like a deity, Inosuke, while furious, also felt a tinge of envy. He fantasized about piloting such a giant himself. Wouldn't he be able to stomp on demons one by one? He imagined himself squashing those things like cockroaches and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Jutomioka looked at Inosuke and couldn't help but roll his eyes in a deadpan expression. Is this guy all right in the head? Seeing that several people had arrived and the most powerful enemy, Rue, had been defeated, Uchiha Nagi naturally deactivated his Gundam. The Susanoo began to slowly dissipate, and he descended to the ground. Greetings, everyone. I am Uchiha Nagi. Chapter 27, I, Jutomioka, am not disliked. Hello, I am Uchiha Nagi. Uchiha Nagi introduced himself. This is Uchiha Nagi and I. He's not a demon, he's human, just like us, Tanjiro hurriedly explained, afraid a misunderstanding might lead to a fight. Jutomioka. The water Hashira, Jutomioka, was his usual self, a man of few words. Moshi Moshi, I am Shinobu Kocho. This Mr. Uchiha Nagi is indeed human, but little brother, the girl by your side is not, Shinobu Kocho said with a sweet smile. Then, under Tanjiro's horrified gaze, she drew her Nichiren blade, intending to eliminate Nezuko. Wait. Nezuko isn't a bad person. She's never harmed anyone. Tanjiro quickly spread his arms, shielding his sister. That's not for you to decide, Shinobu's voice came from beside his ear. Tanjiro realized with a shock that Shinobu, who had been in front of him just a moment ago, had already appeared behind him. Clang. A sharp sound of metal striking metal rang out. Jutomioka had blocked the sword Shinobu aimed at Nezuko. Why are you interfering, Tomioka-san? Shinobu asked, puzzled. Didn't you say that humans and demons can't get along? Why are you helping him then? Tanjiro, take her and go. Now, the water Hashira, Jutomioka, was still as taciturn as ever. So fast. Uchiha Nagi narrowed his eyes. His 3 Tomo Sharingan could barely keep up with their speed, only the Mangekyo could track them clearly. So this was the peak fighting power of this world, the Hashira. No flashy ninjutsu or secret techniques, just speed, power, and swordsmanship combined with breathing styles. And this speed was no slower than the body flicker technique. It was hard to imagine this was speed generated purely by the human body. No, that wasn't quite right. Uchiha Nagi observed them carefully with his Mangekyo. Both of them were constantly employing their breathing styles, having integrated them into their daily lives. Even when not fighting, they were using their breathing styles. In his previous life, Uchiha Nagi had practiced yoga. He knew that consciously controlling one's breathing during exercise wasn't difficult, but maintaining that breathing method in daily life was incredibly hard. Clang. Sparks flew again. Shinobu's strength wasn't on par with the male Hashira, but her speed was not lacking in the slightest. She was agile and light. A fragrant scent wafted over, and Jutomioka felt a moment of dizziness. Carelessly, Jutomioka was bypassed by her. She instantly caught up to Tanjiro, who, still injured from using the Hinokami Kagura, couldn't run far. Nezuko, run. Run forward, Tanjiro pushed his sister and shouted. Just as Shinobu was about to catch Nezuko, a voice came from behind. Water style, water prison jutsu. A sphere of water firmly trapped Nezuko, blocking Shinobu's sword. Sometimes, ninjutsu could be used not only to trap people but also to save them. Ma'am, Nezuko is not a bad person. Although she is a demon, she possesses human-like intelligence and has never harmed a human, Uchiha Nagi said, appearing atop the water prison using the body flicker technique. Oh, is that so? How pitiful. Then I shall use the gentlest poison to let her die without any pain, Shinobu said with a gentle smile. Not while I'm here, you won't, Uchiha Nagi replied with a confident grin. In the distance, Tanjiro struggled to run over, with Inosuke also following. Nagi and I, Red Eyes and I. Needless to say, the latter was shouted by the little boar, Inosuke. Bastard. If you want to kill Nezuko, you'll have to defeat me first. Inosuke yelled, raising his broken dual blades in the next second and charging forward. Thump. His coolness lasted less than a second. Shinobu instantly appeared behind him and struck him on the neck. Inosuke's eyes rolled back, and he was knocked unconscious to the ground by Shinobu. Although Shinobu, due to her lesser physical strength as a woman, couldn't decapitate demons, that depended on the opponent. She had no trouble cutting down anyone below the rank of a 12 Kazuki, let alone the lowest-ranked Inosuke. Uchiha Nagi. Jutomioka. Interrupted by Uchiha Nagi, Jutomioka, who had been further away, also caught up. The cool-headed but warm-hearted water Hashira silently walked over to Nezuko's side, standing with Uchiha Nagi. Seeing this, Uchiha Nagi smiled at Tanjiro. You called me, Nii-chan. How could I not protect my little brother's sister? Otherwise, how could I live up to the title? Jutomioka looked at Tanjiro and uttered a sentence that made everyone's jaws drop. Tanjiro, from now on, call me Tomioka and I. Shinobu couldn't help but cover her face. At a time like this, you're siding with an outsider, Tomioka-san. You really are disliked, aren't you? Jutomioka, with a deadpan expression, forced out a sentence. I, Jutomioka, am not disliked. Pfft. Shinobu and Tanjiro, standing nearby, were petrified by this statement. Uchiha Nagi almost burst out laughing. Was this the legendary pinnacle of dad jokes? Amusing people without even trying. Shinobu also couldn't help but cover her face, feeling embarrassed by his terrible joke. My apologies, it seems you're not even aware that you're disliked. I've said something unnecessary, my bad. At that moment, behind Uchiha Nagi's group, a figure leaped down from the sky. It was another girl with a butterfly ornament in her hair, just like Shinobu. She thrust her Nichiren blade silently towards Nezuko, like an assassin from the shadows. Uchiha Nagi narrowed his eyes, then suddenly turned his head to face her, activating his Mangekyo Sharingan. Genjutsu. The girl with the butterfly hair ornament accidentally looked into those blood-red eyes in the darkness, felt a wave of dizziness, and fell into a genjutsu world. She then stood rooted to the spot, dazed. Oh, my Kaneo isn't moving. Your eyes are very special, aren't they? As special as Shinazugawa-san's blood. It seems I must not look into your eyes if I were to fight you, Shinobu said, surprised. Uchiha Nagi sighed inwardly. Good analytical skills. Not only is she observant, but her observations are also meticulous. She figured out the special nature of the Sharingan right away. Just then, a Kasugai crow flew quickly from the sky, cawing loudly as it flew. Caw orders as follows, bring Tanjiro and Nezuko back to headquarters. Caw orders as follows, bring Tanjiro and Nezuko back to headquarters. Jutomioka silently sheathed his sword. Oh dear, it seems we don't have to fight after all, Shinobu, hearing the crow's orders, also sighed in relief and sheathed her blade. As fellow Hashira, 80% of her skills lay in poisons. Unless it was a life-or-death battle against the water Hashira, Jutomioka, she really held no advantage. Not to mention, there was also Uchiha Nagi nearby, whose true abilities were unknown. His mysterious eyes also made her feel apprehensive. Chapter 28, The Nine Hashira. The next day. Hey, wake up. Hey, wake up now, how long are you going to sleep? Tanjiro squinted. The sun shining on his eyes was a bit dazzling. A night of deep sleep had allowed his body to recover considerably, but it still ached all over. Where is this place? This is the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Tanjiro turned his head. It was Uchiha Nagi. He was sitting on the ground nearby. Opposite them sat several individuals with extraordinary auras. The power hidden within their bodies was enough to make one tremble. These individuals are the Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, and also your superiors. Oh, right, you're the lowest rank, Mizunoto, aren't you? Uchiha Nagi said. Hey, say something, Jutomioka, a man with a snake draped around him spoke. No need for discussion. For violating the rules, just behead him along with the demon. This was a man with flame-like hair. Then let me flamboyantly behead them both, said a well-built man with markings around his eyes. He's possessed by a demon. Let's kill them both and free this child. A giant, nearly 2.5 meters tall, said, tears streaming down his face. Present were several people, the Wind Hashira, with white hair and covered in scars, a girl with pink hair, the Stone Hashira, 2.5 meters tall, and the Serpent Hashira, with a small pet snake. There was also the Flame Hashira with fiery hair, and the Mist Hashira with a perpetually dazed expression. The remaining two were Shinobu Kocho and Jutomioka. As a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, why are you traveling with a demon? The group began to question Tanjiro. That's my sister. She was turned into a demon 2 years ago, but she's never harmed anyone. She's different from other demons. Tanjiro shouted. Just because she hasn't eaten anyone before doesn't mean she won't in the future. If you want to prove it, then show us, the Sound Hashira spoke. Hey, something interesting seems to be happening. Is your sister in this box? The Wind Hashira, Sanemi Shinazugawa, hoisted a wooden box onto his shoulder with a savage grin. Doesn't harm people, doesn't eat people. That's impossible. Let me eliminate this hidden danger for you. With that, he drew his Nichiren blade and viciously thrust it towards Nezuko's box. Body flicker technique. Uchiha Nagi narrowed his eyes, instantly activating the jutsu renowned for its incredible short-distance speed, almost akin to a space-time ninjutsu. He appeared in front of the Wind Hashira, Sanemi Shinazugawa, in a flash. So fast. But if that's all. Sanemi Shinazugawa sneered. As the Wind Hashira, he naturally possessed wind-like speed. Among all the Hashira, his was the fastest. But in the next second, completely defenseless, he met Uchiha Nagi's red eyes. Oh my, as expected Shinazugawa-san has fallen for it too, Shinobu Kocho chuckled, covering her mouth. In the eyes of the others, the Wind Hashira, Sanemi Shinazugawa, was swinging his sword at empty air, yelling excitedly. However, in his own world, he was engaged in a fierce battle with Uchiha Nagi. Thank you, Uchiha Nagi and I. Tanjiro gratefully took the wooden box. Uchiha Nagi nodded. He felt a deep sympathy for this Wind Hashira, as his experience was similar to Tanjiro's. His mother had also turned into a demon, but unlike Nezuko, she hadn't been able to control herself and had started eating people, her own children, no less. Ultimately, in despair, Sanemi Shinazugawa had killed his own mother. Since then, his personality had become extremely frenzied and extreme. He loathed all demons and wished to cut them down immediately. Relying on his rare blood type and his natural talent, he was always able to defeat demons, but he could only restrain them until sunrise, letting the sun finish them off. Eventually, by a stroke of luck, he met a Demon Slayer Corps member named Masachika Kimono. He was introduced to the Demon Slayer Corps by Kimono, and after learning wind breathing, his strength increased by leaps and bounds. He eventually killed the Lower Moon Ubium and became the Wind Hashira. His close friend, Kimono, also died in a major battle. So, seeing Tanjiro protecting his sister, he was immediately reminded of his own tragedy, which was why he had so rashly wanted to kill Nezuko. Everyone in the Demon Slayer Corps had their own story. Those mysterious eyes, like Shinazugawa-san, do you also possess a special physical ability? The one who spoke was the elder brother figure, the Flame Hashira. His bright, wide eyes were always looking forward, but his observation skills were top-notch, and he had immediately grasped the key point. Oyakata-sama has arrived. As these words were spoken, the Hashira, all individuals of immense power, immediately and respectfully knelt on one knee. Sanemi, who had just broken free from the Genjutsu, also rushed over and knelt, glaring daggers at Uchiha Nagi, teeth clenched. He broke the Genjutsu using his breathing style. As expected, I can't underestimate anyone, Uchiha Nagi thought with a sigh. A man, blind in both eyes and with the upper half of his face disfigured, slowly walked out of the house, supported by people at his side. This ordinary man, with no fighting strength whatsoever, was the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps. Yet, he possessed a miraculous ability of foresight, and it was because of this that he was able to assemble the strongest Demon Slayer Corps in history. Furthermore, his charisma commanded the loyalty and lives of many powerful Hashira. In the final battle, he even used himself and his family as bait, severely wounding Kibutsuji Muzan with a massive amount of explosives, a truly ruthless individual among ruthless individuals. The third Hokage paled in comparison to him. Everyone, there's no need to argue. Actually, I knew about Nezuko 2 years ago. This is a letter from Sakanji Urokadaki, Kagaya Abuyashiki said. He then produced a letter. It was from Sakanji Urokadaki, vouching for Nezuko, guaranteeing she wouldn't eat humans. Finally, he solemnly promised that if she did eat a human, he and Tomioka would commit seppuku to atone for it. Urokadaki-sensei, Tomioka and I. Tanjiro was moved to tears. The protagonist's life mentors, the first was Tomioka, the second was Sakanji Urokadaki. Sai Uchiha Nagi sighed. No matter the world, protagonists always had it good, starting off with peak-level masters to guide them. As for himself, what can seppuku guarantee? If you want to die, then go die. Once she eats someone, it'll be too late, the Wind Hashira, Sanemi, said savagely. Shinazugawa is right. Even if they commit seppuku, if she eats someone, the dead cannot be revived. What meaning does such a guarantee hold? The Flame Hashira loudly agreed. Yes, it cannot be guaranteed, but it also cannot be proven that she will harm people. And it's true she hasn't harmed anyone in 2 years. Also, there's one more thing I must tell you all, Tanjiro has encountered Kibutsuji Muzan. Kagaya Abuyashiki stated. How is that possible? Not even the Hashira have encountered him, this guy actually, what did he look like? What were his abilities? Did you fight him? The Wind Hashira, Sanemi Shinazugawa, even grabbed Tanjiro's head and shook it. Where is he? Where's his lair? I asked first. Answer my question first. Tanjiro, at. Chapter 29, Equivalent Exchange. Hush. Kagaya Abuyashiki spoke, he once sent pursuers after Tanjiro. This is enough to prove that there is something about Tanjiro and his sister that attracts him. Although his stated reason was to silence them, this is the first time I've managed to grasp Kibutsuji Muzan's tale. I fear there's something about Tanjiro and Nezuko that we don't know. Clearly, this information had come from Tamayo. Understood, Oyakata-sama. However, while the human can be spared, the demon cannot. This has been the fighting creed of our Demon Slayer Corps until now. Countless people have sacrificed themselves for this. I cannot agree. With that, the wind Hashira, Sanemi Shinazugawa, drew his Nichiren blade and slashed his own arm. His blood was Marechi, incredibly alluring to demons. Let me demonstrate the ugliness of demons. No need for your demonstration, Uchiha Nagi's voice came from the side. What did you say? Sanemi Shinazugawa glared ferociously at Uchiha Nagi. He hadn't forgotten their earlier encounter. My blood is the rarest of the rare, even more alluring than yours. Nezuko hasn't attacked me despite being around me for many days. I am the best proof, Uchiha Nagi stated calmly. White Zetsu cells, combined with Uchiha cells, had made him a delicacy in the eyes of many demons in this world, like a mythical ginseng that could grant 1,000 years of power upon consumption. Ridiculous. You claim your blood is rarer than mine. Who can prove it? Sanemi Shinazugawa roared. I can. On the very first day Mr. Uchiha Nagi appeared, I received a letter from a certain friend. He is indeed of a rarer blood type than yours, Kagaya Abuyashiki said with a gentle smile. I can offer something of equivalent value in exchange, to vouch for Nezuko, Uchiha Nagi said calmly. Exchange? Are you thinking of using money? Who here is short on money? Sanemi Shinazugawa sneered. Most people here had little concept of wealth. Apart from their Nichiren blades, they needed almost nothing. Money was only for daily meals and lodging. Besides, a Hashira's monthly salary was 200,000, and they could take more if needed. I will exchange my medical ninjutsu. Uchiha Nagi gathered green, glowing chakra in one hand. He walked over to Sanemi Shinazugawa and gestured for him to extend his arm. The wind Hashira frowned, but after Kagaya Abuyashiki heard his daughter whisper something to him, he nodded. Sanemi, extend your hand and let Mr. Uchiha Nagi try. I believe that as a human, he will not harm you. Ultimately, Sanemi resentfully extended his arm. Uchiha Nagi covered the wound with his palm healing jutsu. A miraculous scene unfolded, the bleeding stopped, and then the wound slowly began to heal. In a short while, under the astonished gazes of everyone present, Sanemi's wound completely vanished. Not only did it disappear, but there wasn't even a scar left. Sugoi. Not even a scar remains. Shinazugawa-san is fortunate, all the wounds on his body can be healed, Shinobu Kocho exclaimed in amazement. Bastard. Scars are a man's pride. Who wants them healed? Sanemi Shinazugawa roared in anger. Many fell silent. They all knew that this thing called medical ninjutsu, though it seemed simple, would be incredibly valuable in battle. With such a miraculous ability, who knew how many casualties could be reduced? At the same time, I promised Miss Tamayo that I would temporarily join the Demon Slayer Corps. In exchange, after joining, I am willing to trade my ninjutsu for knowledge of breathing styles, Uchiha Nagi finished, then formed a hand seal. Poof. Before the dumbstruck eyes of the group, several Uchiha Nagis appeared, the Shadow Clone Jutsu. To demonstrate their utility, the Shadow Clones took turns lifting Tanjiro as a model. Tanjiro. Amazing. If I knew this, my strength would probably multiply several times over, right? Shinobu thought. As the only Hashira who fought primarily with poison, Shadow Clones would be an incredible asset to her, almost tailor-made. Kagaya Abuyashiki leaned down and asked his daughter something, then nodded. Mr. Uchiha Nagi, Ju's and Mr. Sakanji Urokadaki's guarantee for Nezuko was already sufficient. However, as you said, the Demon Slayer Corps is in dire need of the abilities you've demonstrated. They can help strengthen our children and reduce casualties. Please forgive my audacity in accepting. After a pause, Kagaya Abuyashiki continued, as for breathing styles, anyone who joins the Demon Slayer Corps, even those outside it, as long as they are willing to fight Kibutsuji Muzan, we are willing to teach them. After all, the more strength humanity has, the greater our chance of eliminating him. Then, if there are no objections from anyone, Mr. Uchiha Nagi will be the Demon Slayer Corps' newest Hashira. What? A Hashira? I disagree. Why does he get to be a Hashira right away? Just because of these few ninjutsu. Several Hashira were clearly displeased. That's right, Sanemi Shinazugawa said. Every Hashira here has a record of slaying numerous demons, even members of the 12 Kazuki. What has he done? Just then, a calm voice interjected. It was Ju Tomioka. He defeated you with Genjutsu earlier. Sanemi Shinazugawa's mouth twitched. Shinobu Kocho also covered her mouth and chuckled lightly. Mr. Uchiha Nagi also slew one of the 12 Kazuki last night, a fellow named Rue. He was Lower Moon 5, you know. Sanemi Shinazugawa was completely petrified into silence. After sunrise, Rue's body had naturally turned to ash. As for his soul, it was unknown if this world's Shinigami would come to contend with Uchiha Nagi for it, as it was still sealed within the sword of Tatsuka by Nagi. Kagaya Abuyashiki smiled. Then let us formally welcome Uchiha Nagi into our Demon Slayer Corps family. Afterwards, someone will be assigned to craft your exclusive Nichiren blade and uniform. I am not feeling well, so I shall take my leave first. Please, everyone, get to know each other better. Tanjiro, please send my regards to Miss Tamayo. Tanjiro was shocked upon hearing this. How did this master know Tamayo? Oh, another Hashira has been added. This is a good thing, the elder brother figure, the flame Hashira, said happily. I'm interested in that clone jutsu. I wonder if I can learn it. The mist Hashira, Machiro, said blankly, tracing circles on the ground with his finger. Subsequently, Tanjiro and his sister were taken by the support staff to Shinobu Kocho's residence, as it served as the Demon Slayer Corps' medical and logistical base. Uchiha Nagi didn't mind and directly explained that ninjutsu required chakra as a fundamental energy to be performed, simultaneously giving a basic explanation of how to need chakra. This is hard to grasp. I don't understand it at all. The flame Hashira said bluntly. It seems learning it won't be so easy, the stone Hashira also nodded. The many ninjutsu I know, such as water style, fire style, earth style, wind style, and medical ninjutsu, all require chakra as a foundation. Once you all succeed in needing chakra, you can come to me to learn them. After letting several of them touch and feel the difference between chakra energy and breathing styles, Uchiha Nagi left with Shinobu Kocho. He was going to check on the injured. Chapter 30, The 8 Inner Gates. Equivalent Exchange. Uchiha Nagi didn't think he was getting the short end of the stick, on the contrary, he felt he had profited greatly. Exchanging ordinary ninjutsu from the shinobi world for this world's highest cultivation system, breathing styles, he had completely come out on top. And he hadn't even handed over any advanced ninjutsu yet, like the 8 Inner Gates, Chidori, Raiznan, Flying Thunder God. Of course, Uchiha Nagi didn't know any S-rank jutsu, the only one he knew from that list was the 8 Inner Gates. For them, there was no loss. Medical ninjutsu alone was a massive gain. In this world, apart from breathing styles, humans possessed no other extraordinary rapid healing abilities, unless it was a blood demon art. Although their medical practices were quite advanced, they were comparable to the world Uchiha Nagi had transmigrated from before, roughly around the World War I era. The Demon Slayer Corps had a vast logistical staff. Not everyone had the talent to advance to the rank of Hashira, and some who were injured or had less talent would join the support divisions. The Butterfly Mansion was one such place. Though called a mansion, it was about the size of a small estate, surrounded by wisteria flowers. There were even different varieties, hybrid wisteria cultivated because they were all poisonous to demons. Besides these, there were many medicinal herbs for the Demon Slayer Corps members, treating various external and internal injuries. Members who could use breathing styles had bodies far more resilient than ordinary people. As long as they weren't eaten by a demon on the spot, they could generally survive, though some, of course, were left disabled. Moshi, Uchiha-san. Can your palm healing ninjutsu reattach severed limbs on the spot? What a remarkable technique. It's hard to imagine that humans created this themselves. Inside the Butterfly Mansion, Shinobu Kocho was discussing medical ninjutsu with Uchiha Nagi. It's not absolute. After a limb is severed from the body, the cells will rapidly die due to lack of nutrients. It's best not to exceed 24 hours, and keeping the severed limb at a low temperature is optimal. If it exceeds 48 hours, the arm might be semi-functional even if reattached, Uchiha Nagi explained. I see. However, I still don't quite understand that chakra. I tried for several hours this morning, but there was no reaction at all. Don't rush. Needing it out within a month is considered normal. Regarding this, Uchiha Nagi had no concrete reference. In the shinobi world, children generally started learning the basics of chakra kneading at a young age and then naturally succeeded. Children's comprehension varied, some were fast, some slow. It was normal for chakra to appear after a few months or even a year or two. But for adults, Uchiha Nagi truly didn't know anyone who had started learning to knead chakra only as an adult, so he could only lie and tell them that kneading out chakra within a month was normal. Speaking of which, I'm curious about your origins, Uchiha-san. The place you come from must be truly magical, to have something like chakra, Shinobu Kocho remarked. I come from another world. I arrived here by a twist of fate while being pursued. I, too, am astounded by this world's breathing styles, Uchiha Nagi said with a faint smile. By the way, if you don't mind, you can call me Nagi and I, just like Tanjiro and the others. I believe I'm a year or two older than you. Shinobu paused for a moment, not startled by Uchiha Nagi's words, but by his faint smile. His handsome features were instantly seared into her mind. The Uchiha clan's looks had always been top tier. Even Obito, who was considered to have the plainest looks among them, was still clear-featured and pleasant. And Uchiha Nagi was on par with Itachi and Sasuke, at the pinnacle of Uchiha attractiveness. Shinobu subconsciously blushed. In the Demon Slayer Corps, Tomioka was considered quite handsome, but compared to Uchiha Nagi, he was several levels below. I'll call you Nagi-san. We've only just met, calling you Nii-chan feels a bit awkward, Shinobu said. As you wish. I'll give you the books related to medical ninjutsu first. If any of the support staff manage to need chakra, they can learn from these. If they can't understand the books, they can come and ask me. Uchiha Nagi took out a storage scroll, and after opening it, poof, a large pile of books appeared after a puff of smoke. This was some of the medical information he carried, not forbidden jutsu. He had already memorized it, so giving it directly to Shinobu was no issue. What a convenient item. It can even store things. This also requires chakra to use, doesn't it? Shinobu looked at the storage scroll with envy. If she had this, she could carry much more wisteria poison in the future. Yes, but I don't know if the materials to make storage scrolls can be found here. I'll make a list later and see if the Demon Slayer Corps can find substitutes, Uchiha Nagi said. Storage scrolls were often made from the pelts of powerful beasts possessing chakra, or at least incorporating parts of them. Only then could they have a strong storage function. It wasn't as if some people thought an ordinary piece of white paper could serve as a storage scroll. After bidding farewell to Shinobu, Uchiha Nagi went to the infirmary in the Butterfly Mansion. The three youngsters were still lying in their sickbeds. Zenitsu's limbs had shortened considerably due to the spider's poison. He had almost transformed into a spider. He was detoxified now, but it would take a long time for him to recover fully. Tanjiro was suffering from the after-effects of using the Hinokami Kagura. The little boar, Inosuke, had severe internal injuries and broken bones. Unless it was a critical situation, Uchiha Nagi didn't plan to use medical ninjutsu to rapidly heal them. Hadn't he seen a ton of injured people in the Konoha hospital? Natural healing was often better. It's good that you three are all right. Rest and recuperate. Once you've recovered, I'll teach you something, Uchiha Nagi said. Uchiha and I. Nagi and I. Oh, Red Eyes and I. Needless to say, the one who couldn't get the name right was definitely Inosuke. Red Eyes and I. What good stuff are you going to teach us? Is it a breathing style? Inosuke asked curiously. No, it's taijutsu. Your respective breathing styles are already very complete. What I'm going to teach you is called the 8 Inner Gates, Uchiha Nagi stated. The 8 Inner Gates, chorused the three. That's right, the 8 Inner Gates. A technique where the stronger the body, the more powerful the opening of the gates. This technique wasn't some forbidden jutsu. Anyone who understood medical ninjutsu could learn it. The difficulty lay in constantly tempering one's physical body. If it was a weakling, even opening the 7th gate wouldn't make them that much stronger. But for a strong person, once they opened the 7th gate, it was practically world-destroying. Most of the Hashira in the Demon Slayer Corps were already adults. As age increased, bones and meridians gradually set. Even if they trained in the 8 Inner Gates, it would probably be very difficult for them to reach the 8th gate. However, for youths who were still developing, training in the 8 Inner Gates would be more effective. Moreover, Uchiha Nagi was also a little curious if they could maintain their breathing styles while using the 8 Inner Gates. Uchiha Nagi wouldn't admit that he just wanted to be a porter of techniques. Chapter 31, The Spider Lily. Zenitsu, I heard Shinobu mention earlier that you defeated that spider demon using thunder breathing while you were unconscious. That's the human body's potential. Normally, the human body has self-preservation mechanisms, and these 8 gates are just that. Once opened, it's equivalent to releasing your body's limitations, granting extraordinary power. But this isn't necessarily a good thing. Without the body's self-preservation, you can easily get injured. Tanjiro asked curiously, so, is this technique meant for a mutual destruction scenario? Of course not. To avoid injuring yourself, you need a strong physique to protect yourself. Remember, the stronger your body, the safer you'll be after opening the gates. And you must never exceed your limits, Uchiha Nagi said. Nagi and I. What's the last gate, the gate of death, 4? It sounds terrifying. Zenitsu asked, his face pale with fear. The gate of death, as the name implies, means certain death upon opening. You all should aim to master up to the 7th gate. The 8th gate. Gulp. The two boys swallowed hard. This technique truly sounded frightening. Oh, so the last gate is for taking the enemy down with you, right? I get it, Chihaku and I. Inosuke patted his chest, indicating he understood. Inosuke, you got the name wrong again. It's Uchiha Nagi and I. Tanjiro reminded him with a helpless sigh. You haven't even managed to need chakra yet, so you can't even start training. Zenitsu covered his mouth, giggling. Bastard. None of your business. A pillow went flying. Aya, Tanjiro, he's bullying me, can't you two stop fighting and just rest properly? Watching the three youngsters bickering again, Uchiha Nagi felt a sense of déjà vu, as if he had returned to his past life, to the days of playful roughhousing with classmates in the school dormitory. Unconsciously, Uchiha Nagi walked out of the room and into the medicinal herb garden outside. In the garden, Shinobu Kocho was tending to the herbs. She was a poison expert, but also a doctor. Her poisons were primarily targeted at demons, as wisteria flowers were just ordinary plants to humans, some even used them to make tea. The other herbs were used to create antidotes for core members' poison during battles. Watching Shinobu busily working among the flowers, Uchiha Nagi subconsciously asked, "Need any help?" "Oh my Nagi-san, you understand herbs too." Shinobu wiped a bead of sweat from her forehead. "Yes, I was a medical nin before. Although our medical practices might differ somewhat, I understand the principles of most herbs," Uchiha Nagi replied. "Ah, is that so? Then I won't be polite. Thank you for your trouble, Nagi-san. Some of these herbs are just too delicate. Some can't stand the rain, others can't be exposed to direct sun, so a little oversight and they die. Could you help me move these flowers indoors first?" Shinobu smiled, unceremoniously directing Uchiha Nagi. "No problem." Uchiha Nagi formed a hand seal, and the multiple shadow clone jutsu activated. If not for life or death battles, multiple shadow clones were an incredibly convenient ninjutsu. Its biggest drawback was probably the backlash when many clones dispelled simultaneously. The sudden influx of memories from a large number of dispelled clones could overload the main body's brain, making one suspect they had actually died. But for simple labor, there were no such side effects, just a bit of fatigue. What a convenient technique. "I truly envy you, Nagi-san, for having such powerful jutsu where you come from," Shinobu said with admiration. A dozen clones helped move some of the medicinal herbs indoors, finishing the task in 2 trips. "These flowers, could you please help me move them outside to bask in the sun, Nagi-san?" "They only bloom and mature in sunlight," Shinobu said with a sweet smile. "They also have a very old name, you know. They're called higanbana." "All right," Uchiha Nagi moved these higanbana, spider lilies, outside. There were blue ones, red ones, yellow ones. Among these flowers was the one Kibutsuji Musen had been desperately seeking for 1,000 years, the blue spider lily. If he consumed it, he would become a perfect being, able to survive in sunlight. It was undeniably ironic, a demon who could only move in the night, pursuing a flower that only bloomed in sunlight for an hour or two. Thus, he had searched for a millennium without any news. And what he didn't know was that this flower was actually a wildflower, found everywhere. Tanjiro's family even ate it as a wild vegetable. After Musen killed the doctor who had saved him and transformed him into a demon, he realized he couldn't survive in sunlight. In his extreme vexation, he later looked through the doctor's notes and diary, discovering that this flower might be the key to allowing him to walk in the sun, to become a perfect being. For 1,000 years, he had probably consumed countless types of plants. He must have eaten spider lilies too, but unfortunately, not the ones that bloomed during the day, so they were ineffective. So Musen even began to suspect that such a flower didn't exist at all. Uchiha Nagi thought to himself that perhaps, when he was old and nearing death, he would try to see if Uchiha cells could fuse with demon cells, achieve longevity, and then consume the blue spider lily. But that was still a long way off. Barring any accidents, he could live for at least another 100 years. There was no need to alter his cellular makeup. Besides, not every demon could maintain a human appearance. Uchiha Nagi had no intention of casually altering his genes. He knew that the Uchiha clan, at its peak, could evolve to the level of the Sage of Six Paths, and the Sage of Six Paths could utterly crush Musen. After finishing the herb tending, Shinobu brewed Uchiha Nagi a cup of tea. The two of them sat in the courtyard, gazing at the sky and white clouds under the scorching sun. A gentle summer breeze caressed them. Uchiha Nagi lifted his teacup and took a sip. A light, fresh fragrance with a hint of bittersweetness, followed by a trace of sweetness after swallowing. It was wisteria flower tea. What a warm day. If only the starry sky at night could be this peaceful. Shinobu said with a relaxed smile, looking at the sun. Uchiha Nagi didn't speak. There was a time when he, too, had wished for such a carefree, hermit-like life. However, this world was not peaceful either. His mind couldn't help but drift to Kagome, the girl who had been killed just days after he met her. If she hadn't gone to get medicine for him, perhaps her fate would have been completely different. Uchiha Nagi took out a musical instrument and began to play the melody of Dearest Love. A faint, sorrowful tune started to spread through the butterfly mansion under the blazing sun. Clap, 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 clap. As the song ended, 2 sets of applause were heard. What a beautiful and sorrowful piece of music. Ah. Michiro-san, what brings you here? Shinobu, after clapping, noticed the other applause came from the Mist Hashira, Michiro Takito. I think I've managed to need chakra. Chapter 32, The Genius, Michiro. I think I've managed to need chakra. Michiro Takito murmured softly. Unexpectedly, after giving out the chakra seeds, the first one to successfully knead it was Michiro. Even Tanjiro hadn't managed it. The mist Hashira, Michiro Takito, was a descendant of Kokushibo, the user of the original moon breathing. He was a genius who became a Hashira only 2 months after first picking up a sword. And Kokushibo was the twin brother of the sun-breathing user, who, unable to resist the lure of longevity and overcome by jealousy, willingly degenerated into a demon, leaving behind descendants before he transformed. However, due to his lost memories, Michiro lacked emotion and was cold towards others. But it wasn't truly a lack of emotion, he just didn't know how to care for others. To put it bluntly, in modern terms, he was a withdrawn kid, a stoic type. If it weren't for a talkative, cute, and proactive person frequently seeking him out, this kind of bottled-up individual would probably have remained a bachelor for life. Let me see. Try to circulate it, extract a thread of chakra, Uchiha Nagi said, rising and placing a hand on Michiro's shoulder. Okay, Michiro immediately closed his eyes and began to knead chakra according to the method Uchiha Nagi had previously described. A thread of energy, completely different from breathing styles, began to appear in his body. Uchiha Nagi sensed it keenly. That's right, it's definitely chakra. You truly are a genius. Uchiha Nagi's eyes widened in disbelief. Just one day, from zero understanding to successfully kneading chakra. Such genius truly existed. Ah, so I succeeded? Michiro asked blankly. Yes, you succeeded. Come outside, I'll explain the 3 basic jutsu to you. See if you can perform them, Uchiha Nagi said, walking out into the courtyard and demonstrating the Ninja Academy's 3 basic techniques. The 3 basic jutsu were fundamental ninjutsu, techniques that even the lowest-ranking academy students could use. They were easy to learn and consumed little chakra, but mastering them could be life-saving. After explaining them to Michiro for a while, Uchiha Nagi formed the hand seals and performed them once, then had Michiro try. Then I'll try, Michiro said softly, closing his eyes and thinking for a moment. Poof transformation jutsu, complete. Poof clone jutsu, complete. Poof substitution jutsu, complete. Since he wasn't carrying a substitution log, what was left in his place was his Nichiren blade. Uchiha Nagi. Shinobu Kocho covered her mouth and chuckled lightly. Although Michiro-san is young, he's a genius who became a Hashira the fastest, taking only 2 months from joining the Demon Slayer Corps. This time, Uchiha Nagi directly taught him the Shadow Clone Jutsu. Michiro listened for a while, then tried it. This time, he finally didn't succeed. It's alright, you'll learn it with a few more days of practice, Uchiha Nagi said with an upward quirk of his lips, smiling. Oh, okay. By the way, Oyakata-sama asked me to teach you mist breathing. Do you want to learn it? Michiro asked, scratching his head. This silly kid, does he even need to ask? Yes, please demonstrate it, Michiro-san. Oh, Michiro was a man of few words, yet a genius of such caliber. He began to swing his Nichiren blade, unleashing mist breathing. Mist breathing, first form, low clouds, distant haze, mist breathing, second form, 8-layered mist, mist breathing, third form, scattering mist splash, mist breathing, fourth form, shifting flow slash, mist breathing, fifth form, sea of clouds and haze, mist breathing, sixth form, lunar dispersing mist. As Michiro demonstrated, Shinobu noticed Uchiha Nagi's eyes had turned red, and a pattern resembling a pinwheel had appeared in his pupils. She was shocked. Could human pupils really change their appearance? If it weren't daytime, Shinobu would have suspected he was a spy sent by Muzan. She had never heard of human pupils changing back and forth. The Mangekyo Sharingan was now active in Uchiha Nagi's eyes. Every one of Michiro's movements, every breath, was perfectly copied and stored in his mind. Correspondingly, his Mangekyo's dojutsu power was constantly being consumed. Uchiha Nagi realized that the more powerful the technique, the more dojutsu power its replication consumed. When Michiro used his final form, the dojutsu power consumed for copying was clearly several times greater than for the preceding forms. Fortunately, he had white Zetsu cells, so his dojutsu power could recover. Unfortunately, at this time, Michiro had not yet created the final form of mist breathing, 7th form, obscuring clouds. Otherwise, he would have perfectly acquired the entire breathing style. But there was no rush, there was plenty of time. Well, mist breathing is basically like this. Uchiha Nagi-san, have you learned it all? Michiro asked, scratching his head with an air of taking it for granted. Michiro-san, do you think everyone is like you, able to learn it just by seeing it once? Hee, Shinobu covered her mouth and giggled. Uchiha Nagi nodded. Yes, I've learned it. Shinobu. Isn't this turnaround a bit too fast? But looking at the two of them with their matter-of-fact expressions, Shinobu covered her forehead. Am I too much of a failure, or are these two too much like geniuses? Uchiha Nagi, mimicking Michiro Takito, performed mist breathing, flawlessly demonstrating it from beginning to end. Shinobu was so stunned her jaw nearly dropped. Uchiha Nagi-san, you're even more of a genius than I am. To learn it just by seeing it once. In comparison, I'm truly terrible. Michiro sighed dejectedly. If it weren't for protagonist plot armor, Michiro would absolutely be the protagonist of this world, a genius far surpassing Tanjiro, and the one most likely to eliminate Muzan, given enough time to grow. You are a true genius, while I am a genius by cheating. However, Uchiha Nagi-san, the mist breathing you perform. I still feel there's something a bit off about it. It seems to have the form, but not much power, Michiro said, touching his chin and staring blankly at the white clouds. Yes, I've only copied it. After some time, once I've thoroughly assimilated it, I believe it will be much better, Uchiha Nagi said with a sigh. Breathing styles weren't just about breathing, they were integrated with sword techniques, not as singular as ninjutsu. And sword techniques were a mysterious thing, the same technique wielded by different people would have different power. So far, the breathing style Uchiha Nagi used most proficiently was Tanjiro's water breathing. After all, a person's daily training time was limited, it was impossible to attend to everything. Then I'll take my leave first. I'll come back to ask for your guidance after I've learned the Shadow Clone Jutsu tomorrow, Michiro said with a bow, then politely departed. If it weren't for his stoic personality, he would be a very likable child. Oh my, Uchiha-san, you're truly amazing, learning mist breathing just by seeing it once. I wonder if you can learn all the Hashira's breathing styles. Shinobu asked curiously. Learning all the breathing styles isn't the difficult part. The difficulty lies in deducing the breathing style most suitable for oneself from them. Chapter 33, That hurts. For the next few days, Uchiha Nagi enjoyed a rare period of leisure. There were no life-or-death crises, and certainly no persecution from the Konoha higher-ups. Here, Kagaya Abuyashiki treated the Demon Slayer Corps members exceptionally well. Due to his own physical condition, he couldn't even swing a sword 10 times. So, what he could do was provide the Demon Slayer Corps members with the best possible treatment. To eliminate more of Muzan's subordinates, he never kept any Demon Slayer members to protect himself. During Uchiha Nagi's vacation, Kagaya Abuyashiki had someone deliver scrolls for all the breathing styles as a token of gratitude for his medical ninjutsu, even though, apart from Michiro, no one else had yet managed to need chakra. Of course, Uchiha Nagi knew that these breathing style scrolls weren't entirely complete. This generation of Hashira were the most outstanding, and they had each invented new forms. Simply reading the scrolls wouldn't necessarily allow one to learn the final forms. Uchiha Nagi also gifted Oyakata-sama the method for creating explosive tags. Kagaya Abuyashiki regarded this with extreme importance, stating he would do his utmost to find a way to replicate them. However, due to differences in materials between the worlds, it was unknown when they might succeed, and creating explosive tags also required chakra. Maintain the breathing style at all times. Including while sleeping. Uchiha Nagi asked curiously. Basically all the Hashira can do it. Maintaining the breathing style constantly allows one to grow stronger day by day. Eventually, the physical body will strengthen over time to a level where it can contend with demons, Shinobu Kocho said with a radiant smile. I will try my best, Uchiha Nagi replied. Good luck, Uchiha Nagi-kun. Don't lose to those three, Shinobu encouraged, gently squeezing Uchiha Nagi's hand. Uchiha Nagi. If he hadn't seen her being just as gentle with the three youngsters, he'd suspect she was interested in him. Oh, gotta train hard today too. I'm gonna breathe. Maintain the breathing style whether I'm sleeping or awake. Bastard, Blondie, don't get cocky. I'll definitely do it before you guys. The three youngsters, having their hands gently squeezed by Shinobu in encouragement, were adolescent boys who had never experienced such attention from a mature beauty. They reacted as if they'd been fed an aphrodisiac, becoming incredibly energetic and starting to train like madmen with loud yells. Uchiha Nagi-san, your Nichiren blade and uniform have arrived. One day, Shinobu's Tsuguko, Kaneo Tsuyuri, came to inform him. The Demon Slayer Corps uniforms were custom-made, offering strong protection, cut-resistant, fire-resistant, warm in winter, and cool in summer. As for the Nichiren blades, each member received one. Blades for Hashira-level members were highly valued and specially crafted by the swordsmiths of the swordsmith village. Ah, Inosuke, our swords are here. Tanjiro excitedly found him. Really? Ayu, the swords are here, the swords are here. Inosuke also jumped up happily, as his swords had also been broken. Uchiha Nagi, along with Inosuke and Tanjiro, awaited the arrival of the people from the swordsmith village. Tanjiro, you bastard. You actually broke my sword from a distance. Before a man wearing a mask even arrived, he was already murderously brandishing a sword and chasing Tanjiro. Ah, I'm sorry, Haganazuka-san. I didn't do it on purpose. And the demon was really strong, bastard. It's your fault for breaking the sword. Uchiha Nagi then witnessed a scene of one person chasing and another fleeing. Of course, the other party was just overly attached to his swords and venting his emotions. He wouldn't actually try to kill Tanjiro. Quick, try it out. What color is the sword? Hataru Haganazuka looked at Inosuke and Uchiha Nagi with an expectant face. Before being used, Nichiren blades were all colorless. But once a Demon Slayer Corps member began to use one, the energy from their breathing style conducted into it would cause the color to change. Tanjiro's was black, which mystified Haganazuka. Water breathing shouldn't result in a black blade, logically speaking. Oh, dark blue, huh? Haganazuka looked at Inosuke's sword with some disappointment. Ah, it's your turn. Hurry up and let me see what color yours is. Everyone looked at Uchiha Nagi with anticipation. Uchiha Nagi slowly picked up the Nichiren blade, its surface so smooth it reflected his face. Then, he slowly channeled his own chakra into it. Whether it was the energy of a breathing style or chakra, they were essentially the same. The Nichiren blade would only change color based on the individual's attributes. Oh, a flame-like color. Flame-breathing, Haganazuka was overjoyed. The color of a Nichiren blade represented its attribute. It seems my affinity is predominantly fire. But that's typical for the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Nagi wasn't too surprised by this result. The Uchiha clan had always leaned towards the fire attribute, though other attributes could be developed later. So, Uchiha Nagi wasn't overly concerned. Clang, clang, sometime later, the little boar Inosuke was already in the courtyard, wildly banging his Nichiren blade with a rock. He liked to create serrated edges on his swords. Bastard. How dare you treat my sword like that? I'm going to kill you. The swordsmith who had come with Haganazuka saw Inosuke abusing the blade like this and was instantly consumed by rage, feeling like he could kill him. At night, Uchiha Nagi was in his room, Mangekyo Sharingan activated, looking into a mirror to begin hypnotizing himself. Maintaining a breathing style at all times was something an ordinary person simply couldn't do. In his previous life, he had encountered yoga, which also emphasized breathing techniques. However, a person could only maintain the breathing method when they remembered to. Once forgotten, they would revert to their normal breathing pattern. Uchiha Nagi was self-aware enough to know he wasn't a genius, much less a child of destiny, so he could only rely on cheating to remind himself. Using the Mangekyo's hypnosis to ensure his subconscious didn't forget to maintain the breathing style was an incredibly difficult task because one could deceive others, but not oneself. However, Uchiha Nagi was using the Mangekyo's hypnosis as an alarm clock. Once he reminded himself about the breathing style, it would trigger the memory, thereby gradually getting used to maintaining it 24 hours a day. After doing this, Uchiha Nagi jumped onto the rooftop and began to meditate. After a short while, feeling a bit bored, he took out his musical instrument and started playing a tune. Which one should I play? Let's go with that Snowfield one. Uchiha Nagi began to play a purely instrumental BGM from Naruto, an anime from his previous life. He had forgotten its name. It was an instrumental piece from Naruto with a snowfield backdrop, as lonely as a solitary person walking through the snow. Under the starry night sky, the beautiful melody drifted over the butterfly mansion, heard by many. A petite, graceful figure landed silently behind Uchiha Nagi. Because there was no killing intent, Uchiha Nagi only realized someone was approaching when he smelled a feminine fragrance. He was suddenly startled, like someone suddenly scaring you from behind, especially sensitive for a ninja. Uchiha Nagi subconsciously turned his head, and as a result, his lips unintentionally brushed against two equally warm, soft lips. Pearlescent white teeth lightly bit into those soft lips, and a delicate cry was heard, "Ah, hiss, that hurts." Chapter 34, Shinobu's Hayori. Nagi-san, still up so late, Shinobu, blushing, gently pressed a handkerchief to her lips, which were bleeding. Uchiha Nagi was speechless. Shinobu Kocho had a habit of silently sneaking up behind people, getting very close, and then speaking. Fortunately, it was him. If it were a disfigured man like Shinazugawa, wouldn't he be at a huge disadvantage? Yes, I was practicing my breathing style, trying to maintain constant breathing. Then I got a bit bored and started playing some music. Did I disturb you? Uchiha Nagi wiped the blood from his lips. Since she hadn't mentioned it, he naturally wouldn't be so tactless as to bring up the awkward incident just now. Ah, the music Uchiha Nagi-san plays is so beautiful. It's just that every piece carries a faint sorrow, Shinobu said. Everyone has their own sorrows that cannot be resolved. You too, right, Shinobu-san. Although you always maintain a smile, the hatred in your heart can never truly be dispelled, Uchiha Nagi said. Especially when you look at Nezuko. Even with a smile on your face, your heart is still filled with anger. Ah. Shinobu, her innermost thoughts laid bare by Uchiha Nagi, slowly let her smile fade. My older sister, she died at the hands of a demon. She always hoped that humans and demons could coexist peacefully, but in the end. Shinobu's older sister, Kane Kocho, had always hoped for peaceful coexistence between humans and demons, because many demons were forcibly converted by Muzan and were inherently good. She believed that if they could be controlled from harming humans, they could live peacefully with them. However, during a mission, she encountered Upper Moon 2, Doma. He was an emotionless monster, terrifyingly powerful. In the end, Kane Kocho was defeated and killed by him. Because of this, Shinobu came to hate demons. She inherited her sister's will and her butterfly-patterned Haori, always using a gentle smile to hide her true feelings. "You miss your sister very much, don't you?" Uchiha Nagi asked. "I do miss her very much. But what can be done? I can never see her again." Shinobu's smile vanished, replaced by a faint sorrow. "I can let you see your sister one more time," Uchiha Nagi said. Shinobu looked at Uchiha Nagi, puzzled. Uchiha Nagi activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, and a pair of crimson eyes appeared before Shinobu. "Sister." Shinobu looked at her sister in astonishment. Looking around, it seemed she had returned to a time several years ago. Everything was just as she remembered. Her sister had a gentle smile on her face, leading her through a bustling marketplace. She bought the child Kaneo, and then, when paying, playfully tricked the trafficker, scattering the money all over the ground. She knew she was in a genjutsu world, a unique technique of Uchiha Nagi's eyes. Even so, she couldn't bear to break the dream using her breathing style. Instead, tears streaming down her face, she rushed forward and hugged her sister. "Sister, I miss you so much, woo-woo." In the dream world, Shinobu reverted to her lively, straightforward, and spirited true nature, clinging to her sister and sobbing. This wasn't Tsukuyomi, it couldn't make Shinobu stay in the genjutsu world for 3 days and 3 nights in an instant. As time wore on, even if Shinobu didn't break the genjutsu herself, it would automatically dispel after a few hours. Under the starry sky, the moonlight, like a soft veil, gently covered the 2 figures sitting on the rooftop. It's dawn. The first golden rays of morning sunlight shone on her eyelids. Shinobu woke up with a tear-streaked smile. She had been immersed in the genjutsu world, reluctant to leave. Shinobu wiped the tear stains from the corners of her eyes and stretched lazily. After sitting all night, her bones creaked. That was a wonderful dream. Nagi-kun, thank you for letting me have such a good dream. You're welcome. If you can't sleep at night in the future, you can come find me again, Uchiha Nagi said with a smile. Suddenly, he felt there might be something inappropriate in what he'd just said. But before he could finish his thought, Shinobu had already disappeared. Only his Sharingan, for a fleeting moment, caught a glimpse of her ears turning a deep shade of red. So fast. Comparable to the body flicker technique. Uchiha Nagi muttered to himself. Although he hadn't slept all night, Uchiha Nagi was still full of energy. He wondered if it was because he had taken advantage of the girl. After a short while, the stoic homebody, the Mist Hashira, Michiro Takito, arrived. These past few days, Michiro Takito had been coming over daily for mutual study with Uchiha Nagi. Uchiha Nagi would ask him about swordsmanship and breathing styles, and he would ask Uchiha Nagi about chakra. Surprisingly, in just a few days, he had mastered the Shadow Clone Jutsu and was in the process of integrating it with his breathing style. Moreover, Michiro had proposed an idea. When using shadow clones to attack an enemy, could he use the substitution jutsu to switch places between the physical body and a shadow clone? Because demons in this world could only be decapitated by a Nichiren blade, if a shadow clone didn't have one, its attacks would be largely ineffective. But if this method worked, then when several shadow clones attacked together, a momentary substitution could allow one to kill a demon with a single Nichiren blade, without needing to prepare multiple swords for the shadow clones. After all, everything about a shadow clone was formed by chakra nature transformation, and chakra couldn't be turned into a physical Nichiren blade. Uchiha Nagi was stunned. In the entire shinobi world, not even Naruto, with his multiple shadow clones, had ever thought of such a concept. For ninjas, whose bodies were high attack but low defense, a shadow clone creating a Rasengan or wielding a kunai could still kill an opponent. But using substitution jutsu with multiple shadow clones, didn't that have a hint of the Flying Thunder God technique? The real body hidden among numerous shadow clones, ready to switch places at any moment using substitution jutsu, it was practically the Flying Thunder God, just with a shorter range. Interesting. Your proposal is truly interesting. Let's research it together. It might become a trump card against demons in the future, Uchiha Nagi said with enthusiasm. By the way, are you going to try the water prison again today? Uchiha Nagi asked. Yes, I have to. This is a weakness of breathing styles. If we encounter a demon with that kind of blood demon art, we'd be doomed. So it's best to overcome it in advance, Michiro nodded. This was something they had discovered during a previous sparring session. Michiro, trapped in the water prison, couldn't breathe. Without being able to use their breathing style, even a Hashira was just a lamb to the slaughter. Uchiha Nagi couldn't help but wonder, if a demon like Kisame Hashigaki were to use a great waterfall jutsu followed by a grand water prison technique, would it wipe out all the Hashira? After all, unable to breathe underwater, their strength would plummet by 90%. Thus, a water prison ninjutsu with a 10-meter diameter appeared. Michiro was trapped inside, trying to find a way out. When he could no longer hold his breath, Uchiha Nagi would dispel the jutsu and release him. Chapter 35, Support for the Infinite Train. If he could overcome this weakness, then in the future, Michiro wouldn't have to share an indirect kiss with another man. But breathing was indeed a weakness. Humans had to breathe, after all. Even a ninja, trapped in a water prison for 10 minutes without air, would panic. Later on, Doma's blood demon art was practically the bane of breathing styles. One of his techniques involved scattering fine ice crystals into the air. When humans inhaled, they would draw these ice crystals along with the air's moisture into their bodies and be poisoned. This technique was truly the nemesis of breathing styles. If one couldn't defeat him quickly, they would only grow weaker as the fight dragged on. This highlighted the importance of intelligence. If one knew the opponent's abilities, they would at least not lose the fight. A wind-style jutsu to blow away the ice crystals would suffice. Or a fire-style jutsu. However, it wasn't that simple. Even lower moons possessed the strength of a jonin, coupled with their special immortality. The strength of upper moons was even less to be trifled with. This had always been Uchiha Nagi's view: survival was paramount. Underestimating others would only lead to a fate like Sasuke's, being stabbed to death by Madara despite possessing the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. By the way, there's a mission. Oyakata-sama asked me to see if you'd like to go, Michiro said after their training, touching his chin as he suddenly remembered something. What mission? Uchiha Nagi asked. He viewed his relationship with Kagaya Ubuyashiki more as a partnership than that of a vassal or subordinate, and Kagaya Ubuyashiki didn't mind this at all. After all, just being able to exchange ninjutsu with Uchiha Nagi was already an immense help to the Demon Slayer Corps. It's like this: we received intelligence about a demon in a certain location. Moreover, all the swordsmen sent there have lost contact. Therefore, Oyakata-sama suspects the presence of a 12 Kazuki member. Michiro continued, a 12 Kazuki, one Hashira might not be enough to guarantee success. Since you've just joined, Oyakata-sama would like to request that you go as well. 2 Hashira heading there. Of course, Oyakata-sama said he won't force you if you're unwilling. If you're willing, please go to Oyakata-sama to ask for the specific details. Uchiha Nagi thought for a moment, then nodded. All right, I'll go over later. With his Nichiren blade, Mangekyo Sharingan, Amaterasu, Susanoo, and the sword of Tatsuka, if he still died so easily, it would be a plot-induced death just like Shirsue's. In the afternoon, Uchiha Nagi arrived at Kagaya Ubuyashiki's residence. To be frank, Kagaya Ubuyashiki was a broad-minded leader. For those who became cowardly and afraid of death after encountering demons, he would assign them to logistics. For those who were old, weary of fighting, or injured and disabled, he would allow them to retire. Some retired Hashira, like Sakanji Urokadaki, would become trainers for the next generation of demon slayers. Others might manage wisteria houses or similar support facilities. And some, like the Flame Hashira's father, did nothing at all. In short, working under him had a clear beginning and end. One could retire or resign at any time. There was no fear of casting aside the fine bough once the birds are gone, or boiling the hunting dogs once the rabbits are dead. Unlike a certain third Hokage, who, after several great ninja wars, directly orchestrated the Uchiha clan's extermination. Collaborating with such a magnanimous boss was particularly comfortable. Ubuyashiki-sama, Michiro-san mentioned you were looking for me. Uchiha Nagi said respectfully. Although he was respectful, their relationship was one of cooperation, so Uchiha Nagi did not kneel on one knee, and the other party didn't mind. Please sit, Uchiha-kun, Kagaya Ubuyashiki said with a gentle smile. My apologies, my eyes cannot see. I'll have to trouble you to pour your own tea. It's no trouble. Uchiha Nagi wasn't bothered by such things. He poured himself a cup and also poured one for the other men. To be honest, I've invited you here this time because I'd like you to go with the Flame Hashira. We've received intelligence about a demon appearing on a train. A team of swordsmen went to investigate, but they've all gone missing. Alas. Kagaya Ubuyashiki sighed and began to explain the situation. A small team had gone to investigate a case of missing persons on a train, and all of them had disappeared. It was important to note that in this team, while there were Mizunoto-ranked members like Tanjiro who had just joined, the team leaders were 2 Kino-ranked members, equivalent to having 2 Jonin leading the team, as Kino was the rank just below Hashira. Therefore, I suspect the presence of a 12 Kazuki member there. I have already dispatched the Flame Hashira. However, after he left, I had a bad premonition. The Ubuyashiki family's premonitions have always been accurate, which is why I wanted to request your assistance on this trip. Very well, I'll go. It just so happens I also want to learn flame breathing from him, Uchiha Nagi nodded. Thank you for your trouble. Your Kasugai crow has also arrived. I will have someone take you there later. By the way, the name of that train is Infinite. Infinite Train. Sigh, things really haven't been peaceful lately. It's all because of that ripper along the railway lines. The number of passengers has dropped significantly. Yeah, these useless police haven't caught the culprit after all this time. We small vendors are the unlucky ones, rent still has to be paid. Sigh. That's right, I heard the number of missing passengers has reached over 40. Beside the bustling train station, many people were coming and going, transporting goods, but there were very few travelers. Some small vendors selling peanuts and melon seeds looked at newspapers with worried and troubled expressions. They hoped the newspapers would carry news of the culprit's capture, while at the same time, with pained expressions, they hawked their wares, hoping passing passengers would buy something. A crow stood on Uchiha Nagi's shoulder. Fortunately, this one wasn't a chatterbox like Tanjiro's, or he would have been annoyed to death. Nor was it a sparrow like Zenitsu's, because he couldn't understand bird language. The crow led him to the train station. This world was roughly in the steam age, they had cars, electric lights, and electricity, but no television. The primary means of disseminating news was still newspapers. Uchiha Nagi wondered if, after Muzan was eliminated, he could visit other countries and see what their supernatural powers were like. Hello, are you the Hashira, Uchiha-san? A young man who had been waiting at the train station for a long time became excited upon seeing Uchiha Nagi, recognizing the crow on his shoulder as a unique partner of the Demon Slayer Corps. Uchiha Nagi was a newly promoted Hashira, but his title hadn't been decided yet, because most Hashira inherited the title of their respective breathing styles, but he was a bit special. My name is Murata. I am the Mizunoto ranked member assigned to assist you. Thank you for your trouble. Uchiha Nagi nodded politely at him. Oh, you're welcome. Let's board the train first, the tickets have already been bought. According to the information from the crow, the Flame Hashira has already set off to investigate the Infinite Train. We'll take this train to catch up and rendezvous with him, Murata said, scratching his head, surprised that a Hashira was so easy to talk to. Uchiha Nagi nodded, and the two of them then took their tickets and boarded the train. Chapter 36, Big Brother Flame Hashira. The train was moving at high speed, though high speed was relative, it probably topped out around 80 km per hour. Watching the scenery continuously recede outside the window, Uchiha Nagi felt a sense of déjà vu, as if he had returned to a past life, to the era of squeezing onto crowded, green-skinned trains. By the time he had grown up, something even more advanced than trains had appeared, high-speed rail. However, when traveling to very remote places, he had still taken these slow-moving trains. Due to the recent news about the Ripper, many people didn't dare to travel by train, so the carriage was empty, occupied only by Murata and Uchiha Nagi. Uchiha Nagi was eating a bento box he had bought before boarding, as was Murata. The Flame Hashira-san set out earlier to investigate the missing persons and those Demon Slayer Corps members who mysteriously disappeared. It all happened on that Infinite Train, Murata said. According to the message from the crow, Flame Hashira Rengoku Kaijuro-san has already headed towards the Infinite Train. After that train had its incident, many people felt something was wrong, and it was sent back to the repair yard for overhaul. Before Murata could finish speaking, Uchiha Nagi interrupted him. Murata, look over there. Murata glanced outside and was instantly petrified. The bento in his hand fell completely. What is? Outside, in the pitch-black night, two figures were moving rapidly, their speed several times faster than the train. A dark blue figure flashed past along the railway, barely visible in the dark night, like a bolt of lightning. The other figure was far more ostentatious. The air around its body was literally burning, resembling a fireball as it sped along, closely pursuing the figure in front. Is that, His Excellency, Flame Hashira Rengoku Kaijuro? Murata said in astonishment. Murata, you don't need to follow. I'll go, Uchiha Nagi said, flinging open the window and leaping out. Ah. Wait, Uchiha Dano, however, Uchiha Nagi had already vanished. In the dark night, the Flame Hashira's spectacular flames were incredibly conspicuous. Uchiha Nagi had no trouble tracking him at all. Nevertheless, the crow on his shoulder dutifully flew in the sky, guiding the way. This way, southeast, this way, southeast. Running at full speed, Uchiha Nagi could catch up to them, but a ninja's principle was never to expend all stamina running in an unknown situation. So, Uchiha Nagi maintained a safer speed, trailing behind the Flame Hashira. Though slower, it would ensure he had enough stamina and strength to engage in battle upon arrival. But it wasn't slow either, a jonin speed was close to 80 km per hour, roughly the same as the train. It was just that compared to the Flame Hashira's spectacular high-speed rail-like velocity, it was indeed much slower. Flame Hashira Rengoku Kaijuro seemed to have noticed someone following him, but he was in a hurry to chase down and deal with the opponent ahead, so he didn't stop. By the time Uchiha Nagi arrived, the battle seemed to be mostly decided. A demon with a broken leg was limping, holding an old woman hostage. The Flame Hashira stood opposite it, holding a little girl. Come on, let's make a bet. See if you can cut off my head before I kill this old hag. The demon, probably knowing a Hashira had arrived and it couldn't escape, was somewhat frenzied. It's you, the newly promoted Hashira. What was your name again? Rengoku Kaijuro said with a smile. My name is Uchiha Nagi. Uchiha Nagi was a bit speechless because as the other man spoke, his eyes were completely focused straight ahead. Oh, right. You're very strong, I heard them say. You've learned several breathing styles, a genius even more amazing than Michiro. Let's deal with this fellow first, then we can catch up. Deal with me. Are you two fools? I've already killed the old hag, the demon holding the old woman hostage said with a savage expression. Because while the two of them were talking, it had already killed the old woman and its leg had finished regenerating. The Flame Hashira's Nichiren blade seemed to carry a flame enchantment that made wounds inflicted by it incredibly difficult to heal. What's wrong with you? You clearly let the person go yourself, why do you still say you killed her? Flame Hashira Rengoku Kaijuro said with a laugh. I let the old hag go. The dark blue-skinned demon looked down and saw its hands were empty. This. When? Looking closely, the old woman was already scrambling and crawling far away. Looking back at the two in front, it only noticed a pair of red eyes. The moment you saw my eyes, you were already dead. Uchiha Nagi stated calmly. The instant it had seen Uchiha Nagi's Sharingan, it had fallen under a genjutsu. The moment its hand moved, its neck had been severed by a flash of flame. Everything it thought had happened had occurred within an illusion. What a special technique. Faster than my blade, Flame Hashira Rengoku Kaijuro praised. You flatter me. Genjutsu is ultimately a minor art. Your blade is faster. I was hoping to ask for your guidance on flame breathing, Uchiha Nagi said with a smile. No problem. Ha 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 ha. Rengoku Kaijuro laughed heartily. And your Nichiren blade is also of the fire attribute. If we weren't of similar age, I would have wanted to take you as my Tsuguko. Ha ha ha. Damn it. Damn it all. A faint, unwilling whisper. The demon with supercar speed was slowly turning to ash. Its luck was abysmally bad, encountering two powerful individuals when it wasn't even a lower moon, it was truly one of a kind. The rescued old woman, tears streaming down her face, murmured to Flame Hashira Rengoku Kaijuro, 20 years ago, was it you who saved me and my daughter? The same hair, the same face. Rengoku Kaijuro sheathed his sword with a dashing air. Oh, you're probably talking about my father. 20 years ago, he was also a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, but he's retired now. Grandma, a little girl with glasses, ran over crying and hugged her grandmother. I'm sorry, Grandma. I shouldn't have said things like there are no demons in the world. No, that's perfectly fine. For ordinary people, not encountering demons, not knowing about them, and dying of old age is the best, Rengoku Kaijuro said with a smile. The next day, the morning sun shone on the train station. Everything from the previous night seemed like a dream, vanished without a trace, including that dark blue supercar demon. Here, these are for you, the little girl and the old grandmother, both smiling, handed something to Rengoku Kaijuro and Uchiha Nagi. Thank you for saving us last night. Ah, wonderful. I didn't eat anything yesterday and I'm still starving now. Then I'll pay to buy them all. Rengoku Kaijuro said happily. No, this is to thank you for saving us. No money needed, the old grandmother quickly replied. Watching the two sides, one insisting on gifting, the other on paying, Uchiha Nagi rolled his eyes, unable to watch any longer, and said directly, don't be polite. We have money. Lots of money. Chapter 37, Hinokami Kagura. You can do it. You've got this. +3 at the Butterfly Mansion, the three little triplet girls were clapping and cheering for Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Inosuke. The three of them had pushed their breathing style training to the limit and had now reached a point where they could subconsciously maintain it from morning till night. And being able to maintain their breathing style for 24 hours a day was something only Hashira could achieve. In other words, only those who could reach this stage had the potential to enter the realm of the Hashira. Now, they faced their final test, to burst a large wooden gourd by blowing into it. From their initial training in speed and agility, to mastering their breathing styles, they were now cultivating powerful lung capacity. To put it bluntly, their breathing had to be strong enough to make a half-man-sized gourd explode with air. If they could do that, their internal organs would also become incredibly strong. And training the body, strengthening the internal organs, was precisely the essence of breathing styles. Ah. +3 The three youngsters took a deep breath, their faces turning red from the effort, and finally, with a loud bang, the gourds exploded. Yeah, we did it. Ha 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 ha, as expected, Lord Inosuke is the strongest, ha ha, now we can go find Uchiha Nagi and I. If you guys can't bear to part with me, I can stay for your sakes. Shinobu watched the three fledgling youths with a faint smile, seemingly reminded of her own past. Just the day before, Tanjiro had specifically sought her out to ask about fire breathing. He had used his family's ancestral Kagura dance in battle. However, Shinobu had definitively told him that there was only flame breathing, she had never heard of fire breathing. But she suggested he could ask the flame Hashira, as he, also using a fire attribute breathing style, might know something. Then, she reported it to Kagaya Ubuyashiki and applied for them to go on a mission to support the flame Hashira. Upon hearing this, Kagaya Ubuyashiki smiled faintly, further convinced of his premonition. Tanjiro was connected to sun breathing. Only sun breathing was what Muzan feared most, which was why he was so intent on sending people to hunt them down. Thus, to allow the youngsters to train and grow, he had them go together to support the flame Hashira and participate in the investigation of the disappearances on the Infinite Train. Get out of my way. Let me handle this monster. Watch me cut it down with one blow. Inosuke roared, drawing his swords and preparing to attack the locomotive. Don't embarrass us. This is a train. Zenitsu, mortified, grabbed onto him. If he didn't stop him, Inosuke was actually going to attack the train. Raised by wild boars and having grown up deep in the mountains, Inosuke had never seen a train before and thought it was a monster. Let me rip open this monster's belly. Thunk. Inosuke forcefully slammed his head against the train carriage. So embarrassing, plus. The three of them boarded the train. Shortly after it began to move, they started searching the carriages for the flame Hashira. Wahaha, this monster runs so fast. Inosuke stuck his head out the window, yelling excitedly. Stop being embarrassing and let's go already. Zenitsu, his face flushed, pulled him along, apologizing to the nearby passengers. Sorry. The three of them passed through carriage after carriage. Because Tanjiro had seen him once at the Hashira meeting, they were looking for someone with flame-colored hair. Do you think the flame Hashira will be hard to talk to, Tanjiro? Zenitsu asked worriedly. Miss Shinobu said that although he sometimes says things that don't quite make sense, he's a warm and cheerful big brother figure, Tanjiro replied, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. And Tomioka-san said that he's always trying to talk to him. Anyway, he should be a relatively easy person to get along with, right? Finally, upon opening the door to one carriage, they heard a deafening, deep, and hearty voice, delicious, delicious. Uchiha Nagi looked speechlessly at the towering stack of bento boxes on the table. He knew that people who trained in taijutsu could eat a lot, his own appetite had increased considerably recently, but someone who could eat this much was almost comparable to Hinata. On the table, more than a dozen bento boxes were already stacked high, with another dozen unopened ones placed to the side. Big brother Flame Hashira, Rengoku Kaijuro, was eating with gusto, his mouth glistening with oil. He ate while shouting delicious, but his eyes weren't quite right, always staring unfocused straight ahead. Uchiha Nagi was clearly sitting by the window opposite him, yet Rengoku stared fixedly forward. Found them. Uchiha Nagi and I, Rengoku Kaijuro-san. Tanjiro exclaimed with delight. Uchiha Nagi looked up. It was indeed the protagonist trio. Oh, it's you three. Haven't seen you in half a month. Hope you're all well. Tanjiro, it looks like you've mastered maintaining your breathing style all day. Very impressive, Uchiha Nagi said with a smile. Not at all, Nagi and I. You're already a Hashira, you're the impressive one. Tanjiro said, scratching his head in embarrassment. Ayu, two Hashira. One of you fight me. I want to challenge you, MMPH. Before Inosuke could finish, Zenitsu clamped a hand over his mouth and dragged him aside. This is Tanjiro, Uchiha Nagi introduced. Those two are Inosuke and Zenitsu. These three are potential future Hashira. Delicious, MMPH, Rengoku Kaijuro said heartily while eating. I can tell. You three should train with me. By the way, why have you three come here? Rengoku Kaijuro asked. It's like this, a crow brought orders saying that the number of victims on the Infinite Train has increased, and we were told to rendezvous with you. And coincidentally, I also have some things I'd like to ask Rengoku Kaijuro-san, Tanjiro said. Oh, what is it? Rengoku Kaijuro had already finished all the bento boxes and let out a comfortable burp. Inosuke, beside them, had long forgotten his earlier clamor to challenge the two Hashira. Half his body was now hanging out of the train window. Inosuke waved his hands excitedly outside the window. Ha, this iron monster runs so fast. Don't stop me, I want to go down and race it to see who's faster. Zenitsu, holding onto his legs from behind, was about to lose it. Stop it right now. How can anyone be this idiotic? Uchiha Nagi watched with amusement. This little boar was truly a bundle of joy, unintentionally hilarious. Tanjiro spoke, "It's about my father. He was frail and sickly from birth, but even so, he could dance the kagura in the bone-chilling snow." Rengoku Kaijuro said loudly, "That's wonderful." Tanjiro shouted, "Excuse me." Rengoku Kaijuro shouted even louder, "Speak." Uchiha Nagi looked at the two of them speechlessly. Are all protagonists this over-the-top in their personalities? Their conversation was just something else. Hinokami Kagura, dance. I used it subconsciously. It's all from the dances my father taught me when I was little. So I wanted to ask, Rengoku-san, have you ever heard of the Hinokami Kagura? Never heard of it. Chapter 38, The Origin of Breathing Styles. Ah. The history of flame breathing is very long, but I've truly never heard of Hinokami Kagura. It's certainly a good thing that your father's Kagura dance can be used in battle, but let's end this topic here for now. Could you perhaps say a few more words? Become my Tsukuko. I'll look after you. When you talk to Tanjiro, where exactly are your eyes looking? Next, Rengoku Kaijuro began to explain the origin of breathing styles. The earliest, most primitive breathing styles were divided into 5 major attributes. These were flame, water, thunder, wind, and stone. Later, many geniuses, based on their own compatibility, improved and invented many derivative breathing styles. The derivative of flame breathing is love breathing. The derivatives of water breathing are flower, insect, and serpent breathing. The derivative of thunder breathing is sound breathing. And the derivative of wind breathing is mist breathing. Just like the major chakra natures in the shinobi world, Uchiha Nagi thought to himself. And in the shinobi world, beyond the 5 basic natures, there were the higher yin and yang natures. For example, the Nara clan's shadow secret jutsu was a type of yin release, while the Akimichi clan's secret jutsu was a type of yang release. In breathing styles, these corresponded to moon breathing and sun breathing. Although moon breathing was derived from sun breathing, neither was inherently stronger or weaker than the other. The difference was that the founder of sun breathing possessed swordsmanship so overwhelmingly powerful that it created this misconception. What color are your swords? Rengoku Kaijuro asked curiously. Tanjiro said, "Mine is black." Inosuke said, "Mine is dark blue." Zenitsu said, "Mine is gold." Uchiha Nagi didn't speak, simply drawing his Nichiren blade for them to see. "Oh, excellent. The same color as mine. Then, you should all come and train with me. I will teach you well." Ha 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 ha. Seeing that Uchiha Nagi's blade was the same color as his, Rengoku Kaijuro became greatly excited. A new member with the same attribute, and crucially, one who became a Hashira upon entry, just like Michiro, so powerful and from the same school of sorts, it made him uncontrollably happy. He was even happier than if he had taken on 3 Tsuguko. Although Nagi had a peculiar personality, he was generous, straightforward, and passionate, with a disposition as fiery as flames. It was no wonder he was recognized by the Demon Slayer Corps as a big brother figure. Tanjiro blinked. To his special sense of smell, if Uchiha Nagi's scent was like summer ice, then the flame Hashira's scent was like a winter fire. You all need to be careful. There's a demon hidden on this train. Don't let your guard down. Uchiha Nagi interjected. Ah, there's a demon. I want to get off. I want to get off. As soon as he heard demon, Zenitsu's cowardly nature flared up again, and he struggled to jump out the window. You bastard, stay put. Lord Inosuke is here, what's there to be afraid of? Inosuke roared, casually grabbing Zenitsu to stop him from running. Previously, it was Zenitsu holding onto him, now, it was him holding onto Zenitsu. I don't want to. I want to get off. I'm scared. Woo-woo. Zenitsu's tears and snot streamed down his face. Attention passengers, please present your tickets. A ticket inspector walked by, checking tickets with the surrounding people. Sniff sniff. There's an ominous smell. Tanjiro suddenly smelled something strange. Then, in the next second, everyone around them began to fall asleep, sinking into a deep slumber, including Rengoku Kaijuro and Uchiha Nagi. Watch out, an enemy is here. Rengoku Kaijuro suddenly stood up, drawing his Nichiren blade. Such a large body, yet it can hide itself. Is it a blood demon art? At this moment, a massive figure with a head covered in ice suddenly appeared, clinging on the roof of the train like a spider, its body having several pairs of arms and legs firmly gripping the roof. Roar, the large-eyed spider demon roared, baring its fanged maw. Flame breathing, first form, unknowing fire, a flash of flame swept past. Before the opponent could react, its head was already rolling on the ground, its body beginning to burn to ash. Amazing. Big brother, take me as your disciple. Tanjiro clung to his leg. Me too, Zenitsu was teary-eyed. I want to as well. Inosuke was excited. Big brother, from now on, you're my big brother. I'll follow you. Uchiha Nagi said, tearfully. Ha 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 ha. Alright, alright. I'll take you all as my disciples, Rengoku Kyojuro laughed heartily. This is modern times. Uchiha Nagi looked with emotion at the familiar world around him. At this moment, he was in a modern metropolis. All around were streets bustling with people. On an overpass above a main road, a large crowd was queuing to cross. This was the center of a super first-tier city from his previous life. After crossing the overpass, a main road led to a shopping street inside. Outside the main road were several pillars, on which were written a few characters, Domen Pedestrian Street. The moment Uchiha Nagi entered this world, he already knew what was happening. The Mangekyo Sharingan was the progenitor of Genjutsu, he just didn't know how the opponent had managed to draw him into an illusion. Having transmigrated for so many years, many memories had long since blurred, he only remembered the gist of things. However, after entering this mental world, Uchiha Nagi wasn't in a hurry to leave. Instead, he began to stroll around with great interest, because in his later years in his previous life, after the internet developed, such scenes of packed crowds were no longer seen. What a distant memory. Even I can barely recall this scene, Uchiha Nagi sighed. $9.99. $9.99. Special price clothes, $9.99 a piece. Don't miss out when you pass by, handsome, come in and take a look. The latest model running shoes, 50% off, buy one get one free. After walking into the pedestrian street, the shops on both sides had young, vibrant, and down-to-earth girls waving megaphones. They stood boldly and enthusiastically at the entrances of various shops, waving their hands to attract customers to their clothing stores. The people around looked strangely at Uchiha Nagi, this person in ancient-style clothing. Uchiha Nagi, rather interested, walked into a sportswear store and bought a set of clothes, changing out of his anachronistic attire. After coming out, he walked to a snack street, Dongmen's Hen Food Street. A short while later, thoroughly satisfied, he held a large skewer of squid in his left hand and several bags of roasted meat and chicken wings in his right, his mouth glistening with oil. Although I can barely remember it, and it tastes just so, the taste of home is just this delicious. Hee, Uchiha Nagi suddenly remembered something and blinked. Right, since I'm here, I might as well experience some games. With that, Uchiha Nagi hurried towards an arcade. Before even entering, he heard many deafening sounds. This kind of place had slowly been phased out later on due to the advancement of various other games. Basically, the remaining arcade machines were mostly for dancing, basketball, or fishing games. Now, in this dream world, the arcade was neatly lined with various arcade machines, King of Fighters 97, Cadillacs and Dinosaurs, Warriors of Fate. Chapter 39, Nightmare, the Enemy in Dreams. Where is this? Why is it so different? A man dressed in coarse linen clothes, his hair tied in a topknot with a hairpin, held a sharp awl in his hand, looking around at the surrounding skyscrapers in bewilderment. His name was Tayano Heiji, and he had been sent by the Nightmare Demon to kill the core members trapped in the Blood Demon art. Keen-sensed, powerful individuals, if danger approached and they sense killing intent or a demon nearing them, would awaken directly from deep sleep. Therefore, after Uchiha Nagi and his group fell victim to the Nightmare Demon's Blood Demon art and fell asleep, the Lower Moon One had sent several ordinary humans over. These ordinary people were either impoverished and destitute or gravely ill. Simply because they could obtain a beautiful and happy life in their dreams, they became addicted and were controlled by Lower Moon One. Lower Moon One, Nightmare. A newly promoted demon, its ability was dreams. Its Blood Demon art was so powerful that even the big brother Flame Hashira could fall victim to it. Everything in the dream was like paradise, utterly intoxicating, more captivating than any potent drug. It could be said that if it didn't die prematurely, Nightmare was destined to become the most powerful upper moon. Even Kokushibo, ranked first, had desires, and as long as one had desires, one could have sweet dreams. However, if the spiritual core within a dream was destroyed, it was equivalent to soul damage, certain death. Tayano Heiji wandered through the modern city, surrounded by strange gazes that made him feel extremely uncomfortable. No, I have to find his spiritual core quickly. Tayano Heiji began to jog, rapidly searching for Uchiha Nagi's spiritual core. Because once the owner of the dream sensed danger, the infiltrator would be hunted by the dream's master. As for how they would be hunted, it depended on the content of the dream master's dream. Relying on the information given to them by Lower Moon One, Nightmare, Tayano Heiji eventually found the spiritual core, an amusement park. Aha! Tayano Heiji rode the pirate ship and was completely wrecked by it, because Uchiha Nagi's spiritual core was right there in the amusement park. Pirate ship, roller coaster. Just as he cleared the pirate ship and was about to open the gate to the spiritual core, music suddenly blared through the amusement park. I roam the world as I please, admired by the masses, dominating the scene, I never need to look back. Turning the world upside down, I write my own laws, this fierce wolf with gleaming eyes. Born to love singing. Then, before Tayano Heiji's terrified eyes, a large group of Gwawazai, young and dangerous gangsters, with dragon and tiger tattoos appeared from nowhere, wielding machetes, steel pipes. "That's the punk. Chop him, everyone. Dare ta come to our Hunghing turf. Chop that punk. Charge." Tayano Heiji could no longer care about any mission, escaping with his life was paramount. Utterly terrified, he dropped his awl and fled. "Help me. Punk, don't run. Let us chop you once, brothers, get him. One chop each, kill him." And so, an unbearable scene unfolded. No matter where Tayano Heiji ran, he was pursued. And yet, each time, the watermelon knives, cleavers, wouldn't kill him, just cause excruciating pain. Hiding in the crowd, Hirano Jiro, Tayano Heiji, in his coarse linen clothes and topknot, was instantly recognized, and another gang of Gwawazai rushed over to hack at him. "Sai, it's been a while since I played. I'm a bit rusty." Uchiha Nagi stretched lazily, then glanced at Hirano Jiro being chased outside and sneered. He knew the moment the men entered. "With this level of skill, he thought he could destroy my spiritual core, damage my soul and brain. Dream on, if it weren't for wanting to play King of Fighters a bit longer, he would have annihilated him long ago. A mere ordinary person dared to enter the Mangekyo Sharingan spiritual world. He wasn't even afraid of death. Sasuke, with just his 3-tomo Sharingan, had once entered Naruto's inner spiritual world and met the Nine Tails. How could that compare to the Mangekyo? Time to go." Uchiha Nagi looked around reluctantly. This world was created by Nightmare, but it was within his own spiritual realm. If he created it himself, it wouldn't be as interesting, just like a person awake, constructing a world in their mind, versus constructing one while dreaming at night. But it was time to leave. Uchiha Nagi closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, they were the pinwheel pattern of the Mangekyo. Without even needing to commit suicide, he directly broke free from the dream world and returned to reality. Crack. Returning to the real world, Uchiha Nagi directly reached out and snapped the neck of Hirano Jiro, the man who had just tried to assassinate him in the dream world, granting him a painless death. Woo woo woo. Nearby, the sound of a young girl's soft sobbing could be heard. Uchiha Nagi turned his head. It was Tanjiro's sister, Nezuko. She had sensed her brother was in danger, crawled out of her box, and then tried to wake her brother by headbutting him. As a result, Tanjiro didn't wake up, but Nezuko's head started bleeding. Her skull was truly hopelessly hard. Everyone had a rope tied to their hand, connecting them to the assassins. And intuition told Uchiha Nagi that cutting these ropes would cause spiritual damage to both sides. "Don't worry, I'll wake him up. It'll be all right," Uchiha Nagi smiled, comforting Nezuko. Then, looking at the few ordinary people sent by Nightmare to assassinate them, he sneered. Whether they were forced or addicted to the dreams, it wasn't an excuse to forgive them for trying to kill his group. MMPH, one of the women was suddenly grabbed by the neck by the flame Hashira, Rengoku Kaijuro, who then stood up. Veins bulged on Rengoku Kaijuro's forehead, his face contorted as he gripped the woman's neck, looking as if he would snap her cervical vertebrae in the next second. As expected of the Demon Slayer Corps' big brother Flame Hashira. When faced with mortal danger, even if his mind doesn't react, his body defends automatically, Uchiha Nagi praised. Uchiha Nagi walked over to Flame Hashira Rengoku Kaijuro and opened his eyelids. Mangekyo Sharingan. In Rengoku Kaijuro's world, he was having a sweet dream. His father, once the previous Flame Hashira, had lost heart and motivation after his wife's death from illness, spending his days drinking. Rengoku Kaijuro had worked desperately to become the Flame Hashira to gain his father's approval, yet his father wouldn't even look at him. He wanted to be his younger brother's pride and, at the same time, earn his father's praise. Then, in this dream world, everything became perfect. His mother hadn't died, and the family lived happily ever after. Rengoku Kaijuro was in the courtyard, teaching his younger brother swordsmanship and breathing styles, when he suddenly saw a person with red eyes appear in the courtyard and kick his brother away. "Careful. Who are you? Don't think of harming my brother." Rengoku Kaijuro hugged his brother, drew his sword, and glared angrily at the intruder. "Wake up, Rengoku Kaijuro. You've fallen under a blood demon art. Stop indulging in this illusory dream. I'm going to wake Tanjiro and the others," Uchiha Nagi said calmly. Then he withdrew from the other spiritual world and returned to reality. That was Uchiha Nagi. That's right. Tears streamed down Rengoku Kaijuro's face. Mother died long ago. I know that. Chapter 40, Battle in the Dreamscape. I'm sorry, Mother. I have to go. My comrades are still in danger. Rengoku Kaijuro knelt before his mother, tears streaming down his face. Go, my child. Although I don't know what's happening, Mother will always support you and love you. Rengoku Kaijuro's mother, just as in his memories, spoke gently to her child. "I'm sorry, mother." Tears flowing, Rengoku Kaijuro silently kowtowed, then drew his sword. There were many ways to break free from a dream world. Either one's own spiritual strength was powerful enough to see through the deception, or one could kill oneself, or... Rengoku Kaijuro plunged his sword into his mother's heart. The moment he killed his mother, his heart was overwhelmed with grief, the pain making it hard to breathe. Emotional pain was also a way to awaken from a dream world. When Uchiha Nagi saw tears begin to fall from the corners of the flame Hashira's eyes, he knew the other had realized he was in a dream world. Without further hesitation, he moved on to the others. Then, he opened Tanjiro's eyelids and entered his spiritual world. The water and sky shared a single color, a blue sky with white clouds, and below, a large lake, crystal clear to its depths. The air was incredibly fresh, everything was so bright and sunny. This was Tanjiro's heart, pure without a single trace of impurity. A man, holding a sharp awl, was being guided by several small figures made of white clouds towards Tanjiro's spiritual core. This man was here to kill Tanjiro, but Tanjiro's spiritual world was still so innocent that it was willing to help him, thus the appearance of the little cloud people guiding the way. Uchiha Nagi suddenly blocked their path. "Hey, little cloud people, take me to Tanjiro." The men who had come to assassinate Tanjiro suddenly cried out in terror, Who are you?" Crack. Uchiha Nagi showed no mercy to these fallen individuals, directly snapping his neck, just as he had done to the woman in the flame Hashira's world. The little cloud people remained pure and untainted, nodding and beginning to lead the way, leaving the assassin's corpse behind. In the forest, Tanjiro stood by a river, already aware that something was wrong, but he didn't know how to get out of this dream world. "Tanjiro, the dream is over. Hurry up and come out." Tanjiro turned his head, pleasantly surprised. "Uchiha Nagi and I, what are you doing here?" Uchiha Nagi nodded. "I came in specifically to wake you. The others outside are still in their dreams. When you're tired of playing, hurry and come out." Tanjiro said anxiously, "Nagi and I know I'm in a dream, but I don't know how to get out. What should I do?" Uchiha Nagi rubbed his chin, pondering. There are several ways a person can be startled awake from a dream. One is by dying themselves. Another is by killing the person most precious to them. Pain intense enough to reach the marrow can also awaken someone. The last way is like mine, knowing you're in a dream and having spiritual strength so immense you can break free on your own. Uchiha Nagi patted Tanjiro's shoulder. "Your spiritual strength is too weak. You only have two choices. I'll go out and check on Zenitsu and the others first." Understood. Tanjiro took a deep breath. He couldn't bring himself to harm his family, but... Shing. With the sound of a sword being drawn, a spray of blood flew from his neck. In Zenitsu's world, it was pitch black. The person sent to assassinate him was fumbling in the dark, searching for his spiritual core. Why can someone other than Nezuko-chan enter? A gaunt-faced Zenitsu, transformed into a ghost-like figure, was following the assassin, occasionally making noises to scare him. "Nezuko-chan, where are you? Where are you?" "I don't know." "Help me." The person, terrified by Zenitsu, ran around in panic. Perhaps due to his two personalities, even in the subconscious area of his spiritual world, there was still a Zenitsu chasing the assassin in reverse. Crack. Uchiha Nagi, without ceremony, stepped forward and directly snapped the assassin's neck. A smile played on Uchiha Nagi's lips. "Zenitsu, stop playing around and hurry back to the real world. By the way, Nezuko-chan is in danger. If you hurry, you can still make it for a hero rescues the damsel moment." With that, Uchiha Nagi withdrew and moved on to the next person. "Aya, wait for me. Nezuko-chan is in danger. I have to get out." "Nezuko-chan, I'm coming." In the next second, Zenitsu transformed into the ultimate simp, frantically trying to rush out of the dream world. In Inosuke's world, he was leading several people on an adventure, their goal to conquer the train monster up ahead. And in his subconscious spiritual core area, a large, wild boar like Inosuke was chasing the assassin. Could it be that people who aren't quite right in the head have such excellent subconsciouses? Uchiha Nagi chuckled, watching the scene. "Whoa, who are you?" Inosuke, chasing the female assassin, spotted Uchiha Nagi halfway and quickly stopped. "It's time to get out, Inosuke. The battle outside can't go on without you. Tanjiro is in danger." "Oh, whoa, got it. Lord Inosuke is here." On the speeding, infinite train, a person in a Western-style suit and formal attire was standing. Although male, his androgynous face and effeminate voice made him look like a Tony teacher, stereotypical flamboyant hairstylist, no matter how you looked at it. At this moment, he was completely bewildered because his blood demon art was being broken, one after another. Not a single one of those demon hunters had their spiritual core destroyed, instead, they were breaking free from his dream world. Why? Why hasn't a single one been dealt with? Lower Moon 1, Nightmare, frowned in confusion. Nightmare suddenly noticed several people rapidly approaching him. It was Tanjiro and Uchiha Nagi, accompanied by the Flame Hashira, Rengoku Kaijuro. Tanjiro's nose was sharper than a dog's, so with him leading the way, they quickly found Nightmare, who was posing at the front of the train. You, those earrings. Nightmare's pupils contracted as he saw Tanjiro's earrings. Flame breathing first form, unknowing fire. A flash of flame swept past, whoosh. Lower Moon 1, Nightmare, dazedly touched his own neck. He hadn't even used his blood demon art before the Flame Hashira had slit his throat. Damn it, they don't fight with honor. A bloody head rolled onto the roof of the train. Is it over? Uchiha Nagi frowned. The Flame Hashira's speed was too fast, it was over before he could even step forward. Each breathing style, perfected by generations of Hashira, had an incredibly powerful, rapid burst technique. For flame breathing, the fastest was the first form. Truly surprising. I didn't expect the Hashira's strength to be this formidable. I didn't even have time to release my blood demon art. Tony Teacher's voice drawled slowly. The head severed by the Nichiren blade hadn't turned to ash, instead, flesh began to grow from it. Chapter 41, A Stunned Nightmare's Tactics. Why? Its head was cut off, yet it's still not dead. Tanjiro said in disbelief. Because that wasn't its main body, right? Uchiha Nagi frowned and muttered in a low voice. That's right. Since it didn't die, its main body definitely isn't here, Rengoku Kaijuro said gravely. Lower Moon 1, Nightmare, the severed head slowly grew a new body. My body has long since fused with this train. You can't kill me. Well now, how about killing everyone on this train along with me? I'm so looking forward to it. Then Nightmare let out a coquettish laugh. Can you protect everyone on the train? They're all in my stomach, you know. Ha ha ha. With that, Tony Teacher, Nightmare, with a perverted, delicate laugh, directly merged into the train. Rengoku Kaijuro didn't try to stop this process because that wasn't the main body, cutting it off a few more times would make no difference. Clearly, Nightmare's plan was simple, use its demonic advantage to devour the hundreds of passengers on the train, thereby forcing Uchiha Nagi and his group to constantly run around saving people, depleting their stamina. A demon's stamina was practically inexhaustible, at least, it could fight until dawn without issue. Human stamina, however, obviously couldn't last that long. Foolish. Uchiha Nagi scoffed. Using passengers as hostages. And then trying to win by exhausting their stamina. Only Tanjiro and his group would fight for ordinary people. The first lesson for a ninja on the battlefield was not to concern oneself with the lives of civilians. This is bad. He's making his move. We need to get down there quickly and save those passengers. By the time Uchiha Nagi, Tanjiro, and the Flame Hashira got down into the carriages, fleshy tendrils had already begun to appear on the carriage walls, then rapidly spread, intending to envelop and devour the passengers. Listen up. There's a way. There are 8 carriages on this train. Rengoku Kaijuro held up 5 fingers. I can protect the passengers in 5 carriages. Nezuko can protect 1, that yellow-haired boy 1, and the boar-headed boy 1. The rest will be up to you. While protecting the passengers, you 2 can search for the demon's neck. No matter what form it takes, it will definitely have a neck. Young Tanjiro's strength is quite good. And with you, Uchiha bro, your Hashira-level strength combined with Tanjiro's, the 2 of you together can definitely eliminate the demon. At this point, Uchiha Nagi proposed a different method. No, I have another way. What if we don't need to protect the passengers? With that, Uchiha Nagi formed hand seals, creating a large number of shadow clones. A slight smile touched Uchiha Nagi's lips. Obviously, he wants us to protect the passengers to drain our stamina and ultimately defeat us. How can we let him have his way? As long as the passengers are not on the train, we won't be so restricted. If this were the shinobi world, would a demon care about the lives of civilians? But now that he was mixed up with them, if he still acted with the cold-blooded ways of a ninja, he would definitely be ostracized. When they had first woken up and seen those assassins they had killed, the others had clearly felt uncomfortable, their gazes towards him uneasy. It was obvious that if he disregarded the people on the train now, he would surely be alienated later. A dozen shadow clones each picked up a passenger from this carriage, some clones even carried 2, and then directly jumped out of the train windows. Only after the high-speed train had traveled some distance did the shadow clones automatically dispel, and the passengers lying on the ground were already far from the train. Good idea, Yash. Rengoku Kaijuro's eyes lit up. Then let's get all the passengers out together, and then we'll all deal with this nightmare demon. Uchiha Nagi's lips curved upwards in a faint smile. This is what you call hoisting oneself by one's own petard. By merging with the train, it also means its movements are not as flexible. Once it loses its hostages, it's just meat on the chopping block. Comparing wits with me. Are you courting death? When you guys were still wearing split pants and playing in the mud, kids in the Ninja Academy were already playing with kunai and learning strategy. Chunin and Jonin both required comprehensive skills to be promoted. Using different perspectives to deal with enemies on different battlefields was a basic skill for a ninja. According to ninja battlefield thinking, since hostages were a burden, the first step was to find a way to deal with the hostages, not the enemy, thereby ensuring the mission could not fail. So, Uchiha Nagi had immediately thought of how to deal with these hostages who were weighing them down. The first method was to ignore whether they lived or died. If Nightmare wanted to eat them, let it. He would just go cut down Nightmare. The second method was to strike first and kill the passengers on the train himself. The second was clearly not viable, otherwise, the Flame Hashira would turn against him. So, the first method, let them protect the passengers while he went to slay Nightmare. Although Uchiha Nagi had transmigrated many years ago and couldn't remember too many details, he still recalled that Rengoku Kaijuro had expended too much stamina protecting the passengers on the train, ultimately fighting Upper Moon 3 in an exhausted state and nearly killing him. Since a big boss is about to appear, preserving stamina is key. Using shadow clones to carry those burdensome passengers outside is the right move. Flame breathing, first form, unknowing fire. A stream of fire rushed through 5 carriages. Wherever it passed, all the flesh that had sprouted from the ceiling and floor of the carriages was utterly destroyed, turned to ash by the flame-breathing swordsmanship. And at the rear of the train, thunderous booms also flickered. It was Zenitsu. Tanjiro, you guys hold on for a bit. It'll be over soon. Got it, Uchiha and I. In just a moment, Uchiha Nagi cleared one carriage, then entered the second. He again used shadow clones to carry the passengers out of the train, then immediately moved to the third carriage. Hee hee. The entire train is my body, and the 200+ people on board are my hostages. Will you watch them die, or will you choose to save them? If you choose to save the passengers, then when your stamina is depleted, hehehehe. The Tony teacher, like coquettish laughter, rang out once more. At that time, he would devour these few people. Hashira-level individuals should have a lot of energy, right? However, this time, his laughter stopped halfway. Because he discovered that the passengers in the train were decreasing one by one. In a dozen seconds, 1 carriage of people was gone. In a minute, 3 carriages of people were gone. What's going on? What's happening? Where are the people? They're all asleep in their dreams. It's impossible for them to jump off the train themselves. All the hostages are gone. Nightmare was stunned. Hadn't he painstakingly transformed his body to fuse with the train precisely because there were hundreds of hostages as food? Rumble. Not long after, the train began to slow down. Since the passengers were all gone, there was no longer any point in the train speeding along. What it needed to do now was kill these demon hunters. Chapter 42, Akaza, Upper Moon 3 of Martial Arts. You bastards, Nightmare screeched, coming to a halt. The train had already slowed down, not only slowed but its rear end was rapidly tumbling off the tracks, intending to use the powerful impact to crush them. Because, with the passengers gone, the Flame Hashira, Uchiha Nagi, and their group had begun to rapidly search for its neck, heading towards the front of the train where its neck was located. You all deserve to die. Blood demon art, forced unconscious slumber, hypnotic whisper. In an instant, a massive number of eyes sprouted all over the train, each eye beginning to emit a vast wave of illusionary power. However, even though Flame Hashira Rengoku Kaijuro fell for it, several people remained completely unaffected and continued to charge forward. One was Zenitsu, snoring with his eyes closed. Another was Inosuke, wearing his boar head mask. And the last was Uchiha Nagi, who had activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. How is this possible? Why are you all unaffected? Nightmare looked at the few in terror, and also at Tanjiro and Rengoku Kaijuro, who, even if they fell into the dream world, would shake it off and immediately awaken. No, it's not that they're unaffected, but rather. Nightmare understood. Tanjiro and Rengoku Kaijuro, upon entering the dream world, would immediately kill themselves within it and then return to the real world. If that's the case, then I'll use an even stronger technique. Blood demon art, forced unconscious slumber, dream eyes. An even more powerful illusionary technique arrived. This time, it was the same again. After a brief moment of unconsciousness, everyone quickly awoke. At this moment, the train began to detach from the head, the carriages splitting off one by one to obstruct Uchiha Nagi and his group's advance. The locomotive began to accelerate, leaving the tail end behind. Sacrificing the tail to survive. He's trying to escape. Uchiha Nagi narrowed his eyes. Tanjiro, Rengoku-san, I'll send you over. Tanjiro and Flame Hashira Rengoku Kaijuro nodded. Alright. +2. Immediately, two giant skeletal hands appeared, the Susanoo, gripping flame Hashira Rengoku Kaijuro and Tanjiro, then tossing them forward. Hino Kami Kagura, second form, clear blue sky. Flame breathing, second form, rising scorching sun. Two powerful arcs of flaming sword light flashed from the sky, striking directly at the connection point of the locomotive. Lower Moon 1, Nightmare, trying to escape, had its neck thoroughly severed by the Nichiren blades. Immediately, intense screams and violent shaking erupted. All the carriages tumbled and derailed. The group hurriedly leaped off the train. Finally, dealt with him, Uchiha Nagi also breathed a sigh of relief. The opponent's illusionary technique was so powerful that even his Mangekyo Sharingan had struggled to resist it. Thinking about it, to be able to trap hundreds of people, including someone of the flame Hashira's caliber, in a dream, even Itachi, using Tsukimi until his eyes went blind, couldn't achieve that. Hey, Tempakiro, pull yourself together. Are you alright? The voice of the little boar, Inosuke, came from the side. Uchiha Nagi looked over. Tanjiro had been stabbed in the stomach. The one who stabbed him was the train conductor, evidently brainwashed by Nightmare beyond saving. When they cut off Nightmare's neck, Tanjiro had saved him. And what did he do in return? He blamed Tanjiro for killing Nightmare, preventing him from having his sweet dreams, and directly stabbed Tanjiro. Just as Uchiha Nagi was about to give that train conductor a taste of his own medicine, Tanjiro struggled up and shouted, "Wait, Nagi and I, don't kill him. He's just an ordinary person deluded by Nightmare. He's innocent." Uchiha Nagi chuckled. "Whatever you say. Since you don't blame him, what can I say?" Uchiha Nagi didn't insist. It wasn't him who got stabbed, anyway. At this moment, Rengoku Kaijuro walked over and examined Tanjiro's wound. "It seems you've already mastered total concentration, constant." "Not bad," Rengoku Kaijuro said with a smile. "Constant is the first step towards becoming a Hashira. Though there are still 10,000 steps after that. Concentrate. Extend your control to every corner of your body, control your blood vessels, those ruptured blood vessels." Rengoku Kaijuro began to guide him, pressing his fingers between Tanjiro's eyebrows. "Focus your mind and then, stop the bleeding." A miraculous scene occurred. Tanjiro, who had been bleeding, saw the wound on his abdomen heal itself. Uchiha Nagi didn't even need to help with treatment. Ha. I did it. "Thank you, Rengoku-san," Tanjiro panted heavily. "By mastering your breathing style to its utmost, you can achieve all sorts of things. It's wonderful that everyone is alright, ha 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 ha." Rengoku Kaijuro stood up and laughed heartily. "It's a bit too early to say that," Uchiha Nagi said. Rengoku Kaijuro was puzzled, then suddenly sensed something was wrong. Sometime, unbeknownst to them, a well-built, red-haired man with perfectly defined muscles was smiling, half-crouching not far away, watching them. What was even more chilling were the characters in his eyes. Upper Moon 3. Such a powerful scent is, a new enemy. Hiss, it hurts. Damn it. Tanjiro tried to get up but accidentally touched his wound, his face turning pale with pain. Strong, very strong. Boom. A loud explosion erupted from the ground where he stood, as he kicked off and shot towards Tanjiro with incredible speed. A heavy punch descended directly towards Tanjiro's head. This speed and power were almost at their absolute limit. Can't keep up. One glance and Uchiha Nagi knew he couldn't match the opponent's speed. It was like Sasuke facing the Raikage, against someone who had pushed their taijutsu to its peak, with speed and power maxed out. Even the Mangekyo Sharingan was helpless. Although his Mangekyo vision could follow the opponent's speed, his own physical body hadn't been tempered to that level, his speed and strength simply couldn't keep up. However, prediction was possible. And yet, there was one person who could keep up, the flame Hashira beside him. Flame breathing, second form, rising scorching sun. A blade of flame flashed, aimed precisely at the hand about to strike Tanjiro. And Uchiha Nagi wouldn't just sit idly by. Before the opponent even arrived, he had already initiated his breathing style. Water breathing, second form, water wheel. Water wheel, a vertical rotation of the body, slashing towards the opponent's neck. It coordinated perfectly with the flame Hashira's flame breathing, second form, one to save, one to kill. Boom. After a cloud of dust settled, Upper Moon 3 had successfully leaped back to his original position, smiling as he looked at the two in front of him. One of his hands had been split in two from the fist downwards by the flame Hashira but wasn't completely severed. His other hand had a fist cut off by Uchiha Nagi, and there was also a shallow bloody gash on his neck. Just as Uchiha Nagi had slashed at his neck, the opponent had extended a fist to block. The second form, Water Will, had severed his fist, but when it reached his neck, it was blocked by incredibly tough, steel-like skin, ultimately leaving only a shallow wound. I am Akaza, Upper Moon 3. Chapter 43, Taijutsu, Destructive Death. A Fine Blade. I am Akaza, Upper Moon 3. Akaza had just finished speaking when he licked the hand that the flame Hashira had split in two down the middle. With a flick of his wrist, it was completely repaired in less than a second. The other fist, which Uchiha Nagi had severed, also regenerated fully in an instant. However, the flame Hashira didn't reply, merely asking, "Why would you attack an injured person?" "I cannot understand." "It's nothing. I simply despise the weak." "He was getting in the way of my conversation with you," Akaza said with a smile. "You're a Hashira, aren't you? The fighting spirit emanating from you is highly refined, nearing the supreme realm. I have a suggestion. How about you become a demon with me? If you become a demon, you'll no longer have to worry about your body aging. You can eternally enjoy the pleasure of growing stronger and fighting." The flame Hashira stated, "I have nothing to say to you. Though we've just met, I already despise you. I am the flame Hashira, Rengoku Kaijuro. A Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps would never join the demons. As long as you are human, you will age, you will die. You can never reach the supreme realm." Akaza sincerely extended a hand to the flame Hashira. "Become a demon, Kaijuro. If you do, you can train for 100, even 200 years, as you please." Uchiha Nagi. Uchiha Nagi realized he seemed to have been underestimated. His opponent clearly possessed some kind of perception, sensing Rengoku Kaijuro's incredibly powerful body and strength. Uchiha Nagi, on the other hand, had only recently learned breathing styles. His body utilized chakra, which was like a reservoir of energy that could be drawn upon when needed, but it didn't register as fighting spirit to Akaza's senses. Coupled with the fact that Uchiha Nagi's physical body wasn't exceptionally strong, he was directly overlooked by Akaza. Still, it wasn't entirely wrong. Flashy ninjutsu was fundamentally useless against an undying body that could regenerate in a second. "I refuse," Rengoku Kaijuro declared, his voice unwavering. Growing old, getting sick, and dying, though life is fleeting, that is precisely the beauty of human existence. It is because humans age and die that life is so sacred. He continued firmly, "I will say it again, our values are vastly different. No matter what reason you offer, I will never become a demon." "Is that so?" Akaza said regretfully. "What a disappointing answer. If that's the case, then I'll let you die in your prime." He then stomped heavily on the ground, thrust one palm forward, and a snowflake-patterned fighting spirit emblem materialized around him. Destructive Death, Compass Needle. With a tremendous roar, he lunged towards the flame Hashira, Rengoku Kaijuro, at a blinding speed that Uchiha Nagi's body couldn't possibly follow. "Ha ha ha ha. Among all the Hashira I've killed so far, there hasn't been a flame Hashira. And no one has ever accepted my invitation." Akaza laughed maniacally as he unleashed his fist techniques upon Rengoku Kaijuro. He paid no mind even when Rengoku's blade struck his fists or body head-on, because, aside from his neck, he had no weaknesses. Strikes to his head or heart would regenerate in a mere second. Rengoku Kaijuro, however, was constrained. Besides finding a way to strike Akaza's neck, he constantly had to defend. Because a human body, once injured, couldn't heal in an instant. "Ha ha ha ha. Out of respect for the strong, I will use my full power to ensure you die without regrets." Akaza roared with laughter. Destructive Death, Air Type. Arg. Rengoku Kaijuro grunted in pain. Akaza's air type was an invisible attack, he had merely punched the air, yet Rengoku was hit, as if by an air cannon. Flame Breathing, Fourth Form, Blooming Flame Undulation. Rengoku countered, unleashing a swirling vortex of fire. Uchiha Nagi didn't intervene. Firstly, he couldn't keep up with their speed. Secondly, the flame Hashira's original fate was different here, he currently still had his full stamina. Thirdly, Nagi had discovered something astonishing, Akaza's techniques weren't purely blood demon arts, Nagi could copy them. That's right. His opponent's martial art, which resembled a manifestation of fighting spirit, was an ancient practice in this world. It had only gradually declined because demons became unkillable, and later, with the strongest swordsman creating sun breathing, it was slowly replaced by breathing styles. Now, Uchiha Nagi found he could perfectly replicate Akaza's techniques and unleash them using chakra. The only drawback was that his physical resilience couldn't match Akaza's, so the power he could generate might not be as great. If I create distance, I won't be able to reach his neck. In that case, Rengoku Kaijuro had also realized this. If he distanced himself from Akaza, the demon's stamina was limitless, while a human's physical strength was finite and would only diminish as the fight wore on. Close combat was his only chance for survival. Flame Breathing, First Form, Unknowing Fire. The first form, a superfast charge with the momentum of a fiery explosion, instantly bringing him before Akaza, his blade slashing towards the demon's body. Yet, in the next moment, Akaza gave a savage grin, his wound healing in half a second. Such excellent speed. Let this brilliant swordsmanship die here with you. Tanjiro struggled to get up and help, but Uchiha Nagi stopped him. Tanjiro, you guys can't keep up with his speed. Stay here and don't interfere. I'll go help, Uchiha Nagi said. After some analysis, Uchiha Nagi concluded that Akaza was remarkably similar to Guy with his 8 inner gates opened, invincible in both ranged and close combat. Uchiha Nagi had never seen Guy open the gates, so he didn't know how many gates Akaza's power was comparable to. But Akaza had one advantage over Guy: his demonic immortality was superior. Moreover, Akaza wasn't like Guy, who would be incapacitated for half a month after keeping the gates open for 10 minutes. Akaza could maintain this state for an entire night. Their battle had already spilled into the forest. From within, tremendous roars echoed intermittently, accompanied by flying splinters of wood and clods of earth. Finally, the flame Hashira, Nichiren blade in hand, was kicked out of the woods, landing with a roll. Rengoku Kaijuro was already panting and sweating but hadn't sustained any serious injuries. In contrast, Akaza emerged from the forest with a smile, one arm severed. The next second, with a flick, the arm regenerated completely from the stump. Not a trace of fatigue could be seen on Akaza's face. Become a demon. Then you won't feel tired, nor will you fear injury. I refuse. I'll say it again, I despise you. Flame breathing, third form, blazing universe. Facing the flame Hashira who had slashed his body at incredible speed, Akaza's eyes showed only excitement, not a hint of pain. The wound healed perfectly in the next instant. Truly excellent. Such a beautif. Akaza hadn't finished speaking when an unexpected development occurred. Earth-style, Headhunter Jutsu. A shadow clone, which had been lying in wait stealthily, emerged from the ground, its hands shooting out to drag Akaza down into the earth. This sudden turn of events caught Akaza slightly off guard. Chapter 44, The Decapitated Martial Artist. As Upper Moon 3, having fought for hundreds of years, Akaza had encountered Demon Slayer core swordsmen and their breathing styles, and occasionally, martial artists still using fighting spirit. However, martial artists without Nichiren blades were no threat at all, merely meat delivering itself to his doorstep. But he had never encountered anything like Uchiha Nagi's ninjutsu. A single earth-style, Headhunter Jutsu had utterly disoriented him, dragging his entire body into the earth. Then, a strange power layered around him, binding him. Chakra, a power he was encountering for the first time, was unfamiliar. Yet, faced with this, Akaza felt no fear. Instead, he grew even more excited. Simply being trapped in the earth wasn't enough to defeat him. Destructive death, leg type, capillary splaying luster. Akaza reacted swiftly, immediately using a leg technique to break free from the earth-style jutsu. The very next second, as he broke free with destructive death, a figure appeared before him, Uchiha Nagi. Akaza met a pair of crimson eyes, unintentionally looking into Uchiha Nagi's red irises. Mangekyo, Genjutsu. How powerful was a Mangekyo Genjutsu? The fourth Mizukage, the Nine Tails, and even Danzo had all suffered at the hands of Sasuke and Obito, neither of whom specialized in Genjutsu. Akaza was hit by the technique and momentarily fell into an illusion. But in that single moment, the flame Hashira saw an unprecedented opportunity. Facing this Upper Moon 3, whose neck was harder than steel, Uchiha Nagi unleashed the final form of water breathing. Water breathing, 10th form, constant flux. Rengoku Kaijuro's eyes lit up as he unleashed the strongest form of flame breathing. Flame breathing, 9th form, Rengoku. Beside them, Uchiha Nagi, already poised, joined forces. Together, they unleashed the final forms of their water and flame breathing styles. Two powerful sword techniques slashed directly towards Akaza, who was still trapped in the Genjutsu. Where is this? Who are they? Akaza stared at the scene within the Genjutsu world. A middle-aged man and a young girl were in a martial arts dojo, appearing incredibly close. Beside them, a human who looked just like himself was following behind the girl. The young man and woman seemed blissfully happy, their faces radiant with warm, sunny smiles. The girl would occasionally blush and lower her head shyly. Why does my heart ache so much? The next second, the Genjutsu scene shifted. The girl and the men from before lay in pools of blood, their breathing stopped. That's right, the reason I became strong. I wanted to protect them. I hate myself for being weak. As for the reason why, he no longer had his human memories. He only knew it was because of this father and daughter. On one hand, his memories had been erased by Muzan after he became a demon. On the other, 20 years of human memories were but a drop in the ocean compared to hundreds of years of demonic existence. I can't die. I can't die. I have to protect them. I must become stronger, endlessly stronger. Arg. In the real world, Uchiha Nagi and Rengoku Kaijuro panted heavily. Nagi had just expended an enormous amount of eye power, his opponent's mental fortitude was truly rare. And now, Akaza's head had been severed. A demon whose neck was cut by a Nichiren blade was certain to die. This had always been the unchanging weakness of demons. However, this time, something unexpected happened. Rengoku Kaijuro was astonished to find that Akaza hadn't turned to ash yet. Destructive death, annihilation type, blue-silver chaotic afterglow. A cold voice emanated from Akaza's headless body. The next second, a sudden change occurred. Around Akaza's body, a compass needle-like technique formation appeared. Then, in an instant, hundreds of fists shot out in all directions, each fist launching an invisible projectile. The speed was incredible, the power immense. The scene was impossible to dodge, impossible to defend against. Morning Peacock. Guy's signature move flashed in Uchiha Nagi's mind. It too was a martial skill developed by pushing taijutsu to its peak. Though different, they shared a similar essence. There was no time. Although his vision could keep up, his body couldn't. And with such a wide-range attack, only the Flying Thunder God technique could possibly evade it. His left eye's ability was still recovering. Then, Susanoo. A colossal skeletal giant, formed from chakra, materialized instantly, shielding them. Akaza's destructive death, annihilation type directly struck the supposedly indestructible Susanoo, causing cracking sounds. Uchiha Nagi gritted his teeth, pouring more eye power into it. The nearly shattered Susanoo transformed into its complete body, finally blocking Akaza's ultimate killing move. Boom. Boom boom. A towering wave of dust billowed across the scene. Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and the others stared in disbelief at the battle before them, too stunned to intervene. The massive Susanoo and Akaza's devastating attack had directly altered the terrain. The once lush, primordial forest was gone, replaced by a cratered wasteland, with shattered trees still burning. As the smoke cleared, three figures slowly came into view. Akaza's head had already regrown. A severed head with closed eyes lay rolling on the ground nearby. Perhaps it was strange to wonder if the regrown brain was still him. But there he stood, completely unharmed. Nearby, Uchiha Nagi had tears streaming from his eyes, his Susanoo had been dispelled, his eye power heavily depleted. Rengoku Kaijuro, beside him, wasn't severely injured, as the Susanoo had blocked most of the attack for him. However, his stamina was massively drained, and he was panting heavily. I misjudged you, Akaza said slowly, walking out of the dust. I didn't expect your fighting spirit to be weak, yet your actual strength is considerable. You even managed to sever my neck. And thanks to you both, I was able to break through to the highest realm. Now, having my neck cut by a Nichiren blade is no longer a weakness for me. However, you've expended a great deal of stamina, haven't you? The fragile human body, after just a short while fighting, you're already spent. Conversely, I can continue fighting for an entire day. Come, join the demons. Be free from all restraints. Not only will you have an ageless, undying body, but also one with limitless stamina, allowing you to train for hundreds of years and constantly surpass yourself. Akaza's eyes were incredibly clear as he sincerely extended his hands towards Uchiha Nagi and Rengoku Kaijuro. At this moment, he was like a master who had encountered kindred spirits, hoping they would join him in pursuing a higher realm of martial arts. Uchiha Nagi suddenly laughed. Ha 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 ha. What are you laughing at? Is the pursuit of the highest realm of martial arts so amusing? Akaza asked curiously. I find you quite strange, Uchiha Nagi said. You speak endlessly of your dream, yet you'll never reach the highest realm in this lifetime. Why do you think I can't reach it? My lifespan is endless. 100 years, 200 years, someday, I will reach it, Akaza said, his face darkening. Because Muzan is your greatest obstacle. Your life can be ended with a single thought from him, can't it? How can someone whose life is always in the hands of another ever break through to the supreme realm? Chapter 45, Turning Akaza. Akaza was stunned. His life indeed hung on Muzan's whim. So what if you break through to the supreme realm? With a single thought from Muzan, the immortality you cherish ends. Do you think we'd envy such an existence and join you? Ridiculous, Uchiha Nagi scoffed. Akaza was rendered speechless by the retort. Nagi was right. What good was breaking through to a higher realm if he could never escape Muzan's control? Muzan could control them, but he couldn't know their thoughts. Otherwise, he would likely have already moved to eliminate Akaza. Seeing that he couldn't persuade them and that verbal sparring wasn't his forte, Akaza decided to fight. Since neither of you is willing to join, then you'll die here. Die a glorious battle death before you grow too old to fight. This time, I won't look at your eyes. I'll fight you with my eyes closed. Your tricks will be useless against me, Akaza declared, then shut his eyes. With a furious roar, Akaza thrust his palm forward, adopting his signature destructive death stance. Destructive death, obliteration type. As destructive death, obliteration type was unleashed, hundreds of punches, each carrying immense impact force, erupted in an instant, no less powerful than his previous annihilation type. This technique was similar to the annihilation type, except the latter attacked in all directions, while this one was focused directly forward. Flame breathing, ninth form, Rengoku. Rengoku Kaijuro roared, unleashing the final and most powerful form of flame breathing. Uchiha Nagi, on the other hand, once again summoned his Susanoo. However, this time, it was shattered before it could reach its complete form. Nagi immediately followed up with the 10th form of water breathing. Water breathing, 10th form, constant flux. After fending off destructive death, obliteration type, the battle intensified. The three of them engaged in a frenzied melee, an unkillable demon with no weaknesses, an Uchiha from the ninja world, and the big brother among the Demon Slayer Corps' 9 Hashira. It had to be said, Uchiha Nagi's initial decision to use a shadow clone to rescue the passengers, thereby allowing the flame Hashira to conserve his stamina, had been the right one. Akaza possessed limitless stamina, never tired, and his regenerative abilities were comparable to Buu's. A severed arm could regrow in a second. Facing such an enemy without a tank like Rengoku in front, Uchiha Nagi wouldn't have stood a chance. Anything, when honed to its peak, becomes extraordinarily powerful, capable of overwhelming everything. Examples included the Flying Thunder God technique and the Reikage Taijutsu. Sasuke, on the other hand, was a jack of all trades but master of none. When he faced the Reikage, who specialized in taijutsu, he was nearly beaten to a pulp. Right now, Akaza was the pinnacle of taijutsu, more like a combination of the Reikage and Gai, speed, power, ranged attacks, close combat, all impeccable. He even chose to fight with his eyes closed to counter Uchiha Nagi's genjutsu. Do I have to use Izanagi? It might not even work. The circumstances were different. Uchiha Nagi wasn't sure if Izanagi could even affect someone with such an incredibly strong martial will, someone who could even defy death itself. Besides, Nagi was reluctant to sacrifice an eye. Even if white Zetsu cells could restore his sight, it would take years. Wait, his eyes are closed. How is he seeing us? Uchiha Nagi's right Mangekyo spun rapidly. Then he discovered it. Akaza was in a peculiar state, something akin to internal sight. The transparent world. That's the transparent world, Uchiha-san. Don't get distracted, the flame Hashira shouted, blocking a blow for Nagi. Uchiha Nagi's eyes lit up. He copied it, a skill that allowed one to see through the world without relying on physical eyes, similar to what might be called a celestial eye in Xianxia stories. Akaza must have awakened this skill when he was decapitated earlier. Just then, Akaza was once again struck by the flame Hashira's flame breathing, his head split in two from top to bottom, down to his chest. He was almost cleaved entirely in half. Destructive death, disorder type. Akaza gave a savage grin, continuously hammering the same spot with his fists. The flame Hashira managed to block the blows with his blade. However, this technique was unique. The immense power and speed created a suspended impact. Although the direct force was blocked, the shockwave struck the flame Hashira, injuring him. The next second, Uchiha Nagi, wielding water breathing, forced Akaza back. Yet, the retreating Akaza regenerated his bisected body in a mere second. Are you all right, Rengoku-san? Uchiha Nagi asked. I'm fine. Just a minor injury, Rengoku Kaijuro panted. But one of his eyes was now injured, bleeding profusely. A human body could never compare to a demon's, injuries accumulated, and they would only grow weaker as the fight dragged on. See. This is the human body. It gets injured, it tires, it grows weaker the more it fights. Today, you will both die here, in your prime. Akaza charged forward as soon as he finished speaking. Once he decided to kill, he wouldn't hold back. Strike while the iron is hot. This is bad. Uchiha Nagi thought. Without the flame Hashira to hold him off at the front, even though my eyes can keep up, my body's speed and strength are far too lacking. I definitely can't beat him. His mind raced through his arsenal. Water Dragon Jutsu. Useless. Fire Style. Useless. Great Exploding Water Shockwave. Useless. Even Kisame would be helpless in this situation. How do you fight a guy who can use the 8 gates without tiring? Susanoo. Sword of Tatsuka. After much thought, Uchiha Nagi resorted to the Susanoo, which offered both offense and defense, and this time, he equipped it with the Sword of Tatsuka. Akaza dodged backward in a flash, sensing the dangerous aura emanating from the energy giant and its sword. This is the third Susanoo, Uchiha Nagi noted grimly. My eyes are already throbbing. Combined with constantly copying his techniques, my eye power has been massively depleted. It's almost at its limit. Ha 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 ha. This is it. This is how it should be. A fight like this is exhilarating. A life and death battle fought to its fullest is what makes it interesting. Akaza roared with laughter towards the heavens. Destructive death, leg type, flying meteoric thousand kicks. Leaping into the air, Akaza delivered a continuous barrage of kicks. The trajectory of his kicks resembled shooting stars, and the multiple impacts created turbulence around his body. Like his leg type, Crown Splitter, this technique would inflict damage even if blocked. Second form, Water Wheel. Uchiha Nagi vertically rotated his Susanu's body in a full circle, slashing outwards. This technique, adapted for the Susanu's massive frame, was ideal against enemies excelling in wide-area attacks or large, grotesque demons. Akaza had no way to avoid it. Destructive Death, Annihilation type, Blue-Silver Chaotic Afterglow. Akaza once again unleashed his most powerful technique. This time, it was even stronger, nearly 1,000 devastating blows hammering down on the Susanoo. After several loud cracking sounds, Susanoo was covered in fissures from top to bottom. Akaza, in turn, was grievously wounded by Uchiha Nagi's counterattack. Uchiha Nagi felt helpless. His Susanoo had only recently been awakened and wasn't the complete version like Madara's. Then again, even Madara's complete Susanoo wasn't invincible. At the very least, the Reikage and Tsunade had both managed to break through it. Chapter 46, Taking You to Hell with Me. Just as Akaza was regenerating and had just finished unleashing his technique, the flame Hashira appeared behind him. With fiery speed, he charged forward relentlessly, striking Akaza's neck with the most powerful form of flame breathing. Your neck will always be your weakness. If one slash isn't enough, then I'll slash it again and again. Your aura has already diminished by more than half, you can't fool me. Rengoku Kaijuro laughed, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. You. Akaza was enraged. The flame Hashira was right. Surviving one decapitation didn't mean he'd survive 2 or 3. His power had already dropped by more than half due to the first beheading and the intense battle. If his neck was cut once or twice more, he really would die. Thwack. With a sickening sound, something pierced through the flame Hashira's chest. Akaza had thrust his hand, sharpened like a blade, straight through Rengoku's body. Rengoku-san. Blondie. In the distance, Tanjiro and the others, witnessing this, screamed in anguish and charged forward recklessly. Thunder breathing, first form, thunderclap and flash. With his Susanoo dispersed, Uchiha Nagi used the fastest thunder breathing technique to rush towards them. Arg. Let go. Let go of me. Akaza, seeing Uchiha Nagi rapidly approaching, roared at the flame Hashira, his teeth gnashing. I won't let go. Come to hell with me. The flame Hashira's savage grin made him look more demonic than Akaza. One hand desperately tightened its grip, driving the blade deeper into Akaza's neck, while the other clung tightly to Akaza. At the same time, he burned his own life force, using his breathing style to lock Akaza's arm within his pierced chest, preventing him from breaking free. That father and daughter, they're still waiting for me. I can't die. I still need to find my memories. I need to know who they are. Akaza despaired. I will never let go. Follow me to hell. Rengoku Kaijuro snarled. Not only did he refuse to loosen his grip, but he used his breathing style to clamp his chest muscles around Akaza's arm, trapping it, while simultaneously applying even more force to the blade at Akaza's neck. Damn it, dawn is breaking. At the critical moment, Akaza, with a ferocious expression, saw the faint glow of the rising sun behind Rengoku Kaijuro. In less than a minute, sunlight would flood the land. Splurch. Just as Uchiha Nagi arrived using the fastest thunder-breathing first form, Akaza severed his own arms and fled. Amaterasu. Uchiha Nagi opened his Mangekyo, unleashing his strongest ninjutsu with the last vestiges of his chakra and eye power. The outcome is decided. It's only because the sun came out this time. Next time, I will definitely kill you all. Akaza's voice echoed from deep within the forest. Don't run. This isn't fair. We always fight you at night when you have the advantage. This isn't fair, coward. Don't run. Tanjiro roared, tears streaming down his face, hurling his Nichiren blade with all his might. It struck Akaza in the forest. Rengoku-san. Rengoku-san, how are you? Woo. Tanjiro rushed to the flame Hashira's side, weeping. I'm not going to make it. Listen to me. For you all to survive is the best outcome. Cough, cough. The flame Hashira coughed up several mouthfuls of blood. Nearby, little boar Inosuke was also wiping away tears, looking utterly devastated. Stop crying. He's not dead yet. Uchiha Nagi knelt and examined the flame Hashira's chest. I have 2 pieces of news. Which one do you want to hear first? The good news is, Rengoku-san avoided a fatal blow to his heart. Then what's the bad news? Inosuke asked foolishly. Idiot. Don't listen. There is no bad news. Zenitsu smacked the little boar on the head. Uchiha Nagi smiled mysteriously, his palm glowing with green chakra as he covered Rengoku Kaijuro's chest. The other piece of good news is that I know medical ninjutsu. I can treat Rengoku-san. Perhaps I can save his life. Cough. Rengoku Kaijuro coughed up large clots of blood. Don't talk. Use your breathing style to cooperate with me. First, we need to reconnect the blood vessels around your heart, then your lungs, Uchiha Nagi said sternly. Rengoku Kaijuro nodded gratefully. After all, who would choose death if they could live? The gaping hole in his chest had damaged his lungs and some of the blood vessels of his heart. This was the reason for his death in the original timeline. Severe lung damage prevented him from using his breathing style to stop the bleeding, and the damaged cardiac blood vessels impaired his circulation. The heart, after all, is the body's second most critical organ after the brain. Any problem with it can affect the entire system. You can save him, right? You can definitely save Big Bro Blondie, right? Inosuke asked with a hopeful expression. Uchiha Nagi took out a scroll and tossed it on the ground. With a puff of smoke, a package appeared, filled with various test tubes and potions. Tanjiro, help me get that red potion over there. Fill a syringe with it and inject it into Rengoku-san. It's a concoction to replenish blood and nutrients. Also, bring those red pills from over there and give them to him. Oh, okay. Hearing that the flame Hashira might be saved, Tanjiro wiped his tears and hurriedly began to help. Administer the green potion, inject adrenaline, give him a cardiac stimulant. After bustling about for a good while, Rengoku Kaijuro's condition finally stabilized. Alright, some of the blood vessels around his heart have been reconnected, and one lung has been repaired. Rengoku-san, you can try using your breathing style now. Use it to control your body and help me repair the other areas, Uchiha Nagi said tiredly, wiping sweat from his brow. Rengoku Kaijuro nodded gratefully and closed his eyes, concentrating. Ooh. His trachea burned with pain, but it couldn't deter this man of iron will. Ooh. After the third breath, he succeeded. The flame Hashira began to mobilize his muscles and blood vessels to repair his own injuries. Uchiha Nagi swallowed another soldier pill and, while he was at it, fed one to the flame Hashira to restore his stamina. Then he turned to the boys with a smile. It worked. Rengoku-san's life is saved. That's great. Tanjiro started crying again. That's really great, woo. Oh woo. That's great. Everyone's okay. I'm gonna run a few laps. Inosuke raised his hands and yelled excitedly. Rengoku Kaijuro panted for a while before he could finally speak weakly, a smile on his face. I thought I was a goner. Thank you so much, Uchiha bro. You're welcome. I still want to train with you, Rengoku-san. I'll figure something out for your eye later. My medical ninjutsu allows me to transplant someone else's eye for you, but different genes and compatibility issues might actually decrease your strength. So, we'll have to be patient for a while. Different people have different DNA, a transplant would cause rejection. Of course, it wouldn't be as terrifying as Kakashi's Sharingan, but an ordinary person's eye definitely wouldn't be able to keep up with the flame Hashira's original eye. After all, he fought at incredible speeds, his original eyes possessed immense dynamic visual acuity. A normal person's eye wouldn't have that. Transplanting one eye that couldn't keep up while the other could would only be a hindrance. The ideal solution would be to use Orochimaru's cloning technology to create a genetically identical original eye. Ha, it's just one eye. It doesn't matter. Cough. I'm just incredibly happy to be alive. Rengoku Kaijuro laughed heartily, but then accidentally aggravated his wounds, wincing in pain. Chapter 47, The Transparent World. Uchiha Nagi, a newly promoted Hashira, alongside the flame Hashira Rengoku Kaijuro, had faced Upper Moon 3, Akaza. The outcome, however, was unexpectedly anticlimactic. Uchiha Nagi had only been practicing breathing styles for a short time, having copied them. He hadn't yet grasped their essence like Tanjiro and the other Hashira. His strength, which had earned him the rank of Hashira, was largely augmented by his Mangekyo Sharingan. It was like Sasuke, right after awakening his Mangekyo, going up against Guy with his 8 inner gates or the Raikage in his lightning release chakra mode. If not for protagonist plot armor, he would surely have been beaten to death. The flame Hashira Rengoku Kaijuro, however, possessed genuine, hard-earned strength. Due to a lack of intelligence about Akaza's destructive death techniques, he had suffered some setbacks during a few exchanges. But in terms of raw power, in the earlier stages of the fight, the flame Hashira had demonstrably been overpowering Akaza. It was just unfortunate that Akaza didn't need to defend. As long as he protected his neck, he could abandon defense elsewhere and attack directly. The flame Hashira, being human, couldn't do the same. Once injured, it was difficult for him to recover instantly. Thus, the saying arose that it took 2 Hashira to even contend with one of the 12 Kazuki. This was because a human body would only grow more fatigued with prolonged fighting, and they had to be careful to both defend and avoid injury. The 12 Kazuki, on the other hand, needed to defend only their necks. When I return this time, I'll probably have to retire. In my current state, I can no longer fulfill the duties of the Flame Hashira. I was thinking of you taking over as Flame Hashira, Uchiha bro. What do you think? Rengoku Kaijuro proposed. Clank 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 clank. The scenery outside the train window rushed backward. Inosuke was still leaning his upper body out the window, yelling, while Zenitsu, thoroughly embarrassed, clung to him to prevent him from falling out and getting lost. Tanjiro and Uchiha Nagi sat opposite the Flame Hashira. This time, Rengoku's gaze wasn't unfocused, he was looking intently at Uchiha Nagi as he spoke. Uchiha Nagi, Hear me out first, Uchiha bro, Rengoku Kaijuro said. Firstly, your Nichiren blade is the same color as mine, which is very suitable for practicing flame breathing. Secondly, your strength is already at the Hashira level, and your potential surpasses all of ours. While your medical ninjutsu is miraculous, I know my own injuries. My body won't return to its peak condition for at least a few years. Coincidentally, you're also a newly promoted Hashira. It's most fitting for you to take on the role of Flame Hashira. You wouldn't even need to think of a new title, ha 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 ha. As for strength, don't worry. During my recovery period, I can provide some special training and guidance for all of you. You young lads can join in too. How about it? Hearing Rengoku Kaijuro's words, Tanjiro's face lit up. Is that all right? That would be truly wonderful. Thank you so much, Rengoku-san. Rengoku Kaijuro laughed heartily. Ha 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 ha, just call me Rengoku Aniki, all of you. I'm only a few years older than you. Ooh. Can we train with Big Bro Blondie? That's great, train together. With Nezuko-chan too. That's wonderful. Rengoku Kaijuro suddenly remembered something and slapped his forehead. Right, Tanjiro, about your Kagura dance, my father might know something about it. He was the previous Flame Hashira, and many inherited traditions aren't recorded in books but passed down orally. I'll take you to ask him when we get the chance. Really? That would be amazing. Thank you so much, Rengoku Aniki. Tanjiro said happily. Haha, it's nothing. By the way, Uchiha bro, Rengoku scratched his head, looking troubled. When Akaza was decapitated and unleashed his annihilation type, in that instant, I truly felt like I was going to die. Then, at the exact moment you shielded me with your Susanoo, I think I grasped something, but I can't quite put it into words. It was like Akaza's state, he had no self-awareness, no brain, no thoughts, but driven by an unyielding will. I seem to see a state of no self, like the transparent world. Uchiha Nagi offered. Yes. The transparent world. That's a good name for it. I felt something like that at the time. It was as if I could see the entire world without using my eyes, a feeling of being one with the world, Rengoku Kaijuro exclaimed, slapping his thigh excitedly. Hee, I saw it too, Uchiha Nagi smiled. Akaza had one foot in the transparent world. You probably perceived his state, and you were also on the brink of life and death, so you gained some understanding. But he was only halfway there, and you were saved by me, so you only grasped half of it as well. Like you, I saw it too. It was quite an experience. When we're back in training, we can exchange our feelings from that day. Perhaps we can fully step into that realm. The transparent world. I think I might have heard my father mention it before. Tanjiro, who had been listening for a while, suddenly raised his hand hesitantly. Oh. Tanjiro, you know about it. Uchiha Nagi asked deliberately. The transparent world wasn't a type of breathing style but a state of being within the world of Demon Slayer, silent, traceless, akin to achieving enlightenment or entering the Tao. Once one entered this state, they could perceive their surroundings as if possessing a celestial eye, the internal muscles, organs, and bones of a human body, even the inner workings of trees and flowers. Furthermore, they could merge with nature, integrating their presence and aura, becoming undetectable to even the strongest opponents during combat due to the absence of killing intent or sound. Moreover, this state provided an astonishingly powerful combat advantage. To a master of the transparent world, everything about their opponent was laid bare. Their moves were anticipated before they were even made. Thus, those in the transparent world didn't need their eyes to fight. The creator of sun breathing was born naturally in the transparent world, essentially possessing a celestial eye from birth. While others painstakingly practiced their sword skills, he could master them with a mere glance. He then combined all sword techniques with his understanding of his own physical structure to create sun breathing. If he hadn't been a bit too chatty, Muzan would never have escaped. When Muzan encountered Yoriichi Tsujikuni, the creator of sun breathing, he was defeated in a single move. He then self-destructed, splitting into over 1,800 pieces to flee. Yoriichi instantly destroyed 1,500 of those pieces, and Musen's injuries persisted for hundreds of years, unable to heal. Uchiha Nagi had a premonition: if he could grasp the transparent world, he could synthesize and refine all existing breathing styles to create one perfectly suited for himself. Sometimes, the most powerful breathing style wasn't necessarily the best fit for an individual. Among the 9 Hashira, many had modified original breathing styles to better suit themselves. Upper Moon 1, Kokoshibo, had adapted sun breathing to create moon breathing, which was a perfect fit for him. The Sound Hashira's sound breathing was derived from thunder breathing, and the Mist Hashira's mist breathing was derived from wind breathing. In essence, the goal was to absorb the strengths of all breathing styles and then, based on one's own attributes and physique, modify them into the most suitable sword style. Only then could one bring out 200% of their potential. Chapter 48, Kagura Dance in the Transparent World. Tanjiro's father had always been frail and sickly. It was unclear whether this was a congenital condition or a result of practicing the sun-breathing technique for too many years. However, he possessed something others did not: the transparent world. When faced with a giant bear several meters tall, his breathing remained perfectly calm, and he could slay it with his eyes closed. Tanjiro's father usually spent his days at home recuperating, almost like a plant. Only during the winter, each year, would he light a bonfire and perform the Hinokami Kagura dance all night long. When Tanjiro was young, he asked his father why, despite his frail body, he could dance through a cold winter night without issue. Tanjiro's father told him that this Kagura dance was inherited from his own grandfather. When his father was younger and in better health than he was then, he would still be out of breath after dancing. Later, he came to understand that the key lay in the breathing method and the precision of the movements. Realizing this, he strove to correct both his movements and his breathing. Then, one day, some years later, a transparent world suddenly appeared in his mind. And this was the domain that only the strong, those who had exhausted every last ounce of their strength in a painful struggle, could comprehend. It was only much later, Tanjiro finished, sighing, that I understood. When father took me with him that night he killed the bear, he intended to teach me the secret to that transparent world he saw. Unfortunately, my father passed away less than 10 days after that night. My aptitude is too poor, I couldn't comprehend that transparent world. Uchiha Nagi and the Flame Hashira listened quietly as Tanjiro recounted his family history. Nagi, however, had a sneaking suspicion that Tanjiro's father didn't die from exhausting his potential killing the bear, but rather because Tanjiro's mother was too beautiful. One look at Tanjiro and his sister's features was enough to tell. Marrying a beautiful wife, then toiling in the fields day after day, and having a large brood of children, for a man already frail, working himself to the bone like that, it would be a miracle if he didn't die young. Oh, right. They lived on a mountain, weren't landowners, and the entire family's sustenance depended on a sickly patriarch. Farming and chopping firewood by day, then plowing the fields and making babies by night, an early death wasn't surprising at all. Rengoku Kaijuro, hearing Tanjiro speak of this transparent world, realized it was very likely the transparent world he knew of. The Flame Hashira was ecstatic. True to his straightforward and cheerful nature, Rengoku Kaijuro, the big brother Flame Hashira, never beat around the bush. His large eyes wide with excitement, he said to Tanjiro, "Well then, young man. Would you be willing to show us your family's Kagura dance sometime?" Tanjiro scratched his head, smiling sheepishly. "Of course, I can. Whether it's Rengoku-san, Nagi-Nizan, or Inosuke, I don't mind teaching the Kagura dance to everyone. I'm just not sure if the Kagura dance is related to the transparent world Nagi-Nizan mentioned." Uchiha Nagi looked at Tanjiro seriously. "Thank you, Tanjiro. I would very much like to learn your family's Kagura dance." Lying to Tanjiro was impossible, it was better to be honest. He possessed a divine sense of smell, capable of detecting the 7 human emotions and 6 desires. He could sniff out lies and truths alike, a truly unscientific nose. "Tanjiro. You forgot about me. Wah. Are you abandoning me?" A yellow blur suddenly lunged forward, clinging to Tanjiro's thigh, sobbing uncontrollably. It was Zenitsu. "Zenitsu, don't be like that, it's so unsightly. We'll all train together later, you won't be left out," Tanjiro said, exasperated, as he wiped snot off his trousers. Seeing this, everyone burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. After a day's journey, the train slowly pulled into the station. The Mugen train, which had just been repaired, was now completely wrecked. Fortunately, all the passengers on board were unharmed. Well, not entirely. A few, deluded by nightmares, enmus, dream illusions, had become assassins driven by dream addiction. Uchiha Nagi had killed them directly. One of them had been killed by the Flame Hashira, who had snapped the person's neck when he sensed imminent danger to his own body. Among these people's mental worlds, Tanjiro's was the most bewildering. Faced with an assassin sent to kill him, his mental world had eagerly guided the assassin to his spiritual core. In contrast, the not-so-normal Inosuke and Zenitsu had spiritual cores that turned the tables, treating the assassins like toys. They were truly formidable to the extreme. On the return journey by rail, they encountered no more demons. The trip was peaceful. The stab wound in Tanjiro's stomach had healed by about 80%. Only the flame Hashira's body still needed time to recover. After all, the blow that pierced his chest had been too severe, he had nearly kicked the bucket. Even if the external wounds healed, internal injuries wouldn't recover in a single day. Now, Rengoku Kaijuro would cough from time to time. This was because the penetrating strike had injured his lungs. Although Uchiha Nagi had used medical ninjutsu to treat his lungs several times, some underlying damage remained. Ultimately, Uchiha Nagi was merely a medical jonin, not a top-tier medical master like Tsunade. We're finally off the train. We can go back to the butterfly mansion, that's great, Zenitsu stretched. Naho-chan, Kiyo-chan, Sumi-chan, I'm coming for you. Then Nezuko-chan is mine, out of nowhere, the little boar, Inosuke, shouted. What you bastard, Nezuko-chan is mine, cowardly and afraid of death, only girls could make Zenitsu never back down. You damn pig, what do you need so many for? Are you going to eat her? Tui, Tui, Tui. Only a demon would eat someone. Wait, no, I won't eat her. Hashtag UN at. %UN%. Hey, I'm saying, can you two please stop arguing, Tanjiro said helplessly. Ha 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 ha. As soon as the group disembarked, they were met by a core member sent to pick them up, Murata, the man rumored to have the strongest luck of any side character, who somehow never died no matter what happened. Everyone, please get in the car, Murata smiled. To accommodate the injured Flame Hashira, the Demon Slayer Corps had actually dispatched a car this time. Yes, cars existed in this world. Buses, cars, and trains were all present, even guns. The Wind Hashira's younger brother, Shinazugawa Genya, used a gun. Of course, aside from powerful explosives, bullets from firearms merely created small holes in demons. Unless their necks were severed by a Nichiren blade, they had no other weaknesses. Oh, what a huge steel monster. It moves on its own. Inosuke tapped the bus-sized vehicle with his sword. Inosuke, don't be an idiot. Don't break the car. Zenitsu covered his head and pulled him into the vehicle. Uchiha Nagi sat in the front, looking at the familiar steering wheel, accelerator, brake, and other controls. He sighed. Though it looked similar, this ultimately wasn't the world he was born in. Only Tanjiro, with his dog-like nose, sniffed the air nearby, wondering why Uchiha Nagi was exuding a sense of nostalgia for the past. Chapter 49, Akaza's Growing Rebellion. Muzan is an obstacle on your path to the Supreme Realm. Hakuji, come back. Be yourself again. No, not yet. I'm still not strong enough. I must become stronger, reach the Supreme Realm. And what will you do after you reach the Supreme Realm? What then? Why am I so obsessed with pursuing the Supreme Realm? Right, I need to protect the ones I love. In his dreams, Akaza repeated this sentence endlessly. Finally, he awoke, drenched in sweat. Ha. What's going on? Another nightmare? How ironic. Even as a demon, I still have nightmares. He was in a cave, deep within a lush, primeval forest. Only a creature like a demon could survive in such harsh natural surroundings. Since the decisive battle that day, Akaza had met with his master, Muzan, reported the situation, and then come here to train with redoubled effort. But Uchiha Nagi's words persistently haunted his mind like an inescapable shadow. So what if I have eternal life? My existence hangs on Muzan's whim. How can I pursue the Supreme Realm like this? Muzan is the greatest obstacle on my path forward. Uchiha Nagi's words were like a needle, deeply embedded in his psyche. Was Muzan truly an obstacle to his progress? The thought that his life was perpetually at Muzan's mercy made him extremely uncomfortable. Moreover, there was another matter that puzzled and concerned him most, the two figures who had appeared in his spiritual world when he was on the verge of death, decapitated by the Mangekyo Genjutsu. That man and young woman, the father and daughter, evoked an overwhelming sense of guilt and heartache within him. He was certain it was connected to his memories as a human. Hundreds of years had passed, causing him to disregard his human memories. After all, human memories spanned merely 20-odd years, insignificant compared to centuries of existence. But this time, the surfacing memories brought him immense pain, as if he needed to reclaim something. I'll set aside my human memories for now. But next time we meet, I will absolutely not let you decapitate me again. Absolutely not. Akaza gritted his teeth, relentlessly pummeling a Nichiren blade embedded in a large tree until it shattered into fragments. His hatred for Tanjiro was just as intense, as Tanjiro was the target Muzan had assigned him. And that weakling had dared to throw a Nichiren blade and stab him as he was escaping. If it hadn't been for the sun rising, he could have killed that pathetic whelp with a single punch. Damn it. How dare a weakling like him look down on me? Akaza seethed, his teeth grinding. Destructive death, compass needle, technique deployment. At the butterfly mansion, Uchiha Nagi was sparring with Tanjiro and the other two little ones. He wasn't using his Sharingan but rather the techniques he had copied from Akaza. This was his attempt to fight without relying on the Sharingan, even with his eyes closed. Akaza's destructive death, compass needle was a mode that sensed an opponent's fighting spirit, making eyes unnecessary. The so-called fighting spirit was merely this world's term for physical energy. Since there wasn't much cultivation of spiritual energy here, most development focused on physical energy. In their last battle, Tanjiro, having almost grasped the transparent world, had nearly decapitated Akaza. This was because the transparent world allowed one to merge with nature, devoid of killing intent or fighting spirit. For his future battle with Itachi, however, Uchiha Nagi desperately needed this ability. Faced with Itachi, who had mastered Genjutsu to its peak, Nagi didn't believe his Mangekyo alone would be enough to counter him in the realm of illusions. The safest approach was to learn more skills, such as those that allowed him to perceive and fight opponents without relying on his eyes. The transparent world was clearly not something he could master in a short time. Uchiha Nagi had already copied the Hinokami Kagura breathing method demonstrated by Tanjiro, and he had also replicated all of Akaza's destructive death techniques. Akaza's destructive death was entirely a martial arts system based on human fighting spirit, it didn't require demonic genes to perform. However, the final few forms demanded exceptionally high physical strength. Because Akaza was a demon and could regrow a severed hand in a second, the later forms were immensely powerful, and he had never considered the limits or burdens on a human body. The after-effects of explosive muscle and blood vessel exertion simply didn't exist for him. It could be said that humans could use destructive death, but at the same time, they couldn't. Uchiha Nagi could only unleash the earlier forms of destructive death. He would have to wait until his physical strength increased day by day, becoming strong enough to withstand the strain, before he could use the later forms. He estimated he'd need a body as resilient as guys to handle it. The final technique, destructive death, annihilation type, which could shatter a Susanoo, was even more formidable than Morning Peacock, if not superior. Here I come. Water breathing. Beast breathing. Thunder breathing. Uchiha Nagi, with his eyes closed, continuously dodged the attacks of the three, then began to counterattack with other techniques, attempting to integrate these movements into his muscle memory. Destructive death, air type. This was a technique Akaza had used against them, a long-range attack executed by punching the air to create an air cannon. Its trajectory was invisible to the naked eye, and its power was substantial. Uchiha Nagi, however, substituted his Nichiren blade for fists. His Nichiren blade danced rapidly, continuously unleashing powerful air cannons. The only difference was that one used fists, and the other used a blade. Tanjiro and the others, encountering this invisible air attack for the first time, despite their eyes being capable of observing minute details, were all caught off guard and sent flying by Uchiha Nagi's air blades. Because this was a spar, neither side was using killing intent or lethal force, Tanjiro and the other two were merely knocked back. Amazing. Is that the technique that shirtless guy used that night? You can't see it with your eyes at all. Inosuke exclaimed excitedly as he got back up. Rengoku-san was injured back then because he couldn't see it and was caught unawares, Uchiha Nagi nodded. Let's end today's practice here. Tanjiro's injuries haven't fully healed yet. Uchiha Nagi still needed to further familiarize himself with and modify destructive death, adapting it into techniques suitable for himself. His opponent used fists, while he would use a blade. At the same time, whenever he had free time, he practiced the Hinokami Kagura, hoping that after a few years of practice, he could awaken the transparent world, that state of no self merged with nature. Uchiha Nagi had tried the Hinokami Kagura. Its power was indeed immense, several times stronger than water, flame, or thunder breathing. But correspondingly, the moment he stopped using it, the backlash hit him, his body racked with excruciating pain. Currently, until his physical strength increased to a certain level, using the Hinokami Kagura in battle was tantamount to opening the 8 gates, he'd be exhausted after just 3 minutes. Chapter 50, Teaching Shinobu Kocho. Faced with Akaza's formidable taijutsu, Uchiha Nagi found himself practically drooling over it. Naturally, he wouldn't give up on it easily. Thus, he attempted to integrate it into his sword techniques. Even after becoming a demon, Akaza had adhered to the principles of a martial artist. The combat style he created, destructive death, was based on human fighting spirit. However, Akaza possessed a demon's powerful regenerative abilities and an undying body, so he never considered the severe damage the later, more powerful forms would inflict on a human physique. Therefore, Uchiha Nagi could copy the techniques but couldn't fully utilize them because his speed and strength weren't on par, nor did his body possess the necessary resilience and regenerative capacity. Even if breathing styles can strengthen the physical body, achieving the level of strength required to unleash the final few forms is extremely difficult, Uchiha Nagi mused, sitting on the rooftop and stroking his chin. Similarly, sun breathing also required an exceptionally powerful physique to be used without repercussions. Thinking of this, Nagi sighed. Was he destined to walk the path of achieving enlightenment through sheer physical prowess in the future? Still, it was so tempting. The thought of the immensely powerful sun breathing and Akaza's destructive death made it impossible for Uchiha Nagi to give up. He was counting on learning more and more to eventually return to Konoha for revenge. Moshi Nagi-kun, looking so troubled all alone on the rooftop. Are you homesick? A delicate girlish fragrance drifted on the wind. A graceful figure descended slowly from the air. This level of stealthy movement was unmatched by anyone except Shinobu Kocho. Uchiha Nagi's group had returned to the Demon Slayer Corps to recuperate and were, of course, staying at the Butterfly Mansion, as it was the designated place for healing. Oh, it's you, Miss Kocho. You could say I'm homesick. More than that, I'm thinking of revenge. That home isn't a true home, it only ever thinks of persecuting me. Uchiha Nagi sighed. The Uchiha clan's days in Konoha had been genuinely difficult. An Uchiha with a 3-tomo Sharingan venturing out had to constantly be wary of Root gouging out their eyes. Just call me Shinobu. Miss Kocho is too formal. My sister and the others used to call me that, Shinobu said with a smile. Uchiha Nagi blinked. He remembered that when they first met, she had called him Uchiha-san. When had she started calling him Nagi-kun? His gaze drifted involuntarily to her delicate lips. Shinobu seemed to notice his stare, her face flushing slightly as she turned her head to look at the moon. By the way, Miss Shinobu, how is your chakra comprehension coming along? Have you managed to extract it yet? Uchiha Nagi asked. Previously, Uchiha Nagi had imparted the foundational knowledge of chakra extraction to the Demon Slayer Corps, giving them a second training system. They could use the 3 basic jutsu or medical ninjutsu to increase their chances of survival. Unfortunately, only the genius Michiro had managed to comprehend and extract it. As for the others, not a single one had succeeded. Chakra was a combination of spiritual and physical energy, but most people here primarily understood physical energy. Even those who understood spiritual energy didn't know how to control and fuse the two. I'm truly sorry. I understand both spiritual and physical energy, but I still haven't figured out how to fuse them and extract chakra after all this time. Shinobu said with a regretful expression. Is that so? Let me think. Uchiha Nagi pondered for a moment. Hold out your hand. My hand. Shinobu looked puzzled but said nothing more, extending her soft and delicate hand, which seemed almost boneless. Despite years of sword practice, it showed no signs of roughness, her slender, jade-like hand was fine and smooth. Uchiha Nagi circulated his chakra, a green glow appearing, then slowly took Shinobu's slender hand. Her arm trembled slightly. Feel this. This is chakra, and also the nature transformation of chakra. With that, Uchiha Nagi converted his green, life-giving medical chakra into his fire attribute chakra. Shinobu was a Hashira-level expert. She immediately discarded all distracting thoughts, closed her eyes, and focused wholeheartedly on sensing the composition and changes of the chakra. If it had been anyone else, or a man, Uchiha Nagi would have been too lazy to bother, telling them to read a book instead. But for Shinobu, beautiful women have privileges. After a while, Uchiha Nagi stopped and explained to Shinobu the changes in chakra nature and how to fuse spiritual and physical energy. This step sounded simple but was incredibly difficult in practice. However, once the first step was taken, the rest became much easier. After explaining for half an hour, he repeated the process, holding Shinobu's hand, allowing her to feel the chakra's nature transformation, helping her memorize and comprehend it, and then asking about her understanding and sensations. And so, the two of them remained on the rooftop for several hours. By the end, Shinobu's understanding of chakra was thoroughly ingrained. All that remained was time and a bit of luck. Thank you so much for tonight, Nagi-kun, Shinobu said with a smile. You're welcome. You're a doctor. If you can extract chakra and learn medical ninjutsu in the future, I'll benefit too. After all, everyone gets injured sometimes, Uchiha Nagi replied with a slight smile. Uchiha Nagi's sudden smile was like an electric shock, leaving Shinobu momentarily stunned. The Uchiha clan's looks were consistently top tier, especially Nagi's. He usually kept his shoulder-length hair and bangs covering part of his face, but his features in this lifetime were exceptionally handsome, not in the least inferior to Uchiha Itachi or Sasuke. Moreover, compared to Itachi, who was prematurely aged from overwork and had two distinct nasolabial folds, Uchiha Nagi possessed a more refined aura. This was also why he hadn't been mistaken for a bad person when he first transmigrated. Good looks truly could get you places. Shinobu quickly composed herself and turned her head to look at the stars. By the way, Nagi-kun, could you play your flute? The melodies you play, though somewhat melancholic, I particularly enjoy listening to them. Sure. If you like, I can teach you too, Uchiha Nagi nodded, taking out his flute. Arigato. Thank you so much. Unfortunately, I don't understand music, so I wouldn't be able to learn. Uchiha Nagi smiled and said no more, silently beginning to play his flute. A sorrowful yet moving melody slowly drifted through the night. It seemed to yearn for something, or perhaps plead for something, like a love desired yet forever unattainable. When the song ended, Shinobu opened her beautiful eyes and asked, "That was a very moving piece. What's its name?" "It's called Elegy." Shinobu asked curiously, "This song, this name, is there a story behind it?" Uchiha Nagi thought for a moment and nodded. There probably was. It's a folk tale, about a love that spans 1,000 years. A girl named Kikyo fell in love with a half-demon named Inuyasha. Is that so? Kikyo is so pitiful. The person she loved fell in love with her reincarnation. It was her own reincarnation, yet it stole her lover. Uchiha Nagi pondered, unsure how to explain such a messy love affair. However, Kikyo's story reminded him of Supreme Treasure from A Chinese Odyssey. The two were actually very similar. The Buddha speaks of life's three great sufferings: encountering those you resent, separation from loved ones, and the inability to obtain what you desire. Or perhaps, Kagome was specifically reincarnated to make up for the regrets Kikyo had in love in her previous life. Chapter 51, Using Shadow Clones to Grind Breathing Style Experience. The gentle moonlight draped over them like a layer of fine gauze, as if concerned they might catch a cold. That night, Uchiha Nagi and Shinobu Kocho once again stayed up, sitting on the rooftop and talking the entire night. The first half of the night was spent discussing the basics of chakra, the second half, discussing life. Uchiha Nagi played some of his favorite melodies for Shinobu on his flute, Floating Fragrance in the Dark Night, Elegy, Snowy Fields, and others. Shinobu, in turn, recounted everything she had experienced, how she became a Hashira. Due to the inherent lack of physical strength in women, coupled with her own less-than-stellar talent, she had resorted to using poison as a substitute. Eventually, she successfully slew a lower-rank Kazuki and was promoted to Insect Hashira. However, her control was impeccable. Uchiha Nagi recalled that Tsunade was also a medical ninja. He wondered if her monstrous strength fist technique would suit Shinobu. He'd have to find time to copy Tsunade's monstrous strength. The chances were slim, though. Tsunade had the first Hokage's lineage, making her resilient and full of vitality, and she also possessed self-healing abilities, which was why she could use monstrous strength. If Shinobu managed to grasp chakra extraction, he could have her try medical ninjutsu like the mystical palm technique. Combined with her poisons, she could try to innovate and create her own unique fighting style. Otherwise, relying solely on her insect breathing would give her no chance against an upper moon. It wasn't until dawn, when the sun appeared and began to illuminate the earth, that the two realized an entire night had passed. Oh my, the whole night has gone by already. So fast. Well, let's call it a day then. I need to go back and tend to my medicinal herbs. I've gained a lot from tonight's cultivation. I think I should be able to extract chakra very soon. Shinobu smiled, her eyes crinkling. I'll be going first, Nagi-kun. Uchiha Nagi nodded. I've gained a lot too. Take care, Miss Shinobu. Shinobu opened her mouth as if to say something, glanced at Uchiha Nagi, his handsome face looking even more striking under the bright sunlight, and faltered for a moment. She hurriedly turned away, and with a flash, jumped off in a flustered manner. Uchiha Nagi. It wasn't that Uchiha Nagi hadn't noticed anything. It was just that in his previous life, he'd been single since birth. His looks in that life were the kind that would get lost in a crowd. Coupled with the various pressures of adulthood, housing, cars, betrothal gifts, the burden of raising offspring, he had remained single his entire life. In this life, the Konoha higher-ups were constantly plotting the Uchiha clan's demise. Under the threat of death, Uchiha Nagi had never dated and had no experience. So, how exactly was he supposed to react to a girl who seemed to have feelings for him? He wasn't even sure if he liked her back. Scratching his head, Uchiha Nagi couldn't figure out how to handle such things. It was probably best to wait a while longer. Oh well, I'll just let nature take its course. Uchiha Nagi jumped down from the roof and went to eat breakfast. After receiving treatment at the Butterfly Mansion, the Flame Hashira had already returned to his own home to recuperate. He likely wouldn't be going out for several months. Tanjiro had gone with him to look for records about sun breathing in his family's archives and, incidentally, because he had lost his Nichiren blade, was once again being chased by Ataru Haganazuka. After finishing breakfast, Uchiha Nagi created more than 10 shadow clones. He was attempting something, to have his shadow clones use breathing styles. Naruto could have hundreds of shadow clones create Rasenons and fight. That was because the Raise-non itself was a chakra nature transformation. However, breathing styles required coordinating breath with the physical body to be executed. Did shadow clones need to breathe? Yes and no. A shadow clone itself was a massive transformed chakra, yet it could mimic every human action, whether it was a heartbeat or the scent of breath. That was why even the major dojutsu, the Rinnegan and Tenseigan, let alone the Sharingan and Byakugan, couldn't see through them. But a shadow clone was fundamentally a clump of chakra, it didn't need oxygen. It merely took on the same form as its master. So, what Uchiha Nagi was doing now was having his shadow clones attempt to use breathing styles. In future battles, 100 shadow clones charging forward with Nichiren blades would make any upper moon wet their pants in fear. However, the kunai and Nichiren blades transformed by shadow clones were still ultimately chakra. A demon had to be beheaded with a real Nichiren blade to be killed. But, when he returned to the ninja world, the power would be immense. Ninja were generally high offense, low defense, a single kunai could kill them. A large group of shadow clones using various breathing styles would be an unstoppable force, slaying anyone in their path until their chakra ran out. And don't forget, breathing styles were like a panacea. Various ninjutsu could be countered using different breathing styles. Even when Tanjiro was tossed around high in the air like a sandbag by telekinesis, he didn't fall to his death because he could use water-breathing sword techniques to land. Poof, poof. 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 A large cloud of smoke appeared. As Uchiha Nagi had expected, it failed at the beginning. Although shadow clones could simulate breathing, they didn't have blood vessels or internal organs. Any slightly intense breathing style would destabilize their chakra, equivalent to the shadow clone itself suffering an external impact. Sigh, the road is indeed long and arduous. Uchiha Nagi sighed. Breathing style sword techniques had to be coordinated with breath, otherwise, they were just ordinary sword skills, their power on a completely different level. But shadow clones lacked real human internal organs, creating a self-contradiction. Unless shadow clones could evolve further, becoming like real humans. Wait. A flash of inspiration struck Uchiha Nagi, he seemed to have thought of something. Like real humans, there was a type of clone that was just like a real person. As long as its chakra wasn't depleted or it didn't suffer a fatal blow, the clone wouldn't die no matter how much it was hit, making it extremely durable. That was the wood clone. A type of clone that was incredibly resilient. Uchiha Nagi blinked. It might actually work. Wood clones were countless times more stable than shadow clones. If they used breathing style sword techniques, it might actually succeed. Uchiha Nagi raised his half-white arm. It contained white Zetsu cells, which meant he could use wood style. Madara, with only a small piece of Hashirama's flesh on his chest, could use super large-scale wood style. Since Nagi had an entire arm, he could naturally use wood style too. Whether the scale would be large or not depended on whether he had a chakra ton. A black-clothed, long-haired youth with vacant eyes walked woodenly into the courtyard of the butterfly mansion, watching Uchiha Nagi practice. It was Michiro, the genius Mist Hashira, the only one who had managed to extract chakra. Ah, Michiro-san, you're here, Uchiha Nagi said, stopping his practice when he noticed him. Michiro nodded. You told me that day that if the shadow clones were successful, there was a way to increase training speed tenfold. A while ago, when you all went to investigate the Mugen train, I succeeded. Uchiha Nagi. You couldn't take the world of geniuses seriously, or you'd only end up discouraging yourself. Nodding, a few of Uchiha Nagi's shadow clones walked over to demonstrate and explain to Michiro the biggest bug of shadow clones, grinding experience. Chapter 52, The Demon-Eating Youth. So, when a shadow clone is dispelled, the memories of its experiences are transmitted back to the original body. Therefore, besides the memories of death, there are also memories of training. Uchiha Nagi continued, thus, if you use 10 shadow clones to train, your speed will be equivalent to 10 times the normal rate. Understand? Michiro's eyes widened in disbelief. I see. No wonder Uchiha-san is so strong. Do you train at 10 times the speed every day? You're truly a genius. Ahem. Uchiha Nagi felt a bit embarrassed by his praise. It works for other types of training, but for breathing styles. I've tried, and it doesn't seem to work. Uchiha Nagi sighed helplessly and explained the nature of shadow clones to Michiro. They were essentially formed from chakra and lacked internal organs. Therefore, it was very difficult for shadow clones to perform breathing styles, which required simulated breathing to control the entire body's muscles and blood flow. However, they were excellent for practicing other things, like ninjutsu. After Uchiha Nagi's explanation, Michiro departed with a grateful expression. It was certain that he would become even stronger by accelerating his ninjutsu training. Over the next few days, Uchiha Nagi began to consolidate the breathing styles he had learned during this period. Among them, he was most proficient in water breathing. Then there was flame breathing, which he had become skilled in thanks to the flame Hashira's guidance over the preceding days, coupled with the copying he did during the battle against Akaza that night. He could be considered reasonably proficient. What amazed Uchiha Nagi the most was the first form of thunder breathing, an insight he had gained from Zenitsu. Later on, Zenitsu was able to develop techniques like Thunderclap and Flash sixfold, eightfold, and Godspeed, all based on the single Thunderclap and Flash form. This showed Uchiha Nagi a different path. Because the first form of thunder breathing was solely about speed, Zenitsu had directly developed a compound first form, allowing him to flash multiple times in one go. Uchiha Nagi, possessing the Mangekyo Sharingan, had no problem with dynamic vision, he too could become a yellow flash. Uchiha Nagi activated the thunder breathing method, took a deep breath, and the next second, activated his 3 Tomo Sharingan's dynamic vision. Thunder breathing, thunderclap and flash, eightfold. In an instant, a golden streak of lightning flashed past the 8 training dummies in the courtyard. A cut mark appeared on the necks of all of them. The entire process took less than a second. It's still not enough. These 8 dummies are all placed together. What if the enemies are widely dispersed? Uchiha Nagi muttered to himself. Ninjas wouldn't all gather in one spot during a battle, as that would make them easy to wipe out in one go. If they were scattered, a single form naturally couldn't behead all of them in one move. It's still not as fast as the Flying Thunder God technique. The Flying Thunder God technique also had its drawbacks, it definitely required a marker. His own mind teleportation didn't, but the eye power consumed for interdimensional travel was too great. If he returned once, he wouldn't be able to use mind teleportation for at least a year. The chakra-consuming spacetime ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God, was certainly cheaper and more practical. So, if he were to go back, he would definitely have to find a way to obtain it. Sugoi Nagianiki. Was that an eightfold flash? A certain yellow-haired kid peeked his head out, watching Uchiha Nagi. I saw you use a sixfold flash on the train that day, so I was inspired, Uchiha Nagi said. Is that so? I really am useless. Wah, Zenitsu squatted on the ground, clutching his head and sobbing. Uchiha Nagi. Seeing this incredibly talented idiot about to spiral into self-pity, Uchiha Nagi had no choice but to walk over and console him, seriously. If his talent wasn't strong, would the retired Thunder Hashira personally teach him? Zenitsu, if you want to learn, I'll teach you. You have a talent hidden within you that even you aren't aware of. You just haven't discovered it yet, Uchiha Nagi said truthfully. To be able to innovate a new form upon the nearly complete thunder breathing, which had been passed down for hundreds of years, his talent was undoubtedly exceptional. Really? Thank you so much, Nagianiki. Oh, right, I almost forgot. Miss Shinobu asked me to bring someone over, Zenitsu said, then waved to someone behind him. A young man with a ferocious scar on his face and sharp eyes, looking every bit like a delinquent, walked over with his head lowered. Hello, I am a newly promoted Demon Slayer Corps member, Shinazugawa Genya. Unexpectedly, Shinazugawa Genya was very polite towards Uchiha Nagi. Genya. I know you. You were one of the few survivors from the final selection that day, Zenitsu said curiously. Uchiha Nagi nodded. Hello, I am Uchiha Nagi. Is there something specific you came to find me for? Shinazugawa Genya kept his head down, seeming to find it difficult to speak. I want to learn ninjutsu and chakra from you. Haven't I already given the basics of chakra study to the Demon Slayer Corps? Uchiha Nagi himself was busy training various breathing styles every day, and after training, he still had to conduct research on demon genetics. He really didn't want to take on a student. They didn't know each other, so naturally, he wouldn't spend time teaching someone else for no benefit whatsoever. Is that so? My apologies for bothering you. Shinazugawa Genya's face turned red. He bowed, then ran off in a fluster. Eh? Why did that guy leave after just a few words? Zenitsu scratched his head, puzzled. Probably his pride getting in the way. Uchiha Nagi understood. Teenagers valued their pride the most. They couldn't let go of their pride yet still wanted others to be their teacher. It just didn't work out. Uchiha Nagi had always believed in equivalent exchange. If it wasn't an equivalent exchange, then it would depend on his mood. Since he left, Uchiha Nagi paid him no further mind. If one couldn't be shameless like Naruto, nor willing to risk their life like Sasuke, they naturally wouldn't learn anything. In the courtyard, he trained with Zenitsu for over an hour. Zenitsu was indeed a genius with extremely high hidden talent. For thunder breathing, he only knew the first form, thunderclap and flash. But through years of using it, he had comprehended something different within that first form, developing a two-hit combo. However, limited by his physique and dynamic vision, he could currently only manage a twofold flash. Because your body is still developing, don't rush to develop subsequent moves. Overexerting a developing body is not a good thing, Uchiha Nagi advised. Zenitsu was still a teenager, the same age as Tanjiro. His body still had a long period of development ahead. Appropriate training would aid development, but excessive training could instead leave hidden injuries. In Uchiha Nagi's view, the destructive power and speed of Thunderclap and Flash were somewhat similar to Chidori. The fact that he could easily develop it to a six-fold Flash after seeing Zenitsu's two-fold Flash was thanks to his Mangekyo's powerful dynamic vision and the white Zetsu cells. The white Zetsu cells were continuously strengthening his constitution. Now, his chakra was increasing day by day, causing Uchiha Nagi, who was past his growth period, to undergo a second phase of development. After Zenitsu left, Uchiha Nagi silently turned his head towards the rooftop and said, "Everyone's gone. Aren't you coming out yet?" Chapter 53, my foolish little brother. Everyone's gone. Aren't you coming out yet? As soon as Uchiha Nagi finished speaking, a gust of wind blew past, and a man, swift as the wind yet traceless, appeared beside him. It was the wind Hashira, Shinazugawa Sanemi. He is my younger brother. Shinazugawa Sanemi's face, and indeed his body, was covered in ferocious scars. Some were from battle, but many more were because he often cut himself with his blade to draw blood. His blood, aside from being rare, possessed a special ability, anesthesia. Demons that smelled his blood would fall into a drunken stupor. The more blood he shed, the more severe their condition became. He would even intentionally stain demons with his blood or let them consume it to trick them, a tactic that had proven effective time and again. Unfortunately, it had little effect on the likes of Upper Moon 1 or Muzan, who were at their peak. Shinazugawa Sanemi continued, his expression unchanging, "All along, I've only wanted him to be an ordinary person, to marry, have children, and live out an ordinary life. His constitution is rather special, he can't learn breathing styles. That's why I objected to him joining the Demon Slayer Corps. After all, fighting demons without being able to use breathing styles is undoubtedly suicidal. But he's incredibly stubborn. Even though he can't use breathing styles, he still joined the Demon Slayer Corps. So, when he found out about the other training system you brought, ninjutsu and chakra, he started thinking of other ways to become stronger. I have an irritable temper, not many people like me. But I heard them say you prefer equivalent exchange, so." Shinazugawa Sanemi looked up at Uchiha Nagi. "If you want to learn wind breathing, I can help you avoid many detours." Uchiha Nagi remained silent, quietly waiting for him to finish, a slight smile playing on his lips. "Although you look like a hooligan, you're actually a good big brother." Shinazugawa Sanemi, who had once been defeated by Uchiha Nagi's single genjutsu due to underestimating him, blushed, a rare occurrence. "Bastard, don't talk nonsense, I don't understand. Are you agreeing or not? I was careless in our match that day. If you're not satisfied, let's have another go." "I agree. They're both big brothers, so why is the difference between Itachi and this guy so vast?" Damn it. Shinazugawa Genya, how can you be so stupid? He's not related to you in any way. If you want someone to teach you, you have to be thick-skinned. Why did you run off?" The prideful Shinazugawa Genya punched a large tree again and again. As someone who couldn't learn breathing styles, killing demons was indeed more arduous for him than for others. But thanks to his genes, like his Wind Hashira brother, he possessed a special constitution. That is, he could eat demons. By eating demons, he could temporarily acquire their constitution and abilities. It was because of this that he had survived the final selection. To compensate for his lack of breathing styles, he even used a gun as an auxiliary weapon, coordinating it with the blood demon arts he temporarily gained from eating demons, making him quite successful. That's right, guns existed in this world. Shinazugawa Genya had obtained a double-barreled firearm that could hold 6 bullets. He wielded a Nichiren blade in one hand and the firearm in the other. Hey, don't be so dejected. Zenitsu had just approached when Genya cut him off. Damn it, are you here to laugh at me? Huh. Shinazugawa Genya viciously grabbed Zenitsu by the chest, pinning him against a large tree. I can't breathe, huff huff. Humph. After releasing Zenitsu, Shinazugawa Genya turned and walked away. Once freed, Zenitsu gasped for air, his eyes rolling back. This guy's temper was truly explosive. I wasn't finished. I came to tell you that Nagi Aniki wants you to train with us at his place tomorrow morning. Huh. Shinazugawa Genya, who was halfway down the path, suddenly stopped. He turned and quickly ran back, once again grabbing Zenitsu's clothes excitedly. You're not lying to me, are you? Is what you're saying true? Let go. It's true. I can't breathe. Shinazugawa Genya released Zenitsu again. Zenitsu's eyes rolled back, the guy's strength was just too much. A faint apology, like the buzz of an ant, reached him. Sorry. What did you say? Zenitsu then realized the other boy was apologizing. It's nothing, don't worry about it. Before he could finish, Shinazugawa Genya had already left, without any hesitation. Zenitsu scratched his head. What a weirdo. In the sunlit forest, Shinazugawa Genya's figure ran swiftly. Zenitsu's ears picked up a sense of joy emanating from him. The next morning, another figure joined the daily training, Shinazugawa Genya, along with Zenitsu and little boar Inosuke, making a group of 3, as Tanjiro had not yet returned. Uchiha Nagi sighed. No matter where you are, only the thick-skinned get the meat. Genya is thin-skinned and prideful. Actually, if he had dared to be thick-skinned and stayed yesterday, Uchiha Nagi wouldn't have chased him away. After all, herding 1 sheep is the same as herding 3. Uchiha Nagi was very curious about Shinazugawa Genya's constitution, which allowed him to eat demons and temporarily gain their energy and blood demon arts. Could he be another Shin? Shin was one of Orochimaru's subordinates, fervently obsessed with the Sharingan. His body was very special, able to fuse with Kekkei without rejection. Danzo's arm, which fused first Hokage cells and Sharingan, used Shin cells as a medium. He later died in Boruto. However, Shinazugawa Genya's constitution was clearly even more special. Regardless, Uchiha Nagi planned to study it. Same as usual. Tanjiro isn't here today, so it'll be you 3. Here are 2 bells. You 3 will try to take them from my shadow clone. Whoever gets one gets to eat. Uchiha Nagi, with a mischievous streak, took out 2 bells. Then, he created a shadow clone to train with them, while his main body focused on his own cultivation. But there are only 2 bells. What about the person who doesn't get one? Zenitsu asked curiously. Naturally, whoever doesn't get one doesn't eat. Special training naturally needs a little incentive. So, prepare yourselves. You can discuss tactics if you want. You have half an hour. We start at 9 o'clock sharp, Uchiha Nagi said, looking at the time. This was a problem Uchiha Nagi had noticed. Because they hadn't experienced battles on the scale of the ninja wars, their combat awareness wasn't very high. Whether alone or in a group of 3, their coordination was entirely based on chance, they had no squad-based tactics or synergy. And good squad coordination and tactics could sometimes yield excellent results, especially against solitary demons. Chapter 54, The Bell Scramble. Remember, come at me with the intent to kill to get these bells, Uchiha Nagi finished, then waved his hand casually, his main body departing, leaving behind the shadow clone holding the bells. Let's just fight. What are tactics? Are they tasty? I'll take both bells. I want to eat 2 lunches, gahahaha. Little boar Inosuke drew his twin blades and was about to charge. Idiot, don't rush in, Zenitsu hurriedly pulled him back. Tactics. We need to use some tactics. I agree, no need for tactics. Whoever snatches them, gets them. Both bells are mine, Shinazugawa Genya said, pulling out his gun and blade. Bastard, both are mine. Ha 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 ha, I'm eating 2 lunches, Inosuke brandished his long swords and, with a beast-breathing move, charged forward. As expected, Uchiha Nagi sighed. Just as he thought, they started fighting without any discussion or cooperation. He wondered if Kakashi had similar headaches when teaching his students. Beast-breathing, first Fang, pierce. Facing the charging Inosuke, Uchiha Nagi's shadow clone remained unruffled. Just as Inosuke was about to strike, the clone used the substitution jutsu. Poof. After a puff of smoke, it turned into a block of wood, which Inosuke sliced in half. Huh. Where'd he go? Where's he hiding? Beast breathing, 7th form, spatial awareness. Inosuke closed his eyes to sense his surroundings, then opened them and laughed towards a certain direction. Haha, found you. Huh. Inosuke was dumbfounded. Uchiha Nagi wasn't standing on land but on the surface of a small nearby lake, cheerfully watching the 3 of them. Cheating. I protest. We can't float on water, Zenitsu, who had followed, was also stunned and immediately protested loudly. Although breathing styles were powerful, they didn't grant the ability to stand on water without sinking. Shinazugawa Genya, however, raised his firearm and fired a shot at Uchiha Nagi on the lake. The bullet was, of course, fast, but Uchiha Nagi's shadow clone had also been imbued with semi-power and had its Sharingan activated. Before Genya's bullet even left the muzzle, Nagi had already predicted its trajectory with his powerful dynamic vision and dodged it. Genya was astounded. It was the first time he had seen someone dodge a bullet. Unwilling to give up, he fired 2 more shots, but the shadow clone dodged them with a cheerful expression. If you want to defeat me, you must be prepared to face different situations on any battlefield. Once you can adapt to my fighting style, you'll be able to quickly adapt to any unknown subordinates Musen might have in the future. Ox, monkey, hare, rat, boar, rooster, ox, horse, rooster, rat, tiger, dog, tiger, serpent, ox, ram, serpent, boar, ram, rat, water release, monkey, rooster, dragon, rooster, ox, horse, ram, tiger, serpent, rat, monkey, hare, boar, dragon, ram, rat, ox, monkey, rooster, water release, rat, boar, rooster. Uchiha Nagi unhurriedly finished forming over 20 hand seals on the lake's surface. Water style, water dragon bullet jutsu. An enormous water dragon soared into the air from the lake. Because there was a water source, the shadow clone didn't expend much chakra, so Nagi specifically gave them an extra-large version. Faced with the sudden torrent of water, the 3 10th-level youths had no power to resist and were swept away. Of course, it wasn't without resistance. They each used their breathing styles to cut through the water flow, but the subsequent massive waves scattered them completely. Indeed, they are at a significant disadvantage when fighting against a different system, Uchiha Nagi remarked with a sigh. Because eliminating demons required getting close to sever their necks, Demon Slayer Corps members had always been highly specialized, all close combat types with strong taijutsu. However, against large-scale ninjutsu attacks, they had no way to defend. Conversely, large-scale ninjutsu attacks were mostly ineffective against opponents like Muzan. Besides wasting one's own chakra, they had virtually no effect. If even a severed arm could regenerate in a second, what use was ninjutsu? Unless it was S-rank ninjutsu, sealing jutsu, the mutual multiplication explosive tags, or Jiraiya Sage Art, Gomen, S-rank ninjutsu on par with Amaterasu, immensely powerful, capable of severely injuring them or burning them to ash, leaving not a single cell behind. However, ninjas were also highly specialized, high offense, low defense. If ninjas below Kage level were to fight the 12 Kazuki, they would likely be defeated by having their chakra completely depleted. However, there is one ninjutsu that is rather special, wind style, Rasen Shuriken. That jutsu could destroy every cell of Kakuzu, Uchiha Nagi recalled. He realized that the properties of the Rasen Shuriken were actually quite suitable for killing demons. It might even become a ninjutsu capable of killing them without needing to sever their necks. Damn it, where did my boar head go? A drenched little Inosuke climbed up from the ground, looking left and right. He couldn't find his boar head mask anywhere. Just then, Uchiha Nagi approached. Inosuke quickly closed his eyes. From multiple training sessions, he knew that looking into Uchiha Nagi's eyes would immediately trap him in a genjutsu. Earth-style, headhunter jutsu. What appeared in front of Inosuke was just a dummy, a mere clone jutsu. The shadow clone had already burrowed underground. The clone jutsu was one of the 3 basic jutsu, an intangible clone. It was tested in the genin exams. Naruto couldn't graduate because he failed it. Without your Nichiren blade and your body immobilized, you can't escape even with breathing styles, right? Uchiha Nagi finished speaking and cheerfully went off to deal with the other 2. Damn it. Wait, you imposter. Let me out, and we'll fight again, leaving behind only Inosuke's head, still yelling. Meanwhile, the other 2, scattered by the flood, had ended up in different places. One rushed into the woods, the other slammed into a rock. Damn it, I've never encountered this kind of fighting style before. So this is ninjutsu. It's on par with blood demon arts, Shinazugawa Genya said, patting the muddy water off his body as he stood up. However, his face was filled with even more excitement and fighting spirit. As someone who couldn't use breathing styles, if he could learn these techniques, he could become stronger and find another way to catch up to his powerful older brother. So, I must pass today's assessment, Shinazugawa Genya secretly resolved. Elsewhere, Zenitsu, still wringing out his muddy clothes, became Uchiha Nagi's second target for today's special training. Suddenly, Zenitsu seemed to hear something. As soon as he looked up, he saw a pair of red eyes. Demonic illusion, hell viewing technique. Zenitsu instantly fell into the world of genjutsu. He married Nezuko-chan, then became a father, and finally, they had a baby boy. Zenitsu excitedly took the baby, only to see that its face looked exactly like Inosuke's. Zenitsu felt dizzy, ha 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 ha, as expected of my child. He really does look just like me. Inosuke appeared before him, laughing. It turned out Inosuke was the neighbor old Wong. Aya. Zenitsu, receiving a massive shock, foamed at the mouth, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Chapter 55, a familiar bell test. Aya, Zenitsu wore an expression of horrified terror. The shock of the cuckolded by old Wong scenario was too intense, causing him to foam at the mouth and faint, looking as if he died with a grievance. That might have been a bit too much. Uchiha Nagi scratched his head, looking at the foaming Zenitsu. He had no idea what terrifying thing the boy had seen to react so strongly. This genjutsu was designed to make the enemy see their deepest fears. What was Zenitsu most afraid of? Demons. Oh well, one last one to go. Uchiha Nagi scanned his surroundings. Genya was quite cautious, he had run into the forest to hide. Although his pride was a bit fragile, his combat awareness wasn't weak. Unlike the others, perhaps because he couldn't use breathing styles, he always thought thrice before acting when facing demons. Seeing that his two training partners had been swept away by a massive wave of water, team cooperation was naturally out of the question. So, Genya quickly set up a trap using some vines, capable of ensnaring a person, then fired his gun into the air to attract Uchiha Nagi. Gunfire? Could it be a trap? This kid is interesting. He looks hot-tempered, but his intellect is actually online. According to Uchiha Nagi's usual ninja modus operandi, he would definitely send a shadow clone to scout. However, since it was a shadow clone conducting this special training exercise with them, he decided to be a little lenient and walk right into the trap. Thus, Uchiha Nagi, with his Sharingan activated, walked into the forest with an amused expression, curious to see what Genya was up to. After entering the forest, a bound half-tree trunk first flew down from above. Uchiha Nagi dodged it with a leap, followed immediately by several gunshots that sealed off his surrounding positions in midair. With the powerful dynamic vision of his Sharingan, Uchiha Nagi adjusted his body posture before the bullets hit him, successfully evading their trajectory, and finally landed steadily on the grass. Before he could even speak, Genya charged at him, swinging his Nichiren blade. The gun and blade stopped steadily at Nagi's head. Genya's lips curved upwards in a smug grin. I win. Not bad a chain trap, Uchiha Nagi clapped his hands. But didn't I tell you to train with the intent to kill me? Look down at yourself. Shinazugawa Genya froze for a moment, then looked down. Space distorted, and he found himself hanging upside down from a tree. The sword and gun he had been holding were now reversed, held in Uchiha Nagi's hands. What's going on? You were careless. You looked at my eyes during your attack, so you fell into a genjutsu. Uchiha Nagi sighed. Genya's tactic of using bullets to force him back and make him step into the trap that would hang him from the tree was actually very good. He had originally planned to use an earth-style jutsu or something to block him, but Genya didn't have enough intel on him. Genya had looked at his eyes during the attack and fallen into the genjutsu. He didn't know what a Sharingan genjutsu was. And so, Shinazugawa Genya fell for the genjutsu, staring blankly as he walked up to Uchiha Nagi, handed over his Nichiren blade and gun, and then tied himself up. So, you still don't understand the meaning of this special training? Uchiha Nagi said with a helpless expression. Now, all three of them were sitting on the ground, dejected and tied to trees. Zenitsu hung his head, looking utterly crestfallen. He had been the most embarrassed just now, foaming at the mouth and fainting from the genjutsu. When he woke up, he saw Inosuke with only his head sticking out of the ground, which reminded him of old Wang's son, and he fainted from fright again. Uchiha Nagi shook his head helplessly. It seemed Zenitsu's timid, dual personality would be very difficult to cure, unless a loved one was sacrificed to the heavens. He looked up. The sun had already climbed to its zenith, it was noon. I'm going to eat. You all can stay here and reflect. By the way, there are only 2 lunch boxes. Whoever gets one is not allowed to share with others, or you won't train with me anymore. After speaking, Uchiha Nagi put down 2 bento boxes, slowly dispelled his shadow clone, and went to report to his main body. Growl. All 3 were hungry. Someone's stomach started rumbling first. Genya was the first to untie himself and snatched a bento box. Damn it, Ayarg, Inosuke, with his immense strength, also broke the ropes with brute force and fiercely grabbed the remaining bento box. Haha, this last one is mine. So delicious. Inosuke opened the bento box and immediately began to wolf down the food, burying his head in it. Zenitsu, the last to break free from the ropes, had nothing to eat. He could only drool, looking pitifully at the other 2. Growl. Zenitsu's stomach rumbled again. He called out softly, Inosuke. Humph. Inosuke, seeing Zenitsu's drooling mouth, protectively hugged his bento box and turned away. Just as Zenitsu was looking pitiful, a voice came from the side. Here, I ate this morning. I'm not particularly hungry, it was Shinazugawa Genya. He handed the bento box, from which he had only eaten a small portion, to Zenitsu. Zenitsu was moved to tears, grasping Genya's hand. In that moment, Genya, with the ferocious scars on his face, seemed incredibly gentle in Zenitsu's perception. Let go, you crybaby sissy. Don't misunderstand. You helped me last time, so I'm helping you this time, that's all. Genya disgustedly pushed Zenitsu's hand away. Damn it. If you're giving, I'm giving too. I can't be looked down upon by you. Seeing this, Inosuke also took out his half-eaten food and offered it to Zenitsu. You guys. Arigato. Woo. Bastard. Don't wipe your snot on me. Enough, sissy. In the distance, Uchiha Nagi's main body had already finished lunch and was hiding in a large tree, secretly watching. Seeing this, he nodded. These kids are teachable. At least they've barely grasped the basics of teamwork. As for Tanjiro, Uchiha Nagi never worried. That fellow's disposition was as pure as white jade. He was the easiest to integrate into a team or even lead one. Once they got used to this model, Uchiha Nagi planned to ask the Demon Slayer Corps' master for leave. He wanted to return to the ninja world to obtain a few things. Orochimaru's Edo Tensei, Uchiha Nagi had been coveting it for a long time. But to trade with him, he had to ensure he was strong enough not to be double-crossed. The second Hokage's Edo Tensei 1.0 version was unstable and couldn't be reliably converted into an asset. It was only after Orochimaru upgraded it to version 2.0 that it truly took the stage. As for Kabuto's later 3.0 version, that was still many years away. Chapter 56, A New Mission. In the beginning, you must firmly remember the movements and sensations. You must pick up these elements. When you open your five senses, recognize the entirety of your body's form, down to every single blood vessel within. This process will be extremely painful, but once you have remembered and absorbed many things, then eliminate the unnecessary parts. What remains are the essentials for that movement, seal them within. Over time, the blood vessels and muscles within your body will close off in this manner, and it will become as swift and simple as opening your eyes. Then, light will appear, the path will open, and your mind will naturally become transparent, allowing you to see the transparent world. That is the domain that can only be reached after exerting all your strength, after a painful struggle. These were the words Tanjiro's father had instructed him with before his death, the key to unlocking the transparent world. Uchiha Nagi was currently in front of a bonfire, performing the Kagura dance passed down in Tanjiro's family. As he danced, he closed his eyes, trying to sense the transparent world. Compared to Tanjiro, Uchiha Nagi had a natural advantage. He had chosen to become a medical ninja and possessed a considerably strong understanding of the human body. It wasn't surprising that the domain of the transparent world was connected to the Kagura dance. This was because the creator of sun breathing was born naturally with the transparent world domain, much like Hashirama's sage body. Therefore, sun breathing itself was a breathing method he created by observing the human body through the transparent world. First came the transparent world, then came sun breathing. Thus, by mastering sun breathing to its peak, one could reach the domain of the transparent world. And hidden within the Kagura dance was sun breathing. By continuously comprehending and adjusting to the correct breathing during the dance, one could combine them to use sun breathing. If the Kagura dance was performed incorrectly, one would only become increasingly tired. Conversely, if performed correctly, it would feel effortless and natural. This was how Tanjiro's father, despite his frail physique, could dance through an entire snowy night. Not quite right, something is a little off. Uchiha Nagi, after dancing for an hour, stopped and wiped the fine beads of sweat from his forehead. The Kagura dance movements are correct, my copy is flawless. But my breathing is wrong. Everyone's constitution is different, the heart's beating frequency is different, so the breathing method used will naturally be different. I should use a breathing frequency adapted to my own body, or one that suits my body's rhythm, to coordinate with this dance. Uchiha Nagi pondered for a moment and created 10 shadow clones. Although shadow clones would disperse if they used breathing style movements that were too large, they were excellent for accumulating experience. If they dispersed, he could just create a few more. Through his research during this period, Uchiha Nagi had discovered that breathing styles were actually a type of technique that used breathing to amplify sword skills and the body. Shadow clones, being inherently transformations of chakra, would find it difficult to maintain their previous stability once they used breathing styles for amplification, which was why they dispersed upon using them. However, even if a shadow clone could only use a breathing style once before dispersing, it was still a gain. Quantity could lead to a qualitative change, after all. Moreover, during this time, Uchiha Nagi's body and chakra had begun a second phase of development. Normally, after the age of 18, chakra growth would slow considerably. But after awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan, it had begun to surge wildly. He knew that awakening the Uchiha Mangekyo would cause an unreasonable spike in chakra, but after receiving the white Setsu arm cells, it grew even faster. Especially after the battle with Akaza, Uchiha Nagi estimated that if his strength in Konoha was 1 Kakashi, then it became 2 Kakashis later on. After fighting Akaza with all his might, it had now risen to at least 4 Kakashis. So, his current physical energy was roughly equivalent to nearly 4 Kakashis. If he were to fight Akaza again, he could last much longer and have a greater advantage. He was improving every day, while Akaza's progress was slow. Mission, Uchiha Nagi's personal Kasugai crow circled in the sky before landing on his shoulder. A mission. Uchiha Nagi was a little curious. It had been so long, this seemed to be only his second mission. Well, it was fine. He'd go check it out. He had been training for so long, it was about time he went out and tested his results in actual combat. With a few leaps, he arrived at another small mountain. This area was planted full of wisteria flowers. It was Ubuyashiki Kagaya's residence, though his place of dwelling wasn't actually fixed, he would change locations periodically. The reason was that Ubuyashiki Kagaya never allowed Demon Slayer Corps members to stay and protect him. According to him, if they could eliminate one more demon, ordinary people would be 1 degree safer, while he himself was a useless person. It wasn't worth having powerful Hashira stay to protect a useless person. Those unaware of the Ubuyashiki clan's special abilities might be deeply moved by his words, but Uchiha Nagi knew that besides the curse passed down through their generations, their family also possessed a hereditary partial precognitive ability. Ubuyashiki Kagaya had once said that, relying on this precognitive ability, their clan had accumulated immense wealth, enabling them to sustain the vast expenses of the Demon Slayer Corps for so many years. Because of this partial precognition, Ubuyashiki Kagaya would relocate whenever he sensed danger. Ubuyashiki-san, were you looking for me? Uchiha Nagi didn't address him as master, he wouldn't be anyone's subordinate. Ubuyashiki Kagaya didn't mind this. He opened his already blind eyes and smiled. You've come, Nagi-kun. Please, sit. This is freshly picked wisteria flower tea. Uchiha Nagi didn't stand on ceremony, poured himself a cup, and waited for the mission details. Sigh, recently, there's a place where people have been frequently disappearing. I sent swordsmen to investigate, but they all vanished. Later, Tomioka Jusen went, but found nothing at all, the opponent seemed to have hidden. Then, as soon as Tomioka Jusen left, people started disappearing there again. At this point, Ubuyashiki Kagaya paused, his expression serious. I suspect the opponent possesses a very powerful reconnaissance-type blood demon art and detected Tomioka-san in advance. So, I'd like to ask you to make a trip, because only you possess those unique ninjutsu that other members don't have. Uchiha Nagi nodded. Alright, I'll prepare and set out immediately. Thank you for your trouble, Nagi-kun. It's what I should do. By the way, after this mission is over, I'd like to request some leave from you. I have some matters to attend to. Of course, you may. Uchiha Nagi didn't waste words, immediately got up, and went back to prepare. During this time, he had taken a considerable amount of money from Ubuyashiki for various materials and equipment needed for his research. It was only natural to take people's money and help them avert disasters. Whether it was researching white Zetsu cells or demon cells, many things needed to be purchased, medicinal herbs, equipment, nutrient solutions, etc. Recently, another item had been added to the list, Genya's demon-eating constitution. Uchiha Nagi was even wondering if he could analyze Genya's ability to eat demons and make immortality a reality without altering his own genes. Chapter 57, Bait Tactic. In Uchiha Nagi's view, Genya's ability to eat demons was incredibly valuable. If he could analyze it, he could clone more white Zetsu cells, devour them directly, and further complete the Uchiha genes. Alternatively, he could trade with Orochimaru for Hashirama's cells. Perhaps genetic completion could lead to atavism. The genes of the Sage of Six Paths atavism was unpredictable. On the moon, there was a branch family of the Hyuga whose genes were an atavistic phenomenon. After transplanting a pair of pure Byakugan, they instantly transformed into Tensigan, completely overpowering Naruto in his Sage Ninetales mode. If it weren't for plot armor. Arriving at the Butterfly Mansion, because his research required various instruments and numerous medicines, Uchiha Nagi stayed here when he didn't have specific missions. Uchiha Nagi deftly packed his tools. Part of his kit included explosive tags, which he had made himself after asking the Demon Slayer Corps to purchase materials upon his arrival in this world. Since others couldn't use chakra, the quantity he could make was somewhat limited, and it was laborious. Uchiha Nagi figured it was enough for now, he could just buy more directly when he returned to the ninja world. His body was undergoing a second growth spurt. By the time he was ready to return to the world of Naruto, his power might have increased to 10 Kakashis. 10 Kakashis, of course, couldn't compare to monsters like Uzumaki Naruto or Nagato, but it was sufficient when compared to other Kaga-level individuals. Besides, a battle's victor wasn't decided by chakra reserves alone. Tailed beasts had far more chakra than humans, yet they couldn't defeat weaker humans. Naruto's chakra was many times greater than Kakashi's, but before learning Sage Ninetales mode, he still couldn't beat Kakashi. A demon that might possess precognitive abilities, or extremely powerful reconnaissance skills, Uchiha Nagi frowned, looking at the intelligence report delivered by the support staff. The report confirmed what Ubuyashiki Kagaya had said. Initially, several lower-ranked Demon Slayer Corps members investigating missing persons had themselves disappeared. Later, 2 Kino-ranked members led a team to investigate and returned safely. But as soon as the Kino members left, people started disappearing again. The opponent seemed to be employing hit-and-run tactics. Then, Tomioka Ju went alone to investigate, and again, no one disappeared. Nagi-kun, are you heading out on a mission? A pleasant female voice called out. It was Shinobu Kocho. It's a rather tricky one. The opponent might not be very strong, but they're exceptionally cunning, so Ubuyashiki-san thinks I'm the only one who can handle it. Uchiha Nagi nodded. These are healing bombs, and some antidotes. Be careful with everything. Some demons are venomous. Nagi-kun, come back safely. Shinobu handed him a small package containing many small medicinal vials and the like. Thank you. Uchiha Nagi paused for a moment. You be careful too. Don't rush to avenge your sister. I'll help you when the time comes. Uchiha Nagi remembered that Shinobu, in her quest for revenge, had turned herself into a living vessel of poison to ultimately feed to her enemy. The upper moon too who consumed her was successfully poisoned to death. To avenge her sister, she had chosen mutual destruction with her foe, a girl with a tragic fate. Since he knew, Uchiha Nagi didn't mind altering her tragic end. Hearing his words, Shinobu froze for a moment. By the time she reacted, Uchiha Nagi was already gone. Around a nearby corner, 3 small figures were huddled together, whispering secrets. Sister, why did he say he'd help Sister Shinobu with her revenge? A little Lolita's head peeked out stealthily from the corner. Silly Kiyo, of course it's because one person can't beat an upper-ranked demon moon. It takes 2 people to win. Sumi is the silly one. Obviously, that handsome uncle like Sister Shinobu. You're the silly one. He's not old, he's a big brother, okay. The 3 little Lolitas from the butterfly mansion were arguing animatedly, their faces flushed. Era, so you were all loitering here. It seems you've been too idle lately. How about I add some special training for you tomorrow? Shinobu's gentle voice came from behind the 3 little Lolitas. I still have herbs to dry. The medicine in the furnace is about to dry out. We'll be going now, plus. Watching the 3 little girls flee in disarray, Shinobu covered her mouth and giggled, seemingly in a very good mood. Under the sunlight, a faint blush appeared on her cheeks. Uchiha Nagi arrived at the train station and boarded a train. Since this world had such convenient transportation, why not use it? This time, no special incidents occurred on the train. Uchiha Nagi arrived safely at his destination, a place called Hakuba Town. After disembarking, the 2 Hino-ranked members accompanying him briefed Uchiha Nagi on some local legends. Often, local myths arose from ignorant villagers being enslaved by demons. According to legend, several hundred years ago, an injured white horse had appeared here and was rescued by a monk. To repay the kindness, the white horse transformed the area into a prosperous land, hence the name Hakuba Town. However, about a dozen years ago, for some unknown reason, this fertile land angered the gods, who brought disaster upon it. Crops failed completely, floods were rampant, and drought was followed by a plague of locusts. Fewer than 1 in 10 of the town's inhabitants survived. Finally, a monk living in the temple sacrificed his life to the gods, at last earning their forgiveness, and the townspeople were thus saved. And that's the gist of it. Later, the townspeople, to commemorate the monk, built a temple for him. Uchiha Nagi nodded. Tonight, you 2 can move about freely. I've rigged this scroll. Open it if you encounter danger. The Hino-ranked slayer nodded. His name was Heiji, the other was Ono. Uchiha Nagi had specifically requested them for this mission because he believed the demon wouldn't be able to defeat Kino-ranked demon slayers and would therefore hide. However, if there was only 1 slayer below Hino rank, the demon would likely show itself. Demons had peculiar tastes, some preferred children, some favored young girls, and others liked physically strong humans, like Demon Slayer Corps members, whose bodies were far stronger than ordinary people due to long-term training with breathing styles. Tonight, the 2 of them were the bait, while Uchiha Nagi would hide in the shadows, waiting for the opponent to reveal themselves. Soon, after nightfall, every household in the town closed its doors, as if some great terror lurked in the night. Even the electric lights in the houses were extinguished. It seemed the recent disappearances had cast a significant psychological shadow over the town's residents. Even the police were helpless. The townspeople either had to leave or silently endure. Although the town was populous and officials tried their best to suppress the news, with someone disappearing every day or 2, rumors eventually spread everywhere. Chapter 58, the most skilled hunters often appear as prey. Heiji and Ono walked cautiously through the town, hands gripping their Nichiren blades, not daring to loosen their hold. Heiji was particularly nervous, his palms sweating incessantly. Along the way, apart from the occasional crow in the sky offering a fleeting sense of security, the darkness only brought him fear. The most skilled hunters often appear in the guise of prey. Listen, Heiji-san, in this battle, the opponent has incredibly strong reconnaissance abilities, or perhaps a precognitive type. Therefore, I cannot appear near you, at least not within the town. So, this is a fishing plan. During the day, Uchiha Nagi's serious face appeared in his mind as they discussed the plan of action. So, I won't be in town, but this scroll contains something that can protect you. If you encounter danger, open it, and I will rush over from outside the town with all my might. You just need to hold on until I arrive, and you'll be safe. According to the plan, if the person was too strong, the opponent wouldn't show themselves. The demon didn't even dare to face Kino-ranked Demon Slayer Corps members, proving it was definitely weaker than Kino-ranked Slayers. However, if the bait was too weak, they might perish before reinforcements could arrive. So, they chose a middle ground, Hino-ranked members as bait. Heiji, being bold and young, had accepted this mission. On one hand, having just joined, he was at that fearless age, much like Tanjiro and the others. On the other hand, they also hoped to latch onto a powerful figure and receive guidance from Uchiha Nagi, the newly promoted Hashira. There were internal rumors within the Demon Slayer Corps that Uchiha Nagi might take the Flame Hashira's place. The previous Flame Hashira had suffered severe internal injuries from his battle with Upper Moon 3 and would be unable to return to the battlefield for several years. Uchiha Nagi, newly promoted and without a designated Hashira title yet, was a Hashira-level powerhouse who also knew flame breathing. With Rengoku-san's recommendation, Uchiha Nagi might become the new Flame Hashira. Most cultivators in the Demon Slayer Corps were like school teachers, one person training dozens. Only a few with exceptional talent, recognized by retired Hashira, would be taken on as personal disciples, receiving one-on-one training. For example, Tanjiro was trained by the retired Water Hashira for 2 years, while Zenitsu and his senior were trained by the retired Thunder Hashira for several years. If they could receive his guidance, then Heiji's talent wasn't bad either, he had reached Hino rank in 2 years. However, when the moment truly arrived, he felt a little scared. Previously, there had always been Kino-ranked members or a Hashira leading the team. Now, he was alone. Moreover, the demons he had slain before were all relatively weak. Now, he was facing an unknown enemy. Heiji patrolled for several hours throughout the night but found nothing. Finally, he grew hungry. Maybe, the opponent ran away. Heiji looked up at the crow in the sky. It was his personal Kasugai crow, simultaneously observing the surroundings for enemies. Ha ha ha, maybe he's scared of me, the great Ono. Ono chuckled happily. After all, so far, no flying demons had ever been discovered. So, as long as the crows flew high enough, they were generally safe. The night was the crow's best cover. Heiji looked at the sky. The first rays of dawn were spreading across the land. The surroundings were becoming visible to the naked eye, no longer so dark. He let out a sigh of relief. Having walked all night, his stomach was empty. He glanced around and saw that a noodle shop owner had just opened his doors. Ah, you're early, customers. Please, come in, come in. Oh my, I didn't expect customers this early. Please wait a moment, I'm still kneading the dough, the owner, a bald man in his 50s, said. He looked very kind and benevolent. Ah, yes. I haven't slept all night, I'm exhausted. Boss, give me a bowl of chashu ramen, Heiji yawned. After a sleepless night, the tension finally eased, and he immediately felt sleepy. Boss, get me a bowl too, with extra meat. Ono called out. All right, please wait a moment, customers, the owner skillfully began to knead the dough and prepare the soup. Before long, the rich aroma of the broth wafted over. Heiji noticed that the owner was wearing a string of Buddhist prayer beads around his neck, which swayed up and down as he kneaded the dough. Boss, did you get your prayer beads from the temple? Heiji asked curiously. Yes, it hasn't been very peaceful at night lately, so I got a string of prayer beads for protection, the owner said, touching the beads on his chest, a kind expression on his face. Soon, a steaming, fragrant bowl of chashu ramen was served and placed in front of Heiji. At this moment, however, Heiji noticed that the prayer beads on the owner's chest weren't new. Instead, they had a polished look from many years of wear, and there were even some dark, blackish marks within the beads. Boss, didn't you say you just got your prayer beads from the temple recently? Why do they look like they've been used for a long time? Heiji asked, puzzled. Ah, yes, it's a long story, the bald owner wiped his sweat, smiled, and sat down to chat with Heiji. These prayer beads, when I was young, I was often sick. My parents went to the temple to pray for my safety. And indeed, thanks to them, I never got sick again. The bald, portly owner looked at the sun shining outside, his face radiating a warmth similar to the sunlight. The master at the temple taught me from a young age to do good deeds and accumulate virtue. I've always been grateful to them for curing my illness and giving me these prayer beads to protect my health. Because every time I got sick, I would see things in my dreams. See things in your dreams? Ono asked curiously, listening to the owner's story while eating his ramen. Yes, I saw some disasters in my dreams, and then they would soon appear in reality. Amazing, right? Unfortunately, after my parents found out about this ability, they forbade me from telling anyone, the owner sighed. Why? Heiji asked, chewing on his chashu. Because those who died in the disasters in my dreams would also die the same way in reality. My parents were afraid I'd be treated as an outcast, burned by the villagers, so they made me keep quiet. Until one day, I had another dream. What dream? I dreamed that people from out of town came to our village to buy grain at a high price. Because the price was several times higher, everyone sold all their grain. Since the grain in the fields would ripen in a few days, the farmers thought it was a windfall. However, in the days leading up to the harvest, heavy rain poured down, and all the grain was destroyed. As a result, after the Great Flood, there was a plague, and with no food, the people in the town starved or died of illness. Fewer than 1 in 100 survived. When I woke up, I told my parents. Our family harvested all the unripe grain in advance. Many villagers laughed at us for being foolish. My parents firmly believed in my dream, but they were hesitant about whether to tell the villagers because this dream of mine was truly terrifying. But at that moment, I looked at the prayer beads on my chest and remembered what the master had told me, to do more good deeds and accumulate virtue. So, I ignored my parents' objections and ran out to tell all the villagers about the dream, urging them to quickly harvest the unripe grain and escape this disaster. Boss, what happened then? Unconsciously, Heiji had become engrossed in the owner's story, not even realizing he had finished the noodles in his bowl. Chapter 59, Prey and Hunter. Later. The bald owner gave a bitter smile. Naturally, no one believed me. Harvesting unripe grain meant a much smaller yield. Then the disaster truly struck. The villagers' entire harvest was destroyed by the torrential rain. And with no grain available to buy in town, people fell sick, starved to death. But what I never expected was them. Thinking of this, the bald owner's face suddenly contorted, becoming as ferocious as a demon. Heiji was startled, his hand instinctively gripping his Nichiren blade. He didn't notice that Ono, beside him, had a strange look in his eyes, seemingly terrified. But when Heiji saw the sunlight shining on the owner, he silently cursed himself for being overly suspicious and lowered his blade. What happened after that? Although a sliver of unease pricked his heart, the sun was out, and Heiji let down his guard. Later. The bald owner sneered. The villagers couldn't find anything to eat. Eventually, someone, I don't know who, took the lead and said that our family had grain. So they all rushed to our house like madmen, snatching every last bit of our food. Not only that, but before leaving, they called me a jinx, said it was all my fault, and then set our house on fire, leaving us homeless. Hearing this, Heiji could only sigh. He was still young and couldn't comprehend the complexities of human nature. Then, boss, how did you survive that famine? After a pause, Heiji couldn't help but ask, his curiosity piqued. Survive. My parents were burned to death by them that very night. Under the sunlight, the bald owner's face grew increasingly strange, one side ferocious, the other benevolent. While the villagers were busy ransacking our house for grain, they threw me into the well. But they never imagined that those ungrateful people would later tie them up and throw them into the burning house to die with them. Weak and sickly as I was, I relied on them to survive that famine. What do you think I ate to stay alive? Hearing this, Heiji was horrified, hastily gripping his sword. You. However, the bald owner remained unhurried, pressing down on Heiji's hand. Don't be anxious, customer. My story isn't finished yet. Later, weak as I was, I painstakingly climbed the mountain and found Hakuba Temple. Afraid of causing trouble for Master Hakuba, I snuck into the temple under the cover of night. I couldn't understand why human nature was like this, why good people didn't receive good fortune. I desperately sought enlightenment from Buddha. However, when I secretly reached Master Hakuba's room, guess what I heard? Wah. What? Only then did Heiji realize his body was weak and powerless, struggling even to draw his sword. Sweat beaded on his forehead in panic. Beside him, Ono, who had been feasting heartily just moments before, sat rigidly, his face already etched with despair. It turned out that Master Hakuba, because I had told him about my dream, knew of my ability. He knew the disaster would definitely come. So he conspired with others, disguised them as merchants, and bought up all the surplus grain in town beforehand. Then, after the disaster struck, he sold it for a huge profit. As he spoke, the bald owner's sneering yet benevolent expression was like a being half Buddha, half demon. My most respected Master Hakuba was actually one of the accomplices in my family's murder. I simply couldn't understand. That night, I stumbled and knelt before the Buddha statue in a daze. Even if I were discovered and beaten to death as a jinx, I wouldn't have cared. I only wanted an answer from Buddha. Later, I was discovered by the monks. Then, to prevent the secret from leaking, Master Hakuba beat me to death and buried me in the woods. That's when that lord appeared. He said to me, if you can't figure it out, then keep thinking until you do. You can take 100 years, 200 years, even 300 years to think. And so, I became a demon, ha 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 ha. Speaking of this, the bald owner sarcastically touched his prayer beads. Those ignorant villagers actually thought Master Hakuba willingly sacrificed himself to save them and avert the disaster. They didn't know he didn't save them from the natural disaster, but he orchestrated them and made one. I captured all the monks and put them on trial before Buddha. I told them, if Buddha showed his divine power and spared them, I wouldn't eat them. If Buddha remained silent, then their sins were heinous. The result, Buddha didn't forgive a single one of them. If I don't descend into hell, who will? So I ate them all, letting them repent within my body for all eternity. Amitabha. After finishing his long story, the bald owner silently picked up his prayer beads and chanted a mantra, his sincere appearance like that of a high monk who had cultivated for many years. Are you not afraid of the sun? Heiji found it difficult even to speak. Ono, who had eaten faster and more eagerly than him, had long since been unable to utter a word. I don't do evil deeds. With my Buddha's protection, why should I fear the sunlight? The bald owner smiled, then deftly cleared the bowls and chopsticks from the table. He then picked up the two men, slung them over his shoulders, and walked into the kitchen. Speaking of which, my ability is quite special. It must be Buddha's blessing. Other demons can't appear in the sunlight, but I can move about freely, ha 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 ha. Because it was just dawn, and the recent disappearances had made people quite anxious, no one else saw the bald owner carry Heiji into the house. In the kitchen, the bald owner smiled, stripped Heiji of all his clothes, and threw his Nichiren blade and the scroll into the furnace. Then, he prayed before a Buddha statue. After reciting a sutra, the bald owner picked up a knife. With a swift motion, Ono's head rolled onto the floor. Another swing, and Ono was dismembered into several large pieces. He turned to look at Heiji. By now, Heiji was unable to speak, only sweat from fear and terror streamed down his face. You see, I've finished praying to Buddha, and Buddha still hasn't spoken to forgive you. So, you are also a sinner. My Buddha is merciful, let me send you to hell to atone for your sins. The bald owner, his face benevolent, raised the butcher knife in his hand, about to bring it down on Heiji's head. At that critical moment, a call came from outside. Boss, anyone in? A bowl of ramen, please. Yes, customer, please wait a moment, I'll be right there. The bald owner beamed, all traces of the high monk vanishing. He casually tossed the butcher knife aside. It landed squarely between Heiji's legs. Puffed. Heiji's eyes widened, bloodshot, his face contorted in pain. Blood slowly pooled between his legs. The bald owner, a white towel draped around his neck, looking particularly clean, walked out of the inner kitchen with a kindly expression and went to the stove outside. The bald owner smiled. You're quite early, customer. What kind of ramen would you like? My ramen here is a specialty, a craft honed over a dozen years. Any bowl will do. Chashu ramen then. All right, customer, please wait a moment, I'll make it for you right away. The bald owner was very nimble. In no time, he had prepared a bowl of chashu ramen and presented it to the impossibly handsome young man before him. Uchiha Nagi picked up a piece of chashu, then suddenly smiled and asked, Boss, this chashu, it wouldn't happen to be made from our meat, would it? Chapter 60, Half-Buddha. Boss, this chashu, it wouldn't happen to be made from our meat, would it? The bald owner wiped the sweat from his head with a white towel and forced a laugh. You must be joking, customer. This little shop has been here for over 10 years. How could we possibly be involved in anything illegal? The shop may have been open for over 10 years, but the person running it might not have been. Another voice came from the inner kitchen, and a second Uchiha Nagi walked out. Customer, you. How are there two of you? The bald owner looked at the Uchiha Nagi who appeared from the kitchen, then at the Uchiha Nagi at the table. The two were identical. Still trying to argue. I could tell you weren't human at a glance. The Uchiha Nagi sitting in the noodle shop's main area directly drew his Nichiren blade, while the Uchiha Nagi at the kitchen entrance held Heiji's Nichiren blade. It turned out that the scroll Uchiha Nagi had given Heiji contained a sealed shadow clone, much like when Naruto opened a scroll after passing the Chunin exams and a Chunin instructor popped out. A shadow clone had been prepared beforehand and sealed inside. This was Uchiha Nagi's protection for the high-ranked members. If they encountered danger and opened the scroll, Uchiha Nagi would rush over with all his might. The shadow clone would buy them time to escape, and the Kasugai crow in the sky would lead Nagi to them. When dawn arrived and sunlight appeared, Heiji had entered the ramen shop to eat. However, his crow didn't go in but patrolled outside. When the crow saw its master being carried into the kitchen on the ramen shop owner's shoulder, it flapped its wings and flew off to find reinforcements. But this bald owner, like a typical talkative villain, insisted on praying to the Buddha statue before making his move. Uchiha Nagi arrived at the critical moment, but he was a step too late. One person had already been killed. And when the scroll thrown into the fire burned, the shadow clone inside also emerged. I'm very curious, why aren't you afraid of the sun? Heiji couldn't move because he ate your noodles, right? You must have put something related to your blood demon art in the noodles, something that causes paralysis, Uchiha Nagi said. Sweat poured down the bald owner's head. Staring at the menacing red eyes before him, he finally buckled under the pressure. His face contorted with ferocity, and he quickly pulled a knife from his stove, stabbing viciously at Uchiha Nagi. Nagi, already in a combat stance, easily dodged the blow and, in the same motion, severed the hand holding the knife. A severed arm flew through the air. The bald owner screamed, clutching his stump, and stumbled out of the ramen shop with surprising agility. Uchiha Nagi frowned. The opponent's strength wasn't bad, about 3 times that of an ordinary person. But what puzzled him was that it was daytime outside, the sun was already up, yet it had absolutely no effect on the owner. "You watch Heiji. I'll go after him," Uchiha Nagi said to his shadow clone. The clone nodded, and the original immediately got up and gave chase. Outside, a few people had begun to appear. After all, this small town wasn't a big city, many people still rose with the sun and rested at dusk. Some people saw the bald owner and were about to greet him warmly when they suddenly noticed his severed hand, bleeding as he stumbled towards them. "Help! Someone's trying to kill me. It's the culprit behind the recent nighttime disappearances." Fear flashed across the bald owner's face. "Everyone, please help me. Call the police." Puffed. While the bald owner was shouting, Uchiha Nagi's blade had already pierced his body again. If it had been Tanjiro and his group, they wouldn't have detected a demonic aura and certainly wouldn't have attacked. "Ah, help, save me. Murder," the bald owner shrieked. "Unfortunately for you, you ran into me. I'm a ninja, not a local of this place," Uchiha Nagi said, his expression emotionless. "The Demon Slayer Corps only kills demons, never humans. They only save people. Even if someone, deluded by a demon, had attacked them, they still wouldn't kill them. This was their principle. Tanjiro was like that." However, Uchiha Nagi came from the ninja world, a world where killing humans was more common than killing demons. Even if this bald owner were truly human, he would kill him without hesitation. From the moment this bald owner drugged the Hino-ranked member, Heiji, paralyzing him and carrying him to the kitchen to prepare to butcher him, Uchiha Nagi had no intention of letting him go. What puzzled him now was that the opponent had absolutely no demonic aura, seemed almost human, and wasn't afraid of sunlight. What was going on? If he were immune to sunlight, Muzan would have devoured him long ago. How could he still be around? Muzan's obsession with becoming a perfect being had lasted for over 1,000 years. If he learned the method, he would probably go mad with joy. "Quick, call the police. There's a murderer here." A farmer carrying a hoe frantically dropped his tool, screamed in terror, and ran off. You stay away, or we won't be polite." The surrounding people, holding whatever they could find for self-defense, trembled as they watched Uchiha Nagi approach. Uchiha Nagi paid no attention to the ordinary people. Instead, he narrowed his eyes, his guard raised to the highest level against the bald owner before him. He always felt that the opponent wouldn't be this simple, but he couldn't pinpoint the problem. The bald owner finally realized that this demon slayer was completely different from the others. He didn't care about public opinion at all, cold and indifferent like a ruthless assassin. Uchiha Nagi remained unmoved even by the patrolling police officers rushing over from the distance, continuing to brutally attack him, swinging his blade. Arg. With a scream, the bald owner's other hand was also severed by Uchiha Nagi. "Stop, or we'll shoot." 2 men in police uniforms pulled out firearms and aimed at Uchiha Nagi, preparing to fire. Uchiha Nagi glanced at them, and his Sharingan's Genjutsu activated. The 2 men stood blankly, then holstered their firearms and slowly walked back the way they came. Seeing that no one could save him, the bald owner finally felt fear. He struggled to his feet, supporting himself with his severed arms, and tried to run. Uchiha Nagi narrowed his eyes, his killing intent palpable. A leg was immediately severed. "Ah! Help, don't kill me, don't kill me. I'm a good person," the bald owner cried, tears streaming down his face. Shoo! A head flew high into the air and then rolled onto the ground. Uchiha Nagi no longer enjoyed torturing his enemies, he beheaded him directly. The bald owner's body immediately stopped moving, lay on the ground, and died. The surrounding onlookers had long since fled. Could he really have been human? Or perhaps deluded? Uchiha Nagi scratched his head, looked up at the sun, and walked away, puzzled. After Uchiha Nagi left, people slowly gathered around. Someone recognized him as the owner of the ramen shop. But the corpse lying on the ground was too horrifying. This murderer was truly cruel, having brutally tortured and dismembered the ramen shop owner. Chapter 61, The Truth About Not Fearing Sunlight. It wasn't long before the authorities finally arrived. Several coroner-like individuals bagged the noodle shop owner and took him away, while a few police officers questioned people in the vicinity. Before long, he was transported to the morgue. The lights flickered on. The noodle shop owner was laid out on an autopsy table. In truth, it was merely a procedural step. With numerous witnesses, the coroner didn't need to go to great lengths to determine the cause of death. How tragic, this person. A coroner wearing glasses remarked, holding a scalpel and performing a cursory examination. No need to investigate further. Cause of death is decapitation from the front. This head. Just as the coroner touched the severed head, its eyes suddenly twitched and turned to look at him. A monster. The coroner, or rather, forensic examiner, was so terrified by the horrifying scene that he wet his pants. In all his years as a medical examiner, he had never encountered anything so dreadful. The head suddenly snapped its mouth open, and a dark shadow shot out from within, lunging swiftly towards the coroner's face. The coroner was scared witless, completely unsure how to dodge. Besides, he was just an ordinary person and couldn't possibly evade something so fast. Swish. At that very moment, a kunai flew swiftly from a corner, grazing the coroner's face by a hair's breadth, and struck the dark shadow dead center, pinning it firmly to the wall. So that's it. Your blood demon art is parasitic. A figure slowly emerged from the corner. Beneath the dim, hazy lights, a pair of red eyes shone with exceptional brightness. It was Uchiha Nagi, who had been concealed. He hadn't been able to figure it out earlier, but that didn't mean he would simply leave. Doubling back for a surprise attack was standard procedure for a ninja. Often, to ensure nothing was overlooked, many ninjas would stealthily lie in wait after a battle to check for any hidden enemy accomplices. Let me go. Let me go. The Buddha will not spare you. A fist-sized ball of flesh struggled desperately. This was the true form of the bald owner. Or rather, it was a parasite-like demon itself. The owner it parasitized was human, which was why it didn't fear sunlight. Because the sunlight couldn't reach its true form. The outer body was not only human but also alive, it was just that its brain had long been devoured by the demon, which then took its place, turning the body into a mere puppet. However, such a flesh puppet couldn't be maintained for long before it would start to decay, so it had to change bodies periodically. No wonder even Jutomioka-san couldn't find you. So your ability is this peculiar, hee. Uchiha Nagi chuckled and walked over. Pathetically weak on its own, but once it parasitized a strong body, it was a different story. However, the upper moons wouldn't fear being parasitized by it. If it dared to parasitize someone like Akaza would probably just smash his own head to get it out. When parasitizing humans, it couldn't find anyone of Hashira-level strength. No wonder Muzan, who yearns for the sun, looks down on you. Your ability is quite useless. I believe you mixed your blood into the ramen, and that's why Heiji couldn't move after eating it, right? Uchiha Nagi took out a scroll, along with several talismans and bindings with sealing effects, similar to what the allied shinobi forces used to seal the Edo Tensei army in the later Great Ninja War. Even for this demon, which only possessed parasitic abilities, he couldn't be careless. It was safer to seal it before taking it away. As for why he didn't just kill it with a Nichiren blade, of course, it was to capture it and take it back as experimental material. The Buddha will punish you. Will punish you. The meatball, or rather, the octopus-like creature, just muttered to itself. Why couldn't I foresee your presence? It's like you appeared out of thin air. Sorry, although I know the answer, I won't tell you, hee. Uchiha Nagi said with a smile, then proceeded to seal it and put it into the scroll to take away. The answer? Of course, it was because Uchiha Nagi was not from this world. Therefore, the demon's ability to foresee impending disasters naturally couldn't predict him. Before leaving, Uchiha Nagi looked up at the terrified coroner with his Sharingan and hypnotized him. It had to be said, the Sharingan was truly convenient at times. Back in the ramen shop's kitchen, Heiji, who had been unable to move, had already been treated by Uchiha Nagi's shadow clone. It wasn't anything major, the clone had just made an incision in his blood vessel and used medical ninjutsu to expel the paralyzing substances from his body along with some blood. Heiji, having lost a fair amount of blood, had a dazed expression. He stared blankly at the ceiling, feeling the intense pain from his lower body, wondering if he was going to become a eunuch. He simply couldn't accept this reality, it was worse than dying in battle. Hey, what are you spacing out for? Bandage your wound yourself. Don't let it touch water for a while, and don't go looking at pretty women. Uchiha Nagi said with a look of disdain, tossing him a bottle of medicine and some bandages. Huh? Heiji looked bewildered. What huh? It's just a layer of skin that was cut. Your little brother will develop healthier now that it's exposed. Don't you guys have circumcision surgery here? Uchiha Nagi finished, casually tossing him a pair of pants he'd borrowed from somewhere on the road. Huh? Skin. I'm not a eunuch. Heiji sat up joyfully, lifted his covering, and looked between his legs. Ah, ha, it's still there. It's still there. Senpai, this is great. My little brother is still here. Watching the boy dance around for joy like an idiot, Uchiha Nagi decided to pretend he didn't know him. Afterward, Uchiha Nagi used his Kasugai Crow to report the matter to the Demon Slayer Corps' logistics team, stating that the situation was resolved. He also informed them about the target's abilities and that there were some remaining Nichiren blade fragments at the ramen shop, left behind by members the demon had previously killed. By evening, someone from the Demon Slayer Corps' logistics had arrived and taken care of the subsequent troubles, so Uchiha Nagi didn't need to handle the aftermath. He and Heiji, who had performed meritoriously this time, were already on a train, preparing to head back. Upon returning this time, Uchiha Nagi planned to visit the stone Hashira, Gyomei Heimjima, to seek his guidance and train, and then return to the ninja world to retrieve what was originally his. Gyomei Heimjima was one of the 9 Hashira who had cultivated his physical body to its peak. Standing at 2.2 meters tall, he was a complete giant, wielding a flail and axe, yet his movements were incredibly agile. Due to tragic past experiences, he deeply mistrusted children and young people, though he was later persuaded by the protagonist's talk no jutsu. Even more incredibly, he was blind in both eyes, fighting entirely based on his hearing and senses. He was only half a step away from the transparent world, and finally, in the life and death battle against Upper Moon 1, after striving with all his might and enduring immense pain, he directly awakened it. And on that night, Akaza, after being decapitated, relied on his body's instincts to unleash his destructive death techniques, also coming just one step short. The Flame Hashira, who had likewise gained deep understanding from and copied that battle, and Uchiha Nagi, were both in the same position, just one step away themselves. Sometimes, a distance of just one step requires taking over 900 more to reach. It's about time I made a trip back. Chapter 62, Ancient Martial Arts of This World. Senpai. On the road, the C-rank demon slayer, Heiji Hattori, hesitated before asking in a low voice. About my injury, could you please not tell anyone? After speaking, he lowered his head, his face beet red. If word of something like this got out, he'd probably be laughed at by his Demon Slayer Corps colleagues for the rest of his life, becoming a running joke for their daily banter. That, for him, would be a scene of utter social mortification. Huh. What did you say? Uchiha Nagi looked up, giving Heiji a deadpan fish-eyed stare, a puzzled expression on his face. Ah, it's nothing, nothing. It's best if you don't remember, ha ha ha, yes, it's nothing at all, Heiji said cheerfully. This mission could be considered a relatively successful completion, despite the one sacrifice. Nagi was currently perusing some historical accounts of this world. Although it wasn't as developed as the ninja world, many wondrous things had appeared here. For example, Muzan was once a frail and sickly human who remained so into adulthood. Then, the doctor treating him somehow procured a miraculous medicine that directly altered his constitution, making him a healthy human. Unfortunately, the medicine had a side effect: he couldn't be exposed to sunlight. Muzan, who had long suffered from illness, had already lost any human sense of gratitude. When he discovered he couldn't consume human food but could grow stronger by eating humans, he completely degenerated, even brutally killing the doctor who had cured him. However, while this world lacked chakra, extraordinary powers like battle aura and sword arts did exist. After Muzan began creating subordinates to find a way to overcome his weakness to sunlight, many righteous martial artists and swordsmen possessing these extraordinary powers started to hunt down these man-eating demons. But why they all gradually disappeared later, leaving only swordsmen who used breathing styles, that is, the Demon Slayer Corps, was an easy answer to deduce. Martial artists had no advantage against the immortal demons. Even if they destroyed their brains and hearts, the demons could still fight. The same went for swordsmen initially. Later, perhaps a swordsman's blade was forged from sun ore, and it was discovered that severing a demon's neck with such ore could eliminate them. Thus, a second method of killing them, besides sunlight, emerged. Gradually, various martial artists began to decline, replaced by swordsmen wielding Nichiren blades. Then, through a historical accident, Yuriichi Tsujikuni, born innately with access to the transparent world, created the strongest breathing style, sun breathing. He then taught sun breathing to all demon-hunting swordsmen. But the requirements for sun breathing were too demanding, so gradually, some swordsmen of great wisdom created various other breathing styles derived from it. What Uchiha Nagi was currently reading about were legends of martial arts schools that existed before breathing styles appeared. The reason he could copy Akaza's techniques was precisely because Akaza used human martial arts. The difference was that without a powerful physique and strong recovery abilities, forcibly using the later forms would have side effects similar to Rock Lee opening the fourth gate right at his debut. Even so, Uchiha Nagi was still very fond of the martial arts of this world. To master the strengths of 100 schools could lead to one's own enlightenment. Of course, in this time period, even firearms had appeared, so those martial artists had faded even further into obscurity. Uchiha Nagi read on, interested in some of this world's history. For example, a demonic blade called Manuanmaru had once appeared in this world. The user of this blade could make 3 wishes on it, all of which had to be used for battle, guaranteeing victory each time. After the 3 wishes were used, the wisher would suffer a backlash and die a horrible death. Also, before Musen's appearance, the martial artists here had flourished, with 100 schools of thought contending. Among them was a forbidden technique called Celestial Ladder to the Other Shore, Soaring Dragon Ascension. This was a combat technique that utilized the opponent's momentum, guiding it through 5 elements 8 trigrams footwork to create a tornado-like attack to defeat the enemy. More powerfully, it was created for use on the battlefield. The more people and the stronger the killing intent and momentum, the more terrifying its destructive power. There was another art, similar to a monstrous strength fist, called Explosive Acupressure Point Strike. Using a single finger, one could gather bodily energy and strike, capable of shattering mountains and crushing stones. Interesting. If these things can be found, that would truly be interesting. Uchiha Nagi looked at the book with keen interest. It had been brought from the Ubuyashiki estate, so the records within were genuine, though the arts themselves had been lost to time. Not just these, even sun breathing had been lost to the Ubuyashiki family. A faint smile played on Uchiha Nagi's lips. It didn't matter if they were lost, as long as he knew who created them. Because the ninja world had a jutsu called Edo Tensei. Did the second Hokage truly invent over 1,000 forbidden jutsu himself? With his intellect, wouldn't he have made deals with the powerful deceased he resurrected, learning their forbidden techniques? Therefore, Uchiha Nagi had already made up his mind. When he returned to the ninja world, the first thing he would acquire was Edo Tensei. Then, he would reincarnate the founder of Demon Slayer's Sun Breathing, learn everything from him, and then learn from others. If he were to reincarnate the powerful figures from the ninja world's wars, they would be suspicious and wouldn't teach him their forbidden jutsu. It was better to seek out people from this world. However, how to obtain the improved Edo Tensei 2.0 version from that snake Orochimaru, and Kabuto Yakushi's later 3.0 version, was a difficult problem. That venomous snake Orochimaru was not an easy person to deal with. One careless move, and ending up double-crossed like the 4th Kazekage was a common occurrence. I'm planning to go train with Jyomi Himejima-san. Do you want to come along? Uchiha Nagi asked Heiji. Can I, senpai? That would be great. I'd be so grateful to go with you. The C-rank cannon fodder, Heiji Hattori, beamed with delight. Then let's go together. Upon returning to the Butterfly Mansion, Nagi learned that after a period of his special training, Inosuke and the other 2 had formed a team and gone out on a mission with Tanjiro. Uchiha Nagi directly approached Ubuyashiki to explain the situation. Ubuyashiki had also written to Jyomi Himejima, who had agreed. Nagi-kun, you've returned safely. That's wonderful, Shinobu Kocho said with a joyful expression upon seeing Uchiha Nagi. It was just a fellow with some peculiar abilities, not very strong, so it was resolved quite easily. Uchiha Nagi also smiled and nodded. Next, I plan to go to Jyomi Himejima-san's place to train for about half a month to a month, and then I'll return to my homeland to deal with some matters. Is that so? Please wait a moment, I'll get you some healing medicine, Shinobu Kocho said, and with a swoosh, she disappeared. When she reappeared, she was holding a small package. Thank you, Shinobu-san. Uchiha Nagi didn't stand on ceremony, accepting it with a slight smile. I wish you success in your training. Oh, and I should thank you too. I think I'm starting to get a feel for chakra. I've managed to sense a tiny bit of it these past few days, Shinobu Kocho said with a smile. Uchiha Nagi nodded, unsure what to say next. After a moment's pause, he finally thought of something. Keep up the good work. Well, I'll be going then. Hee hee. After Uchiha Nagi left, Shinobu Kocho covered her mouth and giggled. After bidding farewell to Shinobu Kocho at the Butterfly Mansion, Uchiha Nagi headed towards Jyomi Himejima's training ground, located in a large mountain range with a waterfall. Chapter 63, Return to the Ninja World. Jyomi Himejima-san, thank you for this month of training. You've made me considerably stronger. Uchiha Nagi bowed deeply to the men, his gratitude genuine. He had initially planned to train for half a month, but it ended up stretching to a full month because Himejima's training was simply too effective. Among the 9 Hashira, Jyomi Himejima might not have been the fastest, nor his attacks the sharpest, but his physical body was undoubtedly tempered to the absolute extreme. A giant standing at 2.2 meters, wielding a flail and axe, he'd roar, Namu Amida Butsu, and crash down on his target, the very image of a wrathful Vajra. Alas, he had no wrathful eyes, for he was blind. But this was precisely what Uchiha Nagi admired most, a man blind in both eyes whose strength had soared to the Hashira level. In the later stages, even Muzan would lament that Jyomi Himejima's physique was the most formidable he had encountered in centuries. He couldn't see, yet he could sense his surroundings, using all his body's senses except sight to assess the situation. If one didn't look at his eyes, one would never guess he was blind. The Buddha is merciful. With every bit of strength humanity gains, the possibility of Musen's eradication increases. Uchiha-san, there is no need for thanks, Jyomi Hime-jima said, tears streaming down his face as he pressed his palms together. Speaking of which, it is Uchiha-san who has astonished me. Your body's ability to endure such intense training, your battle aura growing stronger day by day, it is truly a blessing for the Demon Slayer Corps. During the muscle enhancement training, Uchiha Nagi had given Jyomi Hime-jima too many surprises. Possessing white Zetsu cells, Nagi's physical recovery was astonishingly rapid. Moreover, the high-intensity training unlocked his body's potential, allowing the white Zetsu cells to fully exert their effects, causing Uchiha Nagi's chakra to increase daily. Thus, in Hime-jima's perception, the battle aura within Uchiha Nagi's body grew stronger with each passing day. Little did he know, Uchiha Nagi had been constantly analyzing and copying his abilities with his Sharingan. To see through and analyze the operational principles of things. The essence of this ability lay in these two aspects, seeing through and analyzing. Uchiha Nagi spent an entire month analyzing Jyomi Hime-jima's perceptual ability, which was just half a step away from the transparent world. This kind of ability, like the transparent world itself, wasn't a skill that could be copied simply by seeing through it. So, Uchiha Nagi could only analyze it repeatedly. Finally, with Jyomi Hime-jima's help, he attempted to forsake his strongest asset, the Sharingan's dynamic vision. He blindfolded himself with a strip of cloth and underwent special training. Through relentless effort, he successfully mastered the ability to fight with his eyes closed. Uchiha Nagi couldn't help but think of Madara. After his resurrection, when his Rinnegan from Edo Tensei shattered, Madara fought a host of enemies with his eyes closed without any pressure. Had he too reached a state similar to the transparent world? So, Madara didn't actually need the Mangekyo's dynamic vision in battle, the Rinnegan was merely for its special abilities. Disregarding the Rinnegan's powers, Madara's strength was virtually unchanged whether his eyes were open or closed. Even without eyes, his Susanoo could be activated, even if he couldn't see his enemies, he could still fight. He could even effortlessly dodge a surprise attack from the Flying Thunder God technique. This made Uchiha Nagi greatly covet the power of the transparent world, a state and ability akin to the Taoist Heavenly Eye or the Buddhist Mind's Eye. The transparent world had different names in different worlds, the Taoist Heavenly Eye, the Buddhist Mind's Eye, but upon careful analysis, they were all very similar, a way of perceiving the world with one's heart. Jyomi Hime-jima had practiced Buddhist Dharma for many years and was blind, which was why he possessed this ability. However, he was still one step away from the transparent world. Nagi estimated that only a truly cathartic life-and-death battle would allow him to cross that final step. Jyomi Hime-jima-san, please give this to Ubuyashiki-san. It's something I've researched, containing production materials and an introduction. I believe it will be of great help to the Demon Slayer Corps. Uchiha Nagi handed him a scroll. This scroll would release its contents upon being opened, requiring no chakra input. Will it help the Demon Slayer Corps? That's wonderful. Namu Amida Butsu. May I ask what is inside? Jyomi Hime-jima inquired. Nothing much, just a type of ultraviolet lamp, Uchiha Nagi said with a smile, then proceeded to explain it to Jyomi. After capturing the bald ramen shop owner and other demons, Uchiha Nagi had been relentlessly studying these vampire-like creatures. Garlic, crucifixes, ultraviolet light, silver, he had tried them all. He finally discovered that ultraviolet light was effective against them, but not enough to kill them. The technology of this world was comparable to the period around World War I, ultraviolet light had not yet been invented. But Uchiha Nagi was different, he was a transmigrator. He knew that sunlight contained ultraviolet rays. So, through a series of studies, he developed UV lamps and experimented on his captured subjects. He found that UV light burned them like fire. It was useful, but it couldn't kill them. Uchiha Nagi was also helpless in this regard, sunlight contained many things besides just ultraviolet rays. Still, it was enough. If Demon Slayer Corps members below the Kino rank were equipped with UV lamps, then any demon below the rank of the 12 Kazuki would be in for a tough time. Before a fight even began, a barrage of UV lamps shining like lasers could weaken them. Then, during the battle, if a few teammates continuously shone flashlights on the demon, it would be like having a host of support. Thinking about how the bullets Genya Shinazugawa used in his firearm were made of sun ore, Uchiha Nagi wondered what would happen if he created hand grenades filled with small steel pellets made of the same material as Nichiren blades. After listening to Uchiha Nagi's explanation, Jyomi Hime-jima was moved to tears again. He clutched the scroll excitedly, this invention was practically a godsend for the lower-ranked members. The thought that so many lower-ranked members wouldn't have to be sacrificed each year made Jyomi incredibly happy. Uchiha-san, you must have been sent by the Buddha to end Musen. I have a premonition that Musen will be completely annihilated by our generation of Hashira. Hee hee, you're too kind. Well, I shall take my leave then. By the way, I have one more thing to entrust to you, Uchiha Nagi said. Please speak. Could I trouble you to tell Obuyashiki-san to help search for the grave of the founder of sun-breathing, Yoriichi Tsujikuni? If it can be found, I might have a way to end Muzan when I return. With that, Uchiha Nagi vanished from Jiomei Himajima's bewildered senses. He used the body flicker technique to leave, stopping after covering some distance. Let's begin. With nearly 6 or 7 units of chakra this time, I probably won't deplete my chakra and pass out, Uchiha Nagi muttered to himself. Then, with a whoosh, he silently disappeared from this world. Chapter 64, Land of Hot Water Naruto World. When he first arrived, it was 1 unit of chakra. After awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan, it became 2 units. After integrating white Zetsu cells and then undergoing a long period of training, especially the muscle training with the stone Hashira, Jiomei Himejima, his chakra had increased to 6 units. Moreover, with his breathing style operating continuously, 24 hours a day, Uchiha Nagi's body also gradually strengthened, and his chakra also grew bit by bit. Now, his energy reserves were equivalent to 6 Kakashis. Poor Kakashi. At 12, he had the chakra of a Jonin. By 20, he had become much stronger, yet his mana pool remained the same. Approaching 30, his strength had increased, but his mana still seemed unchanged. Where is this? Uchiha Nagi looked up at his surroundings. He had just activated his Sharingan's ability, Mind Teleporter, and returned to the Naruto world. Still the familiar scent, the aura of slaughter, like a flower about to bloom at dawn. Uchiha Nagi closed his eyes and took a deep breath. The air here was exceptionally clear, completely devoid of any industrial smell. Although he was surrounded by forest, Uchiha Nagi could still feel, with a strange sixth sense, that this was the ninja world. From the first step into this world, I can't let my guard down for a moment. After reflecting for a minute, Uchiha Nagi immediately used the transformation jutsu to change into an ordinary person. Because in the ninja world, not only were Konoha's umbu hunting him, but there were also bounty hunters, like a certain money-grubbing Kakuzu. Whether eating or drinking, he had to be careful. Being a ninja was never an upright profession, poisoning in secret and setting traps were commonplace. Although Uchiha Nagi himself was a medical ninja, he couldn't guarantee he could detect all poisons. For some geniuses, creating colorless and odorless poisons was easy. For example, Jiraiya had once been poisoned by Tsunade. Uchiha Nagi carried a bundle on his back and had his Nichiren blade tied to his waist, resembling a wandering swordsman. It wasn't strange to carry a sword in the ninja world, even ordinary people could. However, wearing a forehead protector was different. Only people from ninja villages were allowed to wear them. This was an unwritten rule. Of course, he wasn't that foolish. Since he was a rogue ninja, wearing a forehead protector with a scratch through it was like openly telling everyone, "There's a rogue ninja here, come and get me." People from other villages and bounty hunters wouldn't mind making some easy money if they came across a rogue ninja. This was what Uchiha Nagi found most puzzling, why so many rogue ninjas like to flaunt their identities openly. Perhaps Kishimoto was just a manga artist who dug plot holes but didn't bother to fill them. Pedestrians hurried along the road. Some villagers carrying hoes, upon seeing Uchiha Nagi's sword, fearfully kept their distance. This made it difficult for Uchiha Nagi to even ask for information. He looked around and spotted a farmer resting in the shade of a tree not far off. He'd do. "Hello, I'd like to ask something." "Ah. I'm sorry, I don't have any money. Please spare me." Before Uchiha Nagi could finish, the farmer knelt and begged for mercy, leaving Nagi speechless. This was the cruel ninja world. The class hierarchy was incredibly rigid, ninjas at the top, samurai and unaffiliated ninjas in the middle, and commoners at the bottom, who were often the most miserable. Sigh. Uchiha Nagi sighed, then directly activated his Sharingan and began questioning, simple and crude. "What country is this?" The villager, hypnotized by the Sharingan, blankly replied, "This is the land of hot water." "The land of hot water? So that's where I am. Where is the nearest town?" "Follow the road southeast. It's over 5 kilometers from here." After questioning him, Uchiha Nagi directly implanted a suggestion, making him forget this memory, then got up and left. As for not being in the land of fire, it was probably because his position was different when he activated his ability, so his destination changed. What Uchiha Nagi needed to do now was go to a nearby black market, gather some intelligence, find out how long it had been since he left Konoha, and then decide his next move. His purpose for this trip was threefold: first, to obtain Edo Tensei; second, to buy some chakra-conductive metal, to see if it could be combined with sun ore in the swordsmith village to create a different kind of Nichiren blade; third, to gain experience, challenge some of the strong individuals in the ninja world, and copy their techniques. Among them, Uchiha Nagi was most curious about the Raikage lineage. Did they cultivate the lightning release chakra mode to obtain their powerful physique, or did they need that powerful physique first to be able to cultivate the lightning release chakra mode? However, looking at the entire land of lightning, it seemed only the Raikage father and son passed it down through generations. The conservative idea of not passing it to outsiders was one aspect, the second was that the difficulty was too high, and among those they could teach, their own people or students, none could learn it. Just like the Flying Thunder God, classified as an S-rank forbidden jutsu, was it really impossible to find a third person besides the fourth Hokage who could learn it? Probably not. The reason was likely that same conservative mindset, if not a direct disciple or a son, it basically wouldn't be taught to them. Then, even if an ordinary person had the talent to learn the Flying Thunder God, without the opportunity to encounter or learn it, their talent would naturally go unnoticed. However, trying to copy from the Raikage will be a bit difficult, as a Kage rarely leaves their village carelessly. Uchiha Nagi muttered to himself. Charge indirectly. Impossible. Kumogakure isn't without its sealing squads. Attacking a village without being beyond Kage level is very dangerous. Soon, Uchiha Nagi arrived at a town. In any world, taverns were always the best places to gather information. Uchiha Nagi walked into a tavern. About a dozen ronin with swords were gathered here, along with a few ninjas from smaller villages, identifiable by their forehead protectors. The crowd was clearly segregated by status, the sword-carrying ronin in one group, wandering ninjas in another, and a few rogue ninjas also formed a small clique. Among them, the rogue ninjas from major villages commanded the most awe from those around. Uchiha Nagi now roughly understood why rogue ninjas would swagger around openly wearing their forehead protectors, it was a form of intimidation in itself. As long as their luck wasn't bad enough to run into an Umbu pursuit unit, living well in smaller countries wasn't an issue. And people like Kakuzu were only interested in high-value bounties, he wouldn't even glance at those with low rewards. Innkeeper, give me the latest bounty book. Uchiha Nagi walked up to the innkeeper. He could sense that the man possessed chakra at a genin level. But judging from the scars on his face and hands, his combat prowess was likely at the chunin level. Certainly, customer. The innkeeper cheerfully rummaged behind the counter and handed Uchiha Nagi a small booklet. That'll be 2,000 ryo. All right. Chapter 65, value, 2.5 asumas. Uchiha Nagi didn't haggle, directly taking out the ninja world currency he had from before his escape and counting out 2,000 ryo to hand over. The shopkeeper then gave him a small booklet, on which were printed the heads of wanted individuals and their prices. The technological level of the ninja world wasn't low, so it was even printed in color. Uchiha Nagi flipped through it. The black market had thoughtfully categorized the ninjas, with rogue ninjas from the major villages ranked at the very front. From Konoha, the highest bounty was for himself. Uchiha Nagi smirked, 50 million ryo. 2.5 asumas. Asuma's bounty seemed to be 20 million. And Itachi was ranked after Asuma, at 15 million. The reason for such different prices was likely that Asuma had the Hokage's son bonus, while Itachi, despite his immense strength in slaughtering an entire clan, Konoha was unwilling to pay too much for. As for himself, it was obvious, the third Hokage and Danzo were desperate to kill him, the fish that slipped through the net, so they kept raising the price, all the way to 50 million. TSK, 2.5 asumas already. They're really rich, Uchiha Nagi said sarcastically. Flipping further, he saw some rogue ninjas from other villages. Among them, Momochi Zabuza from Kirigakure caught Uchiha Nagi's attention. He was wanted by the Land of Water for his failed assassination attempt on the 4th Mizukage. Kirigakure itself was experiencing multiple rebellions, with many Kekkei Genkai clans involved and currently being purged on a large scale. Uchiha Nagi compared the timeline. He couldn't remember everything with computer-like clarity, but he still recalled that Orochimaru had abducted Kimimaro during the Kagaya clan's rebellion. Should he get involved? Have you heard? Recently on the black market, there have been many missions to acquire Kekkei Genkai orphans, a few wandering ninjas were whispering. Why such missions? Of course, it's because of the 4th Mizukage's Great Purge. Many Kekkei Genkai clans in the Land of Water are being cleansed, so naturally, many have fled. Now, the other major countries, including some smaller ones, are offering big money for these scattered Kekkei Genkai clan members. Once they're brought into their villages, TSK, in a few years, a new Kekkei Genkai will be born. One of the wandering ninjas, with a scar on his face, sneered, that's not for sure. Didn't Konoha wipe out its own Uchiha clan more than a year ago? TSK, it said they killed everyone from the elderly to the children. So ruthless. Yeah, such a powerful Kekkei Genkai clan, wiped out just like that. I heard that since then, no clan has dared to defy Konoha's 3rd Hokage. Let's go stake out the borders of the Land of Water. See if we can get lucky and pick up a few escaped Kekkei Genkai members. Selling them to the black market will make us rich. The more the wandering ninjas talked, the more spirited and excited they became. Not just them, even a few ninjas who had defected from major countries looked tempted. After all, when you're out and about, everything costs money. Even if ninjas could hunt for food and drink, paper bombs, kunai, and soldier pills still required money. And what about healing medicines? These were all special supplies, unavailable in ordinary civilian shops. Shops that did sell them were basically run by merchants who were also ninjas. One couldn't always rely on stealing and robbing. So, even a great hero on the road couldn't escape the need for money. Then let's go. Uchiha Nagi closed the booklet. He definitely wanted to collect the Kagaya clan's genes. Moreover, he was also interested in obtaining the Edo Tensei ninjutsu from Orochimaru. With Edo Tensei, digging up graves and making deals with the dead would be much easier than dealing with the living. Uchiha Nagi remembered that Haku also seemed to be from one of the purged clans, though it was earlier. His mother had fled, changed her name, and hidden for several years, even marrying and having a child. But where was he? Apart from knowing it was on a bridge, Uchiha Nagi had no clue. The land of water was so vast, with so many bridges. What kind of heaven-defying luck would it take to find this child? Forget it, he'd just go directly to the land of water and look for Kimimaro. This child, Kimimaro, had awakened his Kekkei Genkai too early and ended up with a genetic disease, dying prematurely. However, Uchiha Nagi had a different idea. If he could supplement the defects in Kimimaro's genes, could he save him? A Kage-level prospect, with even greater potential than Haku, and fiercely loyal, missing out on such a subordinate would be a lifetime regret. Orochimaru couldn't cure Kimimaro's genetic disease because he lacked sufficient information. But Nagi was different. He knew that the Byakugan and Shikatsumiyaku shared the same ancestor. If he could acquire a pair of pure Byakugan for Kimimaro to implant, coupled with medical techniques, perhaps he could resolve his genetic illness. At that time, would the purest form of an atavistic Shikatsumiyaku user, like that fellow on the moon, directly soar to the Six Paths level? Hamura and Hagoromo, though twins, inherited different abilities, one from their mother's clan, the other more like an inheritance of the god tree's power. But essentially, they shared the same parents, their inherited genes had merely taken different paths. No sooner said than done. Uchiha Nagi closed the booklet and headed to a ninja supply shop in town to purchase some items, including a map of the land of water. For this overseas island nation, maps weren't as difficult to buy as those for the land of fire or land of wind. Islands were simple, once you set out to sea, there were paths everywhere. Defending against incursions was futile. Moreover, most ninjas from the land of water were predominantly water release users. Even if Konoha launched a sneak attack, they'd still have to travel by boat. And fighting water release ninjas in a place surrounded by water was asking for a disadvantage. This was why, while the continental ninja nations fought until their brains were splattered, the land of water had managed to preserve its full strength. Its geographical advantage meant it didn't need to worry about others attacking. That'll be, for 200 paper bombs, 600 each, a total of 120,000. These few kunai and shuriken, consider them a gift. The shop owner squinted, rubbing his hands gleefully as he settled the bill with Uchiha Nagi. Uchiha Nagi bought some paper bombs, a few kunai, and shuriken. As for soldier pills, he didn't plan to buy them here. Soldier pills from a small place couldn't be guaranteed, their quality was indistinguishable from their appearance, and he feared getting diarrhea. Uchiha Nagi planned to buy them in a larger city. Paper bombs were relatively simpler, substandard ones couldn't have chakra sealed into them to become explosives. But even so, the items in this small town were outrageously expensive. In a large city, a paper bomb cost 300 ryo, but here the price was doubled. Uchiha Nagi couldn't help but curse profiteer inwardly. After Uchiha Nagi left, a few figures quietly followed him. They had seen him take out his money when he made the purchase. Chapter 66, First Battle. Since ancient times, not flaunting one's wealth has been the safest practice. Once exposed, it attracts the covetous gazes of countless greedy individuals. When Uchiha Nagi was purchasing supplies, several wandering ninjas had been secretly watching him. Upon seeing him easily take out over 100,000 ryo, their eyes practically bulged. The few of them exchanged glances and tacitly departed first. Little did they know, after awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan, Uchiha Nagi's sixth sense had become exceptionally sensitive. Moreover, after learning the Buddhist heavenly eye from the stone Hashira, his perception of those around him had grown even sharper. He left the small town in the land of hot water, heading towards the land of water. Since the land of hot water's border was coastal, he could reach the land of water after setting out to sea. Although the land of water was isolated overseas, it couldn't completely cut off all trade for supplies. At the very least, they frequently traded for grain from the mainland, with the land of fire being a major supplier. Therefore, Uchiha Nagi planned to travel to the land of water aboard a merchant ship. With his Mangekyo Sharingan, it was incredibly simple to sneak onto a merchant vessel unnoticed. Walking into a small grove, Uchiha Nagi suddenly stopped and called out faintly to his surroundings, "Come out. I know you're ambushing me there." A gentle breeze rustled through the grove, making a soft shasa sound, as if nothing had happened. "Umph. In that case, allow me to draw you out." Uchiha Nagi took out several kunai and threw them. In the woods, the few individuals hiding using various stealth techniques immediately leaped out. Nonsense, if they didn't jump out, the paper bombs would blow them to bits. The wandering ninjas quickly vacated their original positions. Just as the kunai with paper bombs struck where they had been, several explosions occurred. Well, to think we were discovered. Looks like this fat sheep isn't so easy to fleece, a wandering ninja with 2 scars on his face said, drawing his katana. "Hey, hand over your money obediently, and we'll let you go. How about it? We have 2 chunin here, you know," another bald, burly man sneered. "Ants can kill an elephant." In their eyes, how could they be so lucky as to encounter a jonin? Jonin were sought-after individuals in ninja villages or by the daimyos of smaller countries. Besides, this wandering samurai before them didn't even have a forehead protector. That was right, without a forehead protector, Uchiha Nagi was mistaken for a wandering samurai. Generally speaking, wandering samurai weren't weak, but most, like those from the Land of Iron, were specialized. Their close combat taijutsu and swordsmanship were very strong, but they didn't have much of an advantage against more versatile ninjas, unless they were like Guy or White Fang, who had trained their taijutsu and swordsmanship to the peak. Water style. Fire style. Shuriken. Kunai. The few desperately poor wandering ninjas didn't even have paper bombs tied to their kunai and shuriken. A few fireballs, a water-style jutsu, and a pile of retrievable shuriken and kunai, Uchiha Nagi couldn't even be bothered to deal with them. He placed his right hand on his sword, took a deep breath, and the air he exhaled carried faint traces of lightning. Thunder breathing, first form, thunderclap and flash, 8-fold. Boom. A clap of thunder resounded from his original position. Uchiha Nagi's body transformed into a streak of golden lightning and flashed past. The wandering ninjas didn't react at all, they only saw the golden lightning flash by, followed by a sharp pain in their necks. Ugh. My neck. The scar-faced wandering ninja who spoke first clutched his neck and collapsed in disbelief. So strong. The second, bald ninja barely managed to utter a sentence, gurgling sounds coming from his mouth as he could no longer breathe. He too fell, an unwilling expression on his face. What kind of swordsmanship is this? Why couldn't I dodge it? The last, a samurai-like wandering ninja, was the chunin of their group. He had seen it, but he couldn't evade it. Just be more careful in your next life, Uchiha Nagi said faintly, then sheathed his sword and walked away. He didn't even bother to loot the bodies. These dirt-poor wandering ninjas definitely wouldn't have much money on them. Besides, people in the ninja world were trap fanatics. Who knew if they had a few paper bombs strapped to their bodies even in death, waiting to ensnare those who came to loot them. Therefore, the first thing a novice ninja learned was not to be greedy and loot corpses. Experienced ninjas always used shadow clones to test the waters when looting. Not long after Uchiha Nagi left, a second group arrived. They were several rogue ninjas with scratched forehead protectors. They had originally planned to be the oriole stalking the cicada, but instead, they found a scene littered with corpses. TSK, looks like they encountered a formidable opponent. Every one of them was killed with a single strike, one of the ninjas observed, a cold sweat breaking out on his brow. If they hadn't decided to wait a bit longer before coming, they might have ended up dead alongside this group of wandering ninjas. Humph, not just that. Look at everyone's position, the direction they were facing, and how they died. It proves they were all killed while facing the enemy head-on. Terrifying swordsmanship. They didn't even have time to flee. The lead ninja took one look and concluded that this group had been annihilated in a single move. As for how one move could successively kill several people scattered in different locations, he couldn't figure out who possessed such swordsmanship, aside from the already deceased White Fang of Konoha, or perhaps Hanzo. At that moment, a burly man nearly 2 meters tall excitedly squatted beside a ninja, opened his pack, and began looting. Idiot. Don't touch anything randomly. The leader, upon seeing this, couldn't help but curse loudly. Boom. A loud explosion. The wandering ninjas who had been too poor to use paper bombs to kill Uchiha Nagi had actually hidden a trap in their own packs. The 2-meter-tall brute was now a mangled mess of flesh and blood, barely breathing. Humph, that idiot. Better off dead. Recruit fewer fools like him in the future, the leader said angrily. But boss, brainless idiots like him make excellent cannon fodder. Although there was a small interlude, it didn't affect Uchiha Nagi's mood. This was how it was in the ninja world, anything could happen when you were out and about. Ninjas were actually a relatively better group. The commoners were the most miserable. Some ninjas with malicious intent or overwhelming lust would vent their desires in remote villages. Although commoners in large countries paid heavy taxes and lived extremely hard lives, it was still much better than in small countries. At least their lives were relatively safe. Chapter 67, The Legendary Sucker. The land of hot water truly lived up to its name as a nation of hot springs. With numerous small volcanoes, it was abundant in hot springs, making it a tourist country. Throughout the several great ninja wars, it had always maintained a neutral stance. However, precisely because of its harsh environment, its agricultural output wasn't very high. It relied entirely on its tourism economy. And in this world, there was no mass production of little umbrellas. Even if there were, commoners probably couldn't afford them, so the population kept increasing. This led to the people of the land of hot water, in their pursuit of an ideal paradise, giving birth to many beliefs and cults, among which was Haydn's Jashinism. Honestly, Uchiha Nagi didn't quite understand the people of this cult. Why choose such an unpleasant name? Would anyone dare to join a religion with evil, Ja, in its name upon hearing it? Uchiha Nagi bought a horse and rode towards the coast. The land of hot water bordered the land of fire on one side and the sea on the other. Beyond the sea lay the land of water. Upon reaching a city called Nagawa, Uchiha Nagi stopped. He planned to replenish his supplies in a large city. Before he even neared the city gates, a strangely dressed person thrust a flyer into his hand. "Sir, please be sure to take a look. Join our Jashin cult. Uchiha Nagi. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear." And recruiting people so openly, was that really okay? Looking around, there were commoners dressed in sackcloth who paid no heed to these proselytizers, and peddlers in simple work clothes who took the flyers and hurriedly carried their goods on their shoulders into the city. Everyone seemed to be used to it. Uchiha Nagi didn't dwell on it further and walked directly into the city, wondering where to get some money. He hadn't taken many steps when he saw a crowd gathered at the entrance of a shop with gambling written on it, muttering about some legendary fat sheep. Fat sheep? I'll go take a look. Uchiha Nagi's money could actually last him a while longer, but hearing the words fat sheep, he was reminded of a certain woman known for losing every gamble. Upon entering, he found the place packed. Most of the gamblers were red-faced, waving money in their hands, nervously staring at the woman in the center. Uchiha Nagi looked closely. Blonde hair, a sealing mark in the middle of her forehead. As for her chest, a huge pair of papayas, surging like waves, coupled with her queenly aura and appearance, was simply irresistible. At least 90% of the gamblers around had their attention fixed on her, either staring at her chest or her face. One could only imagine how many dreams she would appear in that night, or how many billions of lives she might be responsible for killing. I bet big. Following the blonde woman's shout, the surrounding people followed suit with their bets, but in the opposite direction. I'll bet small, me too, small. And me, I'll also bet small. Reveal, reveal, reveal. The eyes of the people around were bloodshot as they continuously egged her on. The house dealer, however, had a woeful expression. Since this woman had arrived, the crowd had won a considerable amount of money. That's right, she was Tsunade, the legendary sucker. If she bet big, the outcome would be small. If she bet small, the outcome would be big. After a few rounds, even those who hadn't heard of her nickname gradually noticed the pattern. This woman's luck was abysmal. But that was great. Wouldn't they win by just betting the opposite? So, the casino's croupier, with a pained look on his face, revealed the results. The bizarre thing was, even if the croupier secretly cheated to let her win, she would inexplicably lose. And once she lost, the gamblers who bet against her would win. Boss, this won't do. If she keeps gambling, our casino will be bankrupted by those bastards, an underling whispered into the owner's ear. It seems this is the only way. The owner nodded, he had a plan. Before the next round could begin, the owner forcefully cleared out the casual gamblers around and respectfully addressed Tsunade. Hello, esteemed lady. It's so crowded here, and those smelly men. In my opinion, how about I invite you to play in the VIP room? Tsunade was also feeling the heat, fanning herself by pulling at her collar, the beautiful scenery of her chest causing those around her to constantly swallow their saliva. Fine, let's go. And bring me another bottle of sake. Beside her, a pure-looking young woman with black hair said worriedly, Lady Tsunade, please don't gamble anymore. We're almost out of money. Tsunade waved her hand dismissively. What's there to fear? Money lost will come again. If we run out, we'll just borrow more. Besides, worst comes to worst, we can just run back to Konoha. The annual rent should be about due for collection. That's right, as the princess of the Senju clan, Tsunade was a landlady. This was why she had money to squander, and also why many people were willing to lend her money. The Senju clan's properties were still in Konoha's central district. Uchiha Nagi mused for a moment. The Uchiha clan, of course, also had many properties, but with so many clan members, it was naturally impossible for their wealth to be as concentrated as Tsunade's. But that was all in the past. He estimated they had now been confiscated by Umbu and Root. "Excuse me, may I join?" Uchiha Nagi silently pushed through the crowd and walked up, opening a case filled with bundles of Ninja World banknotes. "Hee, of course, you can. But let me tell you beforehand, customer, cheating is not allowed here." The shifty-eyed owner grinned. Another fat sheep had arrived. In the VIP room, there was equipment to monitor chakra. People in the ninja world had a fixed mindset, using too much chakra. Even cheating in casinos mostly involved using chakra. But this casino owner was different. He had managed to bring in a professional cheater who relied purely on skill to oversee the games. Even ninjas couldn't detect anything unusual. Soon, Tsunade and her companion, along with Uchiha Nagi, were invited into an elegant inner room. The table was laden with gambling paraphernalia. At the same time, the owner, smiling, introduced a thin man with very wide finger joints and calloused palms. Tsunade glanced at Uchiha Nagi, probably sensing he was a ninja. But his strength was evident, and he was a medical ninja himself, so he wasn't afraid of traps or poison. Thus, she strode in nonchalantly. "Welcome, you two." The tall, thin man smiled confidently. "Please choose your preferred game, and I shall entertain our honored guests." 2 hours later. "Lady Tsunade, we've lost even our last bit of money. We can't even afford an inn tonight. What should we do?" Shizen's face was full of despair. As Tsunade's attendant, she often went hungry for 2 out of 3 days. Whenever Tsunade got money, she gambled. If she borrowed money, she also gambled. They often spent half their time living in the wild. What's there to fear? Isn't Taunton still here? We can just sell her for money. Eek. Shizen nervously hugged the small pink pig in her arms. However, the next second, Tsunade turned her head towards the space behind her. "Come out, you who's been following me since the casino." Chapter 68, Battle with Tsunade. "Come out, you who's been following me since the casino." Indeed, silently tailing a Kage-level powerhouse who had been through several great ninja wars was never going to be easy. After all, once one reached a certain level of strength, both their 5 senses and their 6th sense became incredibly sharp. Unless, one learned the transparent world, which allowed integration with nature itself. Uchiha Nagi slowly walked out, no longer concealing himself. He had already secured the money in a storage scroll. Thanks to Tsunade, whenever he bet against her, he always managed to win some. Even when the casino owner cheated, it couldn't overcome Tsunade's infamous luck. Nagi had made a fortune, and without cheating himself. She truly was the legendary sucker. No wonder so many gamblers' eyes lit up when they knew Tsunade had arrived. "Oh, it's you. If I'm not mistaken, you're a ninja, right? Why are you following me? Are you perhaps planning to take my head to the black market for money?" Tsunade chuckled, but there wasn't a trace of amusement in her eyes. Instead, they were icy cold. Having participated in great ninja wars, how could she not have blood on her hands? Although it was peacetime now, it was normal for a few enemies to seek revenge. Too many people in the city. "Let's go to the outskirts," Uchiha Nagi said. His previously closed eyes suddenly snapped open, revealing crimson irises. Seeing this, Tsunade's pupils couldn't help but constrict sharply. Sharingan. An Uchiha. Uchiha Nagi remained silent, tacitly confirming Tsunade's words, then leaped ahead several times, leading the way. Hostile intent. Looks like there's going to be a fight today. Perfect, I've lost so much money and I'm furious. You can be my punching bag, Tsunade sneered, forcefully cracking her knuckles. Shizen, on the other hand, looked worried. But Lady Tsunade, what if? Shouldn't we call for backup? Tsunade waved her hand. You and Taunton wait here for me. I'll teach that guy a lesson and be right back. With that, she flickered and followed, but Shizen, unwilling to wait, definitely chased after them. Uchiha Nagi was already waiting for Tsunade outside the city. He had chosen to fight outside because the ensuing battle would undoubtedly cause significant collateral damage. Tsunade's monstrous strength fist was no joke, it could shatter mountains and cleave the earth. Hey, Uchiha. What do you want with me? Which Uchiha are you? Tsunade hadn't been back to the village for many years, so of course, she didn't recognize Uchiha Itachi, let alone Nagi. She only knew that over a year ago, the Uchiha clan had been annihilated. The official story was that the culprits were Uchiha Nagi and Uchiha Itachi. But Tsunade had long since left that life behind, and naturally wouldn't concern herself with Konoha's affairs, though she felt an indescribable desolation in her heart. 2 of Konoha's great founding clans, one had faded into history, the other exterminated. Regarding the Senju, many said that the first Hokage believed Konoha should be treated as one's home and thus voluntarily disbanded the Senju clan, allowing them to integrate into Konoha. From then on, any Senju born could only take their mother's surname. After 2 generations, the Senju clan had completely disappeared. My reason for finding you is simple. Let's fight. As he spoke, Uchiha Nagi's Sharingan began to spin rapidly, then settled, forming a plum blossom pattern. Mangekyo Sharingan. Mangekyo Sharingan. Was it really you who annihilated the Uchiha clan? Tsunade was shocked. She had been away from Konoha for so many years that she didn't know the Mangekyo Sharingan had become relatively common. There was Shursue, Itachi, Uchiha Nagi, and even Uchiha Fugaku, who had possessed it without anyone discovering until his death. Hey, is that what your dear teacher told you? Uchiha Nagi released his transformation jutsu, his face a mask of sarcasm. I hate it when you people speak in riddles, hiding things. Forget it, I can't be bothered with those matters anyway. I cut ties with Konoha many years ago, Tsunade said dismissively. I know. But today, I'm looking for you for no other reason than to have a fight. With that, Uchiha Nagi drew his Nichiren blade. His chakra was now close to 7 units, and his recovery rate was very fast. Compared to Tsunade, he definitely had less raw chakra, she was a Senju, after all. However, a large portion of Tsunade's chakra was stored in the seal on her forehead, the creation rebirth technique, used to maintain her youth and act as a battery. A battle wasn't decided by whose chakra lasted longer anyway. If you're looking to die, then come on. Don't say I didn't warn you, I won't hold back. Tsunade smiled, but her eyes were ice cold. For those who defected from Konoha, regardless of their past, they were rogue ninjas, enemies. And one of the ninja precepts was not to show mercy to rogue ninjas from one's own village in battle. So once the fight began, she would truly fight to kill, regardless of whether Uchiha Nagi was framed or not. Uchiha Nagi took a deep breath. Thunder breathing, first form, thunderclap and flash. Boom. After a loud clap of thunder, Uchiha Nagi transformed into a streak of lightning, flickered, and appeared beside Tsunade, about to decapitate her with a single slash. So fast. Although his speed was immense, Tsunade was also a taijutsu expert. She had once fought the demigod Hanzo, whose swordsmanship combined with body flicker was also incredibly fast. However, she primarily combined ninjutsu and taijutsu, unlike pure taijutsu masters like Guy. Tsunade stomped heavily. Taijutsu, Heavenly Foot. The earth cracked and split, and the aftershocks precisely covered the area around Uchiha Nagi, simultaneously disrupting his footwork and momentum, causing him to lose balance and stability. Monster Strength Fist. Uchiha Nagi narrowed his eyes. If that monster strength fist landed, it would probably punch a hole straight through his body. There was no way to block that fist. Water breathing, third form, flowing dance. The highest good is like water, the most rigid is easily broken, while the most yielding suffers no damage. The third form, flowing dance, was a technique that combined evasion and attack with footwork as fluid as flowing water. Tsunade's blow landed heavily on the water breathing's third form, flowing dance. Another loud bang. Uchiha Nagi was sent flying backward, crashing through several large trees, which were all used to absorb the force of Tsunade's monstrous strength and were shattered into pieces. Uchiha Nagi stood on the ground, completely unharmed, though he looked a bit disheveled from the dust. Shizun, who had followed Tsunade, was so astonished her jaw dropped. Unbelievable. He actually took Lady Tsunade's monstrous strength fist. Even Lord Jiraiya wouldn't dare to meet that fist head-on. No, it didn't hit him directly. It was like hitting water, the force dispersed in all directions. He redirected the force. The gamble paid off. Uchiha Nagi was ecstatic. Using the extremely versatile water breathing, leveraging its yielding nature to directly confront Tsunade's monstrous strength, was the right move. Softness might not always overcome hardness, but it could certainly dissipate force. However, just in case, Uchiha Nagi had also prepared another technique, Susanoo. If anything unexpected happened, he would immediately use Susanoo to block. Chapter 69, Confronting the Monstrous Strength Fist. At the same time, a faint smile touched Uchiha Nagi's lips. The reason he sought a fight with Tsunade was, needless to say, to copy her techniques. If he hadn't encountered her, it would have been one thing, but since he had, not stealing a few of her skills would be an injustice to his golden finger. Now, the monstrous strength fist was his. Your gaze is really irritating. Just like that lecherous Jiraiya, it makes me furious, damn you. Heavenly Foot. Tsunade roared, enraged. His gaze made her extremely uncomfortable, it reminded her of when Jiraiya had successfully spied on her bathing. And in reality, it was quite similar, he had succeeded in stealing her techniques. From the very beginning, his Mangekyo Sharingan had been constantly spinning, meticulously copying Tsunade's every skill. Ninja Art, Body Pathway Derangement. Facing the aggressive Tsunade, Uchiha Nagi chose to evade this time, because this technique, Body Pathway Derangement, was a medical ninjutsu. Its principle was to inject chakra transformed into electricity into the enemy's body, paralyzing their nervous system and rendering their limbs immobile. Against an expert of this caliber, a single mistake could cost him his life. Uchiha Nagi's Mangekyo flashed. He used the body flicker technique, simultaneously switching to wind breathing to augment his speed. When Tsunade's attack was about to hit Uchiha Nagi, her body wavered for a moment. But this wasn't a mental ninjutsu like Tsukumi that combined time and illusion. So Tsunade, having experienced the great ninja wars, immediately noticed it. Thus, in less than a second, she broke free from the genjutsu. By that time, Uchiha Nagi had already flickered away and was no longer in his original spot. Tsunade could only hit empty air once more. Bakayaro. Tsunade was incredibly fierce, attacking relentlessly. Facing this she-dragon, a mere graze from whose fist could mean pulverization, Uchiha Nagi dared not be careless in the slightest. On one hand, he kept his Susanoo primed within his Mangekyo, ready to release it instantly if he couldn't dodge. With the Mangekyo's dynamic vision, releasing it before she hit him was definitely not a problem. On the other hand, Uchiha Nagi continuously employed the breathing styles and sword techniques he had learned. Opportunities for an all-out battle were scarce, especially against an enemy who wasn't holding back. He had reaped great rewards from his previous battle with Akaza, and after that fight, during his special training with the stone Hashira, his chakra had nearly doubled again. Uchiha Nagi sensed that Tsunade currently had slightly more chakra than him, close to 10 units, while he had 7. It seemed comparable, but she also had the seal on her forehead. Once released, she wouldn't just be an HP tank but a chakra tank as well. Uchiha Nagi crouched slightly, and a snowflake-like sigil appeared around his body. Technique deployment, compass needle. He began to swing his Nichiren blade at high speed, unleashing the technique he had copied and modified, changing it from a fist-based release to a sword-based one. Destructive Death, Air Type. Air Type was a technique Akaza had used against the Flame Hashira, a long-range attack that launched air cannons by punching. Their trajectory was invisible to the naked eye, and their power was immense. If one wasn't a battle-hardened veteran relying solely on eyesight, they would likely suffer. Tsunade, of course, was not in that category. Ninja battles sometimes ended in an instant, but before that, there would be many rounds of probing, such as testing the opponent's ninjutsu, abilities, and so on. Boom. Tsunade stomped heavily on the ground. The earth cried out again, splitting apart as soil and debris flew. She had kicked up a huge earthen wall, or rather, a mound of earth. Compared to Kakashi and others who needed various hand seals to release an earth-style ninjutsu for defense, Tsunade's method was simpler, cruder, and more effective. Hundreds of destructive death, air-type strikes all hit the earthen wall. Countless clods of earth flew high into the air, the scene looking as if it had been shaved flat by countless blades. Uchiha Nagi took a deep breath, switching his breathing. Water breathing, 7th form, drop ripple thrust. This was the fastest sword technique in water breathing. It might not be as fast as thunderclap and flash in terms of raw speed, but as the versatile jack-of-all-trades water breathing, its yielding nature didn't fear hardness, making it the safest option against Tsunade's extremely hard and forceful taijutsu. Bastard, don't underestimate me. Tsunade threw a powerful punch. At this moment, Uchiha Nagi's Mangekyo flickered. Since he had a practical and powerful Mangekyo genjutsu for combat, why not use it? This genjutsu was even stronger. Tsunade was instantly caught in the illusion. Pfft. Lady Tsunade. Shizun cried out in grief. Before Shizun's disbelieving eyes, Uchiha Nagi's longsword successfully pierced Tsunade's body. Uchiha Nagi frowned, not feeling like he had won just because he had stabbed Tsunade. She possessed the creation rebirth, an undying ninjutsu. As long as she released the Een seal on her head. However, the stabbed Tsunade's lips curled into a slight smile. Crap. The Tsunade who had been stabbed transformed into mud, it was an earth clone. Simultaneously, the ground beneath him softened, turning into an earth release trap that firmly pinned Uchiha Nagi's feet. A trap. Uchiha Nagi could have quickly swung his sword to sever the earth restraining his legs and escape the trap, but now his blade was firmly stuck in Tsunade's earth clone, unable to be withdrawn. Bastard, die. With a boom, Tsunade burst out from another patch of earth, a monster-strength fist packed with power hurtling towards Uchiha Nagi. If this punch landed, his body would likely have a gaping hole blown through it, or his bones would be shattered into paste. Susanoo. At the critical moment, he still had to rely on his Gundam. The skeletal Susanoo manifested, firmly blocking Tsunade's surekill technique. With a thunderous crash, the Susanoo, already showing fine cracks, enveloped Uchiha Nagi and sent him flying back several dozen meters. Its two skeletal hands dug into the earth, carving a deep trench, before finally dissipating the force of Tsunade's monstrous strength fist. So that's how it is. While you were using Earth release to block my hundreds of destructive death air blades, you set up an Earth clone and a trap, then your real body underground. Then the Earth clone pretended to be caught in my Genjutsu. Truly one of the battle-hardened Sannin. The slightest carelessness can get one killed, Uchiha Nagi lamented. This was ninja combat, deceptive, insidious, cunning. He had been biased from the start, thinking of Tsunade primarily as a taijutsu and medical ninja, neglecting the fact that she could also use the 5 elemental releases. But in reality, Tsunade was a PhD of 5 elemental ninjutsu, a disciple of Hiruzen Sarutobi. It wasn't strange at all that she could use the 5 elemental releases. It was just that no ninjutsu was as satisfying as her punch, so she rarely used them. He had been careless. Lady Tsunade. Shizun quickly ran to Tsunade's side, then glared at Uchiha Nagi with a murderous look. The reason was, Tsunade was trembling, her face etched with fear. Just now, when Uchiha Nagi was sent flying by Tsunade's punch, the distance had been too close. Although he had defended with Susanoo in time, the powerful physical impact had caused a trickle of blood to escape the corner of his mouth. Chapter 70, Monstrous Strength Fist, acquired. Lady Tsunade, are you alright? Shizun worriedly shielded Tsunade, placing herself in front of Uchiha Nagi. Though she had followed Tsunade for many years, her own strength was only at the level of a jonin, or perhaps close to a special jonin. Facing someone who had awakened the Uchiha clan's legendary Mangekyo Sharingan, she didn't dare to be careless in the slightest. Crap, he found out about Lady Tsunade's hemophobia. Shizun inwardly cursed. When afflicted by her hemophobia, Tsunade no longer possessed Kaga-level strength, even an ordinary person could kill her. This was a fatal weakness. Far from being a help, Tsunade was now a burden. Hemophobia. How boring. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Uchiha Nagi sheathed his sword, and the Susanoo dissipated. He hadn't planned on killing Tsunade from the start. Otherwise, he would have drawn blood at the beginning of the fight, followed by a swift surprise attack, and Tsunade would already be dead. His main goal was still to copy her techniques. Unfortunately, he hadn't managed to copy Tsunade's in seal because she hadn't released it. Without seeing the complete process of a jutsu, he naturally couldn't copy it. And then there was the creation rebirth that came after releasing the in seal. It seemed that until Tsunade's emotional trauma was resolved by the protagonist's talk no jutsu, Uchiha Nagi would have no chance to copy these techniques. Still, this trip had been fruitful. He'd acquired the monstrous strength fist and the heavenly foot kick. Wait, you're not fighting anymore. Shizun was momentarily stunned. 1 second they were fighting to the death, and the next, he was just leaving, letting them go. No more fighting. With Tsunade's hemophobia, the fight can't continue, can it? Or are you planning to capture me and take me back to Konoha? Uchiha Nagi smiled, causing Shizun to pause. When she recovers, remember to tell her, when she overcomes her hemophobia, I'm willing to fight her again. With that, Uchiha Nagi ran a hand through his messy hair. Sunlight sprinkled on his departing figure, leaving behind a cool and impressive silhouette as he walked away. Shizun stood there dumbfounded. The life and death battle she had been dreading was over just like that. Watching Uchiha Nagi's receding figure, Shizun's mind wandered. Suddenly, she thought he looked kind of handsome. She shook her head vigorously and lightly slapped her own cheek. Had she been single for too long, to the point of fantasizing about men? He was a Konoha missing nin, how could she find him handsome? He was an enemy. Lady Tsunade, are you alright? Let's get out of here first. The battle just now must have attracted a lot of attention. Let's leave quickly. Shizun carried Tsunade on her back and quickly leaped away. As she moved, she thought about the letters from her friends back in the village. Kurenai had started dating Asuma. And XX from the same village also had a boyfriend. Then there was Triple X, who had gotten married and even had children. Thinking of this, Shizun couldn't help but cast a resentful glance at Tsunade. Because she had been taking care of Tsunade all these years, she hadn't even had time to find a boyfriend. It was one thing for Tsunade herself not to find a man, but she was also preventing Shizun from finding one. Was she really doomed to become a lonely old spinster? At this thought, Shizun's spirits plummeted. However, someone else was in an extremely cheerful mood. The monstrous strength fist. Damn it, next time Akaza fights me, I'll catch him off guard with a punch and blow his brains out. To others, his Susanoo and Amaterasu were his strongest ninjutsu. After painstakingly getting close, they'd find his swordsmanship wasn't bad either. Then, after disarming him, they'd discover his ultimate trump card was actually the monstrous strength fist. Ho ho ho. Uchiha Nagi leaped through the forest, happily heading towards the coast. Although this was the land of hot water, there were undoubtedly many Konoha spies around. He wasn't afraid of Root or Umbu assassins, but he hated trouble. Ninja battles were all about outwitting each other with cunning and underhanded tactics, with no regard for martial ethics. Before reaching Super Kage level, even a Kage could be taken down. Wasn't the fourth Raikage almost killed by a bounty hunter team using exploding parasitic insects? Low profile. Only by staying low can one live long. High profile just means a quick death, ha ha ha. A few hours later, night fell. Uchiha Nagi took out some wormwood to repel insects and started a small bonfire. He then used an earth-release jutsu to create a 1-meter-high wall to conceal the firelight, preventing it from being seen from miles away. Uchiha Nagi took out some dry rations, placing them over the bonfire to heat them up. He also took out some meat, a few strips of ham and jerky. He had no love for the dry and tasteless military ration pills. Unless it was a combat situation, he wouldn't touch them even if his life depended on it. Lighting a bonfire easily created smoke, but at night, there was no need to worry about the rising smoke being detected. These were details from wartime. Neglecting them could cost one their life. During wartime, if you made a fire during the day, you worried about the smoke being seen, so you either used alcohol stoves or ate dry rations. At night, you didn't have to worry about smoke, but you had to build an earth wall to contain the firelight. The monster's strength fist, it's not working. My physique isn't strong enough. Uchiha Nagi experimented a bit and found he couldn't replicate the power Tsunade put into her monstrous strength fist at all. After careful study, he discovered every action has an equal and opposite reaction. The amount of force used to hit an enemy would be the same amount of recoil force his own fist had to endure. Although wrapping his fist in chakra reduced the damage, it would still cause severe harm to the muscles, bones, capillaries, and nerves of his arm, much like when Rock Lee opened the fourth gate. An ordinary person would wreck their fist after a single use. There was only one solution: to continuously train and strengthen one's physical body, like Might Guy. The Senju clan's physique was inherently powerful, and Tsunade also knew medical ninjutsu, which was why the monstrous strength fist became her exclusive specialty. Shizun knew medical ninjutsu but couldn't learn it because her physique wasn't strong enough. Ino had also studied under Tsunade but couldn't learn it either. Only Sakura managed it. Many people suspected Sakura had inherited Senju clan lineage, and not without reason. Wrecked, huh? My right hand can't take it, but my left hand, that's another story. Uchiha Nagi looked at his white left hand. The white Zetsu cells in it had a divisive property similar to cancer cells. No matter how many times the cells divided, or how damaged the capillaries and nerves within became, as long as his body could supply enough nutrients, this white Zetsu arm could recover. It was practically a low-grade version of the sage body. Monstrous strength fist. Uchiha Nagi roared, slamming his fist into the mountainside. Boom. With a deafening crash, the earth shook and the mountain cracked. A large hole appeared directly in the mountainside. The monstrous strength fist, a success. Afterward, he used medical ninjutsu to check himself. The muscle soreness had disappeared, but the nerve damage and injured capillaries were quite severe. However, this arm could self-repair, so it wasn't a major problem. Still, he couldn't recklessly use the monstrous strength fist like Tsunade. Currently, this hand could manage it no more than 10 times. And aside from this hand, no other part of his body could use Tsunade's signature jutsu. Chapter 71, Setting Out for the Land of Water. Each time he used the monstrous strength fist, the finest nerves and blood vessels in his arm suffered minute damage, which was why it couldn't be used for extended periods. Uchiha Nagi was quite satisfied with being able to use the monstrous strength fist less than 10 times. When he had copied Akaza's martial arts techniques, he knew that some immensely powerful taijutsu could only be used to their full potential by those with a correspondingly strong physique. Take the 8 gates, for example. The physical conditioning required to open the 7th gate was absurdly high. So, Nagi had anticipated that the monstrous strength fist would have demanding physical requirements. Moreover, this technique wasn't something that made you strong just by opening it, rather, it was that strong people who opened it became even stronger. It was like when Might Guy opened the Gate of Death, yet several of the 7 ninja swordsmen still managed to escape. Besides, ninjas were a bunch of cunning schemers. The moment someone saw you activate a forbidden jutsu, they'd immediately flee, only to sneak back after your time limit expired. Therefore, this kind of technique could either be used when teammates were there to protect you, or you didn't use it at all. If you did, you had to annihilate all enemies. As for why Tsunade, who inherited the first Hokage's powerful physique, didn't learn the 8 gates. Nonsense. What woman would subject herself to that kind of self-torturous training? Being a lazy bum was much more comfortable, eating, drinking, and traveling around every day was so much better. Including Uchiha Nagi himself, it was impossible for him to learn the 8 gates. He couldn't abandon ninjutsu, genjutsu, and swordsmanship to focus solely on the 8 gates. So, Uchiha Nagi had only learned enough to open the first 2 or 3 gates. That was sufficient. Sigh regardless, I can't stop my physical conditioning. Uchiha Nagi sighed. The monstrous strength fist was such a powerful killing move, he couldn't let it go to waste. Besides, strengthening his body would also benefit his swordsmanship, making it even more powerful. Are you sure? The target is the long-missing Konoha missing nin, Uchiha Nagi. Confirmed. The embedded Umbu member who went to find Shizun confirmed that the person who fought Lady Tsunade was indeed from the Uchiha clan, one who has awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. In a tea house, two people dressed as civilians were whispering to each other. They were from Root. After Tsunade was attacked, Shizun had left Konoha's unique distress signal. As Konoha's princess, Tsunade naturally had the privilege of having embedded Umbu come to her rescue. Unexpectedly, however, the battle had ended before any rescue arrived. When the Umbu later made contact with Shizun, they naturally learned of the situation. And since the Umbu had long been infiltrated by Danzo, someone was now here relaying the intelligence to Root operatives. Alright, I'll immediately report this back to Lord Danzo. Lord Danzo has been searching for this Uchiha Nagi for a long time, it's been keeping him up at night. Good, then hurry. I'll find a way to keep an eye on him. After speaking, the two nodded and left nonchalantly. In a neutral small country like the Land of Hot Water, necessary disguises were essential. Uchiha Nagi frowned. He felt a sense of unease but couldn't pinpoint why. After awakening his Mangekyo Sharingan, Uchiha Nagi's senses had become exceptionally sharp, he could even detect someone staring at his back. And after his special training with the stone Hashira, his senses had become even more potent. Yet, for the past 2 days, he had felt this discomfort. But when he carefully pondered it or set traps, he found no enemies. Could it be? In the sky, Uchiha Nagi looked up, activated his 3-tomo Sharingan, and scanned the distance carefully. Sure enough, he spotted a hawk tailing him from very far away, nearly several kilometers out. Uchiha Nagi. Son of a bitch, it was confirmed. That thing was definitely ninja trained, probably not a very powerful summoned beast, lacking special abilities. The reason he hadn't felt that prickling on the skin sensation was because the pursuer itself was an ordinary animal, a common hawk. The hawk had no chakra, a measure to avoid detection by sensory-type ninja. Small animals without chakra were basically very difficult for sensory ninjas to notice. But a hawk's eyesight was exceptionally good, it could see clearly from over 10 kilometers away. This is troublesome. I can't fly. Uchiha Nagi looked at the hawk in the sky with a headache. From such a distance, several kilometers up, even if he used a Sharingan genjutsu on it, he wouldn't be able to hit it. He thought for a moment. Since it wasn't a summoned beast but an ordinary hawk, its intelligence certainly wouldn't be particularly high. He could use some tricks to deceive it. While passing through a forest, he used a shadow clone. His real body hid. After exiting the forest, the shadow clone led the hawk far away in another direction. Meanwhile, Uchiha Nagi's real body rested well in the forest, waiting for nightfall to set out again. Although traveling at night wasn't ideal, his Sharingan's vision was clear enough. This time, it went smoothly. Without the hawk's surveillance from above, he successfully traveled for a whole night and reached the coast. Arriving at a port, he looked at the surrounding merchant ships and randomly chose a larger one. Merchant ships carrying cargo usually had many people and goods, with more people, it was easier to slip in unnoticed. He quietly snuck into the captain's cabin. The groggy captain had just opened his eyes when he saw a pair of red irises. I'm your distant relative. I'll be staying in your cabin for a few days. Remember not to tell anyone about me, Uchiha Nagi said. All right, the captain responded dazedly. Good. I'll take the bed, you sleep on the floor. Yes. At sea, the captain was the most powerful person on the ship, no one dared to enter the captain's cabin without permission. Uchiha Nagi could safely stay there until they reached the Land of Water. As for how to evade the patrols of the Land of Water's ninja after arrival, couldn't he just disembark early? The coastline was so long, the Land of Water didn't have that many ninjas patrolling it. A ninja's abilities allowed them to go into the sea, walk on water, and climb mountains, they were fundamentally impossible to guard against completely. Damn it, he spotted us. It was a shadow clone. A masked ninja led a team of 4 others, a 5-man squad in total. This squad was a pursuit team, specialized in tracking, reconnaissance, and speed. Against Uchiha Nagi, who lacked the Byakugan and wasn't a sensory ninja capable of detecting enemies several kilometers away, they were actually quite safe. They just needed to keep tailing Uchiha Nagi like flying a kite, chase when he ran, retreat when he turned back, and wait for the main force to arrive. Who knew that even a hawk without chakra would be detected by Uchiha Nagi? After pursuing for a day and a night, Uchiha Nagi's shadow clone ran out of chakra and dispersed. Only then did they realize they had been tricked. The cat-masked man leading the team reluctantly announced, mission failed. We've lost the target's trail. Report to Lord Danzo. The target has probably gone out to sea. Chapter 72, Kimimaro. Is that so? We're only half a day's journey from the Land of Water. Uchiha Nagi glanced out of the ship. In the distance, he could faintly make out a large island. These past few days, Nagi's journey had been uneventful. There were no major storms at sea, nor had he encountered any patrols by Kirigakure ninja. According to the merchant ship's owner, for the past 2 years, many merchant ships would complete their transactions at the docks and leave immediately, not daring to stay too long. This was because the internal situation in Kirigakure was very complex. The Mizukage had purged many families possessing Kekkei Genkai, causing widespread panic and unease. However, the greed of merchants was such that even knowing the danger, they couldn't change their nature and continued to come to Kirigakure to trade. Kirigakure, being an island nation, certainly had land suitable for growing grain. However, having avoided the ravages of war on its home soil through several great ninja wars, its population had naturally skyrocketed. Therefore, besides not being self-sufficient in food, they also lacked clothing. Many commoners in the ninja world still wore simple linen. The hempen cloth for making these clothes, the ninja world hadn't undergone industrial petrochemical development, so they naturally couldn't extract synthetic fibers like polyester. Clothes, like food, had to be made from materials grown from the land. In short, as a nation entirely composed of islands, commoners would prioritize planting grain, then other crops. After arriving at the docks, merchants and buyers began their negotiations, and a group of laborers started moving cargo off the ship. Of course, there were also some ninja patrols, but they only took a cursory glance before leaving. How could high-end mighty ninja stay long with a group of smelly laborers? While they were conducting their checks, Uchiha Nagi had already secretly disembarked. Perhaps peace had lasted too long, and the Kirigakure ninja had become somewhat complacent, or maybe their attention was entirely focused on the fourth Mizukage's Great Purge. He stealthily lurked around the docks and began to gather information. For others, gathering information would be difficult, but for Uchiha Nagi, it was exceedingly simple. Not even Chunin or Jonin could withstand the power of his Mangekyo Sharingan. A direct Mangekyo Genjutsu, and they'd confess everything, even down to their childhood bedwetting incidents. Is that so? Because of the fourth Mizukage's relentless pressure, coupled with Zabuza's assassination attempt as a trigger, the Kagaya clan has also decided to launch a rebellion. Uchiha Nagi then said to the patrolling ninja, "All right, continue your patrol. Remember, you've never seen me. Forget this ever happened." The two patrolling genin dazedly agreed, "Yes, we've never seen you." Even genin knew about it, the Kagaya clan's failure was practically guaranteed. The village's Umbu, along with Chunin and Jonin, had all been recalled by the fourth Mizukage, likely to prepare an ambush for the Kagaya clan. The Kagaya clan, much like the Uchiha, seemed to have some mental instability, a touch of madness. They launched their rebellion without even a proper plan, buying up large quantities of explosive tags and weapons, as if afraid others wouldn't know they were about to rebel. Uchiha Nagi estimated the Kagaya clan's rebellion would happen within a few days. It would be better to infiltrate the Kagaya clan beforehand and find Kimimaro. He couldn't let Orochimaru snatch him away. It was a dark and windy night, perfect for murder and arson. The moon hung high in the sky, casting a barely visible light. Perhaps sensing something amiss, recently, as night fell, every household in Kirigakure kept their windows tightly shut, neither venturing out nor turning on their lights. Uchiha Nagi had obtained a map of Kirigakure beforehand. He was now heading towards the Kagaya clan's compound. The Kagaya clan was also a major clan in Kirigakure, one of its most prominent families. Most of its members were belligerent. As long as they awakened the Shikatsu Miyaku, they were essentially tanks on the battlefield. In large-scale battles, they were often the main force. As for each individual Shikatsu Miyaku, not everyone's was as durable as the adult Kimamaro's, capable of withstanding the crushing pressure of Gaara's sand tsunami. It all depended on individual strength. But as long as they awakened the Shikatsu Miyaku, even the most ordinary genin among them couldn't be killed by standard kunai or shuriken. TSK. Don't they understand the principle of, if the lips are gone, the teeth will be cold? Uchiha Nagi mused, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Letting the manipulated fourth Mizukage slaughter their own village's major clans. Should I spread the news that the fourth Mizukage is being manipulated? Just to annoy Obito, Nagi thought with grim satisfaction. Yes, that's a delightful idea. I'll definitely do it before I leave. It'll give me some peace of mind, and making Obito unhappy will make me feel even better. Evidently, the Kagaya clan had no Kaga-level powerhouses, or perhaps all their stat points were allocated to physical constitution, with few points in mental attributes. Thus, Uchiha Nagi had managed to infiltrate all the way without being discovered. And the Kagaya clan hadn't even arranged guards or patrols around their perimeter. Such arrogance. He stealthily snuck in, searching for their clan's prison. Looking around, he spotted a drunkard guzzling wine. Uchiha Nagi leaped down, his red Mangekyo Sharingan flaring to life. Where is your Kagaya clan's prison? The drunkard felt dizzy, his eyes glazing over. From here, just follow the corridor west, and you'll reach it. Uchiha Nagi continued, in the prison, is there a child locked up, a boy named Kimimaro? The drunkard nodded. Yes. Because Kimimaro awakened his Kekkei Genkai at too young an age, the clan head ordered him to be locked in a sealed prison to prevent his bloodline disease from erupting. Uchiha Nagi frowned, curious. Bloodline disease. What's that about? The drunkard explained that the earlier one awakened the Shikatsumiyaku, the greater their potential. However, using the Shikatsumiyaku too much before the body was fully developed could easily lead to a bloodline disease, essentially a genetic illness. It makes sense, Nagi thought. Constantly retracting bacteria-laden bones back into the body. Furthermore, those Kagaya clan members who overused their abilities were prone to madness, fighting recklessly without regard for their lives, exhibiting a kind of psychotic frenzy. So, their clan's prison was often prepared for those who easily lost control. Uchiha Nagi thought for a moment, then let the drunkard continue sleeping, making him forget their encounter. This also cleared up a long-standing doubt for Uchiha Nagi. Kimimaro seemed completely obedient and was also young. Why would the Kagaya clan head lock him up in their own prison like a secret weapon? It turned out it was to protect him, and also to suppress his power, preventing him from developing the bloodline disease due to overly rapid growth. Found him. The only child in the dungeon. Behind an iron door, in a cell sealed with paper talismans, a white-haired little boy was listlessly poking a bone spike into the dirt floor, drawing circles. Chapter 73, Orochimaru. Today's meal is surprisingly plentiful, there's even meat. Little Kimimaro joyfully savored his dinner, which included meat. Confined to a prison cell year-round, his days consisted of little more than counting mosquitoes, eating, and sleeping. There were no other forms of entertainment. This day, after finishing his dinner, a bored little Kimimaro picked up a bone blade and idly drew on the ground. This was the extent of his daily amusement. He had no parents, likely killed in a great war. Raised by his clan from a young age, he was locked away in the prison as soon as they discovered he had awakened the Shikatsumiyaku. This was partly to prevent him from overusing his ability and developing the bloodline disease, and partly to suppress the madness that lay dormant within his bloodline. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice came from the cell door. Are you Kimimaro? Little Kimimaro, still an adorable young boy, opened his remarkably pure eyes and looked at Uchiha Nagi, curiously replying, I am Kimimaro. And who might you be? Uchiha Nagi gazed into those pure eyes, devoid of any trace of guile. No wonder Orochimaru had such an easy time manipulating people like him. A child's worldview and outlook on life were not yet fixed. If indoctrinated from a young age, it would be strange if they didn't grow up to swear undying loyalty. Coupled with Orochimaru's brainwashing skills, which had deeply absorbed the essence of his teacher Sarutobi, a grandmaster who had even successfully brainwashed Itachi and Shisui, it was no surprise he could sway anyone he targeted. This child, when he encountered Zabuza and Haku, had mistaken their identities and even politely apologized. My name is Uchiha Nagi. Clang. With a screech of metal against metal, the prison lock was sliced open by Uchiha Nagi. Uchiha Nagi walked up to Kimimaro and extended his hand. Many years later, this image would remain deeply etched in Kimimaro's mind. Come with me. I'll show you the outside world, show you the stars and the vast ocean. Young Kimimaro, lacking worldly experience, naturally didn't understand what the stars and the vast ocean meant. However, he had longed for freedom for a long time. But constrained by habit and his years of confinement, he had no idea where to go even if he escaped his clan. Still a young child, he relied on the clan for even his meals. If he were to escape the village on his own, he wouldn't know how to survive, much less where to go. Thus, even though the clan head had locked him in prison, he had never once thought of escaping. Uchiha Nagi's handsome features gave Kimimaro a considerable sense of security. And so, the innocent and naive little Kimimaro, without Nagi needing to say another word, was successfully taken away by him. Because his body was too small and he was slow, Uchiha Nagi simply carried him in one arm. Such a warm embrace. Is this what it's like to have an older brother or a father? Kimimaro wondered. Other children in the village had fathers or similar figures to rely on. The naive little Kimimaro simply thought that if he had a father or an older brother, it would surely be like this. Uchiha Nagi wasn't thinking that deeply. Age, appearance, name, they all matched. Since I've successfully acquired him, it's time to retreat. Originally, everything was going smoothly. But, just when everything seemed to be going too smoothly, the unexpected occurred. Uchiha Nagi was incredibly fast. Carrying Kimimaro, he left the Kagaya clan's territory and soon reached the outskirts of the area. Suddenly, Uchiha Nagi frowned and put little Kimimaro down. Ever since leaving the Kagaya clan's territory, he'd had the feeling he was being followed. Closing his eyes, Uchiha Nagi silently extended his senses. Beast breathing, 7th form, spatial awareness. It had to be said, little Piggy Inosuke's spatial awareness was extremely useful. It allowed Uchiha Nagi, who wasn't a sensory-type ninja, to detect hidden enemies. After all, some sensory ninjas in the shinobi world could sense enemies thousands of meters away. The second Hokage, a character Kishimoto powered up after initially fumbling his portrayal, could even sense the aura of powerful individuals from vast distances. "Come out, you who hide in the shadows," Uchiha Nagi calmly called out towards a large tree. The evening breeze gently rustled by. Only the chirping of insects could be heard, as if there was nothing hidden behind the large tree, so even the insects hadn't noticed anything and continued their calls. Uchiha Nagi's posture didn't change in the slightest. Instead, his Sharingan activated, its 3 tomo spinning as he stared intently. After a moment, a husky voice, full of magnetism and charm, drifted from behind the tree. "Impressive. How did you find me? I may not boast about much else, but I am exceptionally skilled in stealth. You know, back when I left Konoha, countless umbu couldn't track me down." Indeed, a figure in a kimono emerged. Pale skin, jet-black sleek hair, purple eyeshadow, and those distinctive serpentine eyes. One of the Sannin, Orochimaru. When Uchiha Nagi had used beast-breathing spatial awareness, he had sensed that the other's aura was extremely sinister and chilling, like that of a venomous snake. "Orochimaru, is there a reason you're following me?" A slight smile began to play on Uchiha Nagi's lips. Although he wanted to make a deal with Orochimaru, this venomous snake, dealing with him before demonstrating sufficient strength could lead to being double-crossed. Just like a certain 4th Kazekage who had sincerely wanted to cooperate with him, only to be pitifully killed, his face then peeled off and used for the face-erasing appearance technique. Truly unexpected. In just a few short years, the Uchiha clan has been annihilated, and yet, Nagi-kun, you've grown to such an extent. Konoha truly was a cage that restricted you, Orochimaru remarked with admiration. Uchiha Nagi's face-erasing appearance technique had, of course, come from Orochimaru, exchanged for 2 pairs of 2 tomo Sharingan. Acquiring Sharingan wasn't difficult for Orochimaru, but he was intrigued by an Uchiha who actively sought him out. Perhaps thinking he could become a useful pawn in the future, he had agreed to the exchange. After a cautious transaction, Uchiha Nagi had successfully obtained this technique that neither sensory ninjas nor summoned creatures could discern. "Long time no see, Orochimaru. It seems you have business in Kirigakure," Uchiha Nagi said with a smile. "How saddening. Nagi-kun used to address me as Orochimaru-sama, and now you call me by my name directly. I wonder why that is." Orochimaru's husky, magnetic voice was pleasant to the ear, exuding an air of mystery and lethality, yet the killing intent emanating from him grew increasingly intense. Orochimaru coveted his body. "That answer. You'll find out soon enough, won't you?" Uchiha Nagi smiled, then said to Kimimaro, "Kimimaro, get further away." Orochimaru also smiled without speaking, quietly watching Kimimaro scamper off towards a small river. His purpose in coming to Kirigakure this time was, of course, to find suitable material. After some observation, he had set his sights on this child from the Kagaya clan, the one with the greatest potential. Unfortunately, before he could make his move, Uchiha Nagi had broken into the prison and spirited him away. Orochimaru was utterly speechless. Seeing Kimimaro move to a safe distance, Orochimaru licked his lips in a predatory manner, his eyes filled with excitement. "Come then, Nagi-kun. Let me see what you're truly made of." Chapter 74, Orochimaru at his peak. "Come then, Nagi-kun. Let me see what you're truly made of." Orochimaru was so excited because, not long ago, he had received intelligence, Uchiha Nagi, who had been missing for over a year, had reappeared. Furthermore, he had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan and had even fought Tsunade. After the night of the clan massacre, Itachi had joined Akatsuki. What happened next was widely known. The greedy serpent had set his sights on the Mangekyo Sharingan, only to encounter Itachi, a master of Genjutsu. Coupled with Orochimaru's soul being in a weakened state after a body transfer, he was instantly defeated. However, that was merely Orochimaru being careless. As someone who had lived through 2 great wars, his combat experience was immense. He was certainly no stranger to Genjutsu. On the contrary, he had witnessed a vast array of illusionary techniques. To think that Orochimaru's mental resistance was low after a body transfer and that Genjutsu was a guaranteed counter would be a fatal miscalculation. So, this time, encountering Uchiha Nagi, he was determined to seize a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan for himself. This was the true reason for his excitement. Whoosh! A gentle breeze blew past, rustling a few leaves. Before the leaves even hit the ground, the 2 of them moved. Orochimaru threw a kunai as a feint, his hands rapidly forming seals. Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. A single kunai instantly multiplied, filling the space with a dense, uncountable barrage, like a machine gun. Uchiha Nagi murmured softly, "Third form, flowing dance." This was a technique from water breathing, combining evasion and attack with footwork as fluid as flowing water. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of Nagi deflecting and dodging kunai echoed across the clearing. Honestly, Uchiha Nagi couldn't distinguish which were the physical kunai and which were formed by chakra nature transformation, but caution was paramount. Kishimoto probably didn't think this jutsu through. Why can chakra-transformed kunai kill, instead of dispersing into a puff of smoke on impact like shadow clones? This wide-range ninjutsu was merely an appetizer. Orochimaru stuck out his long tongue, licking his face, and quickly dashed towards Uchiha Nagi. At the same time, one hand shot out, unleashing his signature ninjutsu that required no hand seals. Hidden Shadow Snake Hands. A multitude of snake heads rapidly shot out from Orochimaru's sleeves. Being hit by these would be disastrous, as these snakes didn't just coil and bind enemies, their heads would also bite, and who knew which of them were venomous. Uchiha Nagi had no desire to be bitten by a venomous snake, let alone so many of them. He took a deep breath. Water breathing, second form, water wheel. The second form, water wheel, true to its name, was a sword technique resembling a water wheel, used to cut down enemies in a wide area while also forming a protective circle around oneself. After one rotation, all of Orochimaru's hidden shadow snake hands were severed. Orochimaru chuckled. Quite the impressive swordsmanship. It reminds me of Hanzo, his blade work was as strong as yours. However, wielding a kunai in close combat against a master swordsman was undoubtedly a very dangerous proposition. Flame breathing, third form, blazing universe. The third form was a downward slash delivered at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. The strike was accompanied by arcing flames, capable of scorching the enemy with its sword chi even if the blade itself didn't connect. Before the words were even finished, Nagi's blade struck Orochimaru. Orochimaru, still holding his kunai, wore an expression of disbelief. He couldn't believe he'd been hit, because he was certain he had just dodged the blade. Just as a flicker of triumph touched Uchiha Nagi's lips, that signature husky, magnetic voice sounded again from behind him. Hidden Shadow Many Snake Hands. Uchiha Nagi's pupils constricted violently. This venomous snake, when did he sneak behind me? The one I've been watching with my Sharingan all along was just an earth clone. The Orochimaru that Uchiha Nagi had struck with flame breathing's third form slowly dissolved into a pile of mud. Sixth form, Twisting Whirlpool. By forcefully twisting the upper and lower body, a powerful vortex of slashes was unleashed. This technique was most effective in water, where the generated whirlpool became a series of sharp water blades, shredding everything in the vicinity. The many snake hands that Orochimaru had unleashed in his sneak attack from behind were all minced by this watery vortex sword technique. The ground was littered with the remains of snake corpses. It was only polite to return the favor. Uchiha Nagi activated his Mangekyo, aiming a Mangekyo Genjutsu straight at Orochimaru's serpentine eyes. To his surprise, Orochimaru was currently fighting with his eyes closed. That's right, I almost forgot. Snakes in nature are nearsighted, they hunt primarily by sensing pheromones with their tongues and using infrared senses. Orochimaru, who has studied snakes so thoroughly, would surely have equipped himself with several of a snake's sensory organs. This was also why Kabuto, later on, could fight the Uchiha brothers with his eyes closed without being at a disadvantage. Snakes were never animals that relied on their eyes for hunting. Truly one of the veteran Sannin. Uchiha Nagi lamented. Itachi defeating Orochimaru in a single blow was really pure luck. As for the second time, Orochimaru had failed to take over Sasuke's body and was hiding within him, his power diminished to who knows what fraction. His defeat then was hardly surprising. But now, he was facing Orochimaru in his prime physical condition. Orochimaru knew his own weaknesses better than anyone, so he had simply abandoned using his eyes in combat, instantly compensating for his vulnerability to Genjutsu. Orochimaru, having drawn his Kusanagi sword at some unknown point, was now clashing blades with Uchiha Nagi. Clang, clang, clang. Metal shrieked against metal, sparks flying. Something Orochimaru had never shown in the original story, his swordsmanship. He was actually a master swordsman as well. No wonder he had acquired the incredibly durable Kusanagi sword. Against Nagi's breathing styles, Orochimaru didn't fall behind in the slightest. Although he wasn't a pure swordsman, when combined with his ninjutsu, even Uchiha Nagi could be caught off guard if he wasn't careful. After a few sword exchanges, Orochimaru's other hand would unleash his signature, seal-less snake hand techniques, making him incredibly difficult to defend against. Nagi-kun, you truly delight me. Unlike Itachi, and even more unlike other Uchiha, your swordsmanship already has faint echoes of the white fang of Konoha. Orochimaru said excitedly, no, give you a few more years, and you might not only catch up to him but even surpass him. However, for now, you are still far from it. Is that so? I don't quite think so. Uchiha Nagi gave a mysterious smile. Fighting a swordsman at close range was inherently dangerous. And recently, he had gained new insight into thunder breathing. The air he exhaled carried faint sparks of lightning. Thunder breathing, first form, thunderclap and flash, 16-fold. In an instant, to Orochimaru's senses, Uchiha Nagi transformed into 16 figures. Orochimaru considered himself a master swordsman, yet he had no confidence he could block all 16 strikes. Clang! 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 Metal shrieked, sparks flew. Orochimaru blocked 13 slashes but failed to stop the final 3. They struck his heart, his neck, and his eyes, respectively. 3 vital spots, each pierced by a blade. Chapter 75, Amaterasu. Orochimaru fell. Heart, brain, and neck, a normal person struck in any one of these 3 areas would be dead for sure. Even Madara, when stabbed in the heart by Hashirama, died instantly. However, Uchiha Nagi knew that while anyone else might die, Orochimaru was definitely not on that list. This was a man who could even toy with the Shinigami. Humph, stop pretending, Orochimaru. You can't die, Uchiha Nagi sneered. Playing dead. Who are you trying to fool? Remarkable, Nagi-kun. Your growth, your caliber, they truly continue to astound me. The words had barely faded when Orochimaru's corpse's mouth gaped open, wider and wider. Finally, a pair of hands emerged from within, followed by a head and body. In less than 3 seconds, a completely unharmed Orochimaru, even his clothes perfectly restored, crawled out. This was Orochimaru's unique oral rebirth technique, allowing him to heal from any fatal injury. Of course, it had its drawbacks, rapidly dividing a large number of cells shortened one's lifespan, as human cells have a finite number of divisions in a lifetime. Naturally, Orochimaru wasn't afraid of a shortened life. Uchiha Nagi didn't seize the opportunity to attack. Firstly, even if he dismembered Orochimaru, he would simply revive elsewhere. Secondly, he still needed to make a deal with Orochimaru, to exchange for his Edo Tensei 2.0 version. Of course, Orochimaru wasn't necessarily slow in performing this oral rebirth technique. When he fought against Tendo Pain, his oral rebirth was incredibly fast. However, Orochimaru didn't know that his opponent was aware of this information. Seeing Uchiha Nagi make no move to attack him opportunistically, he couldn't help but admire Nagi's composure. Well then, let's consider the warm-up over. Show me your true strength. After speaking, Orochimaru looked at Nagi's body with a fervent expression. Ninja art, 10,000 snakes formation. Orochimaru's hands formed seals, a series of them so fast they were a blur. Instantly, hundreds of snakes were unleashed, and these snakes were multiplying at a terrifying rate. Uchiha Nagi quickly leaped back several times. Getting enveloped by this rapidly multiplying swarm of snakes would not be a pleasant experience. In the original story, it was never explicitly stated whether Orochimaru's various signature snake ninjutsu were venomous. But in reality, as one of Konoha's 3 great disasters, how could Orochimaru not have poison? In this 10,000 snakes formation, more than half were venomous snakes. Even if not bitten, just being surrounded and inhaling the toxic fumes would be disastrous. Therefore, Uchiha Nagi chose to retreat quickly. Come now, let me see your strength. Are you worthy of being my vessel? After speaking, Orochimaru didn't forget to lick the corner of his mouth with his long tongue. It wasn't just the Mangekyo, Orochimaru wanted Uchiha Nagi's body as well. Within the 10,000 snakes formation, it wasn't just the venomous snakes that were scalp-numbing. Many of the snakes were also spewing swords from their mouths. This ninjutsu was one Orochimaru used for large-scale battlefields, on the same level as Jiraiya's combination ninjutsu, Toad Oil Flame Bullet. However, Amaterasu. The massive snake formation ninjutsu, originally unleashed by Orochimaru and expanding to tens of thousands of snakes, was effortlessly nullified by Uchiha Nagi's single technique. The black flames, reputed to be unable to kill anyone and only barely managing to burn a white zetsu at the very end of the story, were perfect for blocking the 10,000 snakes formation. A flame that, once ignited, was incredibly difficult to extinguish, pitted against an endlessly surging swarm of snakes, who would ultimately win. Is this the battle of the strong? They're so powerful. Kimimaro, hiding in the distance, watched the battle with a dazed expression. From the initial exchange of blows, which he couldn't follow clearly, he could now see the ninjutsu being unleashed. The clash of 2 incredibly powerful ninjutsu directly shattered his worldview. This was the first time in his life he had witnessed such a large-scale battle that altered the terrain itself. The flames shot into the sky, not only illuminating the surrounding forest but also making the massive fire visible to people several kilometers away. The smell of burning snake corpses, mixed with the scent of charred meat, began to diffuse through the air. A battle of this magnitude naturally alerted the people of Kirigakure. After all, the manipulated 4th Mizukage had sent people to monitor the Kagaya clan. But neither Orochimaru nor Uchiha Nagi seemed to pay Kirigakure any mind, neither side showed any intention of stopping the fight. The first round could be considered a draw. Then, for the second round, it was Uchiha Nagi's turn to take the offensive. Uchiha Nagi crouched slightly, one hand on his sword. A formation resembling snowflake patterns appeared around him. Destructive death, annihilation style. Amidst the smoke, Uchiha Nagi used his own modified version of Akaza's martial art, launching air blades with his sword. This technique was Akaza's final ultimate move before his death, unleashing hundreds of air fists forward, a martial arts technique similar to Morning Peacock. Akaza's version placed a tremendous burden on the body, and Uchiha Nagi could only manage to use it once. Orochimaru, standing on a rock, narrowed his eyes. Unhurriedly, he bit his finger and pressed it downwards. Summoning, triple Rashomon. Boom. 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 Hundreds of blades struck the first Rashomon gate. It shattered, but the attack was firmly blocked by the second Rashomon gate. Rashomon was the first Hokage's strongest defensive ninjutsu, the quintuple Rashomon, each gate stronger than the last, and each requiring progressively more chakra to summon. One of the Sound 4, a Jonin-level ninja, could only summon the first gate, while Orochimaru could summon 3. As for why he only summoned 2 gates, Orochimaru judged that 2 would be sufficient to block this wave of attacks. He certainly wouldn't waste chakra summoning a third. The third gate could block a small-tailed beast bomb, and the chakra required was immense. As for the fourth and fifth gates, it wasn't that Orochimaru didn't know how, but rather that his chakra reserves were insufficient. Those were for people with chakra tons, otherwise, he'd be drained dry before the gates even manifested. After the dust settled and Uchiha Nagi's attack ceased, Orochimaru's Rashomon gates also began to slowly dissipate. At this moment, several figures appeared in the surroundings. They were Kirigakura Umbu, here to eliminate the outsiders, but they stood at a distance, not daring to get too close. Outsider ninja, please remain where you are and state your names. Otherwise, we will attack, one of the ninja, wearing a dog mask, said after some thought, uttering words that even he felt were quite humiliating. Because of the still burning black flames at the scene, and the recent clash of blades and Rashomon gates, they all felt that if they got involved, they would likely become cannon fodder. Uchiha Nagi ignored them, instead squinting his Mangekyo towards the front and muttering to himself, "It's finally here." Another ninja, wearing a cat mask, couldn't help but ask, "What's here?" Uchiha Nagi didn't reply, looking ahead. Because in the smoke, a colossal figure had appeared, with 8 long heads atop it. Chapter 76, Orochimaru, I want to make a deal. A colossal figure, and those 8 heads, needless to say, this had to be Orochimaru. Originally, Uchiha Nagi had thought Orochimaru would summon Manda to fight, or use some other signature ability, like summoning the Edo Tensei to battle. He hadn't expected him to use this technique. 8 branches technique. Transforming oneself into a giant serpent with 8 heads. Slicing off any single head was useless, it was an alternative form of immortality. Only by severing all 8 heads simultaneously could he be defeated. And defeated was merely that, because Orochimaru had too many trump cards for immortality. You could never predict, he might die 1 second, and the next, he'd find a way to revive. In mythology, each of the 8 heads possessed a different ability. Clearly, the technique Orochimaru had developed was also immensely powerful. Continuing to fight using breathing styles or destructive death techniques was pointless now, because if one head was cut off, another would grow back in the next second. Uchiha Nagi couldn't help but feel a mix of envy and jealousy. This Orochimaru fellow had far too many trump cards. And this wasn't even him going all out. If he were to fight at full power, Orochimaru summoning Manda would count as 1 Kage-level threat. Then, summoning the Edo Tensei first and second Hokage, plus the third Kazekage, that would be a total of 4 Kage-level individuals, plus himself making 5. 5 Kage-level opponents, 4 individuals and Manda, attacking together, even if the Edo Tensei couldn't exert their full strength, it would still be an overwhelming situation for Nagi. Well then, let's follow the timeline. Let your nemesis, the Tatsuka sword, deal with you. Uchiha Nagi silently closed his eyes. The next second, he opened his Mangekyo, and chakra erupted around him, forming the skeletal frame of a giant. The few Kirigakura Umbu nearby, seeing this, silently retreated the way they came. Are you kidding? These two are starting to play with giant mechs. Is our little squad supposed to go up there and offer ourselves as sacrifices? The skeletal giant, with another infusion of Uchiha Nagi's chakra, grew flesh and then manifested clothing, becoming a Susanoo giant with a human-like appearance. Then, with a wave of the giant's hand, a spirit longsword materialized. Oh, the Tatsuka sword. A weapon of the Uchiha clan. How surprising, Orochimaru, with his vast knowledge, recognized the origin of the spirit longsword at a glance. Orochimaru, let's begin the 3rd round, Uchiha Nagi said with a faint smile. Subsequently, the Susanoo giant crouched slightly. A massive roar thundered from the ground, as if 2 huge explosions had occurred. With a powerful push from its legs, it vanished from its spot and leaped towards Orochimaru. One of the 8 serpent heads opened its mouth, revealing Orochimaru's upper body within. He was naturally wary of the Totsuka sword, but this wouldn't be enough to stop him. Of the 8 great serpent heads, one spewed poisonous smoke, another unleashed wind-style ninjutsu, and a third spat out fire style. The 3 different ninjutsu combined and rushed towards Uchiha Nagi's Susanoo giant. Water-breathing, 6th form, twisting whirlpool, Uchiha Nagi took a deep breath and attempted something he hadn't tried before. He was controlling the Susanoo to use breathing-style sword techniques. Breathing styles enhance the body through respiration, but since he was inside the Susanoo, it naturally only augmented his own body. However, the swordsmanship itself remained unchanged. Twisting whirlpool involved forcefully twisting the upper and lower body, unleashing a continuous torrent of slashes with the momentum, creating a vortex that became sharp water blades, capable of shredding everything in the vicinity. When applied by the Susanoo, it became a giant performing a twisting vortex, continuously brandishing its sword. It used the principle of yielding to guide Orochimaru's ninjutsu into a whirlpool, finally coordinating with a sword strike that landed on Orochimaru's 8 large heads. A pity, only sliced 5, Uchiha Nagi lamented. Orochimaru, having had 5 of his giant snake heads severed, returned to normal in a short while. He then used another snake head to spew out some dark, viscous liquid. The black liquid, splattering across the entire area, emitted a foul stench. It clearly wasn't anything good. Uchiha Nagi quickly used a breathing style. The Susanoo swung its sword, blocking most of it, but a few drops landed on the Susanoo, causing a corrosive effect like sulfuric acid. Water-breathing, 10th form, constant flux, Uchiha Nagi didn't want to drag this out any longer. Although he currently had a lot of chakra, several cards worth, if he continued fighting Orochimaru like this, and the stronger Kirigakure shinobi arrived, how would he escape? He had to reserve some chakra for fleeing. He directly unleashed his strongest technique, the 10th form, constant flux, severing 7 of Orochimaru's heads. Then, he fiercely stabbed the final head with the Totsuka sword, the blade piercing Orochimaru who was within the giant serpent's mouth. Remarkable. I didn't expect you to be able to fight me to this extent. You now possess the strength to speak with me as an equal. Orochimaru, despite being impaled, was incredibly calm, still smiling, as if he weren't the one dying. And indeed, that was the case. The next second, the impaled Orochimaru turned into an earth clone. From the giant snake head that Uchiha Nagi had severed, a black shadow suddenly flew out, rushing straight towards Uchiha Nagi, who was positioned in the center of the Susanoo's body. Unlike others, Uchiha Nagi positioned himself in the middle of the Susanoo's torso when he activated it, not in its head. Orochimaru used a technique Uchiha Nagi didn't recognize, coordinating with the Kusanagi sword to slice open the Susanoo, then used his long tongue to grab Nagi and drag him out. His husky, magnetic voice was filled with fanaticism. Uchiha Nagi, your eyes are mine. Only then did Uchiha Nagi realize his Susanoo couldn't move. Looking closely with his Mangekyo vision, he saw that the Orochimaru he had impaled wasn't just an earth clone, Orochimaru had also placed numerous curse marks on it. Dense sealing formulas were crawling up the Totsuka sword and onto the Susanoo. Shinobi are truly a bunch of cunning old schemers. Uchiha Nagi cursed inwardly. Of course, this kind of seal was nothing, he could just jump out of the Susanoo. The crucial point was that Orochimaru's main body was currently pouncing over with fervent intent to gouge out his eyes. Uchiha Nagi's body was being dragged towards Orochimaru. Humph, Orochimaru, you're courting death. Just as Orochimaru's hands reached for his face, Uchiha Nagi's white left hand struck out first with a punch. Crack. Crackle. The immense force of the punch shattered Orochimaru's detestable hand, and along with it, his entire arm suffered a comminuted fracture. Finally, the fist heavily struck his head. His soft physique modification technique was utterly useless. Monster strength fist. However fast Orochimaru had come, he was sent flying back just as quickly. Then, with a deafening roar, Orochimaru crashed into the ground, creating a large crater. A monster strength fist capable of shattering the earth, when landed on a human body, would likely turn it into a pile of mush. It was only because his snake-like skin was particularly tough, if it were anyone else, they would probably have been reduced to a spray of minced flesh in the air. As a cloud of smoke dissipated, Orochimaru's 8 branches technique was dispelled, and Uchiha Nagi's Susanoo also deactivated. Come out, Orochimaru. I know you can't die. I want to make a deal with you. Chapter 77, the Edo Tensei Jutsu. Come out, Orochimaru. I know you can't die. I want to make a deal with you. After an exhaustive battle, with trump cards revealed one after another, Orochimaru had ultimately suffered a hidden loss at the hands of Uchiha Nagi's left-handed monster strength fist. However, Uchiha Nagi knew his opponent's capabilities. Orochimaru hadn't exhausted all his trump cards, while Nagi himself had nearly played all of his. All that remained were his strongest, Sun Breathing's Kagura dance, and his mind teleportation for escape. Nagi-kun, your growth truly astonishes me. I wonder, what deal do you wish to make with me? From the crater, Orochimaru's husky, magnetic voice drifted out. A few seconds later, he emerged once more, wet, slimy, and completely unharmed. Evidently, he had used the oral rebirth technique again to recover from all his injuries. However, this time, the chakra consumed was clearly greater, and the damage from cellular division more significant. But Orochimaru still wore that same smile, the chill in his eyes fixed on Uchiha Nagi like a venomous snake. Without absolute certainty, it was clear Orochimaru didn't want to continue fighting either. He had many trump cards, but his opponent had a fair few as well. The fact that Nagi even knew Tsunade's monstrous strength fist had shocked Orochimaru to the core. After all, besides the first Hokage, Tsunade was the only one in the entire Senju clan who knew the monstrous strength fist, though the Senju clan was now gone. I'm very curious, how did you learn the monstrous strength fist? That technique is Tsunade's exclusive ninjutsu. I wonder if you could tell me, Nagi-kun. Uchiha Nagi replied without missing a beat, it's nothing. Tsunade and I had a bet. She lost, so she taught me. And then I learned it. Orochimaru. Is he trying to fool a child? Uchiha Nagi's left hand was wrapped in bandages, so Orochimaru didn't know it was a white Zetsu arm. Although he had seen white Zetsu, he had never connected them to the first Hokage's cells, much less the fact that Orochimaru himself possessed Hashirama's cells. I wonder, Nagi-kun, what kind of deal do you propose? Orochimaru narrowed his serpentine eyes, feigning interest. Eternal life, Uchiha Nagi stated calmly. Oh. Clearly, Orochimaru didn't believe him. Uchiha Nagi didn't bother explaining further. He took out a scroll and tossed it to the ground. As the smoke cleared, a demon, its hands and feet bound and sealed, appeared. This was a subject he had experimented on numerous times, one that had already gone mad. Sealed in a storage scroll, without air, water, or food, a human would undoubtedly die. But it would not. Uchiha Nagi directly stabbed his sword into its head, then pulled it out. The man on the ground shrieked in pain. Yet, the next second, the wound rapidly began to repair itself, disappearing completely within moments. Then, Nagi used a kunai to sever its head. The body remained alive. He then reattached the head, and it returned to normal. An interesting specimen. A constitution akin to immortality. However, this alone is not enough to prove he possesses eternal life. Orochimaru was clearly intrigued now, his current words were merely an attempt to haggle. I won't waste any more words with you, Orochimaru. A fair exchange, I want the Edo Tensei and Senjutsu, Uchiha Nagi said directly, too lazy to expose Orochimaru's petty scheming. Edo Tensei. That's the second Hokage's forbidden jutsu. And how did you come to know that I possess the method for cultivating Senjutsu? Orochimaru asked, his interest piqued. Is there even a need to ask? Only the three great sage regions have the method for Senjutsu training. Orochimaru, you only have one chance. Kirigakuru's forces will be here soon. Make your decision. Uchiha Nagi calmly looked towards the southeast, where a group of people was gathering and heading their way. Orochimaru was also clearly aware that after causing such a commotion, it was time to leave. Orochimaru was no fool. After serious consideration, he said, I must confirm its authenticity. I'll take a blood sample for testing first. If it's real, I will come find you tomorrow for the trade. Uchiha Nagi carefully examined the blood spilled on the ground, then nodded. He recalled the demon on the ground and didn't ask how Orochimaru planned to find him. With a flicker, he quickly located little Kimimaro and then used the body flicker technique to leave the scene. As for whether Orochimaru would renege on the deal after obtaining the blood, Nagi wasn't worried at all. Only Musen's blood could convert humans into demons, and the chances of an ordinary demon converting or infecting others were pitifully small. Only after Uchiha Nagi had left did Orochimaru narrow his eyes, lick the corner of his mouth with his long tongue, and summon several snakes. They slithered towards the patch of earth stained with the demon's blood and then swallowed small clumps of soil containing it. Evidently, the allure of eternal life was not insignificant to Orochimaru. He would fanatically pursue even the slightest chance. As for capturing Uchiha Nagi to use as a vessel, he had now extinguished that thought, he lacked the certainty. What Orochimaru didn't know was that Uchiha Nagi had nearly exhausted his trump cards. If he had gone all out, he could have defeated him. Facing the pursuing Kirigakura Umbu who arrived later, Orochimaru paid them no heed. He summoned a large snake that swallowed him whole. Then, with a puff of smoke, only the devastated battlefield remained. Just as Orochimaru departed, several squads arrived. The leader of one of these squads was exceptionally striking. With turquoise eyes and long, brown, side-swept curly hair, her right eye covered by her bangs, this was Terumi Mei, the future Mizukage. At this moment, Terumi Mei was in the prime of her youth, a beauty of the highest order. But right now, marriage was the last thing on her mind. She and her clan were merely one of the Kekkeigenkai families trembling in fear within the Blood Mist village. Damn it. Where did these enemies come from, brazenly fighting in the land of water, completely disregarding us? Torumi fumed. The Kirigakure Umbu present remained silent. If the fourth Mizukage hadn't been constantly engaging in internal strife and purges, how would their enemies dare to be so audacious, fighting so flagrantly just outside Kirigakure? Do we know who the enemies are? A man wearing a mask, evidently the leader, asked. The few ninja who had arrived first and witnessed the battle replied, one was Orochimaru. The other seemed to be from the Uchiha clan, but we're not sure which one. The Uchiha clan, you say? Torumi pondered. The Uchiha clan had long since been wiped out, the survivors all rogue ninjas. Orochimaru was also a rogue. Two rogue ninjas had a major battle in Kirigakure's vicinity. No matter how hard she racked her brains, Torumi couldn't figure out their reasons. And looking at the scene, the intensity of the battle was anything but ordinary. It was at least at the level of 2 Kage-level shinobi. Damn it, if only the fourth Mizukage hadn't turned the village into this. The surrounding people fell silent. The fourth Mizukage's purges, it was truly hard to put into words. Chapter 78, Immortal Cancer Cells. Within a cave, Uchiha Nagi and Kimimaro had found a place to rest. Uchiha Nagi took out dry rations and water, handing them to Kimimaro. At the same time, he retrieved several test tubes and began to mix some dyes. Lord Nagi, what are you doing? Little Kimimaro asked curiously. Your white hair is too conspicuous. It needs to be dyed black to make it easier to avoid detection. After I've completed my deal with Orochimaru, I'll take you away from the land of water and show you the vast world outside. Oh. By the way, you don't need to call me Lord in the future. I don't really like being addressed that way, Uchiha Nagi said. Although Lord or Master wasn't particularly special in the ninja world, merely a sign of respect, Uchiha Nagi just didn't care for it. It felt too much like a rigid class distinction. Kimimaro scratched his head, puzzled. Then what should I call you? Uchiha Nagi pondered for a moment. Big brother. Adoptive father. No, best not. Call me sensei from now on. Uchiha Nagi felt that rather than establishing a hierarchical relationship like big brother, adoptive father, or lord, it was better to simply be student and sensei. There was a saying, a teacher for a day is a father for a lifetime. Orochimaru had taken Kimimaro in, viewing him as a vessel, but who knew if there were any genuine feelings involved. After all, Orochimaru couldn't even bring himself to kill Anko, who had attempted to kill him, her former master. How much more hesitant would he be with Kimimaro, who was fiercely loyal and whom he had raised from a young boy? In the original timeline, Kimimaro had respectfully called Orochimaru Lord Orochimaru, which seemed like a master-subordinate relationship, but in reality, it was perhaps more akin to that of a master and disciple. When Kimimaro died, Orochimaru had shown a flicker of uncharacteristic emotion, though it was buried very deep. Wait, sensei. Uchiha Nagi suddenly remembered that people in the ninja world had a habit of killing their teachers. Orochimaru killed the third Hokage, Nagato killed Jiraiya, and Sasuke killed Orochimaru. He shook his head vigorously. Kimimaro shouldn't be that kind of person. If he properly instilled in him the concept of respecting one's sensei and valuing the way, it probably wouldn't happen. Probably. Kimimaro, what ninjutsu do you currently know? Uchiha Nagi asked. What I know? From my clan's Shikatsumiyaku, I only know a part of it. 10-finger drilling bullets, and this bone blade, as well as creating chakra bones beneath my skin. That's all. Kimimaro thought for a moment before replying. He was still just a boy, his body hadn't fully developed yet. Knowing this much was already quite remarkable. Simply being able to create hardened chakra bones beneath his skin made him a human tank. As for the 10-finger drilling bullets, due to his current age, its power was still quite weak, about the same as throwing a kunai. Do you not know any other ninjutsu? For example, the 3 basic jutsu, or elemental ninjutsu? Uchiha Nagi inquired. I'm sorry, sensei, I don't. The clan head didn't teach me. Kimimaro scratched his head, embarrassed. From today onwards, unless your life is in danger, do not use the power of the Shikatsumiyaku. Later, I will teach you the 3 basic jutsu and other ninjutsu. Remember, unless it's a life or death situation, absolutely do not use the power of the Shikatsumiyaku, Uchiha Nagi said to Kimimaro seriously. The power of the Shikatsumiyaku was immense. When Kimimaro was with Orochimaru, he looked down on other ninjutsu because this power was so overwhelming. This led to him becoming incredibly strong later on, even personally taking down Gaara's father, the Kazekage. But the result was the Kekkeigenkai disease, the genetic illness of the Shikatsumiyaku, worsening, and then he expired. Uchiha Nagi hoped Kimimaro would reduce the development of his Shikatsumiyaku, thereby delaying the onset of his body's Keki-Igenkai disease, or perhaps even see if it could be cured. Ah, yes, sensei. But why don't you want me to use it? My Keki-Igenkai's abilities are very strong and useful, Kimimaro asked curiously. Overdeveloping it will trigger the genetic disease within your body. I will teach you other things in the future. In short, do not use the Shikatsumiyaku unless you are facing mortal danger. Oh. The current Kimimaro was a polite young boy. Although he didn't understand what a genetic disease was, he knew the sensei was concerned for him, and a warm feeling instantly spread through his heart. Kimimaro happily took the dry rations and heated them over the campfire. He also proactively spread out the bedsheet, clearly in a very good mood. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, Uchiha Nagi picked up the dye and colored Kimimaro's hair black, making him less conspicuous. Sensei, the bedsheet is spread. Uchiha Nagi nodded. I don't need to rest tonight. This is for you to sleep on. Kimimaro was stunned. Ah, for me. Then you. Uchiha Nagi said, you saw the person I fought. Before we leave the land of water, we must remain vigilant. Don't worry about me, ninjas can go 2 or 3 days without sleep without any issues. Of course, it wasn't that he wouldn't sleep at all. He could just create 2 shadow clones to keep watch while he slept. The fatigue from the night watch would still be transmitted to the main body when the clones were dispelled, but comparatively, the recovery from rest would always outweigh the fatigue. His body would, after all, get some rest and recover a good deal of energy. Inside the cave, the campfire illuminated Kimimaro's face. Kimimaro had only been lying on the bedsheet for 10 minutes before he drifted off to sleep with a blissful smile. Children his age tired easily. It seems it wasn't too difficult, Uchiha Nagi murmured to himself, looking at Kimimaro. Uchiha Nagi hadn't been very confident about spiriting away little Kimimaro. After all, he wasn't an inheritor of the will of fire, a brainwashing expert. Yet, it had gone surprisingly smoothly. Uchiha Nagi scratched his head. Could it be that orphans are more trusting of strangers? Uchiha Nagi wasn't the only one who spent a sleepless night. Orochimaru did as well. Nagi was worried about Kirigakuru's umbu and a potential sneak attack from Orochimaru, while Orochimaru was utterly astonished by the small smear of demon blood he had obtained. He discovered that it was an exceedingly peculiar type of cell. If the first Hokage's cells were akin to plant cells, with a very strong rejection by the human body, even more aggressive than cancer, then these cells were like mutated human cancer cells. It was well known that human cells have a limited number of divisions, roughly around 50 times in a lifetime, Hayflick limit. As people aged, cell division slowed, vitality decreased, until the cells reached the end of their life, leading to various bodily functions failing in old age. But mutated human cells, cancer cells, had no such restrictions, they could divide infinitely. Many people theorized that the secret to human longevity might lie hidden within cancer cells. Because if the human body was no longer troubled by the limited number of cell divisions, it could achieve immortality. From the bit of blood obtained from Uchiha Nagi, Orochimaru discovered it actually possessed the same characteristic as cancer cells, the potential for infinite division. However, some subsequent tests made Orochimaru frown. These cells were most interested in human hemoglobin as a nutrient. In other words, their food was likely human blood. When it absorbed the blood of other animals, like snake blood or bird blood, the efficiency of its division and reproduction was very low. Chapter 79, The Gateway to Eternal Life. As a scientist, Orochimaru's expertise was beyond doubt. In just one night, he had analyzed the characteristics of the sample Uchiha Nagi had given him. Theoretically, it could indeed grant longevity, true, genuine eternal life. Unbelievable. What he said was actually true. Orochimaru was profoundly shocked. For so many years, he had been researching the first Hokage's cells, wondering why even the sage body, so powerful it could regenerate almost instantly without hand seals, would still succumb to death. The answer was that although the first Hokage's cells were plant-like, the first Hokage was ultimately a human, not a plant. Therefore, he died. From childhood, he had engaged in constant battle. Although the sage body's recovery speed was astonishing, his cells had already divided far beyond the normal limit for a human. Thus, after his battle with Madara, despite being seemingly invincible, he still died within a few years. But the cells before him now, not animal, not plant, but from a human body, could truly achieve eternal life in a real sense. However, Orochimaru wasn't completely swept away by elation. He muttered to himself, perhaps it's not unlimited. Maybe it can only divide 100 or 200 times before reaching its limit. This bit of blood is too little. I need more material to analyze it in detail. Lifting his head, Orochimaru's eyes flickered with uncertainty. He wasn't losing out on the sage art transaction. Among the three great sage regions, Ryuchi Cave had the highest mortality rate for sage art training. To exchange a technique that involved directly injecting snake venom for sage art cultivation, with a staggering 99.9% death rate, for this was not a bad deal. However, Uchiha Nagi's additional request for the Edo Tensei made Orochimaru suspicious. What does he want this jutsu for? The forbidden jutsu created by the second Hokage is practically useless. Even the second Hokage himself never considered using it on the battlefield. Orochimaru mused. Before he had improved it, the Edo Tensei was utterly impractical. Not only did it often summon the wrong souls, but if the reincarnated person's willpower was too strong, they could even break free from the caster's control. For example, when he had just defected from Akatsuki, Sasori and Deidara were sent to hunt him down. He had used Edo Tensei to summon the third Kazekage's soul. However, Sasori was using the third Kazekage's actual corpse as a puppet, forcing the third Kazekage to fight himself. The Kazekage, infuriated at the thought of a once mighty leader like himself being so desecrated after death, soul and body alike, became enraged. Ultimately, his soul, relying on its powerful willpower, broke free from Orochimaru's control. If he couldn't figure out the other party's intentions, then so be it. Orochimaru planned to give Uchiha Nagi the second Hokage's 1.0 version of Edo Tensei. Only a fool would give away his own improved 2.0 version. The next day, just as the sun began to peek over the horizon, Orochimaru's serpentine spies informed him of Uchiha Nagi's location. A sleepless night was nothing to someone like Orochimaru. Right now, he only wanted to complete the transaction quickly and obtain the experimental material Uchiha Nagi possessed, the material that could potentially lead to the gateway of eternal life. Uchiha Nagi poked the campfire, using its warmth to heat some water and dry rations. When he saw a small snake appear nearby in the morning, he knew Orochimaru had definitely found him. Regardless of whether those snakes were summons or had chakra, associating them with Orochimaru was a safe bet. Sure enough, 2 hours later, just as Kimimaro was rubbing his eyes and getting up, Orochimaru appeared. "Good morning, Nagi-kun." Orochimaru's voice was still as husky and magnetic as ever. Soon enough, that magnetic voice will probably become a female one. Uchiha Nagi smiled and got straight to the point. "You're here, Orochimaru. It seems you've confirmed the authenticity of the goods. Where's the stuff for the trade?" "Hee, you certainly are impatient, aren't you?" "Please wait a moment." As soon as he finished speaking, Orochimaru opened his large mouth and spat out a scroll containing the Ryuchi Cave Sage Art and the Edo Tensei. "Nagi-kun, don't say I didn't warn you. Sage art isn't easy to cultivate. The mortality rate is extremely high, and you must go to Ryuchi Cave to train, as the natural energy there is most abundant. What are your plans?" "If you want to go to Ryuchi Cave, I can help you," Orochimaru said with a chuckle. The so-called help naturally referred to a summoning contract. Without one, it was impossible to reach any of the three great sage regions. "No need. I have my own ways." Uchiha Nagi opened the scroll and checked its authenticity. "Only a lunatic would go to Ryuchi Cave. I'll cultivate it in the Demon Slayer world." "Orochimaru, this Edo Tensei, it's the original version, isn't it? The chances of accurately reincarnating someone with this are pitifully low. What I want is your improved version." Just because Uchiha Nagi hadn't seen the original didn't mean he couldn't try to bluff. He knew Orochimaru had already perfected the 2.0 version by now. Orochimaru didn't get angry, instead, he sounded intrigued. "Oh. And where did you hear that I was improving the Edo Tensei?" Uchiha Nagi had already prepared an excuse. "You and Uchiha Itachi were part of the same mysterious organization, right? Later, you defected, and they sent people to hunt you down. You used the Edo Tensei summoned Kazekage to fight them." Orochimaru let out a sound of admiration, still not angered. "I didn't expect your intelligence network to be so strong." Then, he tossed another scroll to Uchiha Nagi and said, "The second Hokage's Edo Tensei has two problems. First, it cannot accurately locate the soul of the deceased. Second, if the deceased was too powerful in life, they can break free from the caster's control. Currently, I've only perfected its reincarnation accuracy. As for controlling the deceased, I'm still working on improvements. Because the reincarnated dead can only exert their full former strength when they are fully conscious, and in a conscious state, they are prone to breaking free. If their consciousness is erased, they might not even display 10% of their original strength. So, I'm trying to improve how to control them while their consciousness is erased, without rendering them powerless. If I've solved the second problem by our next meeting, I'll give you the complete Edo Tensei. How about it?" Uchiha Nagi believed Orochimaru's explanation. It meant Orochimaru was currently developing something close to the 2.0 version. The final problem, how to keep the deceased conscious while maintaining control so they could exert their maximum power, was something Kabuto would eventually solve. Ultimately, Orochimaru had settled for an intermediate version, erasing the consciousness of the first and second Hokages for easier control. As a result, the first's wood style, which could cover an entire city, only managed to cover a rooftop, and the second's water style became a rooftop swimming pool. Uchiha Nagi thought for a moment and nodded. All right, I agree. But I'd like to inspect the goods on the spot, if that's okay. Orochimaru smiled. Of course, you may. With that, he summoned a snake, which spat out 2 living people. Chapter 80, The Kubikirabocho. The outcome of the transaction was, naturally, to everyone's satisfaction. Orochimaru departed, content with the materials for eternal life. As for the 2 living humans he provided as sacrifices, Uchiha Nagi certainly wasn't about to have a sudden attack of conscience, demanding Orochimaru release them only to then go find a couple of guilty bandits himself. That would just be making things unnecessarily complicated. Orochimaru had obtained the materials for longevity he craved, and Uchiha Nagi had acquired the Edo Tensei 2.0. Nagi wasn't particularly concerned about the issue of the reincarnated being too powerful to control. The immortal body granted by the reincarnation was itself an incredibly potent bug in the system, more than making up for that drawback. In other words, if Uchiha Nagi were to reincarnate a Kage-level individual, he'd either have to do as Orochimaru did and use a talisman to erase the subject's consciousness, turning them into a puppet driven solely by instinct, or allow them to retain their consciousness and attempt to control them in battle while they were fully aware. However, if the individual was as powerful in life as the third Kazekage, their intense resistance could allow them to break free from the Edo Tensei. After handing over the experimental material sealed in the scroll to Orochimaru, they concluded their deal. Orochimaru even gave Uchiha Nagi an address in the Land of Grass, saying that if Nagi wished to trade again in the future, he could find him there. I have a feeling, Nagi-kun, that we'll be conducting our second transaction very soon. Orochimaru was exceedingly pleased, his eyes showing a feverish excitement, a first, beyond their usual serpentine glint. Before leaving, Orochimaru's raspy voice lingered in Uchiha Nagi's mind. At the same time, he cast a lingering, thoughtful glance at Kimimaro. Ultimately, though, he didn't make a move on Kimimaro. The Kagaya clan hadn't been wiped out yet, and Kimimaro wasn't the only child among them. Since he couldn't get the one with the most potential, he could just abduct a couple more. If quality was lacking, quantity would have to suffice. With the transaction complete, Uchiha Nagi planned to leave the Land of Water. This place was still under Obito's control. What if Obito returned from the Land of Rain and, on a whim, had the 4th Mizukage launch a dozen-tailed beast bombs at him? Shaking his head, Uchiha Nagi knew he couldn't take that many tailed beast bombs. His Susanoo could perhaps withstand a small one, but several was unrealistic. Moreover, when a Jinchuriki transformed fully into their tailed beast, the tailed beast bombs they fired were even larger. Not even Orochimaru's triple Rashomon could necessarily block one, a 4th gate might be required. As the nuclear weapons of the shinobi world, tailed beast bombs were cost-effective and devastatingly powerful. Kimimaro, pack up. It's time to go. Oh, okay, sensei. Kimimaro deftly packed their belongings and stored them in a storage scroll. Possessing chakra, he could use such scrolls. Meanwhile, Uchiha Nagi took out a vial of a pungent, foul-smelling potion, mixed it with water, and sprayed it around their campsite. He did this, of course, to prevent pursuit. Besides the Inuzuka clan, other nations had their own ninja hounds. After all, no matter how well a ninja concealed themselves, they were still living beings, and living beings could be tracked by scent. Uchiha Nagi used this acrid potion to eliminate the scent left by himself and Kimimaro. Kirigakure undoubtedly had its own methods for tracking enemies by smell, he couldn't afford to be careless. Once they were on a ship out on the open sea, scent tracking would naturally become useless. However, sensory ninjas were a problem. Some sensory ninjas in the shinobi world could detect targets up to 1,000 meters away, while more powerful ones could sense things several kilometers out. Uchiha Nagi had his own methods as well. Using the beast-breathing spatial awareness, he had successfully evaded several pursuit teams. Of course, the main reason the pursuit wasn't more intense was that the Kagaya clan was planning to rebel in a few days, so the 4th Mizukage had stationed most of the Umbu in the village, waiting for the Kagayas to walk into their trap. Within half a day, Uchiha Nagi, with Kimimaro in tow, quickly reached a port. The Land of Water, being an island nation, was surrounded by islands of various sizes, with ports in every direction. Building a harbor, a difficult task for ordinary people, was a matter of a few ninjutsu for shinobi. Thus, if the Land of Water had one thing in abundance, it was ports and ships. As Uchiha Nagi and Kimimaro approached the docks, Nagi frowned. Even if it was a quiet time, there should at least be a small squad of ninjas on patrol. The current laxity felt wrong. Those with strong spiritual energy were often more sensitive. Since he sensed something amiss, he decided to investigate. Beast breathing, 7th form, spatial awareness. Closing his eyes to extend his senses, His beast-like intuition immediately pinpointed the source of danger. "Come out, you lot hiding under the ship," Uchiha Nagi said coolly, addressing a three-masted sailboat. After a moment of silence, several dark figures suddenly leaped out from beneath the water. The surrounding civilians, laborers, and merchants, seeing the ninjas facing off, immediately scrambled in terror, some even abandoning their goods in their haste to flee. "It's Ninja-sama. Run! The Ninja-samas are going to fight. Everyone, run for your lives." Ninjas from the Bloody Mist rarely showed any concern for civilians during their battles. Those who ran too slowly might very well end up as an appetizer. "Hey, didn't expect this, did you? We were waiting for you at the docks. The land of water is different from other countries. If you want to leave, you must go through a port. So, we didn't need to search for you everywhere. All we had to do was set up an ambush at a nearby port in advance," a ninja with sharp teeth sneered. "Uchiha, if you're willing to surrender without a fight and return with us, you can join our Hidden Mist village. We would warmly welcome a Sharingan clan member into Kirigakure." The hidden meaning in his words was clear. Once Uchiha Nagi joined Kirigakure, he'd be expected to work like an ox, day and night, to single-handedly sire a new clan. The leader of the group was a burly man, carrying a large blade on his shoulder. The sword was very conspicuous, with a circular hole in its blade. The Kubikurabocho, the executioner's blade. Among the 7 swords of the mist, it was arguably the most underwhelming. Uchiha Nagi frowned slightly. Hadn't the previous wielder of this sword used it to block a tailed beast bomb, causing it to break, and then the flying fragments killed the owner? Its retrieval was to be expected. However, in Uchiha Nagi's memory, Zabuza was supposed to have taken it. How was it still in Kirigakure? It should have disappeared with Zabuza after his failed assassination attempt. Could Zabuza be dead? Moreover, this sword also seemed to be the only one among the 7 swords not included in the summoning contract. In the final battle, Mangetsu Hozuki had summoned all the 7 ninja swordsmen's blades, yet this one remained in Kakashi's hands, unsummoned. It was probably considered too useless to be included in the summoning jutsu. Aside from its ability to regenerate by absorbing blood after being broken, it didn't seem much different from an ordinary sword. Uchiha Nagi slowly drew his Nichiren blade. This sword would drink blood again today. Chapter 81, You're celebrating too soon. So you've chosen the hard way. Taking you back crippled is fine too. Ninja art, Hidden Mist Jutsu. As the lead ninja prepared to fight, he immediately cast the silent assassination technique. He was unaware, however, that Uchiha Nagi had already activated his Mangekyo Sharingan and was once again busy copying the jutsu. The Hidden Mist Jutsu, famously used by Zabuza in his battle against Kakashi, was a ninjutsu that conjured a dense fog. This mist was infused with a minute amount of chakra, allowing it to quickly reform even if dispersed by a wind-style technique. Because of this trace chakra permeating the fog, the Sharingan couldn't discern the caster's location, effectively blinding its sight. This was precisely why Kakashi, despite having his 3-Tomo Sharingan active, had opted for a defensive stance. However, against the Byakugan, it was a different story entirely. The Byakugan's abilities were akin to X-ray vision, leaving the jutsu user with nowhere to hide. Next up wouldn't be the silent killing technique, would it? Uchiha Nagi chuckled. The silent killing technique was designed to complement the Hidden Mist Jutsu. It allowed the user to move soundlessly within the dense fog. Without the mist, it was obviously useless as one could easily be seen, but within the thick fog, it was a deadly trump card. Do you think your eyes are Byakugan? Hand, foot, or head, which do you want me to lop off first? The voice echoed from all directions. The lead ninja had clearly entered his element, ready to strike. The few who had accompanied him had also concealed themselves within the dense fog, preparing their attack. Swoosh. Several shuriken and kunai flew rapidly towards Uchiha Nagi and Kimimaro. Clearly, they had no intention of sparing the child by his side. Clang. 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 After a few metallic clashes and a shower of sparks, Uchiha Nagi's pupils suddenly contracted. Several of the kunai were sparking. Apparently, the Mistumbu weren't as destitute as rogue ninjas, they'd attached explosive tags to their weapons. True enough. Explosive tags were cheap and devastatingly effective, getting hit by one was like taking a grenade. Shinobi were glass cannons, high attack, low defense. Even Orochimaru had been severely injured when he carelessly got hit by a single tag while on the run. But this wasn't enough to stump Uchiha Nagi. His Mangekyo Sharingan's dynamic vision was excellent. Although the dense fog made it difficult to see far, discerning objects a few meters away was no problem. The moment he saw the explosive tags, he swung his Nichiren blade and activated a breathing style. Water breathing, 6th form, twisting whirlpool, flowing dance. Uchiha Nagi subconsciously used the 6th form variation for both defense and offense. This technique was an application that combined the footwork of the 6th form, twisting whirlpool, and the third form, flowing dance, allowing him to absorb the opponent's force into his own movements. As versatile as water breathing was, dealing with a few explosive tags wasn't a particularly difficult task. Just as he parried the explosive tags, a large sword appeared silently behind Uchiha Nagi and slashed downwards. The strike was fast and precise. Eerily, enhanced by the silent killing technique, it made no sound as it cut through the air. Watch out. Little Kimimaro didn't even have time to utter the word behind before Uchiha Nagi was sliced in half at the waist by the large sword. Ah. Kimimaro stared in disbelief. His sensei, whom he had known for only a short time, was dead just like that. TCH, and I thought he was strong. Turns out. Thwack. Before he could finish his sentence, the ninja wielding the Kubikurabocho was pierced through the heart from behind by a blade. And the Uchiha Nagi who had been cut down moments before was slowly dissolving into a pile of mud. This was something Uchiha Nagi had discovered. Earth clones consumed a bit more chakra than shadow clones, but they were also more durable. After all, they were made of earth. I've been wondering something, Uchiha Nagi said, his voice calm. Without the Byakugan, you guys can't see in this dense fog either, right? So, what gives you the confidence you can actually kill your enemies? He had prepared an earth clone the moment the enemy used the hidden mist jutsu. Of course, if he hadn't wanted to copy the jutsu, he could have simply activated his Susanoo and ended the fight in less than a minute. Beneath the Gundam, all our ants, of course, that was just a joke. Why would he resort to his Gundam for every minor enemy? Chakra wasn't meant to be wasted so frivolously. Besides, the Susanoo wasn't an absolute defense. There was a certain woman in Kirigakura at that very moment who could break through it. The leader was surprised for a moment, then his entire body dissolved into a water clone. Clearly, the one who had attacked Nagi hadn't been his real body either. Truly surprising. When did you use that earth clone? A figure appeared behind Uchiha Nagi again. This time, however, he wasn't targeting the adult, but the child. The Kubikurabocho slashed viciously towards Kimimaro, determined to cut him in two. Kimimaro hesitated for a split second, his sensei's words telling him not to use his Shikatsumiyaku echoing in his mind. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, the blade was already upon him. Of course, at his tender age, even if he used his Shikatsumiyaku, his power wouldn't surpass that of a jonin. He was only a child. Age-wise, he was only 2 or 3 years older than Naruto. Before reaching adulthood, one couldn't possibly be that strong. Even Naruto, with his massive chakra reserves, only began to experience rapid growth in power during his teenage years. Just as the blade was about to strike Kimimaro, Uchiha Nagi, Mangekyo Sharingan blazing, lunged forward. The chance. You fell for it. The lead ninja's target had never been Kimimaro. Attacking the boy first was merely a feint to lure Uchiha Nagi into revealing an opening. Thunder breathing, first form, thunderclap and flash, Godspeed. A flash of lightning streaked past, and Uchiha Nagi's blade was already buried deep in the enemy's heart. But the masked ninja, despite being stabbed through the heart, showed no surprise. Instead, he let out a savage laugh. Ha 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 ha, you fell for it. Now. Water style, water prison jutsu, came 4 synchronized shouts. 4 ninjas who had been lying in wait around them suddenly appeared. A combination ninjutsu, evidently prepared for some time, instantly trapped Uchiha Nagi and Kimimaro in a large water prison. This massive water prison jutsu was, of course, much smaller than the one Kisame would later use to trap the 8 tails. However, its strength lay in being a combination ninjutsu cast by 4 people, making it exceptionally solid and stable. Uchiha Nagi frowned underwater. The water prison was filled with a strange chakra that firmly sealed him. Is this why ninjas can't perform jutsu inside a water prison? Ha 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 ha, this kid wasn't so hard to catch after all. See, the 4 of us handled him just fine, cackled a Mist Umbu wearing a fox mask. Don't be careless. This is the guy who fought Orochimaru for a long time the night before last, the leader said, slowly approaching. To be safe, let me cut off his arms and legs before we take him back. With that, he menacingly raised the Kubikurabocho. I say, a voice drawled from within the prison, aren't you celebrating a little too soon? Chapter 82, Terumi Mei. I say, aren't you celebrating a little too soon? Those trapped within the water prison jutsu cannot escape. Water is the ultimate soft substance, yet softness can overcome hardness. Moreover, the water prison is a ninjutsu akin to a sealing technique. The caster infuses the water with chakra, preventing those inside from performing jutsu. However, it only prevents the casting of ninjutsu, it doesn't mean it's a true sealing jutsu. It's unknown if Guy, with all 8 gates open, could break through a water prison, but Madara's Susanoo directly shattered Shikaku's pyramid seal, so... Boom. A skeletal arm constructed of chakra directly pierced through the massive water prison, simultaneously grabbing 2 of the ninjas still channeling the jutsu. The other 2 ninjas reacted quickly and were lucky enough to escape. How? How could this be? He actually got out. Crack. Crunch. With a series of sickening bone-crushing sounds, the two missed Umbu caught by the skeletal hand died instantly, coughing up mouthfuls of blood before their breath ceased a few seconds later. The two stunned Umbu nearby immediately leaped away. Regrettable, isn't it? It seems your water prison couldn't hold me after all. Uchiha Nagi shook the water from his body, controlling the colossal chakra skeleton as it stepped out. This is... The squad leader wielding the Kubikirabocha was utterly shocked. This is... Susanoo. The Kubikirabocha wielding squad leader didn't know about the Sharingan's exclusive dojutsu. This was his first time seeing a Susanoo. The information had only been gathered by Umbu intelligence before the mission. The Umbu had witnessed Orochimaru and an Uchiha clansman, both deploying their giant avatars, fighting brazenly in the forest, completely disregarding them. In truth, they hadn't even dared to get close. Initially, he hadn't thought much of it. A few traps and some clones had seemingly easily contained their target. He'd figured the Umbu had exaggerated. He never expected that in an instant, two of his men would be crushed to death by the opponent's giant Susanoo hand. The two Umbu who had narrowly escaped immediately threw several shuriken and kunai, all rigged with explosive tags. Boom. Boom. After a few fiery explosions, the Susanoo remained completely unscathed. Although it was in its most basic skeletal arm state, blocking a few explosive tags was no difficulty. How is this possible? Dispel the hidden mist jutsu. Don't waste any more chakra. Normal attacks are useless against him. Use the ultimate move. The remaining ninjas exchanged glances, instantly understanding. They were all from the same squad and had excellent coordination. They naturally knew which technique their captain was referring to. Tiger, ox, monkey, hare, rat, boar, bird, ox, horse, dog, tiger, serpent, ox, monkey, hare. Water style, great waterfall technique. Together, they rapidly formed the hand seals in combination, unleashing a large-scale water-style jutsu, the Great Waterfall technique. Uchiha Nagi calmly watched them rapidly form the seals. Their speed made him wonder if their fingers would cramp up after doing that for so long. The Great Waterfall technique was an A-rank water-style ninjutsu. When cast by several people in unison, its power was even more astounding. A massive volume of water, like a flash flood, surged towards Uchiha Nagi and Kimimaro. Don't assume that just because it's water, it's useless. When someone is being tossed about and disoriented by a torrent, even a single kunai can be fatal. Floods, tornadoes, these are the forces of nature, perfectly replicated by ninjas through the manipulation of chakra. Nagi-sensei. Kimimaro shouted anxiously, but before he could finish, Uchiha Nagi placed a hand on his shoulder. Don't rush. Uchiha Nagi pricked his finger, drawing a little blood, then formed hand seals. Single Rashomon. Author's Note 1. Rumble. A gate adorned with a demonic visage, as if from the depths of hell itself, was summoned from the earth by Uchiha Nagi. It was Orochimaru's Rashomon. Since he'd seen it, he had naturally copied it. How could he pass up such a good technique? The massive, overwhelming flood crashed directly against the Rashomon. The gate stood firm, its defenses unbreached. Kimimaro, today sensei will teach you your first lesson. No matter the situation, the one with more chakra always has the advantage. After speaking, Uchiha Nagi began forming hand seals, and simultaneously, the seawater by the shore began to churn violently. Compared to being on land, being by the sea naturally offered the greatest advantage. With an inexhaustible supply of water, he didn't even need to expend much chakra for his jutsu. Water style, Grand Dam Cataclysm. The Rashomon vanished as its chakra dissipated, and Uchiha Nagi, who had been behind it, had also completed this water-style jutsu. This was Kisame's favorite kind of wide area of effect ninjutsu. A colossal mass of water surged upwards, even larger than their great waterfall, and in one fell swoop, it completely submerged the entire port, then swept towards the few Umbu ninjas, carrying all sorts of debris with it. At this point, any ninjutsu was useless. Faced with such a map-clearing water-style ninjutsu, unless they possessed the Flying Thunder God technique, even the body flicker technique wouldn't allow them to escape, as the area of effect was simply too vast. Crash. Rumble. The entire port was annihilated by Uchiha Nagi's area of effect attack. By the time the chakra dispersed and the seawater gradually returned to normal, the few Umbu ninjas were long gone. As for their squad leader, he met a particularly tragic end. He was impaled by his own Kubikirabocho through half his body. He had tried to use the Kubikirabocho to anchor himself to the ground to resist the impact of the massive wave. However, Uchiha Nagi had specifically targeted him, directing even more water his way. He failed to secure his footing, was swept away along with his greatsword, and then, tragically, was struck by the Kubikirabocho when he collided with a large tree. Uchiha Nagi, with Kimimaro, leaped several times to arrive in front of the Kubikurabocho. He then removed the blade. It was too large and impractical, but it might be worth taking back to study. Still not coming out. They're all dead. How long do you plan to hide? Uchiha Nagi said, looking in a certain direction. When he had used his spatial awareness, he had detected two groups of pursuers. For some reason, only one group had attacked, while the other had remained hidden. You're Uchiha Nagi, aren't you? The other survivor of the Uchiha clan, a soft, pleasant voice drifted over. A female ninja slowly revealed herself. Uchiha Nagi glanced at her. Green eyes, long, brown, crossed over curly hair, her right eye covered by her bangs. This attire, is it Terumi Mei? That's right, I am Uchiha Nagi. Are you also here to capture me? Chapter 83, screwing over Obito again. You bastard, what do you mean by that? You think we can't catch you? Don't forget, this is the land of water. You're on our soil, catching you or killing you is perfectly justified. Terumi Mei's temper was as fiery as her boil release. Fighting in someone else's territory and then copying an attitude, as if they were the ones in the wrong, what an infuriating bastard. Don't be rash, a middle-aged man stepped in front of Terumi Mei. He wore an eye patch over one of his eyes. But. No buts. I'll talk to him. The middle-aged man turned to Uchiha Nagi and said, we mean no harm. Uchiha Nagi narrowed his eyes. A man wearing a distinctive eye patch. And around that eye patch, veins bulged visibly, a clear sign of prolonged, intensive use of the eye beneath. It's Ao. The Kirigakure ninja who possesses a Byakugan. A pity it was only a single Byakugan. Otherwise, Uchiha Nagi would have snatched it for Kimimaro to use later. The atmosphere tensed. As Uchiha Nagi's gaze lingered on Ao's covered eye, a faint murderous intent emanated from him. Ao, too, clearly understood the allure his Byakugan held. Fortunately, after a moment, Uchiha Nagi's killing intent subsided. He abandoned the idea of taking the Byakugan. Uchiha Nagi smirked. I don't see what there is to talk about. You're not planning to invite me to join Kirigakure, are you? And then, like that dead fellow said, have me work like a breeding bull. Send me 8 or 10 beautiful women to sire a new clan. If it were the land of lightning, he might have considered it. After all, among all the major nations, the land of lightning was the most united and, remarkably, had never produced a single missing nin. But the land of water? You're still in the middle of purging your own Keki Igenkai clans. What face do you have inviting others to join you? Ao calmly replied, you misunderstand. I know you're a wanted criminal from Konoha. Anywhere you go, you'll face bounty hunters or pursuit from Konoha's Umbu. Why not join us as a guest elder? You'll enjoy absolute safety and freedom. How about it? Uchiha Nagi understood. Clearly, when Ao said us, he didn't mean Kirigakure. He was implying, we are we, and Kirigakure is Kirigakure. Although Ao didn't state the reason, Uchiha Nagi had a good idea what it was. Due to the fourth Mizukage's tyrannical actions, many long-standing clans were dissatisfied with him and were secretly plotting his overthrow. And the fourth Mizukage was a perfect Jinchuriki, his combat strength was undeniable. The Mizukage had a firm grasp on the intelligence and combat data of his own villagers. Therefore, these dissenting clans needed external help, some unexpected variables, a trump card the fourth Mizukage wouldn't anticipate. So, upon seeing Uchiha Nagi, they naturally thought of inviting him to join them as a guest elder. Then, when the time came for a change, Uchiha Nagi could be deployed as their ace. His ability to fight Orochimaru and emerge unscathed clearly indicated he wasn't weak. Orochimaru was one of Konoha's Sannin, a renowned figure for years, undeniably Kage level. For Uchiha Nagi to survive an encounter with him uninjured meant his strength was considerable. This was Ao and his group's purpose, to seek external power. And Uchiha Nagi, a Konoha missing nin, would surely be far more reliable than anyone within Kirigakure. The other clans seemed hesitant, their attitudes ambiguous, a bunch of unreliable fence-sitters. However, Uchiha Nagi had no intention of wasting his time here. He had many other things to do. Apologies, I don't have the time. And I have no interest in a village controlled by a puppet. Uchiha Nagi stated coolly. A puppet? What do you mean? Explain yourself clearly, Terumi Mei immediately demanded. Oh, so you don't know yet. What a waste of that Hyuga main family Byakugan you have there, TSK. Uchiha Nagi shook his head. Damn you, just spit it out. Stop being so wishy-washy, like a woman. Terumi Mei fumed. Your fourth Mizukage has long since been controlled by Genjutsu. He's nothing more than a puppet in someone else's hands right now. If you just use that Byakugan of yours to observe him, you'll see. What? Are you telling the truth? Ao was utterly shocked. The fourth Mizukage, a puppet for someone else. How could that be? He was a perfect Jinchuriki. Who could control him with Genjutsu? Believe it or not, just find some time to check his body yourself. Oh, and let me tell you one more thing, he's being controlled by someone wearing a mask who uses spacetime ninjutsu. Uchiha Nagi thought for a moment and decided to reveal a bit of information about Obito, to see if he could screw him over in the process. However, he wouldn't be foolish enough to say Obito's name directly. That would be pointless, only serving to make Obito more cautious without achieving anything else. His abilities are spacetime ninjutsu, his body can become intangible to evade any attack, though he must materialize to attack an enemy. He possesses a Mangekyo Sharingan. Alright, that's all the information I have. Consider it a free gift, generous enough, I think. Good luck to you. With that, Uchiha Nagi, with little Kimimaro in tow, turned and walked towards the docks without a backward glance. There was still a small, three-masted merchant ship there, one he had deliberately spared from his attack. Ao and Terumi Mei were both still in shock. After a moment, Ao gestured with his eyes to the two ninjas behind Terumi Mei. They understood instantly and threw kunai at the neck and head of the Kubikurabocha-wielding squad leader, who was still slumped against the tree. Silencing the witness. Although the man looked dead, there was no guarantee he wasn't feigning it. Ao's two trusted subordinates began to search for any survivors from the previous Umbu squad to eliminate them. They were the Mizuki's men, and this information was too critical now, no one else could know. As Ao's two subordinates went to silence the members of that Umbu squad, Terumi Mei looked at Uchiha Nagi's departing figure. Suddenly, she felt that this man wasn't so detestable anymore. Looking closely, he was even a little handsome. Just a little. Uchiha Nagi and Kimimaro had already boarded the ship. Kimimaro was curiously asking how the two of them would manage to sail the boat. Uchiha Nagi just smiled. He simply used a wind-style jutsu. And then the ship set sail, heading out to sea. Simple operation, manual power, all they needed was to control the direction. Jiraiya had used a similar trick, using his Raiznan as a propeller, making his boat move incredibly fast. After leaving the shallow waters, Uchiha Nagi created a shadow clone, which jumped into the water, killed a fish to attract a school of sharks, and then activated his Sharingan. A while later, Kimimaro stared at the group of sharks in front of them, working themselves to exhaustion, their eyes almost rolling back, yet still frantically swimming forward. He asked curiously, Nagi-sensei, those sharks, why are they obediently pulling the boat? Uchiha Nagi. Chapter 84, The Night of the Clan's Extermination. Why were the sharks willing to work for free? The convenience of the Sharingan, of course. It could even control tailed beasts, let alone a few mere sharks without chakra. Besides, it saved his own chakra. Constantly using wind style to travel was exhausting. The poor sharks, exploited by Uchiha Nagi as free labor. Some were worked until they foamed at the mouth before he finally let them go. With these underwater cart horses, Uchiha Nagi's boat sped away from the land of water. He always felt uneasy there, ultimately, it was because water was everywhere, making escape difficult. If tracked by a large group of ninjas, his only option would be to flee by boat out to sea, which was undoubtedly very dangerous. The land of waters Umbu specialized in aquatic combat and could wear you down with fast ships. As someone who had lived on land for many years, Uchiha Nagi still preferred the feeling of solid ground beneath his feet. We're approaching land soon. When we arrive, I'll buy you a sword, and I'll teach you a martial art that doesn't exist in this world, Uchiha Nagi said, turning to Kimimaro. Doesn't exist in this world? Little Kimimaro asked curiously. A breathing style. A breathing style used in conjunction with swordsmanship. You're quite fond of carrying that bone sword, aren't you? Perhaps you can become a powerful swordsman, Uchiha Nagi smiled. Lead Kimimaro astray. Not a chance. Breathing styles themselves were martial techniques that enhance the human body, not conflicting with his Shikatsumiyaku. Orochimaru's curse mark was similar, it used a simplified form of natural energy, a low-tier version of Senjutsu. That was how Kimimaro had been able to kill the fourth Kazekage. As for dying later while fighting Gaara, he was already running on empty by then and had forcibly activated the final stage of his curse mark. The massive influx of natural energy naturally hastened his death. Even so, he was so close, just a meter away, from killing both Gaara and Rock Lee. If he had lived just a few seconds longer, the shinobi world would have lost two more supporting characters. However, at this point, Uchiha Nagi didn't intend to let Kimimaro unrestrainedly tap into the power of his Shikatsumiyaku. He wanted him to develop his body properly, train in other ninjutsu and breathing styles. When he grew older, they'd see if the Kekkei Genkai illness recurred. If it did, Nagi would just go steal a pair of Byakugan to cure him. Once he was cured, then he could fully develop his power. Of course, whether White Zetsu cells could cure Kimimara's illness was still a matter for research. After all, although Hamura and Hagoromo shared a mother, their genetic descendants had long since diverged. Cells from the first Hokage wouldn't necessarily cure Kimimaro, otherwise, Orochimaru would have already done it, as he had first Hokage cells in his possession. As Uchiha Nagi successfully made landfall. By the time Obito received the news and rushed to Kirigakure, it was already too late. Uchiha Nagi was gone, and so was Orochimaru. Although Obito's space-time ninjutsu made travel very convenient, not even requiring a boat, the land of rain and the land of water were a great distance apart, with the vast land of fire in between. It was a wonder how Obito managed to travel back and forth between the two villages so frequently without any leaks. After all, the fourth Mizukage required constant Mangekyo Genjutsu application, and Obito couldn't stay away from the land of water for too long either, as he had many Akatsuki matters to oversee. This was also why the fourth Mizukage eventually managed to break free from his control, if Obito wasn't consistently present in Kirigakure, and Ao discovered the truth. When Obito arrived in the land of water, the White Zetsu clone stationed there reported the situation. Uchiha Nagi and Orochimaru had already left, and the Kagaya clan was currently planning to rebel. Is that so? That Uchiha Nagi has already fled the land of water. What a pity. To think that after disappearing for over a year, he's grown to this extent, even able to fight Orochimaru and escape unscathed, Obito said calmly. Obito felt pressured by Itachi's combat intelligence. It seemed anyone who fought Itachi would have their every move seen through. Moreover, Itachi had never lost a single battle. His perpetual calmness and battle IQ that allowed him to always find a jutsu's weakness made even Obito wary. Compared to Nagato, Itachi felt like a more troublesome opponent. That was why the grudge from when Uchiha Nagi had cut off his arm had gradually been set aside. He needed someone of comparable strength who could also act as a check against Itachi, someone to be used as a pawn when Itachi eventually turned traitor. Yes, and as for the Kagaya clan, tonight is precisely when they plan to rebel. You've arrived just in time. White Zetsu chuckled. When Obito wasn't around, to prevent the fourth Mizukage from appearing too dull and arousing suspicion of being controlled, White Zetsu naturally stepped in. White Zetsu absorbed a portion of the fourth Mizukage chakra, transformed into his appearance, and held down the fort in Kirigakure. Thanks to White Zetsu's disguise, Obito successfully maintained control over Kirigakure even in his absence. However, while White Zetsu could impersonate the fourth Mizukage, he couldn't replicate the tailed beast within him. If Ao were to inspect with his Byakugan and discover the Mizukage's pitifully low chakra levels, he would likely become suspicious. Then let the Umbu deal with them. They're just a bunch of muscle-headed madmen, Obito said dismissively. Understood. I'll go make the arrangements. By the way, with this extermination of the Kagaya clan, it seems many of the old, established families are getting restless, White Zetsu chuckled. It doesn't matter. They're just a bunch of fence-sitters, mere rabble. Just have the fourth Mizukage, who hasn't made an appearance in a while, transform into his tailed beast form to warn them. That should be enough, Obito said contemptuously. Did Kirigakure have any Kage-level individuals? Perhaps in the past. Before Hozuki Mangetsu died, he was Kage-level potential, but unfortunately, he died young from illness. And Kisame, who rose later, was even more formidable. He had more chakra than a Kage, earning him the nickname, Tailed Beast Without a Tail. It showed just how vast his chakra reserves were, at least equivalent to a one-tail or more. Then there was Terumi Mei, favored by the heavens, a prominent figure possessing two Keki Igenkai. However, at present, many were wary of the fourth Mizukage, the perfect Jinchuriki. They were all observing, acting as fence-sitters, hoping not to be the ones to fire the first shot. Little did they know, the more they waited and watched, the closer their doom approached. Obito already hated Kirigakure to the bone and wouldn't miss any opportunity to dismantle the village. All Keki Igenkai clans were part of his purge plan. When night fell, the fourth Mizukage convened a meeting. All of Kirigakure's old, established families and high-ranking officials gathered to discuss the matter of the Kagaya clan's rebellion. Even if one wanted to exterminate a Keki Igenkai clan, it wasn't that simple. First, a legitimate pretext was necessary. Even the Mizukage Umbu were living people, ordering them to slaughter their own villagers required a lawful excuse and evidence. Ao hid amongst the crowd, his eye patch still in place. But behind it, his Byakugan secretly activated, revealing something that shocked him to his core. The fourth Mizukage, there was a distinct mass of different chakra in his brain, and similarly in his core where the tailed beast was sealed. Chapter 85, Yagura Karatachi. The fourth Mizukage, Yagura Karatachi. He was the previous Mizukage disciple, his prized student, precisely because Yagura was a perfect Jinchuriki. What did it mean to be a perfect Jinchuriki? It meant having a personal nuclear power plant. In the shinobi world, aside from the Uzumaki and Senju clans, the chakra of most humans could never hope to surpass that of a tailed beast. Therefore, a tailed beast was not only a nuclear weapon but also a nuclear power plant. Being a perfect Jinchuriki signified a cooperative relationship where the tailed beast was willing to coexist with its host and lend its power. Possessing a nuclear power plant as an energy source provided an overwhelming advantage in battle. When others had exhausted their chakra, he still had reserves. How could one fight that? Furthermore, as the Kage of a village, his own chakra levels were already substantial. He possessed an even greater advantage that others lacked. If he were ever caught in a genjutsu, the tailed beast within him could easily awaken him. That was why Ao was so utterly shocked that Yagura Karatachi could be controlled by genjutsu. It meant that what the Uchiha named Nagi had said was true. What concerned him even more was the intelligence Nagi had provided. The person controlling the fourth Mizukage was a member of the Uchiha clan who possessed a Mangekyo Sharingan and used space-time ninjutsu. Ao discreetly shot a look at Terumi Mei, who understood instantly. After the meeting concluded and the news of the Kagaya clan's rebellion was confirmed, they silently returned to their own clan's territory. The surrounding established families also remained silent. Everyone understood the principle of one's lips freezing when the teeth are gone, but no one wanted to be the first to stick their neck out and try to assassinate the fourth Mizukage. Failure would mean the annihilation of their entire clan. Even if they succeeded, their clan would suffer devastating losses, and the position of Mizukage would simply fall into the hands of another family. This was why, when Zabuza had attempted to assassinate Yagura, these families had all secretly provided him with a degree of support. After returning to their clan compound and entering a meeting room covered in sealing talismans, Terumi Mei impatiently questioned Ao. How did it look, Ao-sensei? What did you see? Although Ao was a jonin, he had been Terumi Mei's teacher when she was young. It was only after she became the Mizukage that Ao was appointed as her right-hand man. The situation is not optimistic, Ao said. It's just as that Uchiha Nagi informed us. The fourth is indeed being controlled. There's a strange chakra mass within his brain. How is that possible? He's a perfect Jinchuriki. Didn't the Three Tails wake him up? An old man exclaimed, shooting to his feet. He was one of the elders of Terumi Mei's clan. Could the tailed beast have been extracted? Impossible. He would die without his tailed beast. Damn it, I knew something was wrong. Why else would he conduct such a purge of his own village? The men around them began to argue amongst themselves. Quiet. An old man seated at the head of the table, the great elder of Terumi Mei's clan, struck the floor with his cane, signaling for silence. Ao, what were the precise details of what you saw? Is the tailed beast still inside him? Ao took a deep breath and delivered a piece of news that left everyone in disbelief. The tailed beast inside him is also under genjutsu. How can that be? Controlling both the Mizukage and the tailed beast simultaneously. What kind of monstrous genjutsu would that require? It's possible, the great elder stated with grim certainty. Have you all forgotten the night of the Nine-Tails attack in Konoha all those years ago? According to the intelligence sent back by our spies afterward, the eyes of the Nine-Tails that night bore the pattern of the Uchiha clan's Mangekyo Sharingan. In other words, Mei, the information that Uchiha Nagi gave you and Ao is true. Someone proficient in space-time ninjutsu has taken control of the fourth Mizukage. Terumi Mei immediately interjected, then we should wake the fourth Mizukage, shouldn't we? Let Kirigakure return to normal. A strange, cunning smile crept across the great elder's lips. Wake him. Why would we wake him? This is the perfect pretext to drive him from power. The eyes of the other elders lit up, and they nodded in silent, smiling agreement. Only Terumi Mei, still unversed in the filth of high-level politics, was left stunned. Nagi-sensei, is this what land is? Setting foot on the mainland for the first time, Kimimaro was filled with curiosity, his eyes darting everywhere. The land of water was composed of islands, large and small. In his imagination, he had pictured the mainland as just a slightly larger island. He never expected it to be boundless. The vast land around them was covered in farmland, growing all sorts of fruits and vegetables, a sight unseen in the land of water. The coastal soil of the land of water was alkaline, and the small plots of arable land in the interior were dwarfed by the ever-expanding population. Eat whatever you want. Don't hold back, Uchiha Nagi said with a smile, gesturing to the food on the table. They had arrived in the land of waves and, after coming ashore, were now eating in a tavern. Seeing as Kimimaro was his first student and future enforcer, Uchiha Nagi had generously ordered a mountain of dishes and meat. Having never seen so much delicious food before, Kimimaro swallowed hard, but his respect for his teacher was paramount. His stomach rumbled with hunger, but he didn't so much as touch his chopsticks until Nagi gave him leave. Once Nagi spoke, he quickly snatched a roasted chicken and took a huge bite, his mouth filling with grease as a blissful smile spread across his face. Uchiha Nagi smiled and ruffled his hair. Children were so easy to please. A hearty lunch was enough to fill him with happiness. Sensei, you should eat too. Kimimaro said, a little embarrassed as he tore off a chicken leg and offered it to Nagi. Let's eat together, Nagi chuckled, and they began to eat. His shikatsumiyaku was truly no joke. As a taijutsu-type constitution, Kimimaro, despite his small size, ate several times more than Uchiha Nagi. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, Nagi settled the bill, and they walked out of the restaurant, satisfied. Please come again, the shop owner said with a wide smile. Uchiha Nagi had tipped him a little extra. Serving ninja often resulted in unexpected income, as most of them were quite generous. The cost of living in the ninja world was actually quite low, but most civilians still couldn't afford much. The main consumers in this world were the lofty ninja lords. A single one of their explosion tags cost 300 ryo, while a civilian's monthly expenses might only amount to the price of that one tag. Sometimes, the number of explosion tags used in a single battle could feed a civilian family for several months. To give another example, in Konoha, a bowl of Ichiraku ramen cost 60 ryo, and a beer was 30. Considering the high prices in Konoha, the most prosperous village in the Land of Fire, one could easily imagine that prices outside a ninja village were several times cheaper. Currently, Uchiha Nagi was carrying several million ryo he had saved from before, plus the 10 million he had won from the rich sheep Tsunade at the casino. He could live lavishly in the Naruto world for a year or two without any issue. The next time he saw Tsunade, he absolutely couldn't miss the chance to fleece that sheep. She was just too loaded. Chapter 86, The Land of Waves. What Uchiha Nagi didn't know was that Danzo had already ordered Root to begin searching for him. Unlike with Itachi, Danzo was unaware that Nagi had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. He simply felt that Uchiha Nagi, a man with no attachments, was too dangerous to be left alone. What if he joined another of the great shinobi villages? What if that village's Kage provided Nagi with 8 or 10 wives? Wouldn't the Uchiha clan just reappear in a decade or so? Don't assume that birthing a Kekkei Genkai is difficult. All it takes is one bull and a few dozen fertile fields, and in a few years, a new bloodline clan will emerge. Itachi was easier to control because his younger brother remained in Konoha, and he placed immense importance on his bond with Sasuke. Uchiha Nagi, however, likely felt nothing but hatred for Konoha. For that reason, Danzo's policy was to eliminate anyone who posed a threat to the village. Upon learning that Nagi had appeared in the Land of Hot Water, he ordered the assembly of an elite team to eliminate him. The fact that Nagi could fight Tsunade and escape unscathed meant his strength was not to be underestimated. Your mission is to cut the weeds and pull up the roots. Bring me the head of Uchiha Nagi, Danzo commanded, standing on a high platform and addressing the ninja below. Yes, Danzo-sama. We guarantee the completion of the mission, a man wrapped from head to toe in bandages replied with a nod, before setting off with his squad. This man was Aburaim Torian, the special insect user who wielded nano-sized venomous insects, the most unique existence within the Aburaim clan. No matter how powerful the opponent, a single touch from his nano-insects was fatal. There was no cure. Even the fourth Raikage would die if the nano-insects breached his skin. In the world of shinobi, strength was only one part of the equation, intelligence was far more critical. Not even Tsunade could necessarily counteract the nano-insects. By the time she developed an antidote capable of killing the bugs, the victim would likely already be dead. The team Danzo had assembled was perfectly balanced. He had his trump card, Aburaim Torian, as well as members from the Yamanaka and Nara clans. The shadow imitation and mind-body switch techniques were perfect for control and entrapment. Complemented by the other Umbu in the squad, they could likely kill Uchiha Nagi without even needing to use Torian's nano-insects. Even the third Hokage would not escape unscathed if ambushed by such a team. This was why ninja typically operated in small squads. When it came to one-on-one fights versus group battles, everyone had their weaknesses. With teammates to coordinate with, the chances of survival were much higher. That's enough, Kimimaro. We'll stop today's training here, Uchiha Nagi said. Sensei, I feel like I can train for a while longer. Kimimaro replied, beads of sweat on his forehead as he clutched his beloved bone sword. Don't overdo it. We aren't in a safe place. When you train, never push yourself to complete exhaustion. You must always reserve enough strength to deal with potential enemies. Oh, okay, sensei. Kimimaro wiped the sweat from his brow and nodded obediently. In a forest in the Land of Waves, Uchiha Nagi was training Kimimaro, fitting it in as they traveled. He had disguised them both. Kimimaro now had black hair. Nagi believed that as long as they weren't foolish enough to walk around wearing a Konoha headband with a slash through it, they would rarely encounter bounty hunters or enemies. And he was right. Others could sense he had chakra, but without a clear measure of his strength, most wouldn't make a move so easily. When an Uchiha hadn't activated their Sharingan, it was impossible for others to analyze them. The bounty on Uchiha Nagi in the black market only featured an old photograph. It was a picture from many years ago and looked vastly different from his current appearance. Paired with his unique disguise, no one could recognize him. What Uchiha Nagi hadn't expected was that Kimimaro would learn the breathing styles and the 3 basic academy jutsu with surprising speed. Although Kimimaro was of the Kagaya clan, his family had lived in the land of water for generations. After so many years, his affinity for the water element was naturally high. Nagi had Kimimaro try several breathing styles and found that water breathing was the most compatible for him, followed closely by beast breathing. Kimimaro was also strangely suited for beast breathing, the style created and modified by the little boar boy. So, Nagi decided to teach him both. As Kimimaro worked hard to grow stronger, Nagi constantly reminded him not to be too hasty and to take his time. Deeply moved, Kimimaro secretly resolved to become strong enough to be of real help to his sensei. However, when it came to his Shikatsu Miyaku, Kimimaro felt that his sensei was being a little overly cautious by not letting him use it. After packing up, the two boarded a carriage to continue their journey. Rushing everywhere without a special reason could easily arouse suspicion. Traveling by carriage was the most suitable method, it wasn't slow, and there was nothing about it to raise doubt. As they traveled at a leisurely pace, they saw an old man leading a group of villagers in repairing a bridge. Once we finish building the bridge, our lives will be better. If the bridge is finished, the land of waves will be saved. This is great. We won't have to endure Gato's monopoly anymore. We can sell our goods, and the villagers won't be so poor. The surrounding villagers were drenched in sweat, but they were all full of energy and motivation. Little Kimimaro listened and watched them with curiosity, seemingly unable to comprehend what they were saying. Uchiha Nagi smiled and said, "Are you curious about what they're saying? Wondering how a single bridge can save a country?" Little Kimimaro nodded. Gato has monopolized all routes to the outside world. For these non-shinobi civilians, building this bridge is the only way they can transport their goods out and bring outside goods in. That way, they won't have to sell their local food and products for dirt cheap, nor will they have to buy Gato's ridiculously expensive imported goods. It's Gato's monopoly that has led to the poverty of the land of waves. After listening, Kimimaro asked curiously, "So if they finish the bridge, will their problem be solved?" Uchiha Nagi just shook his head. "No, it won't. Gato is just a puppet. Although the land of waves is poor, it's not so weak as to be controlled by a single merchant. Behind Gato is the land of water. The real power controlling the land of waves is the village hidden in the mist. Their attempt to get rich by building a bridge is nothing but a dream. Gato was just a black glove. Who knew how many layers of the money he earned in the land of waves were handed over to Kirigakure? Besides, these ignorant villagers haven't caught on to the reality of things. A bridge that costs so much manpower and resources to build can be destroyed by a single jutsu from a ninja, or just a few exploding tags. Destruction is 10, even 100 times easier than construction. Even if the future Naruto were to defeat Gato, a second and third Gato would simply appear. It was treating the symptom, not the root cause. If they wanted to solve the problems of the land of waves, the Crown Prince Naruto would have to take down the village hidden in the mist. Chapter 87, The Land of Wind. Disguised as a merchant, Uchiha Nagi purchased some goods and hired 2 porters to help manage his convoy of 3 horse-drawn carts. The carts were loaded with local specialties from the land of waves, which Nagi intended to sell as cargo. This served as both a source of income and a form of camouflage. As the carts moved slowly along the road, Uchiha Nagi consulted a map. He had originally planned to go to the land of iron, where he could buy cheap, mass-produced chakra metal. However, passing through the land of hot water might lead to unforeseen encounters. Now that he had Kimimaro with him, he wanted to avoid any trouble, he couldn't let his enemies dictate the terms. After all, Kimimaro wasn't a child of prophecy. He couldn't count on encountering merciful opponents every time, unlike Naruto. Thus, Uchiha Nagi changed his route. He decided to travel through the land of wind and loop around to the land of iron. Along the way, they could not only enjoy the scenery but also train. More importantly, he wanted to search for the legendary Ryumayaku, or dragon vein, to see if he could collect it and use it as a chakra battery, similar to a tailed beast. After crossing the border and simply declaring his identity as a merchant, he entered the land of wind. To Nagi's surprise, the border was unguarded. A few hired civilians merely collected a small toll. On second thought, it made sense. In the world of shinobi, guarding borders was mostly useless. Ninja could climb mountains and walk on water, no terrain could stop their advance. How many men would need to be stationed daily just to guard the border? Furthermore, if the village's ninja were spread thinly across such a vast border, what would happen if the enemy concentrated their forces and broke through? Could they hold the line? Would reinforcements arrive in time? Therefore, when no major war was being fought, it was normal for the border to have only a few patrol teams. Besides, the land of wind was mostly a vast desert of sand. There were only a few fixed routes an enemy could take to attack, so they had little to fear. Like the land of water, the land of wind's desert environment provided a natural geographical advantage in combat. What was even more vexing for potential invaders was that most of the land of wind was useless desert. Losing a war against this country was a net loss. Winning, and thus conquering a pile of desert, was also a net loss. As for excavating the minerals beneath the desert, that was nonsense. Without the Kazekage's magnet release, how could anyone hope to develop it? The land of wind was very welcoming to merchant caravans. Due to a scarcity of resources, the country lacked everything. The funds allocated by the daimyo were nowhere near enough for the ninja village, forcing the Kazekage to pan for gold in the desert himself. Uchiha Nagi led Kimimaro to a small town, a place that had an oasis in the desert. It had gathered a small population due to the border trade. Although there was no farmland for growing crops, where there was water, there was life. Merchants traveling to Sunagakure would all stop here to replenish water for their animals and caravans. Not every merchant group used storage scrolls as a means of transport, those were exclusive to ninja. If they weren't, the mission to destroy the Kanabi Bridge, led by Minato Namikaze with Obito and Kakashi, would never have happened. Only ordinary people need bridges, ninja are not among them. Uchiha Nagi had no quarrel with Sunagakure, so he planned to visit the village and, while he was at it, search for the Land of Wind's dungeons. Hidden within the deserts of the Land of Wind was a nation that had been buried by sand. And in that nation was something that piqued his curiosity immensely, the Ryumayaku. Nagi had forgotten the exact details about the Ryumayaku. He only remembered it was a massive source of energy that a villain coveted. In the end, Naruto, having traveled back in time, ran into Minato Namikaze, who was there to investigate. Ultimately, through the combined efforts of father and son, the villain was defeated. However, the fourth Hokage was now dead, and Naruto, it seemed, had yet to even pass the ninja graduation exam. He wouldn't arrive here for several more years. Uchiha Nagi wanted to see if he could use sealing arts on this Ryumayaku, to turn it into a chakra battery like a tailed beast. Sensei, this looks so disgusting. Is it really edible? In a tavern in the small town, little Kimamaro's eyelids twitched as he stared at the pile of food on the table. In a desert country, one couldn't expect things like beef, mutton, chicken, duck, or fish. With scarce vegetation and water, livestock was rare. So, the food here was roasted scorpions, grilled lizards, some camel meat, and vegetables similar to cactus. The staple food was a starchy plant that grew underground. The surrounding merchants were all feasting heartily. On the road, you were lucky to have anything to eat at all, there was no room to be picky. Nagi also noticed a few men in the caravans with the chakra levels of genin. They were extremely cautious, only starting to eat after confirming the food wasn't poisoned. They were clearly bodyguards hired by the merchants. It's fine. The presentation might be bad, but if the people of the Land of Sand use these as food, then there's obviously no problem, Uchiha Nagi said with a smile, picking up a grilled lizard and taking a bite. Kimimaro also picked up a roasted scorpion and began to crack open the shell to eat it, as if it were a large crab. Sugoi. It's delicious. Surprisingly, the roasted scorpion tasted like crab meat, and the grilled lizard had its own unique, pleasant flavor. After eating their fill, they returned to their camp. The goods in their caravan were simple, coastal specialties like dried salted fish, dried seaweed, and dried vegetables. But once transported to Sunagakure, they would be rare commodities that could fetch a hefty profit. Sunagakure, I went there once, more than 10 years ago. It's been a long time. They were still at war back then. A hale and hearty old man lamented. This was the guide and porter Uchiha Nagi had hired after entering the Land of Wind. The previous porters had only been hired up to the border and had returned home after their task was complete. War. Grandpa, was it very chaotic back then? Why was there a war? A boy about the same age as Kimimaro asked with a curious expression. He was the guide's grandson. Since his parents were gone, the old man always took him along when he worked as a guide. Uchiha Nagi had agreed to it. After all, one more child wouldn't significantly increase their food consumption. Back then, Sunagakure was fighting Konoha with all its might. They didn't have enough food, so they bought it from the small surrounding countries. I was lucky enough to be a porter, transporting grain over a few times. The real luck is that I survived, ha ha ha. Then again, being able to travel all over during a time of war and stay alive is a skill in itself, ha ha ha. Swoosh, swoosh. Outside the small town, a team of figures arrived. Chapter 88, The Route Pursuit Squad. Outside the small town, a team of figures arrived. One of the ninja, wearing a dog mask, was accompanied by a massive black hound. The black dog sniffed at the ground, then nodded to its master. The dog-masked ninja exchanged a few words with his canine partner before producing a withered, severed arm and holding it out again. The hound sniffed it, then let out a low growl in the direction of the town. The dog-masked ninja stood up and spoke in a low voice to his squad leader. Captain, it's confirmed. The target is in the town. The squad leader, who wore a cat mask, nodded and unwrapped the bandages from his purple-tinged arm. At night, the desert sky was exceptionally bright, filled with countless stars and a very round moon. Uchiha Nagi felt a persistent sense of unease. He used beast breathing to scan his surroundings but detected no enemies. Still unsettled, he created a shadow clone to stand watch for the night. To his surprise, the entire night passed peacefully. The next day, the group of merchants and porters, having rested for the night, all began to eat breakfast. Afterward, the merchants started packing their luggage, some loading it onto horse-drawn carts, others onto camels, preparing to go their separate ways. Saburo, hurry up, we're about to leave," the old guide called out to his grandson. "Ah, Grandpa, wait for me, I have diarrhea," a voice called back. A short while later, the young boy, Saburo, slowly walked over, clutching his stomach. "Strange, I didn't eat anything weird last night. Why would I have diarrhea?" The guide's grandson, Hirano Saburo, clutched his stomach as he slowly made his way to the convoy. "All right, let's head out," Uchiha Nagi said, glancing around and frowning slightly. He still couldn't sense anything. The goods Uchiha Nagi was transporting filled 2 large carts. They joined a merchant caravan heading towards Sunagakure for safety in numbers. It was an era of peace, but peace meant an increase in population. And for an agricultural nation without industrialization, a larger population meant there wasn't enough food to go around. Naturally, many people turned to banditry. It had been over a decade since the last Great War, and the signs of land scarcity were already beginning to emerge. Apart from the land of fire, the land of wind faced the greatest difficulties. The caravan, including small-time merchants like Uchiha Nagi, consisted of about 20 carts in total, moving slowly across the Gobi Desert. Sunagakure had some areas of sandy desert and some areas of rocky, Gobi-style desert. The two were different. The sandy desert was all sand, which flew everywhere when the wind blew, and it often concealed deadly traps like quicksand. The Gobi Desert, on the other hand, was an arid landscape of wind-eroded earth and rock formations. It was a barren wasteland of bizarrely shaped stones, with the occasional patch of withered wild grass. This grass might only see rain once a year, and it was only during that rainfall that it would rapidly reproduce before waiting for the next year's rain. The wheels of the carts rumbled along the hard-packed ground of the Gobi Desert. For a cargo-laden cart, traveling on this terrain was certainly more comfortable than on sand. At the very least, they didn't have to worry about the wheels getting stuck. Rumble. Rumble. "Grandpa, I have to go again," the child, Saburo, said, his face pale as he clutched his stomach, looking clearly uncomfortable. "Ah, this." "Sir, you see," the old guide said, looking at Uchiha Nagi with a troubled expression. Obviously, if they stopped to wait for his grandson, they would fall behind the main caravan. Traveling alone would be significantly more dangerous. Uchiha Nagi smiled. "It's fine. Let the boy go. We'll wait. We can just speed up a bit later to catch up. Nature calls." He couldn't force a child to hold it in just to keep moving. He wasn't that much of a scoundrel. The old guide was grateful. "Ah, thank you, sir. Saburo, go quickly and come right back." Little Saburo nodded. "Okay, Grandpa." He then clutched his stomach and ran towards the nearby Gobi rocks. To avoid having the smell bother the young boss who had hired them, little Saburo intentionally ran a little farther away. The guide called out a warning, "Be careful. Watch out for poisonous snakes and scorpions." "I know, Grandpa." After a short wait, the guide suddenly turned to Uchiha Nagi with an embarrassed look. "Sir, I'm going to check on the boy. He's been gone for a while, I hope he hasn't been bitten by a snake. There are many venomous snakes in the deserts of the land of wind." Uchiha Nagi nodded. "Go ahead." Little Kimimaro looked ahead, then looked back, appearing somewhat restless. Uchiha Nagi asked, "What's wrong, Kimimaro?" Kimimaro replied, "Nagi-sensei, I don't know if it's my imagination, but I've felt unwell since this morning, and now I have this sense of unease." Hearing this, Uchiha Nagi's expression darkened. "You feel it too? It seems I was right. It's not an illusion. I feel it as well." Just then, a tragic scream came from the old guide in the distance. "Ack! Saburo." The moment Kimimaro heard it, he instinctively grabbed his bone sword and started to rush over, but Uchiha Nagi held him firmly by the shoulder. "Don't go. It's too late. If you go now, you might be walking into a trap." Boom, boom. Before Nagi could finish his sentence, a series of massive explosions erupted in the distance. Judging by the scale, it was the work of no less than 1,000 exploding tags. Kimimaro stared in horror at the soaring smoke and fire. "Is that the direction of the caravan?" he murmured. "Yes." Uchiha Nagi silently took out an antidote and handed it to Kimimaro. It seems someone set a trap up ahead. They just didn't expect us to stop and separate from the caravan. If I'm not mistaken, they poisoned us this morning or last night. The poison must be very mild, or colorless and odorless, which is why I couldn't detect it. As he handed one to Kimimaro, Uchiha Nagi drank an antidote himself. Although he didn't know what kind of poison it was better to be safe. As an ordinary person without chakra, and a child at that, Saburo's body was the first to react, which is why he's had an upset stomach all morning. Your constitution is more sensitive, Kimimaro, so you also felt unwell. Am I right, gentleman in hiding? Or should I say, gentleman from Konoha? As soon as Uchiha Nagi finished speaking, several figures appeared in the surroundings. The one in the lead was a person completely wrapped in bandages, his hands included. Several others wearing masks also revealed themselves. The moment the two sides met, they simultaneously resorted to the most common probing method among ninja. They threw kunai laced with exploding tags at each other. Chapter 89, Aburaim Toryun. Swoosh. Since they had been discovered, the fight began. A wave of kunai flew towards them, which Uchiha Nagi dodged nimbly, pulling Kimimaro with him. A dozen root ninja appeared, silently forming an encirclement to prevent Nagi's escape. Uchiha Nagi stated calmly, "Are you Umbu? Or Root? I'm curious, how did you find me? My disguise skills are even better than the transformation jutsu." The men with bandaged hands spoke directly, "You don't need to know who we are, Uchiha Nagi. The water you drank last night was poisoned by us. You have no chance of winning. If you're smart and don't want to die, surrender obediently. Otherwise, we'll have to take your corpse back to complete our mission." Uchiha Nagi scoffed. Skulking in the shadows, not even wearing Konoha headbands. "It seems you're Danzo's dogs." He then whispered quietly to Kimimaro, "Kimimaro, when the fighting gets dangerous, you can use the power of your Shikatsumiyaku." Kimimaro nodded, replying in a low voice, "Okay, sensei. I'll protect myself. You don't need to worry about me." Kimimaro wasn't boasting. Against purely physical attacks, he could indeed protect himself. Although he was still a child, the powerful defense of his Shikatsumiyaku meant he no longer had to fear being stabbed to death by kunai or swords. Water Style, Water Dragon Jutsu. A ninja wearing a rat mask was the first to attack, unleashing a powerful water dragon jutsu. It was a simplified version that didn't require as many hand seals. As he cast the water jutsu, another ninja formed hand seals, a powerful lightning jutsu crackling to life on his hands before he merged it with his partner's water dragon. A combination ninjutsu. By adding electricity to the water, anyone hit would be instantly paralyzed by the current. Since water conducts electricity, this would allow them to capture Uchiha Nagi alive. But Nagi wasn't going to be taken down that easily. Earth Style Wall. A wall of earth rose instantly, blocking the combination jutsu. As long as the electrified water dragon couldn't touch them, they were safe. Before the water could reach his feet, he had already leaped back several times with Kimimaro, escaping the jutsu's range. However, just after casting the earth-style wall, Nagi couldn't help but frown. He felt something was slightly off within his body, but he couldn't put his finger on it. In the distance, the bandaged squad leader revealed a strange smile, muttering to himself, "The water you drank last night was laced with my nano-sized venomous insects. You didn't expect that, did you? The nano-insects aren't a poison, but rather bugs. The more chakra you use, the faster they multiply." Last night, after confirming that Uchiha Nagi had entered the town, they hadn't followed him in. Instead, they had set up traps outside. They knew their target had powerful sensory abilities, able to detect even a hawk without chakra. So the root squad leader, Aburaim Toryun, had controlled a few insects to secretly release the nanobugs into the town's water source. The water heavily diluted the nano-insects, but in turn, it made the water colorless and odorless. Even a medical ninja wouldn't be able to detect the microscopic bugs. As long as a few nano-insects entered the body, they would begin to reproduce. The moment a ninja used their chakra, the insects would absorb it and multiply rapidly within the body. Thus, Uchiha Nagi had fallen into their trap. As Nagi retreated with Kimimaro, several ninja closed in, surrounding them. Nagi threw a single kunai, then his hands flew through a seal, unleashing Orochimaru's A-rank jutsu. Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. One kunai instantly multiplied into hundreds, filling the entire space. On a battlefield, this was a large-scale arrow rain. But the root squad sent this time consisted of ninja who were at least high-level chunin. They wouldn't fall for such a trick. Earth Style Wall. Water Style, Water Wall. Fire Style, Great Fireball Technique. A variety of flashy, miscellaneous jutsu were cast with perfect coordination, half for defense, half for offense. This was the terrifying power of a team. Half the members defended while the other half attacked. A lone ninja could never cast two jutsu simultaneously. Facing the infamous Great Fireball, a jutsu that supposedly never hits its mark, Uchiha Nagi naturally wouldn't be hit. That would be a joke. But his brow furrowed again. The strange feeling was more pronounced now. There was something odd inside his body, devouring his chakra, and the antidote was useless. Moreover, after he cast his second jutsu, the strange thing seemed to have multiplied. You've noticed. It's useless even if you have. Because that's not poison at all. The bandaged man unwrapped the bindings on his arms, revealing purple limbs. Nagi's pupils contracted sharply at the sight. Purple hands. He recalled a special member of the Aburame clan in Root, the one who could control nano-sized venomous insects. Nano-insects. Aburame Toryun. Hearing his name, Toryun's body stiffened. He stared at Uchiha Nagi in disbelief. How do you know who I am? Where did you get this intelligence? Confirmed. He'd baited him with just a name. The people in the Naruto world were so simple. Uchiha Nagi smiled. I was wondering why my body felt wrong, yet I couldn't detect any poison. So it was your nano-insects. Aburame Toryun sneered. Humph, what does it matter if you know? There is no antidote for this jutsu. You're a dead man. Uchiha Nagi shook his head. Every jutsu that exists has a weakness. And if there's a weakness, it can be overcome. And you, as the caster, are the key to undoing it. Humph. Let's see you defeat us first. Whoosh. Uchiha Nagi crouched low, his breath carrying faint sparks of lightning. Thunder breathing, first form, thunderclap and flash. Before he had even finished speaking, his entire body transformed into a streak of golden lightning, weaving between the dozen or so root ninja. Apart from 3 or 4 taijutsu specialists or those with superior body flicker skills who managed to dodge, the rest were all grazed by the golden flash, a line of blood appearing on their necks. 16-fold. Clang. With the sharp ring of metal, he sheathed his sword. Only then was the second half of his sentence uttered. These dozen ninja were cannon fodder, but even cannon fodder could be fatal if he wasn't careful, especially with Kimimaro present. So, Uchiha Nagi had decided to clean them up immediately. You. Aburame Toryun was stunned. This swordsmanship was unheard of. In the ninja world, the vast majority focused on ninjutsu and taijutsu. Very few trained in kenjutsu, and even fewer achieved mastery. The only known masters were the deceased Hatake Tsukumo and Hanzo. Stop, Uchiha Nagi. If you don't want this child to die. Chapter 90, Flying Thunder God. No, it's teleportation. A voice suddenly called out. Uchiha Nagi turned to see that a ninja had launched a sneak attack, using the shadow imitation jutsu to capture the combat inexperienced Kimimaro. The Nara clan ninja laughed sinisterly. Heh, you seem to care a lot about him. You wouldn't want anything to happen to this child, would you? Uchiha Nagi narrowed his eyes. If it were anyone else, this would be a headache. But this particular ninja had no idea who he had just captured. Although Kimimaro was bound by the shadow imitation jutsu and couldn't move, his Shikatsumiyaku was still active. Trying to kill him with a kunai was a pipe dream. However, the distance was a bit far. To kill the Nara shinobi. Flame-breathing, third form, blazing universe. With Uchiha Nagi's soft murmur, his Nichiren blade shot towards the Nara ninja with unmatched speed. The man was terrified. Doesn't he care about this child? Can't he see that the boy's life is in my hands? In that case, don't blame me. The animal-masked Nara ninja hardened his heart, threw several kunai at Kimimaro, and, at the moment they should have pierced the boy, released the shadow imitation jutsu and leaped backward. Uchiha Nagi didn't even glance at Kimimaro. His own look had been enough for Kimimaro to understand his intent. If the boy lacked even this much combat intelligence, Nagi would have considered his death no great loss. The third form, blazing universe, was a downward slash performed at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. The slash was accompanied by an arc of brilliant flames, and even if the blade didn't touch the enemy, the sword's pressure would scorch them. The Nara ninja, who had leaped back, looked down at his body in astonishment. He was wounded. Chakra metal. He didn't understand. It wasn't that chakra metal didn't exist, but blades made from it would visibly display a chakra blade when infused with chakra during combat. Yet, with Uchiha Nagi's technique, there was no visible extension of chakra from the sword. Sorry, it's not chakra metal. It's swordsmanship. Rest in peace, Uchiha Nagi said calmly, turning away. As he turned, the Nara ninja's body split in two and fell to the ground, blood splattering everywhere. Nearby, little Kimimaro had already nonchalantly pulled the several kunai from his body. His torn clothes revealed the white, bone-like skin beneath. The 5 remaining ninja all appeared to be jonin, and all were taijutsu masters with high agility. One of them nodded to Aburame Toryun and used a wind jutsu. Wind style, great breakthrough. Uchiha Nagi frowned. The jutsu wasn't powerful enough to defeat him, and he dodged it easily, but in the next second, he understood its purpose. As his comrade used the wind style, Toryun bit his own finger and sprinkled a little blood forward. A rancid stench immediately filled the air within the wind blast. Nano-sized venomous insects. Nagi wasn't foolish enough to engage Aburame Toryun in close combat. The man's entire body was poison. A minor infection was already this severe, a close-range infection would mean instant death. Uchiha Nagi clutched his stomach. The discomfort was growing. It seemed the nano-insects were multiplying frantically inside his body. Although the initial dose was small, if this continued, he feared he would die before he even reached his prime. I have no choice. I need to end this fight quickly. Uchiha Nagi crouched down, gripping his Nichiren blade and began to gather his strength. Heh, you figured it out. Too late. Aburame Toryun smiled faintly and formed a seal with his middle and index fingers. The nano-insects could enter the body not only through blood but also through respiration and the skin. From the very beginning, Toryun had planned to use his nano-insects to deal with Uchiha Nagi. Nagi could already feel the sickness taking hold. Therefore, he decided to eliminate the remaining 6, in one go. Destructive death, disorderly type. After gathering his power, Uchiha Nagi ultimately chose the long-range destructive death technique for its immense power. Earth style, Earth flow fortress wall. Two jonin immediately combined their efforts, casting the defensive earth jutsu that resembled a castle wall. Hundreds of destructive death shockwaves slammed into the earthen wall, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. At that very moment, a voice as cold as ice came from behind the group. Destructive death, annihilation type. Annihilation type was a single, astonishingly powerful blow. With the user at the center, it unleashed hundreds of strikes in an instant, each carrying immense impact, spreading out in all directions. Damn it, how did he suddenly get behind us? How is that possible? Flying Thunder God. But it was too late. At such a close distance, not even the body flicker technique could guarantee an escape. In an instant, the several hundred blows killed all 5 ninja, sending severed limbs flying. 2 of them were directly turned into meat paste. After one move, all the jonin were dead. Aburame Toryun was cut in half at the waist, his hands gone, barely clinging to life. Flying Thunder God. You. The nano-insects have already spread, and I'm the only one who can undo the jutsu. If I die, no one can cure you. You're doomed, haha. Toryun coughed up blood as he spoke, as if in a final burst of life. Just as Toryun finished speaking, the bodies of the dozen or so ninja who had died earlier suddenly exploded, releasing a purple mist into the air. Evidently, Toryun had also implanted nano-insects in his own teammates. Once they died, their bodies were not wasted but used as breeding grounds for the insects, to be detonated. There is no jutsu in this world that cannot be undone, and that includes your nano-insects, cough cough. Uchiha Nagi coughed lightly, spitting out a bit of blood. Uchiha Nagi shook his head. Just now, he had unleashed his other dojutsu, teleportation. The instant he transported himself into the middle of the group, the results were unexpectedly good. Because it was a spatial ninjutsu that, unlike the Flying Thunder God, didn't require coordinates, the enemy was completely unprepared. He had instantly appeared behind them and wiped them all out. The glass cannon nature of ninja, high attack, low defense, was starkly evident in that moment. There's still one rat left. Damn it, thought the fox-masked man hiding in the shadows. He immediately used the body flicker technique to escape, but as he turned his head, he saw a pair of red pupils. The Flying Thunder God technique. No, that's not right. He doesn't even use markers. Before he could figure it out, his mind went dizzy. When he came to, he found himself in the world of genjutsu. This person was from the Yamanaka clan, the same one who had used the mind-body switch technique to trick him when he escaped from Konoha. Nagi didn't know if this was Danzo's prized Yamanaka fu, but it didn't matter. Danzo had poached several people from the Yamanaka clan, and Nagi couldn't care less. Sorry, this is teleportation, not the Flying Thunder God. Chapter 91, The Nano-Insect Plague. This person, relying on his own sensory abilities, had remained hidden in the shadows, clearly intending to ambush Uchiha Nagi. However, Nagi now possessed the beast perception ability from the little boar boy. While his long-range senses might not match theirs, at close range, his perception was even stronger. Nagi-sensei, are you alright? Kimimaro jogged over to support the swaying Uchiha Nagi. Because he hadn't been heavily involved in the fighting, or perhaps because his Shikatsu Miyako had a higher resistance to the nano-insects, Kimimaro was still able to move, despite his pale complexion. Nagi shook his head. I'm fine. I just need to neutralize the poison as soon as possible. He then grabbed the ninja trapped in his genjutsu and brought him before the dying Aburame Toryun. I'll die before I help you. I will eliminate you for the sake of Konoha. That's not up to you, Uchiha Nagi sneered, picking up a kunai with a sealing talisman tied to it and plunging it into Toryun's brain. With that, Aburame Toryun was completely under his control. Under the caster's command, he obediently dispelled the nano-insects from both Kimimara's and Nagi's bodies. Let's go. Uchiha Nagi prepared to leave with Kimimaro. Before they departed, he went to check on the old guide. To his surprise, he found that the old man was not dead, but was just sitting there numbly, cradling a child's body. His grandson, Saburo, had had his throat slit by the root ninja, but the old man himself had been inexplicably spared. Perhaps in that moment, Aburame Toryun had a pang of conscience, or what was left of it, and stopped his subordinate from killing the old man. Or perhaps he felt they had already been exposed and couldn't be bothered to kill him. In any case, the old guide had been lucky enough to survive. Uchiha Nagi sighed and said to the old man, I'm sorry such a tragedy has occurred. This job ends here. I will give you 10 times your payment as the only compensation I can offer. Little Kimimaro silently looked at the child, who was the same age as him. In that moment, the world of shinobi seemed so heartless. When Nagi had ruthlessly performed the Edo Tensei on Toryun, Kimimaro had just watched in silence. Since he was his sensei's enemy, he was his enemy. Kimimaro felt no pity for Toryun. But for this innocent child, his own age, he couldn't help but feel a flicker of something different. After a long silence, the old guide, his world shattered, finally stirred. I'm sorry, sir, he said sorrowfully. I will take Saburo back to our hometown. However, I will tell you about the map and the dangers along the way. The guide took out his map and pointed out the dangerous areas of quicksand and the places prone to sandstorms, explaining everything in detail. Excuse me, do you know of a place called Rorin? Uchiha Nagi suddenly asked. Rorin. I do. Many years ago, when I was little, my grandfather told me about it. It used to be a small country affiliated with the Land of Wind, very prosperous. But later, it was swallowed by a sandstorm. The old guide slowly recounted the history of Rorin to Nagi. Long ago, much like the Land of Waves was to the Land of Water, its geographical location meant that Rorin could only be a vassal to the Land of Wind, paying tribute year after year. Then one day, for some unknown reason, the entire country vanished. To call it a country was perhaps an overstatement, it was more like a large area with many oases. After all, the Land of Wind was the largest of all the countries. After its disappearance, the Land of Wind had sent people to investigate, but even ninja were powerless against such a supernatural disaster. They couldn't excavate the oases buried under the desert, and eventually, the matter was forgotten. All that was known afterward was that a portion of Rorin's surviving civilians roamed the lands. As for Rorin's location, it was a small country to begin with, even smaller than the Land of Waves. And with the Land of Wind's unpredictable sandstorms constantly shifting the landscape, without the oases as landmarks, its location was gradually forgotten by most. However, even after all these years, Sunagekure must still have a detailed map of Rorin. All right. Thank you. Uchiha Nagi did not go back on his word, nor did he have any intention of silencing the men. He simply activated his Sharingan and quietly altered the guide's memory of his and Kimimaro's appearances. When it was time to kill, he would not be merciful. But he would not kill ordinary, innocent people, even if they might pose a risk to him. This was one of the few principles he had left as a human being. Some lines, once crossed, will be crossed again, and before you know it, you've fallen into depravity. 2 days later, a squad of ninja wearing Sunagekure headbands arrived in the small town. A massacre in a town on the border of the Land of Wind naturally required an investigation by Sunagekure. Although it was only a small town of a few hundred people, it had caught their attention. It could be a surprise attack by an enemy nation. Captain, we found signs of a battle nearby, Asuna Umbu reported. Let's go. Everyone, let's check it out. The squad leader waved his hand, and the group of ninja vanished, heading towards the location of Nagi's battle. Upon arrival, they first saw the merchant caravan that had been wiped out by the root ambush of exploding tags. Then they found the site of the battle between Uchiha Nagi and Aburame Toryun. Be careful. The bodies seemed to be poisonous. In the desert, a gentle breeze blew, kicking up not only sand but also the invisible nano-insects. A few of the nano-insects silently attached themselves to the exposed skin of 2 of the Suna ninja. Afterward, the Suna Umbu squad left the bodies and returned. It wasn't that they were careless, they had used clones to inspect the scene. They had simply assumed the bodies were coated in a conventional poison, never imagining they were dealing with nano-insects. As they returned to Sunagekure to report to the Kazekage, one of the ninja suddenly coughed a few times. Hey, you alright? I'm fine. The temperature difference between night and day in the desert is probably just giving me a cold. Ha 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 ha, or did you expend too much energy with a woman? Shut up. Am I that kind of person? I can handle 10 women with ease. Braggart. Unbeknownst to them, with his every cough, the nano-insects began to spread within Sunagakure. In ancient times, there was a word for this sort of thing, a plague. Chapter 92, The Land of Winds Daimyo. A town of a few hundred people might not seem like much, but the nature of the incident was different. If a village of 100 or 200 people was wiped out, it might be attributed to the whim of a ruthless ninja, but that was during times of war. For such a thing to happen in an era of peace, and with ninja from another country nearby, even if they wore no headbands, was enough to warrant Sunagakure's serious attention. It had always been Sunagakure attacking Konoha. Was Konoha now planning to attack them? In the Kazekage's office, the fourth Kazekage frowned, unable to make sense of it. After nearly a decade of hard-won peace, Konoha wanted to start a war. Why would they target the Land of Wind? Their country was nothing but sand and Gobi Desert. Konoha didn't lack ore, and he was the only one who could mine for gold dust. There was absolutely no benefit for Konoha to attack the Land of Wind. But the report from the Suna Umbu, though it provided no identification for the dead ninja, stated with certainty that they were from Konoha. There were several reasons. First, their clothing. Each country's production methods were slightly different. Second, their weapons. While all kunai and shuriken looked similar, an experienced blacksmith could tell them apart. The final reason was determined by geography. It could only be Konoha. Therefore, it was more than 80% certain that Konoha ninja were behind this. They had sent a team to slaughter a small town in the Land of Wind, discovered their target had already left, set a trap for the merchant caravan, and finally, engaged their target in a major battle on the road. The lucky old guide had crossed the border shortly after they parted ways. Otherwise, he likely would have been captured by the Suna Umbu as well. Uchiha Nagi and Kimimaro didn't head directly into Sunagakure. Instead, they went to a town outside the hidden village. The vast territory of the Land of Wind, of course, consisted of more than just Sunagakure. Sunagakure was merely the main base for all the nation's ninja, just like Konoha. In reality, the Land of Wind had many other cities and towns of various sizes. For example, the city they had now arrived in was called Wajikawa, the city where the daimyo of the Land of Wind resided. Ever since the first Hokage established Konoha, the authority of the daimyo had diminished day by day, until they were little more than lackeys for the ninja villages. Since the lofty ninja lords couldn't be bothered to personally collect taxes or manage the common people, the various nations tacitly allowed the daimyo to remain, letting them handle administration and tax collection while the ninja focused on warfare. There was another point: if the common people became restless and resentful, the daimyo could be trotted out as a scapegoat. A new daimyo could be appointed, or the old one killed, and the ninja villages would remain blameless. The daimyo were the ones collecting the taxes, after all. So, apart from the 12 guardian ninja that Asuma had once been a part of, no other country had considered abolishing the daimyo system. And the leader of the Land of Fire was protected by a pitifully small force of only 12 jonin. Nagi-sensei, this place is so lively, so many people. But there seem to be very few ninja, Kimimaro remarked, looking left and right but spotting few shinobi. Well, this is where the Land of Wind's daimyo lives, so it's natural for it to be more populated, Uchiha Nagi replied with a nod. Still, it was a far cry from the Land of Fire. Even the city gates were guarded by samurai and soldiers, who checked and inspected all who entered. The walls of the cities in the Land of Wind weren't built to defend against ninja, but to protect against sandstorms. Due to the battle, Uchiha Nagi had stored his trade goods in a storage scroll. After arriving in the city, he sold them off, then restocked on food and water and began to subtly ask around for information about the Land of Roran. Occasionally using a discreet genjutsu made gathering information incredibly easy. For example, the old man before him, with a face full of wrinkles that made him look 70 despite being not yet 40. The food was quite good, a specialty of the desert region. It was a bowl of something resembling a spicy pepper soup, served with a steamed bun. The bun was stuffed with the meat of some unknown animal, which was greasy and incredibly chewy. Kimimaro ate with great relish, his face shining with oil. During this time, his appetite had grown rapidly, to a terrifying degree that had already surpassed Nagi's. It was likely due to the breathing styles and his training, his body no longer looked as frail as before. He was becoming lean and powerful, his muscle density increasing. Even without using his Shikatsu Miyaku, his muscle density was already 2 or 3 times that of an ordinary person. It was hard to imagine how strong his muscles would be when he reached adulthood. At that point, even without his Shikatsu Miyaku, a kunai might not even be able to pierce his body. But then, thinking about how the adult Kimimaro could withstand the pressure of hundreds of tons from the sand waterfall funeral with his bare body, it was no wonder. "Shopkeeper, you've been in business here for many years, haven't you?" Uchiha Nagi asked. "Heh, not too long, just 20 or 30 years. When I was young, I traveled around a bit, saw the world," the shopkeeper said with a cheerful laugh. I see. Since you've traveled so widely, you must have been to many countries. Uchiha Nagi had already discreetly activated his Sharingan under the fringe of his hair. The old man, as if not noticing his red eyes, continued chatting with him. Yes, the surrounding countries, the land of iron, the land of demons, the land of fire. In my time, I was fortunate enough to visit each one once. Every country has its own scenery, its own customs. They're worth remembering. I've heard that the land of wind used to have many small countries, but the environment changed, and they were buried by sand and dust. As Nagi said this, his Sharingan flickered suggestively, and the old man began to speak on his own. Yes, that's right. There was one called the land of Roran. The land there used to be very fertile. You could say it was one of the land of wind's most important sources of grain. A pity that the heavens changed, and it was annihilated by a sandstorm, alas. Do you know where the land of Roran is located now? Oh, it's near the land of rivers. I don't know the exact location. It's been decades, and with the wind blowing and the sand burying everything, it's hard to be so precise. Roran itself wasn't large, but what? The daimyo's mansion should still have a detailed map of Roran. If the guest wishes to find Roran, the daimyo and the Kazekage would certainly have one. The shopkeeper misunderstands. I was just curious, since the land of wind is so vast, I wondered if there were many small countries here in the past. Besides, Roran has been buried by sand. Why would I go there? Oh, that's true, heh. Uchiha Nagi smiled and deactivated his Sharingan. The shopkeeper had no idea what he had just been induced to say. Going to the Kazekage was out of the question. There were too many ninja, and the Kazekage's magnet release would be amplified by the natural geographical advantage. Was he looking to get himself killed? But paying a visit to the daimyo, that shouldn't be much of a problem. Chapter 93, Stealing the Map. It was a dark and windy night, the perfect weather for murder and arson. Uchiha Nagi, clad in black from head to toe, with his black hair, blended seamlessly into the night like a dark cloud. If it weren't for his red Sharingan, he would have been a true shadow. At night, Uchiha Nagi slipped into the daimyo's mansion alone. He wasn't worried about the strength of the guards. The land of fire's daimyo was protected by only 12 jonin, the land of sands. By his count, there probably weren't even 6. With no Kage-level individuals present, just a handful of jonin, he could have slaughtered the land of wind's entire daimyo household on a whim. No wonder Sasori was able to conquer a small country. In a place without a hidden village, a Kage-level shinobi was an overwhelmingly dominant force. However, after many generations, the daimyo's clan had grown large. Even if Nagi killed the current one, Tsunegakure could simply replace him by appointing someone from a branch family. But that would bring him no benefit and a world of trouble. The common agreement among all nations was not to assassinate the daimyo. Anyone who did would be immediately blacklisted and hunted across the entire continent. So, upon entering the daimyo's mansion, Nagi wasn't wary of the few jonin, but of the ubiquitous traps, all sorts of curse marks, exploding tags, and sealing jutsu. They might be short on jonin, but the daimyo had money. As a result, traps like exploding tags and sealing jutsu were everywhere. An outsider could easily fall for one. Since an outsider could easily fall for one, I'll just find an insider to lead the way. Uchiha Nagi smiled faintly. His eyes scanned the area and lit up when he spotted a young servant cleaning. Nothing else, just a convenient and practical tool. He activated his Sharingan, compelling the servant to lead him past the traps into the daimyo's study. Nagi then carefully shadowed him from behind. In truth, his Sharingan could identify most of the traps along the way, thanks to its microscopic dynamic vision and observational prowess, coupled with its ability to perceive various energies like an infrared sensor. What he feared were the traps he couldn't perceive. For example, in the garden, Nagi discovered a trap disguised with dead wood and fallen leaves. The moment someone stepped on it, surrounding bells would jingle. These non-lethal alarm traps were the most troublesome. The servant, under the influence of the Sharingan, walked dazedly toward the daimyo's study. Perhaps because they prioritized protecting wealth and the daimyo's life, or perhaps because there simply wasn't enough manpower to guard such a large estate, the study itself had few defenses. Nagi let the servant go, simultaneously planting a hypnotic suggestion in his mind to make him forget what had just transpired. The huge study was filled with unofficial histories, biographies, works on geography, Buddhist sutras, and some non-essential books on topics like agriculture and alchemy. Many of the books had yellowed with age, who knew how long it had been since they were last touched. Nagi felt a headache coming on just looking at the mess. Finding the map of the ancient land of Roran he wanted in such a massive study was going to be a real pain. He directly created 3 solid shadow clones to help with the search. Damn this land of wind daimyo, can't even organize his things. How are we supposed to find anything in this mess? Shadow clone number 1 complained. You've got it easy. At least your books have titles. Look at my section, it's all scrolls. I have to open them one by one, and I still have to carefully check for exploding tag traps and whatnot. What a pain, Tui, Shadow Clone number 2 spat. Speaking of which, isn't it a bit weird for a Shadow Clone to spit? Shadow Clone number 3 asked, giving number 2 a strange look. Clone number 2 was silent. Exactly. A body made of chakra, spitting. A glob of chakra spit. Ooh. In that case, should we try peeing and pooping? Let's see what a Shadow Clone excretes. Alright, get to work, everyone. No more idle chatter. While there are no Kage-level shinobi here, alerting those few jonin would still be a major hassle. Uchiha Nagi clapped his hands, putting an end to the rambling of his numerous goofball clones. To work, to work. Let's get it. Treasure hunt, treasure hunt. Clutching his aching forehead, Nagi couldn't believe his clones had such a goofy side. Could it be that, when no one was watching, he was a goofball at his core? Rustle, rustle. The several shadow clones quickly rummaged through the daimyo's study, checking the contents of various scrolls and books. With the dynamic vision of the Sharingan, to say they could read 10 lines at a glance would be an understatement. What are you looking for? Suddenly, a voice like a songbird echoed from within the study, startling Uchiha Nagi. His 3 clones jumped as well. This person had managed to approach them without making a sound. Uchiha Nagi turned to look. A girl of about 15 or 16, dressed in a kimono, stood in the study, watching him. She held a lantern and wore an endearingly dazed expression. Swoosh. One of the shadow clones had already flickered behind her. He clamped a hand over her mouth, a kunai already pressed to her neck. At the slightest wrong move, he would slit her throat. Wait, don't make a move yet, Uchiha Nagi stopped the clone. In reality, the clone had no intention of acting rashly, his thoughts were one with the original body, so the reminder wasn't necessary. First, he scanned his surroundings and confirmed that there were indeed no hidden enemies, it was just her. Uchiha Nagi frowned, utterly shocked that she could appear beside him so silently. The most shocking part was that she was an ordinary person, with no chakra or any other kind of combative energy in her body. Who are you? Uchiha Nagi asked. Me. My name is Yukihime. You can call me Yuki. It was snowing when I was born, a rare sight here, so my father named me Yukihime. The girl replied, still in a daze. Hime, meaning princess. In this class-conscious ninja world, an ordinary person wouldn't dare give their child a name containing Hime. It would only invite trouble. Are you the daimyo's daughter? Uchiha Nagi asked. Aha, that's right. And you? Are you a thief? But there's no treasure here, only books. Yukihime blinked her beautiful, dazed eyes. A moment later, realization dawned. Oh, I get it. You're here to read books too, right? Just like me. I come here every day to find books to read. You come here to read often. Then you must be quite familiar with the books in this study, Uchiha Nagi said. That's right. As the daimyo's daughter, I can never leave the city walls. It's so boring. Besides strolling around, all I can do is read. By the way, what book are you looking for? I can help you. I know this place best, Yukihime said, her eyes completely innocent, their depths utterly clear and without a hint of guile. Uchiha Nagi was silent for a moment before choosing to tell the truth. I'm looking for a map of the land of Rorin from several decades ago. Is there one here?